Chapter 1 Prices depreciate by a billion times. Meng, let's break up. Just now, Chen Xinxiang confessed his love to me at the Marriott restaurant, and I accepted. I'm sorry, you're a good person, but we're really not suitable. You can't give me the life I want. And Chen Xinxiang earns $1 million a year when he graduates. His Porsche is so much better than your little donkey. He can take me into high society. So I'm sorry. Meng was pushing a shopping cart and lining up to check out at the supermarket cashier counter when he actually received a breakup WeChat from his girlfriend. Being slammed in the face with a good guy card, Meng shook his head and laughed softly, a touch of indifference flashing in his eyes. Ask yourself, he was already good enough for his ex-girlfriend. Holiday gifts, sick care, paying for shopping, treats, etc. Basically spending 80% of his salary every month. Meng did not expect that he was actually broken up by his girlfriend without warning. Although his ex-girlfriend is quite good-looking, but he is also very handsome. When in the university, chasing after him so many girls, there is no lack of rich white beauty. The reason why he chose his ex-girlfriend, because the two were high school 3 years at the same table. But he didn't expect 7 years of friendship. But after graduation, he couldn't resist the temptation of high society. As for this Chen Xinxiang, this person is Meng Hao once studied in the school of the famous sleazy villain. Not only their own social mixing and beautiful girlfriend basically month-to-month change, but also once because of the alleged use of force was on the lawsuit. Previously, Meng Hao just lamented a rich and capricious, but did not expect Chen Xinxiang actually robbed his girlfriend. Can rich people do whatever they want? Really hateful. I cam his ancestors 18 generations. Ding! Detected the host's anger value rising. The system has been unlocked. The newbie gift pack has been distributed to the system backpack. Does the host open it? Open it. Meng was inwardly ecstatic. He didn't expect that the system that only existed in novels. He actually got it for real today. It's too good to be true. It's just that I don't know what the novice gift pack can open. Newbie gift pack opening in progress. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a world price randomization magic box. Please open it. World price randomization box? What is this thing? How come there's no system explanation? Meng was inwardly puzzled. He had only heard of Pandora's box. However, Meng's many years of novel reading experience told him that the newbie gift pack was something that had to be opened, or else it was bound to be a blood loss. Open it. World price magic box opening in progress. Ding! The random transformation of world prices has been completed. All prices have been devalued by 1 billion times, and the host's savings are successfully immune to the devaluation. World prices have been devalued 1 billion times? Meng looked around and felt a bit confused. He didn't see any changes either. Hey, it's your turn. Don't have any money? Then go out first. Don't delay the customers behind you from checking out. The pretty cashier reminded nonchalantly. Her face was exquisite to some excess, like a fairy descending to the mortal world. Several times prettier than Meng's ex-girlfriend. Yet she didn't know why she was willing to come to the supermarket as a tiny cashier. Even though this was the largest shopping plaza in the center of Nanhang City, Meng snapped back to his senses and looked at the cashier with an awkward smile. So it was his turn to check out. I'm sorry, I just got distracted. I brought money. As he spoke, he moved the items in the shopping cart, one by one, to the cash register. Just like always, the scanning gun ticked, and one by one the price barcodes were swept through. 86 nanodollars. The pretty cashier tore off the small ticket and looked at Meng. In her heart, she disdainfully said, "Little bastard, isn't it just like those licking dogs who want to take the opportunity to look at this lady a few more times while waiting in line?" I can't believe he was distracted. This batch of licking dogs really can't fixate on it. However, Meng's next action made her and the passers-by in line behind her. Their hearts jerked and their faces changed dramatically, only to see Meng take out a red $100 bill with his face as usual and hand it to the cashier. The overall difference between the red 100 yuan banknote and the past is not very big, just a little thicker, softer to the touch, full of toughness, but also more than a layer of dark gold fairy edge. Looks noble and elegant. The anti-counterfeiting metal line in the middle of the banknote was still there, just turned into a solid gold color. This honorable sir, you've got the wrong banknote. It's only 86 natty dollars. The pretty cashier suddenly stuttered in her speech. Her cheeks flushed a little as she looked at the huge banknote near in front of her. This gentleman must have known her true identity, and was courting her to show strength, right? How else could he pay with a huge bill worth $100? $100 was equal to 100 billion nanodollars, which was a super huge banknote only used by big banks, countries, and conglomerates when exchanging funds. Even if she sold her family's shopping mall in the center of the city, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough to cover 1% of the denomination of the huge bill. Seeing this, the crowd murmured, asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this the legendary $100 vault note? Can't be wrong. Who dares to imitate $100 red banknote in Xia? A particularly bad plot. Extrajudicial maniac Zhang San wouldn't even dare to imitate it. I've seen it before. Taking $100 red banknote to the supermarket. Is this person sure he doesn't want to buy a supermarket? No. Poverty limits your imagination. $100 is 100 billion naira. It's enough to buy the entire Wufujing shopping plaza. AWSL. This is too scary, right? Worship God's hero. I want to give him a monkey. It doesn't matter if it's money or not. What's important is that I like handsome men who come to the supermarket to shop. How about handsome men exchanging contact information? Soon, the pretty cashier noticed that the eyes of some customers in the queue were not right. While she pressed the alarm button, she pulled out her walkie-talkie, calling security. All supermarket security guards gather for this lady's checkout counter to escort a gentleman away. Meng Yu's head was full of questions. How is this called security? But no matter how it was explained, the pretty cashier insisted on bringing security to escort him away. A burgundy Rolls-Royce Phantom, traveling on the road to Meng Yu's house, was escorted by 4 bodyguard cars in front and behind. Honorable sir, how can you just take out a huge $100 bill and wave it around? You're a super rich man. You don't understand the sinister nature of the underbelly of society. Not to mention how scary it is when the poor hate the rich and go crazy. The pretty cashier softly reminded, a touch of petulance flashing in her eyes. In her opinion, Meng Yu taking out a huge $100 bill in front of everyone was undoubtedly an extremely courageous confession. Compared to this, what luxury cruise ship, what sea of roses, or all week, does she accept it? Or to be reserved and accepted again? Is $100 rare? Isn't it common? Meng Yu's head was full of question marks. To be honest, from the moment he pulled out his money and was ready to pay the bill to the moment he was escorted to the limousine, his mind was now buzzing. The pretty cashier's eyes widened and her breath caught. For an honorable person like you, $100 may indeed be common. After all, your acquisition of the Lighthouse Nation's Manhwa company also cost $10,000. But we ordinary people don't see that. After all, $1 is equal to $1,000 millidollars, equal to $1,000,000 microdollars, equal to $1,000,000 nanodollars. For ordinary people, let alone $100 in cash, even if it's just $1. It's worth putting their lives on the line and risking their lives. Although our summer country security is extremely good, and there is a micro-engraved positioning system for the huge $100 bills, Sir should have brought some bodyguards along with him. After all, carrying such a large amount of huge sums of money. Huge sum of money? What the hell? Meng Yu was stunned. Only then did he remember the system's words. The prices of the entire world had been devalued by 1 billion times. Chapter 2 The Low-Key, Mysterious Richest Man in the World? A few $1,000s to buy Pingo? Are you sure you're not buying a Pingo cell phone? Meng Yu looked at the pretty attendant with a look of a psychopath, making her uncomfortable. Manhwa company was in the past a market capitalization of 2 trillion rice dollars, which translates to 13 trillion nanodollars. Meng Yu silently converted. 10,000 yuan equals 10 million milliard dollars. 10 million milliard equals 10 billion microdollars. 10 billion microdollars equals 10 trillion nanodollars. Although 10,000 milliard was not comparable to the market capitalization of Manhwa company, but the market capitalization of such a thing was inflated, and it certainly could not be converted into cash on a one-to-one basis, and the purchasing power of 10,000 milliard was completely sufficient if it was truly acquired. This is too crazy. Meng Yu, a fresh graduate of the university, the housecar do not dare to imagine, suddenly have the wealth to acquire Manhwa company. Frightened, he hurriedly took out his cell phone and opened the Summerland Bank. Fixing his eyes on the cell phone banking interface, the balance showed 13,200 yuan, and after he double-checked that the unit behind it was indeed yuan, he almost fainted in happiness, because Meng Yu didn't intentionally cover it up. The pretty attendant hurriedly glanced at it, and while her eyes were shocked, her heartbeat also accelerated sharply again. A $10,000 household? This was the richest man in Xia, right? He was so young. How did he earn so much money? However, a man as outstanding as this, one could think and know that it was definitely impossible for him to chase her backwards. Young, handsome, and also low-key romantic, she is definitely going to take the initiative. There are times when the initiative, there is a story, and then reserved, it will be snatched away by another girl. At that time, her regret would be for life. Formal acquaintance, my name is Morong Qianyue, the owner of Morong Group is my father. Just now I was experiencing the life of a cashier. Alas, it's all the rage in high society these days. I didn't expect you to be experiencing life as well, Morong Qiyu said in a very self-conscious manner. Although Meng Yu was dressed in ground-up clothes, she wasn't the least bit surprised. because she was also wearing the work uniform of a supermarket cashier. What's so strange about this? When experiencing life, let alone wearing ground floor goods, there are rich people wearing beggars' clothes. Mengyu's brain is still a little confused. Responded smoothly. My name is Mengyu, just graduated from college, an ordinary wage earner. Morong Qianyue hears this. Her jade hand covers her small mouth and her smiling eyes are like crescent moons. Mr. Meng, you're still really into the show. So serious. No wonder you're so young. You already have $1 million fortune. If you're willing to announce your wealth, I'm afraid that the richest man in the Summer Kingdom, there's nothing left for Shuang Ma. She was right. The current richest man in Xiagua, Nan Hang Ma, the whole family is only about $4,000, and its competitor, Deep City Horse's fortune, is not far off. Recently, the throne of the richest man in the Summer Kingdom has been a rotation of 2 horses. However, the combined worth of the 2 men was not as good as Mengyu. Even the wealth of the world's richest man, Amazon boss Jack Bezos, was only $7,750, far less than Mengyu's bank balance. But Morong Qianyu knew that this was very possible, because like some ancient families, such as the Rothschilds, their wealth could be more than the richest man in the world on the surface. So Morong Qianyu guessed that Mengyu might be some ancient Xiao family, the sole heir, and that having so many bank deposits would make complete sense. After all, the low-profile character of the Summer people is for the world's millions of people to preach and praise. Mengyu, who was bursting with happiness, leaned back on the backseat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, looked at Morong Qianyue's soft eyes, and casually asked, "This Rolls-Royce has a luxurious interior. How much did you pay for it?" "This Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom is my dad bought me a graduation gift. Seems to be 4 cents. Morong Qianyue couldn't help but sit a little closer to Mengyu. 4 cents? The corner of Mengyu's mouth twitched, which meant that the small meat buns that used to be bought for 50 cents apiece could now be exchanged for 10 luxury sports cars, which was too exaggerated, right? Suppose this is true. Mengyu hurriedly opened his cell phone housing agency software, which he downloaded some time ago when he rented a room. In fact, he also looked at the price of second-hand houses in passing. The result was simply by the price of housing in the center of South Hangzhou. The blow almost closed over the breath. 20,000 square feet. Even if he does not eat and drink 10 years, cannot afford to buy a 70 square feet of small house. The reason why his girlfriend left him. In fact, there are also practical reasons in this regard. However, Mengyu had already thought about it now. The woman who abandoned him, let her regret the rest of her life. Anyway, it's not easy to find a 3-legged toad under the sky, but there are plenty of 2-legged girls. For example, this beautiful girl in front of him who drove a Rolls-Royce, her face value and body both shook off his ex-girlfriend by several blocks. This car's air conditioning seems to be broken. Morong Qianyue bit her lip and complained. Saying that, she took off the cashier's jacket on her body, bringing up a fragrant breeze that made Mengyu a bit apoplectic. But thinking of his ex-girlfriend's desperate words, his face turned cold for a few moments. But it made Morong Qianyue feel a little panicked in her heart. Finished? It's over. He must have thought she was frivolous. I should have known that she should have been a little more reserved. This, Mr. Mengyu, don't misunderstand. I was too excited to see you, so my body got hot. I'm usually very conservative. Morong Qianyue began to suffer. If it was usual, even if she met a schoolboy in the academy, she wouldn't bother to explain herself unnecessarily. But Mengyu's deposits surpassed the richest man in the world, and was just too rich. Even if she was a high and mighty goddess, she couldn't hold up. It's none of your business. I just got dumped. By the way, have the driver change lanes to go to the Marriott restaurant. I need to get my revenge. Mengyu spoke blandly. He had already seen through the little bit of Morong Qianyue's heart, but he didn't say anything about it, because Mengyu was now single, and Morong Qianyue was also single, so it was normal for Morong Qianyue to pursue him, right? After all, with the help of the system, his current wealth was extremely impressive. What? Morong Qianyue was dumbfounded at the words. Which woman actually dared to dump this Mr. Meng? Is her brain broken? Chapter 3: A penny for a friend. Can a super rich guy like Mengyu get dumped? That woman must be blind. Morong Qianyue expressed her inability to understand. However, she looked at Mengyu's plain clothes and on second thought, she realized the key point. It must be that Mengyu had hidden his wealth, which was why that woman disliked the poor and chose to leave. But if that woman knew the truth, would she regret running headlong on the spot? To know how desperate it was for a gold-digging woman to miss out on a young world's richest man, Morong Qianyu thought somewhat gloatingly, but she was a bit glad that woman gave up her position. Otherwise she wouldn't have had this opportunity to get up close and personal with the top rich second generation in Xia, without the need for Morong Qianyue to speak. The driver had already knowingly changed the route to the Marriott restaurant and reminded Mengyu that there were still 5 minutes left to arrive. Suddenly, Mengyu thought of a good idea. and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Beautiful Miss Morong, can you do me a favor and be a shield for once? Afterward, I'll give you a penny. This, Morong Qianyue was initially planning to refuse, but a penny was just too much, equivalent to 10 million nano dollars, enough to buy a high-end Porsche, and there was also a chance to get in touch with Mengyu. This kind of 2-for-1 thing, she definitely had to agree. A penny is too much. How about this? Make a friend and treat me to dinner next time? Morong Qianyue spread a smile. After thinking it over, she still refused the penny, because she didn't want to be in a trading relationship with Mengyu. It would be too cold and not conducive to the development of a subsequent relationship. Furthermore, although a penny was a lot, her family did not lack this penny. What she lacked was just a young and handsome world's richest boyfriend. Mengyu nodded slightly. Sure, by the way, prepare another mask for me. Since Morong Qianyue took the initiative to propose to make friends, Mengyu was naturally very happy to do so, putting aside her face value and figure. Her Morong Group's $1,000 daughter's identity alone would be of great help to Mengyu in adapting to his new status as the millionaire tycoon. Morong Qianyue smiled like a flower. I happen to have a pair of masks here that I usually use to attend dances. The black color is on the neutral side. If you don't mind, I can give them to you. Saying that, she took out a pair of black half-face masks from the Hermes bag she was carrying. This pair of masks could only cover the upper half of the face. The chin and mouth could not be covered. Mengyu took a look. Although there was some softness in the outline lines of the mask, it was clearly not a mask for ladies. Thanks. However, can you sit over a bit? It's a bit cramped. Mengyu casually took the mask and put it on his face. He was a big man, but he didn't have any cleanliness fetish, not to mention that the other party was still a big beauty. Hey, sorry. Morong Qianyue's pretty face blushed. She didn't know when, but her entire body had been attached to Mengyu, because Mengyu was too much in line with her choice of spouse, so she couldn't help herself. Morong Qianyue awkwardly coughed lightly twice and sat far away on the other side. This scene made her can't help but think of those boys who pursued her. Those boys, in order to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor, often sat like this as well. She just didn't think that this time the roles were switched. 5 minutes passed in a flash. In a sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Rolls-Royce Molly Phantom stopped in front of the main door of Juanhao restaurant. Mr. Meng, wait and get off. I purposely had 2 sets of men's clothing sent to me. 1 set of Dior, 1 set of Armani, all the latest styles. See if you like any of them. Morong Qianyue winked smugly. She opens the car window, reaches out to take the 3 paper bags handed in by her subordinates, and transfers them to Mengyu as if offering treasure. Since she was going to her ex-girlfriend to make a scene, how could she continue to dress ordinary? Mengyu also thought of this and was slightly surprised at her meticulousness. Ms. Morong has a heart. After changing into a set of black Armani, Mengyu wore a black mask and walked down the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom, holding Morong Qianyue, who had also changed into a set of Hermes women's clothing, and walked straight into the Juanhao restaurant. Under such a row, Mengyu believes that even if some of his ex-girlfriends look familiar, he must not recognize them. Mengyu arrived at the front desk, disguised as Chen Xinxian's friend identity, easily inquired about Chen Xinxian's table number location. He was on the 5th floor of the Golden Jade Hall table 9. Golden Jade Hall table number 9. 3 men and 3 women were drinking and eating food. Wang Li, you're going to soar in the future if you follow Brother Chen. Don't worry, Brother Chen has already changed his ways. It was all because he didn't know any better in the academy before. He will definitely be devoted to you in the future. A foxy woman flattered. She was Wang Li's bosom friend and the matchmaker between Wang Li and Chen Xinxiang. Between the drinks, Wang Li's face was complicated and she was already a bit drunk. And in a trance, she remembered her ex-boyfriend who she had been with for 7 years, and she more or less missed him. But looking down at the diamond ring on her hand, this kind of nostalgia completely dissipated. Yes, Chen Xinxiang is not a good thing, but people have money just to determine the relationship between men and women. Sent her hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of diamond rings, then Mengyu 7 years, the value of all the gifts added together to send more. Moreover, she felt that men would gradually understand things as they got older, so maybe she would be able to get Chen Xinxiang to accept her heart? That would definitely be much better than being with Mengyu. That's right, Mengyu is handsome. It's not too much to call him a school grass, but being handsome can't be a meal, let alone buying bags and expensive cosmetics. In the end, money is the king. Suddenly, the waiter led a man and a woman over and slowly sat down at table number 8 in the Golden Jade Hall. Chapter 4, What a coincidence. Many girls say the same thing. Inside the Golden Jade Hall, after the 2 guests were seated at table 8, they greatly attracted the attention of the neighboring tables. The male guest was dressed in a black Armani, a jade tree, showing off his nobility. Even though he was wearing a black mask, just from his chin, mouth, and eyes, the 3 women at table 9 knew that this was bound to be a handsome man. After all, the woman beside him was an aristocratic young lady in the latest Hermes luxury women's clothing, although the three women couldn't afford Hermes, but it does not prevent them from passionately pursuing these world-famous brand clothing. And this Missy also has an angelic appearance, devil body, they can be said to be an all-round crush, which makes the three women feel a little ashamed of themselves. Can let this kind of woman as a female companion of the man, his face value will certainly not be low, family history is unimaginable. It was simply the perfect Prince Charming. If it was possible, the three women very much hoped that the woman sitting beside the man would be themselves. Even if it was just a one-night fling, it would still be a wonderful encounter. This beautiful young lady in the beige long dress, may I have the honor of having lunch with you? Mengyu smiled faintly. His voice was deliberately a bit husky, differing greatly from his original timbre, which was one of the underpinnings of his disguise to find a venue this time. Speaking of which, he was considered an amateur voice actor enthusiast. This Wang Li was a bit hesitant, but after a moment of contemplation, she politely declined back. No thanks, my boyfriend is here. But this gentleman, haven't we met somewhere before? It always feels a bit familiar. What a coincidence. Many girls say so. What about the other two ladies? I wonder if we have the honor of having dinner together. I like to be a bit more lively. The corner of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly. People rely on clothes, Buddha relies on gold. Under the modification of Armani's men's clothing, his temperament was raised extremely much. Wang Li, I can't stand it. You're green tea whore who worships gold and wants to pretend to be noble at the same time. Familiar? I am familiar with Nima than 7 years together with the boyfriend. You for the sake of money to say split, and still here to pretend what pure. I don't believe it. Big handsome pot. If she doesn't go, I'll go. The third woman at table 9 sneered. After saying that, she simply sat down at table 8. As for not having friends in the future, anyway, a group of drinking friends, with 5 missing, finding another 5 would be a simple matter for her, but getting acquainted with upper-class people could be a matter that required luck. This, she understood in her heart like a mirror. After exchanging a few sentences, Mengyu learned that her name was Wu Rui, from a business family, a simple and straightforward materialistic woman. The man at table 8's face was gloomy as hell, because Wu Rui was his female companion, and Mengyu's move was tantamount to a slap in his face. But the other party was from a very powerful source, and he didn't dare to risk offending them, so he planned to leave the table by excusing himself early. At this time, Chen Xinxiang bent his head and whispered a few words in his ear, and he glanced at Mengyu in surprise, revealing undisguised contempt in his eyes. Another waiter came to table 8 with the menu. Juanhao Restaurant. As the center of Nanhang City, a number of big restaurants, the service was naturally meticulous and thoughtful. Each table had an exclusive waiter. There were also professionals in charge of ordering and passing out food. Of course, the wool comes from the sheep. The price is naturally very high. A random dish of organic greens would cost hundreds of natty dollars, and the single-table guaranteed consumption of the Golden Jade Hall was as high as 10,000 natty dollars. Mengyu signaled the waiter to let Morong Qianyue order. I didn't expect Morong Qianyue to be very nonchalant as well. I'm tired of eating all of Marriott's dishes. There's no need to order anymore. Serve a round of your store's signature dishes, and then 2 cups of beet jade syrup. Okay, but we have a new Sichuan chef in the store, so there is one more new dish. This dish is called 9 Fresh Supreme Crab, and it uses a rare emperor crab, scientific name, giant anthropomorphic crab, of more than 66 pounds as the main ingredient, supplemented with 9 kinds of expensive mountain treasures as condiments. Do you want to try it? But the price is slightly expensive. It still costs 660,000 nanodollars after the discount, the waiter said with a smile on his face. Morong Qianyue hesitated for a moment, although she was very willing to spend 660,000 to taste a fresh one. After all, this money was a drop in the bucket for both her and Mengyu. But would spending money like this leave a bad impression on Mengyu? Go ahead, it's not bad. Mengyu smiled bashfully, although he had been made to have no concept of money by the system's magic box. He knew that he had more money than the richest man in the world, and that was enough. As long as he didn't touch those bottomless pits and only ate, drank and played, the wealth he possessed would not be spent in 10 lifetimes. Alright Lou, wait a moment master. I'll inform those chefs to make it now. The waiter took the menu and left. Wu Rui witnessed the scene in front of her and became even more convinced that her choice was correct. If she was dead set on saving face and sitting at table 9, then she definitely did not have the good fortune to eat the 9 Fresh Supreme Crab, a prestigious new dish valued at 660,000 nanodollars. Yo, what about the 66 pounds of oversized emperor crab? Just thinking about it makes me drool. You too. Alas, what a shame. Zhao Inger, why do you need to learn from that biker and pretend to be pure? Wu Rui looked at Wang Li provocatively. Wang Li gritted her teeth and glanced at Wu Rue, turning her head with pleading eyes to look at Chen Xinxiang, who frowned. Although Chen Xinxiang is also a rich second generation, but after all, just graduated, the family actually did not give much living expenses. Every month adds up to about 100,000 nanodollars like, Porsche luxury car and mansion are graduated when parents sent, so 9 fresh supreme crab, he cannot afford to order. Miss Wu is delusional, but 66 pounds of emperor crab, the 3 of us at the table really can't eat it, and it's a waste to waste it. Why don't the 2 young ladies come over and eat it together? Meng Yu continued to invite. The fox charming woman, Zhao Inger, was a bit impressed. It was a huge 66 pounds of crab that she had never eaten before. If she missed this time, it would be very difficult to have a chance to eat it for a second time in this life. Even Wang Li was struggling with her face. Chapter 5, Emperor Crab and Kong D red wine go better together? Morong Qianyue gave Meng Yu a strange look. He did know that this high-flying handsome was here to find a scene. He just didn't know which show he was singing right now. Could it be that he was preparing to get back together with his ex-girlfriend? Couldn't be. She Morong Qianyue in terms of figure, value, family background, ability, chastity, etc. Which point is not dumped Wang Li a few streets, not to mention that it is still in front of people's current boyfriend. Suddenly, Chen Xinxiang stood up with a gloomy face. Brothers, it's good for us to play our own games, but you passed. I passed? He. Meng Yu laughed lightly. In his heart, he actually hated to rub this kid on the ground. The so-called hatred of killing one's father and taking one's wife is not shared. It was true that there was a huge gap between girlfriend and wife, but this was definitely not something that could be laughed off. Today this scene, he is smashed. Chen Xinxiang looked at the cloudy smile on Meng Yu's face, and his face grew more and more somber. In that case, then don't blame me for not being disciplined. You're actually a gigolo who's been adopted by the Morong family's eldest lady, right? Morong Qianyue has a fiancé, and is also a great young man of the Wang group. How can she be your girlfriend? Not to mention this outfit of yours, although it's indeed a genuine Armani, it obviously doesn't fit very well. It's a temporary rental, right? Upon hearing this, Meng Yu smiled without saying anything, but instead looked at Morong Qianyue with a smile on his face. Morong Qianyue, who was watching the show, heard this and her face dramatically changed. Which unruly little thing? You're babbling in front of my boyfriend. Are you hardening your wings? Do you want Auntie to help you fold off? Morong Qianyue was simply so angry that she wanted to kill someone. Thinking that she, the Morong family's eldest young lady, had her eyes set high. It was not easy for her to meet a man with the right conditions and who was particularly interesting. Was it easy for her? Someone actually dared to jump out and stir the pot? Is it really a tiger that doesn't give out, treating her like a kitty cat? Chen Xinxiang's face became more and more ugly, but he didn't dare to answer, because the Morong family was too much more powerful than the Chen family, and it wasn't even on the same level. If he really pissed off the real Morong Qianjin in front of him, I'm afraid that he would not be able to eat and walk. This could be seen from the fact that he knew Morong Qianyue, but Morong Qianyue didn't know him. After Morong Qianyue finished lecturing Chen Xinxiang, she turned her head to see Meng Yu smile and explained stiffly, that fiancé thing, it was agreed upon by my father and the elders of the Wang family, and I was only just turned 1 at that time. I'm sorry to make you laugh about that worldly family crap. Anyway, there's no way I'm marrying that idiot from the Wang family. Southern Hang City Morong Group's golden young lady? Zhao Inger and Wang Li glanced at each other when they saw this, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. Compared to this level of aristocratic damsel, they were ugly ducklings in the mud. As for Chen Xinxiang's questionable words, the 2 women did not believe them either. After all, Miss Morong's behavior at this time was not like a rich woman who had adopted a white boy. It was like a little woman who had fallen in love. Zhao Inger stood up. I'm sorry, Brother Chen. I do crave that big crab. I'll go over later to apologize to you. But in reality, her craving for crabs was fake, and wanting to befriend Miss Morong and this noble gentry was real. Only Wang Li was left alone, sitting across from the 3 men, and was about to get up and follow them over, but was scared by Chen Xinxiang's fierce look and froze. Seeing this scene, Meng Yu shook the goblet in his hand, sipping the bright red blood like champagne in the glass, and smiled to himself. It wasn't Wang Li who was blind. It was him who was blind in the first place. Waiter, what is the best wine you have here? Back to sir. It's the Romane Conti 1990, priced at 600,000 yuan. All picked up by our boss personally at the Romane winery to make sure there isn't a single bottle of fake goods. The waiter respectfully replied back. Morong Qianyue's head nodded slightly. The Conti here is real. The flavor is very authentic. Then let's start with 5 bottles. Meng Yu smiled bashfully. Since it was real, there was nothing for him to hesitate about. After all, his wealth had surpassed the richest man in the world, so it was impossible for him to still be catty about food and drink. Not to mention that 3 million nano yuan, converted into yuan, was only 0. 003 yuan. What could such a small amount of money buy when placed in the world before the system was transformed? Wu Rui and Zhao Inger looked at each other with ecstatic faces. If you can drink a bottle of 90-year Conti, I'm afraid you can brag with others for most of your life. Wang Li on the neighboring table was bleary-eyed. Originally she also had the opportunity to taste the big crab and Conti red wine. However, she quickly accepted the reality that ordinary red wine and seafood were not bad. It was too much better than eating ground floor stalls with her ex-boyfriend. The 3 men at table 9 grimaced and bowed their heads. Whether it was the 9 fresh supreme crab or the 90 years Conti, it had undoubtedly exceeded their spending red line. These 3 rich second-generation men who usually like to hit the workers with money. For the first time, they were hit with money, and it was also a man who was as young as they were. The feeling was as stifling as it could be. What was even more painful was that after thinking about it, they didn't know from where they had offended this super-rich second generation. Could it be that they were targeted simply because they were sitting at table number 9? The more the trio thought about it, the more likely it was. After all, the once upon a time, they hadn't rarely intentionally embarrassed ordinary people because of this kind of face-saving issue. Guest, your 9 fresh supreme crabs and 5 bottles of Romani Conti. Please enjoy. The waiter was full of smiles. The 2 food delivery students worked together to bring down a large covered plate from the food cart and carefully placed it on the table. Whether it was the plate of 9 fresh supreme crab worth 660,000 natty dollars or the noble guest who ate the dish, nothing could go wrong where the consequences would be severe. The waiter was relieved to see the dish safely on the table, and reached out to help the guest uncover the lid. And an emperor crab that was bigger than a face basin appeared on table 8 after being roasted over a secret charcoal grill. This drew the attention of many diners in the Golden Jade Hall. After seeing the style on table number 8, they directly stared wide-eyed. What kind of god is on table 8? Such a large emperor crab. It's too good at eating, right? That's the 9 fresh supreme crab. It's 660,000 nano yuan a plate. Not only that, there are 5 bottles of 90-year-old candy. It's called the finest of the emperors. It's rare to see the real thing. I'd love to go over there and have a drink. Shoo, keep your voice down. That woman is the daughter of the Morong family. If she can keep this woman company, the man's status is unimaginable. I'm so envious. If only I had such a boyfriend. Yes, even if I had to wash his socks every day, it would still smell good. What if I want to go over and talk to him? If you want to die, you can go by yourselves. Miss Morong is obviously in love with this young man. Do you dare to steal him from her? You don't want to continue working in Nanhang City? However, Meng Yu's next sentence caused the fire of gossip in the hearts of the crowd to blaze. Send a bottle of Conti to the woman with the long beige dress at table 8. The corners of Meng Yu's mouth rose slightly. Only the smile was so cruel in Morong Qianyue's eyes. He was trying to kill, because she knew Meng Yu's purpose for coming here. She had probably guessed a few points about Meng Yu's plan, but the harder Meng Yu retaliated, the more her heart ached for this low-profile world's richest man. What a good man, how certain people just don't know how to cherish. Chapter 6, You Deserve Better. The waiter froze for a moment, but his professional service attitude still allowed him to carry out Meng Yu's orders without a word. The moment the red wine landed on the table, the 3 men and 1 woman at table 9 had 2 very different expressions on their faces. Wang Li had an undisguised ecstasy in her eyes. For a vain girl, a bottle of 90-year-old Romane Conti, a Hermes bag, can make her pay a lot of things, even if the object is an unknown passerby. The 3 men, on the other hand, had faces as heavy as water, especially Chen Xinxiang. His face was now so ironic that his body, which was already hollowed out by cigarettes and alcohol, coupled with the night and day, his body was much worse than any ordinary person. Wang Li lovingly hugged the Conti red wine bottle with that careful look, as if she was hugging the girl of her dreams. But she was also quite strange, because from the moment she came in, this super-rich second generation seemed to be paying special attention to her. At this moment, holding the bottle of wine, she asked the doubt in her heart, "This gentleman, may I ask why you're giving me a bottle of 90-year-old Conti? Because you deserve better." Meng Yu poured the Conti red wine and replied carelessly. This sentence undoubtedly poked Wang Li's pain point, because if there was a better choice, she would not be with Chen Xinxiang. Although Wang Li had expectations for Chen Xinxiang's prodigal son to return, she inwardly knew very well how unrealistic it was to penance a sea king. This super-rich second generation was right. A little fairy like her should need an even better rich second generation to be worthy of her. Wang Li held the red wine and righteously got up and left table 9, sitting at table 8 with a joyful smile, without a second glance at Chen Xinxiang. Just like her WeChat, suddenly announced and Meng Yu break up, sitting in Chen Xinxiang's arms laughing, bitter wine into the throat heart pain. Chen Xinxiang coughed violently. However, he was not sad about losing a girlfriend. After all, this was not realistic for a sea king. What he was sad about was being snatched away from his girlfriend by someone else, and it was a purely passerby-style snatch in front of his face. making his rich second generation's face disgraceful. People live with one face, trees live with one skin. Now this skin of his was cut off alive by this super rich second generation in front of him. Brother, you are powerful. I, Chen Xinxiang, admit defeat. Losing to you this kind of super rich second generation, I lost with conviction. Little brother, I have eyes not recognize MT. Tai. Self-punishment a cup. Although Chen Xinxiang was a playboy, in his heart, he actually understood that those people were people he couldn't afford to mess with. Among them were Morong Qianyue and this mysterious rich second generation wearing a fake mask in front of him. He stood up with a forced smile, raised a full glass of red wine towards Mengyu and drank it all in one go. Waiter, settle the bill. The other 2 men at table 9 followed suit and stood up to toast to Mengyu. The crowd of diners watched the fun and spoke up. Where can you drink red for a penalty? Right. Blow a bottle of Mao Tai if you're really sincere. That's called thanking for your offense. Or don't. That man is drinking red face, probably dying. It's not good if he gets hospitalized. No way, sir. A few cups of red can't work? The crowd's murmurs into the ear. Chen Xinxiang's face sank. In the past, he was the one who liked to make noise, and many girls were easily taken by him and the crowd's together noise. But this time, the onlookers of the coaxing sound seems particularly harsh, as if he was roasted on the fire. Chen Xinxiang's own body, what quality, how much alcohol he is not clear, has long been emptied by the wine and color. Blow another bottle of Mao Tai? Then he will be hospitalized. The hospitality is hard to resist, so let's do it this way. Waiter, give each person in the Golden Jade Hall a bottle of Mutai, and put it on my account. Mengyu smiled blandly. The smile on the waiter's face grew even wider. Honored guest, do you think a flying Mutai worth one? $600 natty will do? He wasn't a cutie either. After all, was treating passers-by to wine. Naturally he wouldn't report better-aged Mutai to pit the honored guest. Otherwise, if the noble guest was dissatisfied, he would probably have to be dismissed as well. Aha! Mengyu nodded slightly. A mere $600 natty a bottle of flying Mutai was not worth mentioning. The diners in the Golden Jade Hall, adding up to just 100 people, one person inviting a bottle, adding up to not be able to match the half bottle of Conti red wine he drank. Mengyu did not look at Chen Xinxiang again, but greeted the ladies and said, let's start. 66 caddies or more of emperor crab is a rarity. Money is not always enough to eat it. However, the ladies did not have the intention to move their chopsticks, they just secretly sized him up. It was said that showmanship was a good thing, and handsome men were the same for the girls, not to mention that Mengyu, the host, didn't even move his chopsticks, so how would the ladies dare to eat first? In front of a rich and handsome man, mustn't you act like a lady? The tableware of the Marriott Hotel was extremely complete. Not only were there public chopsticks and spoons, but there were also a variety of silver Western tableware, and even the tools to break the hard pincers of the emperor crab were ready. Honorable guest, the crab meat of the crab pincer is the most delicious. Do you need me to take it out for you? The waiter respectfully requested. Mengyu did not refuse. With pleasure. It's our Marriott restaurant's honor to serve a valued guest like you. The waiter was very skillful in his business, and soon used a tool to pry open the pincers of the king crab, and after putting on transparent film gloves, he took out a whole piece of crab meat that was bigger than an adult man's arm. After placing the crab meat on a pearwood cutting board, the waiter sliced off a small piece and cut it into small segments suitable for chopsticks. He drizzled it with freshly squeezed lemon juice, put it on a silver plate, and carefully handed it to Mengyu. Can he not be careful? This small dish of crab meat was worth several months of his salary. In a flash, that unique aroma of charcoal grilled seafood was tempered by the aroma of 9 types of precious mountain treasures, mixed with the fresh scent of lemon, and drilled into Mengyu's nostrils. Mengyu looked at the crystal clear crab meat on the plate and couldn't help but get his fingers tingling. Cut some for the 4 ladies as well. The 9 fresh supreme crab is truly extraordinary. The waiter respectfully answered yes and cut off another small plate of crab meat, first handing it to Morong Qianyue. He was the one who witnessed the before and after. Of course he knew who was Mengyu's female companion among the 4 women. The corners of Morong Qianyue's mouth rose slightly as she nonchalantly took the silver plate and ate it, while the remaining 3 girls had some loss in their eyes. Even though they knew that Morong Qianyue was the white swan, they also had Cinderella's fantasies. As for the Porsche-rich second-generation Chen Xinxiang, there is this mysterious origin. Noble super-rich second-generation jewel in front. The women present who will still pay attention to him? Chapter 7, another case of flying mutai. At this time, flying mutai was served on each table one after another. Table 9 also served 3 500 milliliters bottles of flying mutai. Looking at table 9, 3 men holding chopsticks, hand straight trembling, only because they know deeply. Although this wine neighboring table's super-rich second generation will not force them to drink, but the 3 of them must drink today, even if it is to drink into the hospital. The consequences of not drinking, they were more than clear. because of those who do not know how to offend their young wage earners. And finally, what is the end? That is their hands arranged. It's just that at first they were the ones in control. Now they were like three tail-wagging, begging lapdogs. They looked pleadingly at Morong Qianyue in an attempt to be able to have someone come forward to round up the situation. But Morong Qianyue just brushed her mouth away and continued to lower her head to eat the emperor crab meat. After Chen Xinxiang declared his name, Morong Qianyue had already guessed who he was. The youngest master of the Chun group. A little-known dude in South Hangzhou City. Certainly not a good name. If he hadn't snatched Mr. Meng's girlfriend, Morong Qiyu would have more or less pulled Chen Xinxiang's strings for the sake of the Chen family's friendship with the Morong family's elders. After all, it's not good to see him drink his way into the hospital. But Chen Xinxiang even had the audacity to offend the deposit of 10,000 yuan of Mr. Meng. That is self-seeking death. Morong Qianyu still wanted to try to win Meng Yu's favor. How could she speak for him? Chen Xinxiang's two drinking friends' faces crossed. Big trouble was coming. The opposite side was very big. The two of them couldn't care less about brotherhood. They each picked up a bottle of flying mutai and blew into it. Throat knots rolling up and down. They swallowed. In the transparent body of flying mutai, the liquor was rapidly decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Their bodies in drinking capacity were a good deal stronger than Chen Xin, forcing them to blow on a bottle of flying mutai. Although it was difficult for sure, it was not so bad that they had to go to the hospital to wash their stomachs. Good. The two brothers are good drinkers. I, Meng, have an average drinking capacity, and I admire the two of you who drink wine like water. I'll make friends with you too. Meng Yu stroked his palm and laughed. The two men with reddened faces were overjoyed at the words. Brother Meng is too kind. Since this is the case, then my little brother has something to do at home first, so I won't bother my big brother's pleasure. Meng Yu smiled indifferently. No harm done. After drinking so much wine, it's time to go back and rest early. The two men were like amnesties, standing up and covering their stomachs, leaving in a mess. Seeing this, the four women on Meng Yu's table let out a light laugh, actually amused by the two men's wretched posture. At this moment, the eyes of the entire audience unconsciously focused on table 9, where Chen Xinxiang sat alone. Chen Xinxiang felt the crowd's strange gaze. Has always been extremely heavy face of him, suddenly as if sitting on pins and needles. He held the flying mutai hand trembling, eyes show the color of struggle. Although he was ruthless to others, and he did not do a lot of things by force, but the more such a person, the more he was a bully and lacked the courage to make a decision to be ruthless. When Wang Li saw Chen Xinxiang's feckless appearance, the corner of her mouth slightly skimmed, a flash of disdain in the bottom of her eyes. She had thought that although Chen Xinxiang was a playboy and a social mixer, he was also a lordly figure with a reputation in the upper society. It did not occur to her that he would behave so poorly in front of a rich second generation with a much higher status. The two women at the original table 9 also flashed disdain in their eyes. Goods are better than goods. The same rich second generation. This one at table 8 is much more powerful than Chen Xinxiang. The crowd also whispered. I don't think so. It's just a bottle of Mao Tai. Why do you hesitate for so long? My wife even came out in labor. Looks like he wears gold and silver and is a man of 6. But I didn't realize he's a jeweled straw man. These three girls met the wrong person. Alas, I want to eat and drink at table 8. I can't compete with them in terms of face value and body shape. How come there are no rich and handsome people inviting me? 9 fresh supreme crabs and Conti red wine. Everyone wants to try them, right? Don't think about it. I see that the big young man wearing a mask, and table 9 definitely have old grudges. Just don't know how they provoked him. Otherwise it would not come to this. Because Meng Yu had treated the entire Golden Jade Hall's diners to a bottle of flying mutai. The diners were clearly helping Meng Yu. After all, if you eat a man's mouth is soft, you can take a man's hand. This was also in Meng Yu's plan. Chen Xinxiang's face skin trembled, irritated by the crowd's cool words. His anger was so strong that he drew a tissue and coughed violently. The fishy red blood on the tissue was shocking to the eyes. He was so scared that the hand holding the bottle shook, and flying mutai unexpectedly fell to the ground and broke. The refreshing Maotai liquid flowed all over the place. Chen Xinxiang bowed his head and apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, brother, I wasted a piece of your good intentions. I will definitely make amends at the door in the future. In his heart, he was quietly relieved. This time he finally did not have to ride the tiger. It's okay, just a little money. Waiter, give table 9 another case of flying mutai. Meng Yu swept a glance at him with a smile. A case? Chen Xinxiang's face changed dramatically and he couldn't help but shiver. Table no. 8. Wang Li looked at Meng Yu in disbelief. She was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on her forehead when Meng Yu called himself Meng someone, but after a little thought she dismissed the conjecture in her mind. What kind of family her ex-boyfriend was? She and Meng Yu had been in love for 7 years. Would she not know? Not to mention that the two only look similar. Tone and dress taste are very different. Meng Yu must not be the identity of the noble rich second generation. it is even more unlikely that the Morong group's daughter would be willing to be his female companion. Meng Yu spoke blandly, is the crab meat not to your liking? Why is Ms. Wang looking at me like this? After experiencing the initial fury of being betrayed, he had calmed down. Just like Wang Li said when they broke up, the two were just inappropriate. With a stunning beauty like Morong Qianyue on his side, how would he cling to a gold-digging woman who abandoned him? And the reason why he, at first, couldn't see Wang Li's true face was just that he was overwhelmed by love. And now that he calmed down and analyzed it objectively, he realized that Wang Li was really not suitable to marry home. Of course, he would never let this pair of dogs off easily. Chapter 8, the only unopened bottle of Conti red wine on the table. Facing Meng Yu's questioning words, Wang Li waved her hands repeatedly. No, thanks for your hospitality. The crab meat is very delicious. I've never had such tender and refreshing large pieces of crab meat before. And the Conti red wine is also very good. This is the best meal I've ever had in my life. She was indeed telling the truth. Putting aside the 5 bottles of Conti red wine that cost more than $3 million, the 66 catty king crab alone was not something that an ordinary family could afford to consume. The reason why I'm staring at Gongzi, I'm not afraid to laugh at Gongzi when I say it. My ex-boyfriend has a few similarities with your appearance, but of course you and him are a world apart, and his voice isn't as good as yours. Wang Li answered truthfully. Wu Rui picked up the conversation in a conspiratorial manner. Yo ho, this is to change the name of the gentleman. When the food is finished is not to directly call the husband? Your ex-boyfriend, that unlucky poor guy, actually deserves to be compared to Mr. Meng. You really know how to put gold on your face. Even Wang Li's best friend, Zhao Inger, was a bit unable to look on. Lily, you've gone too far. He, Meng Yu, at least raised you for 7 years. These 7 years from pocket money, living expenses, to salary and bonuses. Which one wasn't spent on you? You met a better man. Patting your ass and walking away is fine. Now you still come to consume him? Please be a man. Zhao Inger sighed softly. Worshipping gold was gold worshipping, but Wang Li's behavior was really a bit excessive in her eyes. Wasn't this bullying an honest person? This kind of desperate BFF don't want it. Maybe one day, she will backhandedly sell her. Then girlfriend's backstabbing, Wang Li instantly anxious. That is Meng Yu is willing to spend money. I did not force him. The pursuit of a better quality of life is my personal right. Why do I have to live a hard life with him? Wang Li looked pitifully at Meng Yu and whispered in aggravation. Your Excellency, don't you think so? Meng Yu and Morong Qianyue glanced at each other, their faces all looking a little strange. It makes sense. I think you chose correctly. It's not good for both sides to be together inappropriately. Morong Qianyue smiled like a flower and spoke in a rare moment. Wang Li received Morong Qianyue's support, and Wu Rui and Zhao Inger instantly didn't dare to speak. Meng Yu lowered his head. His eyes under the mask inexplicably had some sadness. That was for his past infatuated self. Waiter, how do you do your job? Help Ms. Wang open the red wine. He suddenly opened his mouth. The waiter immediately showed fear, and hurriedly picked up the corkscrew and opened the bottle of Conti red wine that Meng Yu had distributed to Wang Li. In fact, this was not the waiter's carelessness. In fact, he had long noticed the only bottle of Conti red wine on the table that was not opened. Obviously this Ms. Wang does not intend to drink at the banquet, but intends to refund the money after the banquet. After all, excess alcohol and tobacco refund money, which is normal in the restaurant, but generally is the host of the invitation to refund. But there are also a lot of greedy guests, like to take the host to give them a good wine refund. Although the waiter does not hate this kind of behavior, but has long seen strange, Wang Li looked at the open Romani Conti 1990 in pain. That is a full 600,000 natty dollars. So gone. She completely forgot. This wine was shared by Meng Yu for her to drink at the banquet, not for her to keep for money. No way, sir. Someone is really rubbing their nose in food and drink and is still prepared to keep the wine for money? This is too shameless, right? Wu Rui said in mock shock. Wang Li's face swelled red and she sophistically said, how can you defile someone's innocence out of thin air? Am I that kind of person? I just think that 4 bottles of Conti red wine is enough for the 5 of us to drink, and the remaining bottle is for Gongzi to take back and drink alone. So it's better. Saying that, she turned her head to look at Meng Yu cautiously, afraid of being disgusted by this Mr. Meng. In her opinion, as long as she could get on a little bit with this honorable Duke Meng, she might be able to take this opportunity in the future to really step into high society, or even marry into a wealthy family. As for her ex-boyfriend Meng Yu, at the moment, in her mind, the two of them were no longer in the same world. I didn't expect Miss Wang to be so considerate, but there's no need for that. Good wine should still be drunk at a banquet to enjoy it. Miss Wu must have misunderstood. This world does not have that kind of villain. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows lightly. Wu Rui didn't dare to contradict Duke Meng, so she only apologized to Wang Li in a fake and sympathetic manner. I'm sorry, it seems that I misunderstood Wang Li. Miss Wang Li must not be that kind of shameless villain. She purposely emphasized her tone on the word shameless villain. Straight away, she heard Wang Li gnashing her teeth. The crowd of diners within the Golden Jade Hall all smiled contemptuously when they heard this, but didn't say anything. After all, this Duke Meng's status was transcendent, probably from one of the great families in the imperial capital, talking and laughing about all the rich and powerful, traveling to and from the infinite merchants. Not knowing these folks' crooked ways and paths, it was also quite normal. At this time, the waiter moved a box of flying mutai and placed it on table number 9. The sights of all the diners were once again focused on Chen Xinxiang's body, ready to see the joke of this straw man rich second generation. These days, it was very common for rich second generation to hit workers with money, and there was nothing to see. Even the crowd of diners would still have their lips and some sympathy for the battered worker who was hit in the face, but it was still rare for a rich second generation to be disliked by a super rich second generation, and they were eager to see the hilarity. Chen Xinxiang looked at the box of Maotai on the table and was tempted to get up and leave regardless of the consequences, knowing that Mr. Meng would certainly not prevent him from leaving. It was just that doing so would be tantamount to losing Duke Meng's face. Afterwards, he would inevitably be held accountable, and his end would probably only be worse than drinking his way into the hospital. Morong Qianyue shook the empty wineglass in her hand, the corners of her mouth stained with crimson wine. The Chen family is at least one of the 8 great families of southern Hangzhou. How did it pull down and collapse when it came to you? If you're beaten, you have to stand up straight, and if you don't drink the toast, you have to drink the forfeit. You have to drink the penalty wine. Chen Xinxiang winced at his words. If this was mishandled and spread back to the Chen clan, his father was afraid that when he found out about this, he would directly break one of his legs. This was the cruelty of the lineage. Chen Xinxiang gave Morong Qianyue a resentful glance. Reaching out with a trembling hand, he picked up a bottle of Maotai and opened it, and he gritted his teeth. So he blew into the mouth of the bottle. A man dies with a bird in his hand. Isn't it just drinking his way into the hospital? Cam. Chapter 9, Uncovering the Truth. He's actually Mengyu? Inside the Golden Jade Hall, under the gloating gazes of the diners, the entire 500 milliliters bottle of liquor was poured into Chen Xinxiang's mouth one sip at a time. After drinking it, he coughed violently and stood up holding onto the table, staggering towards the door. In a daze, Chen Xinxiang secretly swore that in the future, if he sat at table 9 again, he would be a dog. Wait, Mengyu suddenly spoke up and called out to him. As the wine was getting to his head, Chen Xinxiang's mental defense completely collapsed. He turned around with tears running down his face. Grand Duke Meng, I really know I'm wrong. I shouldn't have sat at table 9 in front of you. 9 is the number of supremacy. I'm not worthy of sitting at all. I beg you to be generous. Treat me as a fart and let me go. The 3 women who had originally sat at table number 9 then revealed expressions of sudden realization. They had been wondering why Mengyu had been targeting table 9 ever since he came in, and now they finally understood. Mengyu was sitting at table 8, and Chen Xinxiang and the others were sitting at table 9, and 9 was the number of supremacy, which was particularly taboo in many ancient families because they survived from the dynasty period. No wonder in the past, Chen Xinxiang and the others liked to sit at table 9 for their meals, and if table 9 was occupied by a laborer, they would even ask the laborer to give up his place. If they encountered a defiant beat worker, then Chen Xinxiang would use the tactics of the second generation of the rich to let the beaten workers taste the evils of society. However, this time, the roles were swapped, and the party that was being bullied actually turned into Chen Xinxiang, the aggressor. So it could only be said that there are evil people who have their own evil people to grind. There are people outside of people. There is a sky outside the sky. The guests smiled and laughed. They had vaguely guessed this. Otherwise, why were tables 8 and 9 empty? These 2 numbers were obviously so auspicious. However, this was limited to the Marriott restaurant Golden Jade Hall, a place where the children of this kind of family come and go. If replaced by street restaurants, there wouldn't be so many preoccupations. The youngsters nowadays just like to pretend to be big and don't know that there are people outside of people. However, I see that this Mr. Meng is definitely worthy of table 9, with Morong Qianjin as his companion. He is probably a son of a big family in the imperial capital. Not many people in southern Hangzhou city would dare to mess with him. The Chen family kid is also unlucky. He actually crashed into the hands of Mr. Meng. If he ran into Mr. Morong or Mr. Wang, he would more or less save some face for him. With the crowd's comments ringing in his ears, the corners of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly as he reached out and removed the mask from his face. Chen Xinxiang, look who I am. As soon as he spoke, the gazes of the crowd converged on his face. It was a handsome face with clear-cut angles, sword brows and starry eyes, and under the accompaniment of an Armani men's suit, he looked noble. He was Mengyu? Chen Xinxiang froze in place, wiping his eyes in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. Meng Yu is just I snatched his girlfriend and casually played with her for a while and threw her away. It's impossible for him to do anything to me. I must be drunk. At this moment, he felt like he was going crazy because the face under the mask was actually that of Wang Li's ex-boyfriend. For this handsome face, Chen Xinxian was more or less still a little bit impressed, because he had once pursued a military school goddess during his college days, who was secretly in love with Meng Yu. When she refused him at first, she made a mess of the military school and ruthlessly lost his face, and she boldly threatened to send Chen Xinxian to the border to serve his country for 3 years if he dared to influence Meng Yu's graduation. This can be Chen Xinxiang scared. For him this kind of being drunk and empty body dude. If the military garrison 3 years, he does not die also have to take off layers of skin. It is heard that the women so far have been guarded like a jade, have not had an affair. Chen Xinxian will be out of jealousy. Wang Li hooked into the hand. After all, even that woman wants to get handsome, or Wang Li possession. Is not Wang Li greater than that woman? And in a sense, although Meng Yu hadn't crossed paths with that woman, he was also considered half of Chen Xinxian's love rival. And stealing his love rival's girlfriend was definitely exciting. Now that he recalled the past, he suddenly felt that everything was unreal. Could it be that Meng Yu was really the hidden great young man? The direct descendants of certain families did like to hide their identities and travel the world. How else could he explain the behavior of that woman and Morong Qianyue? Knowing that a goddess might like a poor boy because of her feelings, but for two goddesses to like the same man, there was bound to be something fishy behind it that he didn't know about. So, from start to finish, he was just a jumping clown? Like a circus monkey that draws laughter? Chen Xinxian looked at the blandness on Meng Yu's face, let out a miserable laugh, spewed out a large mouthful of fishy red blood, and collapsed straight to the ground amidst the crowd's cries of surprise. He had lost. Lost at the hands of Meng Yu. Lost completely and utterly. Meng Yu spoke blandly, "Call an ambulance, and put the medical bill on my account." The waiter respectfully answered yes and bowed 90 degrees to Meng Yu. This table ates Mr. Meng was too terrifying. He actually exasperated a rich second generation to the point of vomiting blood and fainting with just a few words, and he even took the initiative to pay for the medical bills, and he couldn't pick out any faults in terms of etiquette. Is this the son of an imperial family? Scary as hell. As for whether or not the medical bill could be hung on the restaurant's account, for ordinary guests, of course not, but for a big VIP like Duke Meng, the Marriott Tavern was definitely able to arrange separate runners to provide a one-stop service. Wang Li looked at Meng Yu's handsome face, feeling both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, and at this moment, looking at him sitting beside Morong Qianyue, she felt a mixture of flavors in her heart. You secretly hooked up with Miss Morong a long time ago, right? Wang Li still had a fluke in her heart. That was that all this money for dinner and drinks was paid by big Miss Morong, so she had nothing to regret. She could even mock Meng Yu for being a gigolo. Chapter 10. Is this the savior invited by the monkey? Wang Li's words had just fallen. Without waiting for Meng Yu to speak, Morong Qianyue was the first to quit. What did it mean that Meng Yu had hooked up with her? Could it be that Mr. Meng, who had savings of over $10,000, still needed a rich woman to adopt him? Even if there was a rich woman who wanted to adopt him, which rich woman was richer than the richest man in the world? Morong Qianyue definitely had reason to suspect that this Mr. Meng's stupid ex-girlfriend was beating around the bush to discredit her for her private misbehavior and questioning her about keeping a gigolo. This she, a yellow flower girl, could tolerate? Wang Li, right? Please keep your mouth clean. This young lady has kept her body like a jade for 24 years. It's not your turn to point fingers here. You don't need to escape reality either. Mr. Meng is richer than our Morong group. Make it a point to regret it. Wang Li's face turned white, as if there were countless mosquitoes flying in front of her eyes. It's impossible. He's just a poor boy. His parents are both laborers. He can only be a laborer for the rest of his life. I don't believe it. You guys are lying to me. The whole world is lying to me. For a gold-digging woman, missing a chance to marry into a rich family was definitely 100 times more painful than killing her. Nope. The agony of 5 horses could not even compare to a millionth of the pain she felt inside at this moment. There was once a true diamond love that was placed in front of her, within her reach, but she kicked it away, and now that she had completely lost it, she was only too late to catch up with her regret. Finally, in the heart of extreme remorse and self-blame, Wang Li emotional volatility is too large, 2 eyes black, fell on the table, fainted. Only then did the crowd of diners come to a realization, understanding the real reason why Chen Xinxian was disliked, and murmured in low voices, asterisk 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 asterisk. So it turns out that Duke Meng and Chen Xinxian really do have a story. Unbelievable. For a commodity like Wang Li to be favored by Prince Meng, the heavens are so unfair. Doesn't that mean that I also have a chance to have a spring fling with Mr. Meng? Cut. Look at the infatuated eyes of Miss Morong. Where is the chance for vulgar fans like you? It's more like being little. Hey, if it's a rich and handsome man like Mr. Meng. Being a mistress is also something to consider. Speaking of which, Chen Xinxiang is also really desperate, even daring to snatch Duke Meng's girlfriend, but he did do a good thing by mistake. Or else a young, rich and handsome man like Duke Meng would have been spoiled by a gold-digging woman like Wang Li. And these two gold-digging women, I don't think they're any good either. That's right, put it in ancient times, that's all to be immersed in a piggy bank. Zhao Inger and Wu Rui glanced at each other, both seeing fear in each other's eyes, worried that they would be implicated. But Meng Yu never looked at the two of them again. Just a person low-head drinking wine. He and Wang Li love each other for 7 years. Once the dream woke up, only to realize that the past is a mirror flower and water and moon. Sadness is always inevitable. People are not grass and trees. Who can have no mercy? Morong Qianyue did not say any comforting words, but just took a glass of wine and drank with Meng Yu. Not long after, the ambulance arrived. Chen Xinqiang and Wang Li, the pair of dogs, were carried on a stretcher and transported out of the Marriott restaurant. Meng Yu leaned over to Morong Qianyue's earlobe and said, "What's in the past is in the past. Morong, big beautiful girl, can you please send me back?" At this time, he already had some drunkenness, and his words and actions were also more bold and weighty. Morong Qianyue softly responded, being brushed across her cheeks by the breath in her ears with the smell of alcohol. She lowered her head somewhat at a loss for words. She was a little afraid that a little something would happen after arriving at Meng Yu's house, but deep inside there was some anticipation. After all, she had been single for 24 years. It was not easy for her to meet a man who made her heart flutter, and after drinking a little bit of wine, it was inevitable that she would be a little bit unable to help herself. However, she was also curious about one thing. It was this low-profile and unusual Mr. Meng, how low-profile and luxurious his home would actually be. However, just as Meng Yu finished paying the bill, the two of them walked out of the Marriott restaurant and prepared to get on the car to leave. A luxury fleet of cars came right on their face. Good guy, it's a big show. Meng Yu inwardly sighed. There were more than 3 dozen of these before and after, and every one of them was a brand-name luxury car starting from Porsche. This is the Wang Group's series of license plates. That stupid bastard from the Wang family seems to be here. It can't be for the Chen family kids, right? It shouldn't be. He's not stupid enough to do this. Morong Qianyue's eyebrows were slightly frowned. She seemed to dislike that Wang family's great young man. This made Meng Yu a bit strange. Between casual conversations, he more or less understood the relationship between Morong Group and Wang Group. It could be said that it was the type of friendship that had been going on for generations. Moreover, Wang Daoxiao was not a worldly dude like Chen Xinxiang. Even he was ranked 20th in the Forbes Global Young Rich list, and definitely described as a new generation of entrepreneurs who are young and promising in the country. How did he become the dumbass in Morong Qianyue's mouth? To be honest, if he didn't know Morong Qiyu, I'm afraid that Meng Yu would want to make some friendships. After all, going out and spending money in his pocket, making more young Tycoon friends would definitely be helpful for him to adapt to the new world. Qiyu, you're really here. Didn't you go to experience the life of a cashier? Alas, how good would it be to let you follow me as a company vice president for 2 years and directly take over Morong Group's ready-made company? Before people arrived, their voices were heard first. A brisk authentic Beijing accent made Meng Yu comfortable to listen to. Then the main speaker, Mr. Wang, dressed in a straight designer suit and stepping on shiny crocodile shoes, walked over surrounded by a star-studded entourage of bodyguards. The first impression that Major Wang gave Meng Yu was that of a sunny and handsome successful man. Simply the Prince Charming template in the hearts of college campus girls. However, no matter whether it was his face value or body, Daoxiao Wang was a little bit worse than Meng Yu. Most importantly, the gap between the Forbes Young Rich List 20 and the world's richest man was also a billion points huge. Moreover, Meng Yu's eyes were keen in the crowd that came over, and found 2 guys that looked familiar. Although those 2 young men had their heads down and didn't dare to meet Meng Yu's eyes, it was precisely those 2 drinking buddies of Chen Xinxiang's in the Golden Jade Hall. So, was this moving in to save the day? Or was he preparing to bring in trouble and provoke a war between Meng Yu and Wang Daoxiao? Chapter 11, There's a Mysterious Rich Man. Wang Daoxiao led a group of subordinates and walked up to Morong Qianyue. Morong Qianyue looked a little impatient. Don't call me Qianyue Qianyue? Do I have a half-na-yuan relationship with you? If you have a fart, let it go. Nothing to keep away from me. Alas, in front of outsiders, you don't give me some face. I am coming over with the president of the Xia Bank this time to visit an extremely honored guest. If I am fortunate enough to be able to make his acquaintance, I guess if people casually leak some to me from their fingers, I will have a chance to become the top of the global young rich list. Qiyu, do you want to go with me to meet him? Wang Daoxiao was obviously not surprised by Morong Qianyue's attitude, and with a bright smile on his face that didn't diminish in the slightest, he sincerely invited. I'll warn you once more, no calling so intimately. Don't let Mr. Meng misunderstand. Morong Qianyue's expression was somewhat helpless. If another person was sticking to her like this, she would have had her bodyguards grab him and throw him into the Huangpu River to take a bath. But the Morong family and the Wang family were family friends, so no matter how capricious and reckless she was, she wouldn't have been able to go too far. Mr. Wang's expression was a bit stunned. Mr. Meng misunderstood? That's the Mr. Meng who was robbed of his girlfriend by the Chen family kid. A man who couldn't even crush a mere family dude was worthy of stealing a woman from him. De Xiao Wang? And it seems that Morong Qianyu is even serious? Is this the extinction of humanity or the degeneration of morality? This world is also too crazy. In his impression, Morong Qianyue had always been a very rational woman, and her standards for choosing a spouse were even more demanding. She shouldn't be overwhelmed by love at first sight. Wang Dishao turned around, scanned Mengyu seriously and quickly, took the initiative to extend his right hand and smiled. Hello, Brother Meng. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Wang Zhang. As the saying goes, reaching out is not a good idea. Not to mention that he and Wang Zhang currently had no substantial conflicts. The corners of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly as he reached out and shook Wang Zhang's hand. Hello, I'm Mengyu. From Wang Zhang's simple and humble self-introduction, Mengyu could tell that this Wang Zhang was definitely not a foppish rich second generation, and it was even more appropriate to call him a young entrepreneur. The rich and powerful families respected elite education, and with a large amount of educational resources piled up, most of the second generation of rich people often possessed excellent abilities and cultivation. Of course, there are definitely some playboys, such as Chen Xinxiang, and the masses of dudes tended to be more high-profile, often active in the masses' view and works of art, leaving the masses with the stereotypical impression that rich second generation equaled dudes. Brother Meng, I didn't expect Qianyue to actually agree to be pursued by you. I'm really envious. There are 3,000 weak waters in the world, but I'm the only one who loves this one, so I'm afraid I can't let you. Wang Zhang shrugged his shoulders. A smell of gunpowder filled the air between the two men. Mengyu raised his eyebrows lightly. I'm afraid you misunderstood. I'm with her. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Morong Qiyu speaking. It's not that Mr. Meng is pursuing me. It's just that I'm trying to pursue him. Wang Zhang, you idiot. Do you have to be pissed off at this young lady before you're willing to do so? Morong Qianyue was really pissed off. Staring with a pair of big watery eyes, she stared dead at Wang Zhang. How to say that the two of them are also childhood partners who play together in the compound? This idiot has to chase after her, not to mention, but also to destroy her pursuit of her intended partner. How big of a grudge must this be? She a big girl, thin skin, want to be reserved a little, can not? Have to force her to take the initiative to point out? It's really a pig's friend, right? Wang Zhang looked at Morong Qianyue with jaws agape, as if he was petrified, and stood motionless for dozens of seconds. Morong Qianjin is chasing after Mengyu? How is this possible? The crowd around Wang Zhang was also shocked. The grand young lady of Morong group was actually chasing after an unknown Mr. Meng backwards. If this were to be spread to the circles of the upper class, wouldn't it be a shock to drop one's jaw? Dare I ask what Mr. Meng was really like? It wasn't until Mengyu and Morong Qianyue were both seated in the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom, and the driver ignited and started the engine, that the crowd was awakened from the low sound of the engine. Wang Zhang hurriedly spoke out to retain. Qiyu, are you really not going to think about it anymore? You can put aside your children's love for the time being, but that person is a mysterious person that the president of the Bank of Xia has to personally pay a visit to, has a huge amount of deposits in cash, and has a very low profile. Missed this time. It may be very difficult to have the opportunity to make friends with this kind of character again. Haven't you always wanted to start a business and are looking for an angel investor? This time is the best opportunity. I dare say it's hard to find a richer tycoon than him if you look around the world. Morong Qianyu looked at Wang Zhang with a somewhat odd expression. Low profile? A summer bank? Massive deposits of cash? Doesn't that mean that the one that Wang Zhang and the president of the Summerland Bank were so eager to pay homage to was Mengyu sitting beside her? Morong Qianyu suddenly felt some pity for Wang Zhang. Thinking that he was also the first heir of the Wang group, he was usually used to being high and mighty in the company. If he knew that Mengyu was the mysterious person he was touting to the heavens, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would cough up blood. No need. Wang Zhang, I'm actually not interested in the angel investment of the mysterious tycoon. I just simply like low-profile handsome guys and want to go to his house to take a look. What do you say? Meng the handsome pot? Morong Qianyue blinked her eyes. Mengyu smiled noncommittally at his words. Wang Zhang looked at the faraway Rolls-Royce Molly Phantom. His heart stung a little. The woman he loved dearly had actually gone home with another man, and that man was more handsome than him. Could it be that Morong Qianyue had changed her nature? Suddenly lost interest in entrepreneurship? Just want to find a rich man to spend the rest of his life? This is too painful. But in his heart, women are not as important as rivers and mountains after all. So he didn't drive after them. still standing and waiting for the arrival of the president of the summer bank. This opportunity to pay a visit was too rare. If they could get acquainted with that nobleman, it was very likely that their Wang group would break out of the Asia-Pacific and head towards the world. And they absolutely could not miss it because of the personal feelings of their children. Chapter 12. The bank president who was denied a phone call. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was traveling on its way to Meng Yu's house. Inside the car, Morong Qianyue carefully explained that, just now, a little embarrassed, that Wang Zhang is a cowhide. It's just too annoying. It's okay, you've been a shield for me for a while. I've also helped you for a while. We're even. Meng Yu waved his hand, looking very spontaneous. However, Meng Yu remembered the angel investment thing and asked with some curiosity, "Ms. Morong, are you planning to start a business? With your Morong Group's volume, you shouldn't need to pull investors on your own, right?" Meng Yu read the university in South Hangzhou City, graduated and worked for half a year. For the famous Morong Group in South Hangzhou City, he still has some understanding. He had even submitted resumes for Morong Group's subsidiaries. Morong Qianyue let out a bitter smile. No. If a family descendant starts a business, he cannot use any resources from the family, and even companies related to the Morong family will deliberately marginalize companies founded by family descendants. Meng Yu was surprised. Aren't they all family? How come there is still infighting? Morong Qianyue continued to add, it's sort of a trial. Family children enjoy the best education and naturally face higher challenges. And if once a certain family disciple succeeds in starting a business against the wind, he will most likely be the next head of the family. So for the entire family, it's a chance to go further. Wang Zhang was the best example, although his company was not comparable to the Wine Group. However, he was considered to be the highest flyer in the circle of rich second generation in South Hangzhou. Of course, it's hard to say if that woman is still in South Hang. Meng Yu rubbed his chin. It's like this. He kind of understood the reason why the lineages were able to stretch on for 1,000 years. By the way, Mr. Meng, have you received any strange phone calls? Morong Qianyue asked after him. Unconsciously, her body leaned on Meng Yu's body again. Meng Yu scratched his hair. It seems like there were a few bank presidents or something. I was too lazy to bother. But isn't that so? What does a bank president have to do with a laborer like him? It was 100% a scam call. You know, even Emperor Qin Shi Huang would call to raise money. What's the fuss about getting a few bank president calls? Morong Qianyue's face turned odd. The bank president's calls are lazy? If this was placed in the Morong family, it would have to be treated like a VIP. Is this the difference between an ordinary family and a hidden family? Morong Qianyue breathed a little sharply. No wonder she hadn't heard of Mr. Meng's name in all the years she had been in southern Hang City. Mr. Meng was simply too low-key. Miss Morong, are you drunk? Meng Yu asked with some concern. Morong Qianyue's eyes flashed with a touch of cunning. Brother Meng, how can we say that we are also friends who have fought side by side? Just call me Qianyue. I am a bit drunk. Can I borrow your shoulder to lean on? Instead, she was in no hurry to invest now. Meng Yu had plenty of money anyway. As long as she found an opportunity to take him to her team for a stroll and introduce the company's project prospects, Meng Yu had so much free money that there was no reason to refuse the opportunity to invest and make money. However, if this scene of Morong Qianyue taking the initiative to ask the man to call her Qianyue were to reach Wang Zhang's ears, it is estimated that Wang Zhang would have to cry in the toilet. Without waiting for Meng Yu to agree, Morong Qianyue leaned on his shoulder, and half of her body also squeezed into his arms. Warm fragrance and soft jade in his arms. Meng Yu couldn't help but feel a bit apathetic. For Morong Qianyue, a beauty that looks like a heavenly fairy. If he said that he wasn't moved at all, that would definitely be a lie. The Rolls-Royce Molly Phantom was traveling at high speed, and the man and woman in the back seat of the car were drenched in the elegant fragrance of Conti red wine, embracing each other in silence. Morong Qianyue half squinted her narrow phoenix eyes and looked at the handsome face that was close at hand. Her heart was like a deer in the headlights, and even her breathing was ragged. Tick-tock, the cell phone suddenly sounded a beep, breaking this beautiful silence. Meng Yu picked up his cell phone and saw that it was their company's prestige work group. Zhang Rongfan, at Meng Yu. What's wrong with you? Surname Meng? Forget about not meeting the sales target last month. You're still late for work this afternoon. Hurry up and get your ass to the company. Liu, Supervisor Zhang. I don't think this Meng Yu is too good. He's late just after his probationary period. Su Qiner, it can't be. I remember handsome Meng met the standard last month. Lu Haifeng, Su Meizi, you must have remembered wrong. Meng Yu frowned slightly. His sales performance last month was far beyond the standard. How could he not have met the standard? The supervisor, Zhang Rongfan, this dead fatso. It must be because of jealousy that he deducted his performance again. Is it wrong to be handsome? But Meng Yu does not care. The real estate sales industry is exhausted. Only earn 200,000 nanodollars a year. Not even a penny. Thinking of this, Mengyu was also too lazy to reply and directly blocked the message. Brother Meng, whose message is it? Of course, I'll just casually ask. Morong Qianyue flattened her mouth, clearly a little dissatisfied with this waiver. Mengyu casually gave her a glance. The supervisor of the company where I used to work is criticizing me for being late for work in the work group, but I'm too lazy to bother with them now. Morong Qianyue nodded with understanding. A rich man experiencing life is experiencing life, and won't really take his work identity to heart, just like her being a cashier. When she wants to be a cashier, she is a dutiful and beautiful cashier. When she wants to be a cashier, she is a responsible and beautiful cashier. When she has something to do and is not available, the identity of the cashier has nothing to do with her. However, Morong Qianyue was still a bit angry. That company's supervisor is also too unlikable. Isn't it just being late? And also purposely sent out a message of prestige to criticize. The words used are vulgar, simply toxic. To be honest, it's best not to let her know the name of that small company, or else she would definitely let her father go and acquire it, and then sign a 1-year contract with that supervisor, and then relegate him down to be a janitor for a year, to properly reform his attitude as a human being. A rich family's Missy is so free to do whatever she wants. Chapter 13, Arriving at my house. Get down yourself. In a sound of cars rubbing against tires, a shiny Rolls-Royce Molly Phantom parked in front of an old neighborhood gate, attracting a group of passing people to stop and watch. After all, the Rolls-Royce Riley Phantom worth 40 million NAD. The appearance design is really too windy, and the flying goddess statue made of pure gold in the front of the car was like a firefly in the night, which stood out among a group of BBCs. What made the onlookers even more amazed was that there were also 4 escorting bodyguard cars. What kind of extraordinary big shot had come? How could there be such a big rehearsal? The driver bowed low and pulled open the rear door. Morong Qianyue stepped down from the Rolls-Royce with her 2 long legs, looking around the circle with a slight frown. Black long and waist straight hair, a slim purple gown, revealing a slender waist, exquisite picturesque face, slightly powdered. It has been a delicate and infinite, plump round jade legs long and straight, with coffee-colored gold stockings, stepped on a pair of diamond crystal high heels, led a person unforgettable. The onlookers were all breathless, deeply shocked by Morong Qianyue's figure and beauty, unable to speak. However, then Mengyu walked out of the car. Morong Qianyue then smiled like a flower and took Mengyu's arm, and the onlookers' hearts broke. Mengyu gave Morong Qianyue a somewhat strange look. Was she drunk or not? Or not drunk? Women are truly a strange creature. It wasn't until the two walked into the neighborhood that the crowd dared to talk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Which big star is this? Even prettier than on TV. It's AF asterisk King Star. It's probably some family's golden girl. Didn't you see so many bodyguards? Not to mention the star left the screen, which is so beautiful. AWSL. 3 years of blood money. The death penalty is not a loss. Wash your hands and go to sleep. Their 4 cars of bodyguards are not for show. But that young handsome guy looks a bit familiar. Seems to be that college student surnamed Meng, living in the neighborhood for half a year. I did not expect that it is actually a low-profile big brother. Had I known that even if I dumped my family's money, I would have to have a good relationship with him. It's too late. People don't pretend anymore. They've already shown their cards, and I guess they'll move back to the villa soon. I heard that this is all the rage in high society now. What's called experiencing life. Yes, I heard that the supermarket in Wufujing Shopping Plaza is the Morong Group's daughter working as a cashier today. I don't know if it's true or not. Anyway, when I went over, people were already gone. Alas, I've heard that Morong's daughter is as beautiful as a fairy and as cold as an iceberg. I wonder how she compares to the one just now. It shouldn't be too far off. Both are the beauty of the city. But what does it have to do with us laborers? Even if we get it by chance, you and I can't afford to keep it. In the midst of all the gawking and bodyguards accompanying them along the way, Mengyu and Morong Qianyue arrived downstairs. Mengyu looked down and surveyed the crystal high heels on Morong Qianyue's feet. This made Morong Qianyue a little shy and a little happy. She was still very confident in the beauty of her legs and feet, and even if she was compared to international supermodels, she was only as strong as she was weak. Brother Meng, wait until we go to your house? There are too many people here. Morong Qianyue murmured with her head bowed. The corner of Mengyu's mouth curled up slightly. No, you've misunderstood. I was just thinking, my home lives on the 8th floor and there's no elevator. How are you going to get up there in high heels? Otherwise, you can come back next time? Mengyu tried to propose. Morong Qianyue instantly people were dumbfounded. It was true that fantasy was beautiful and reality was bone dry. However, she wasn't an ordinary vase rich girl, and she whitened Mengyu with her silver teeth clenched. Just this time, you don't want to get rid of me. You didn't even add my WeChat. What are you going to contact me with? Mengyu dryly coughed. Forgot. You sweep me. Something off in contact. Said he took out his cell phone and opened his personal WeChat code. Morong Qianyue took out her cell phone and quickly swept it. Looking at the tip of friend verification passed, she thought in her heart beautifully, her father, major bank presidents, Wang Zhang and others are looking for the mysterious Tycoon. Who would have thought that she would be one step ahead? This is the kind of luck a beautiful girl should have. Wait a minute, isn't the subtext of being in constant contact with something that nothing is bothering you? Mengyu, you dislike me? Morong Qianyue flattened her mouth. Mengyu shrugged his shoulders and walked towards the front door of the unit and started climbing the stairs. Morong Qianyue stomped her foot and ordered her bodyguard to wait downstairs, then chased after her, but only when she climbed to the second floor. She felt a bit out of breath and had to beg Mengyu to wait for her. Climbing the stairs in high heels was indeed a bit difficult for a young lady. In the end, Mengyu was worried about her twisting her ankle, so he carried her up to the 8th floor. For Mengyu, who had spent time on the track team, carrying Morong Qianyue up the stairs was still relatively easy. There's so much dust here. There are also snack bags. Doesn't the property care? This is an old neighborhood. There's no property. Mengyu, will I be heavy? It's okay, about 100 pounds, but you're about 5'7", and this weight is still pretty thin. Mengyu, do you want to die? Don't move. I won't be responsible if you roll down the stairs later. Morong Qianyue looked at the stairs in awe and wisely shut her mouth, her cheek leaning against Mengyu's thick back, feeling at ease and solid. The two had known each other for less than a day, yet she was already somewhat dependent on Mengyu. Perhaps her heart was moved at first sight because of her wealth and face value. Then after smashing up the scene at the Golden Jade Hall, she already admired Mengyu's talent and infatuation somewhat. She even sometimes fantasized that if she could hold Mengyu's hand for the rest of her life, would she be the happiest woman in the world? But Mengyu's perfection would always make her feel that it wasn't real. The 8th floor is here. Mengyu reached out and stroked the rusty gate. Morong Qianyue, it's time for my house. Come down by yourself. Chapter 14, A Golden House in a Book? Mengyu fished out the key from his pants pocket and opened the rusty door. He walked faithfully into the room and turned on the chandelier in the hall. This was a small one-hall, two-bedroom, one kitchen and one bathroom house with a small balcony, with a monthly rent of 1,500 nano yuan. Morong Qianyue followed behind Mengyu and curiously surveyed Mengyu's usual living environment. At first, she was a little disappointed, because Mengyu's home, whether it was the placement of objects or the quality of the objects, it was all too ordinary to be common, and even looked a bit poor. But when she saw the change jar on the computer desk, she was shocked by the long-lost kind of low-key luxury. It was surprisingly full of coins and banknotes with a face value of 10 cents or more. 1 dime equals 1 billion natty dollars. $1 equals 1 billion natty dollars. This little change jar, how could it be said that there must be around $100? Is there really no problem with more than 100 billion nano dollars of cash just being thrown around like this? Is this indeed not a bank vault? Just stand here and don't move. I'll go make you a cup of tea. Mengyu did treat Morong Qianyue as an unusual friend and did not have any unnecessary polite words. As for those scattered coin bills, those were all randomly thrown around by Mengyu before opening the system magic box. After all, no one had taken a dime and a piece seriously before. To be honest, on a rainy day, if $1 fell out of your pocket into dirty water, who would be willing to bend down to pick it up, let alone a dime? But times have changed. A dime could already buy an entire neighborhood building. Morong Qianyue obediently agreed, but the eyeballs that rolled around spoke of her emotional excitement and not so restless heart. After discovering the treasure of the coin jar, Morong Qianyue seemed to have received a great incentive, and she began to scrutinize the first corner of the room, as if she were participating in a real-life puzzle game. Soon enough, she found on the bookshelf a paper airplane that was folded from a few $2 bills. This made her inwardly shocked. As far as Morong Qianyue knew, the central bank had stopped issuing $2 bills long ago because they were not very useful. Those who were able to collect it in their hands were not the top big shots in Xia, like her grandfather who had one in his hands, mounted in a frame and juxtaposed with several world-famous paintings. Whenever there was a guest, her grandfather would always brag about it for a long time. She used to be proud of her grandfather as well, proud of their Morong family for collecting a $2 bill, until Morong Qianyue saw this paper airplane in front of her. Using at least 5 $2 bills to fold a paper airplane, Morong Qianyue had never thought before that anyone could do such a luxurious thing. Even if you put aside the collection value, that's still more than $10. Converted into Na yuan, 10 billion, enough to buy a small listed company. This is not a paper airplane. This is the god of aircraft. Even if it was the cost of the Lighthouse Nation's space shuttle, I'm afraid it wouldn't be half as much as this paper airplane. I'll let you laugh at me. My hands are average. The folding isn't very good. Mengyu walked over with 2 cups of tea and handed a cup to Morong Qianyue. Morong Qianyue took the cup of tea and gave him a pouty blank look. If she didn't know Mengyu's low-key character, she would have thought he was showing off his wealth. Is the key thing hands-on? The key was the material used to fold the paper airplane. right? The 2 yuan coins that others regarded as rare treasures were only worthy of becoming materials for origami airplanes when they arrived at Meng Yu's place. This is simply a trenchless Morong Qianyue soured. Her hallowed Morong Group's 1,000 gold. Grew up in fine clothes and luxury cars and villas. For the first time she envied other people who were richer than her. Taking a cup of tea and sipping it, Morong Qianyue shook her head. This tea is also too ordinary. This tea is too ordinary. It doesn't match this paper airplane. It seems that Meng Yu, the low-profile son, will not take the initiative to show off his wealth and needs her to continue to explore. Thinking of this, Morong Qianyue raised her head and cruised through the bookshelves. She felt that a treasure-intensive area on the bookshelves must be hiding more treasures. Suddenly, Morong Qianyue saw a book of poetry scriptures, a book that she also liked, and never thought that she could see it on Meng Yu's bookshelf. It seemed that the two still had many common preferences. Morong Qianyue stood on her tiptoes, and her long, slender, watery jade finger like a green onion white, scratched across the books on the bookshelf and took down this book of poetry and scripture. After casually flipping through it, she froze with her eyes wide open. Good Lord, what did she see? There was actually a $5 bill that was being used as a bookmark in the book. Could this be the true meaning of a book? There was one to say, $5 equals 5 billion naira. Such a large amount of money, if purchased in exchange for gold, would indeed be enough to build a golden palace. Morong Qianyue almost wailed and cried. Why was the gap between her and him so wide when they were also people who loved reading the poetry scriptures? She still had to rack her brain to figure out how to start a business, and he was already sitting on 10 trillion nanodollar deposits, standing above the firmament. Even the bookmarks for reading books are $5 bills. The low-profile tycoon was just terrifying. Meng Yu realized this and also felt that something was wrong. After all, $5 was a huge amount of money in the new world, and it was inevitably a bit too ostentatious to use it as a bookmark. Morong Qianyue, help me take out all the bills. I'll deposit them in the bank later. It's too big of a row to come over today, so I guess this place is going to be targeted by thieves, and I'll have to move. Meng Hao smiled bashfully. Morong Qianyue suddenly became coy. I don't think you've bought a villa yet, or else, why don't you go to my place for a few days first? Actually, it's just me and a few maids living there, and it's quite empty. Faced with the invitation to cohabitate from a stunning beauty, Meng Yu hesitated for a moment, but still shook his head and refused. He didn't like the feeling of being a parasite. In the past, he couldn't afford a house and had no choice, but now that he had become the richest man in the world, how could he possibly borrow someone else's house again? A touch of loss flashed in Morong Qianyue's eyes. The cohabitation request was rejected, huh? Chapter 15, at the risk of asking, what is Wang Zhang's relationship with you? Morong Qianyue quickly got over the embarrassment of being rejected. The two of them organized the books together. Meng Yu wasn't worried about Morong Qianyue hiding money. This girl had high eyes and came from a powerful family. Although she was ready to start her own business and needed to invest, she definitely wouldn't do anything to steal. The final bookmark of banknotes was organized. A total of 180 pieces, equivalent to 180 billion nanodollars. This was definitely a huge sum of money, and it was real cash. Morong Qianyue suddenly covered her mouth and laughed lightly more than once, and when she saw Meng Yu looking at her with a strange look, she hurriedly explained, I was just thinking, if the residents of this building knew that you had put so much cash in your room, would they regret it so much that they would cry in pain? Meng Yu folded the $180 bill in half and put it into his jacket pocket. I don't think they would want to learn the truth. Living with too much understanding would be exhausting. After saying that, he gave Morong Qianyue a meaningful look. Indeed, it's hard to be confused. Morong Qianyue smiled like a flower. Knock knock. A knock suddenly sounded outside the door. Meng Yu raised an eyebrow and walked to the front door with a steady pace, seeing the visitor outside the door through the cat's eye. It was actually an alluring beauty with a hot body and cool clothes, with a head of big blonde wavy curls that sucked in the eyes, and she was currently standing in the dusty stairwell making a phone call, appearing out of place in the environment. I don't know what to say, but I don't know. No way, sir. He just got the system to get rich in a day, and now he's being targeted by a bad woman? At this moment, he really wanted to open up Ziwahu to post a sentence. What should I do if I'm blocked by a pretty girl with big waves? I'm sorry. I'm in a hurry. When Meng Yu was slightly flustered, Morong Qianyue walked over with a pink and white cell phone. The vice president of the South Hang Bank is calling for you. It's a big beauty. Do you want to answer it? Aha. Meng Yu's face was a bit odd as he reached out and took Morong Qianyue's cell phone. Is it true that the president of South Hang Bank is looking for him? Meng Yu was in a bit of an inner trance. He was a laborer with a deposit that was often less than $100,000, but he could actually receive a phone call from the vice president of the South Hang Bank himself? However, he quickly reacted that the world had changed. and under the new global monetary system, $10,000 was enough to acquire the entire manhwa company. The poverty of not being able to afford a house had completely become a thing of the past. He was now someone with more money than the richest man in the world, and it was all in demand deposits. So being approached by the vice president of the South Hang Bank seemed to be quite normal. In that case, those fraudulent phone calls that he refused to answer. What is the president of the Bank of Xiaogua? What is the president of the Bank of Gongshang? Are all true? Meng Yu thought of this, holding Morong Qianyue's cell phone in his hand. His face showed some excitement. Ha, man. Morong Qianyue skimmed her lips and turned around to walk inside the bedroom. Hello, is this Mr. Meng? I'm already outside your door. For the sake of my concubine having climbed 8 floors, would you open the door and give my concubine a cup of water to drink, please? The cell phone rang with an extremely sweet and sticky female voice, like a piece of white chocolate, which made his heart tingle. Meng Yu opened the door to his room, and immediately a rich aroma came to his nose. Thick but not greasy, charming but not vulgar, the top quality of the fragrance. He nodded slightly. Inside please. The big wavy beauty looked at Meng Yu's young face in surprise. Although she had read the information, she was still shocked by how young and handsome he was when she actually saw Meng Yu in person. A long dormant heart unexpectedly trembled, and the smile on her face became more and more charming and attractive. Many thanks to Mr. Meng for receiving my concubine. You are really too low-key and mysterious. It's really hard to see you. The big wavy beauty walked into the room's hall with gentle lotus steps, and Meng Yu smoothly closed the door behind her. Meng Yu smiled without saying a word and headed to the kitchen to prepare tea for the guests. The big wave beauty's eyes quickly swept through the hall furnishings and lingered for a moment in the closed bedroom door. Vaguely hearing the rustling sound of dressing coming from inside, her face slightly changed. This sound? Could it be that Morong Qianyue and Mr. Meng had developed to that point? Mr. Meng, please allow my concubine to introduce herself. My concubine is the vice president of the South Hang Bank's head office. My surname is Wang Lingyu. It's the U character that represents the divine pearl O. Wang Lingyu received the teacup with both hands. Surname Wang? Meng Yu raised an eyebrow. At the risk of asking, what is the relationship between Wang Zhang and you? Xiao Zhang is the son of my concubine's elder brother. He is also my concubine's nephew. But since my concubine was born when my mother was in her middle age, my concubine is only a few years older than Xiao Zhang. Wang Lingyu deliberately explained in detail. She did not want to, somehow, become the elder of this young handsome man in front of her. Meng Yu's face was a bit odd. In other words, you are Wang Zhang's young aunt? He had a bold idea in his mind at this moment. If Meng Yu and Wang Lingyu got together, wouldn't that young and handsome Wang Zhang have to call him his aunt? Thinking about it made him feel quite interesting. That's true. However, my concubine is only 3 years older than him, so you may not need to care about seniority. Wang Lingyu reminded. In ancient lineages, this kind of kinship with strange age gaps was still very common. Wang Lingyu sat on the old sofa, her small hands fanning her scarlet cheeks as she was drenched in fragrant sweat. Mr. Meng, my concubine feels so hot. With that, she took off her outerwear and undid one of the buttons at the collar of her shirt. Meng Yu smiled faintly. She had climbed 8 floors in one breath and drank hot tea. It would be a living hell if she wasn't hot. Chapter 16. Why are you wearing my clothes? Suddenly, the bedroom door was violently opened. A silhouette ventured out. Wang Lingyu, good you vixen. I take you as my best friend, but you want to rob. However, when Morong Qianyue saw the two people who were holding teacups and talking more than a meter apart, her half-said words of reprimand had to be swallowed back into her stomach, turning into a light cough of embarrassment. Ha! She had thought that in the hall, there was some kind of unimaginably erotic scene going on. It turned out to be a false alarm. But in fact, Morong Qianyue also knew very well in her heart that a man as outstanding as Meng Yu, she was simply unable to cover up, because of too much control, not to mention come together. I'm afraid that even friends do not have to do. After all, how many beautiful women under the sky? The world's richest man is only in front of one, not to mention that he is also so young and handsome. Simply a perfect to impeccable love object. So the only thing she could do was to continuously improve herself and show her beauty and thoughtfulness to keep Meng Yu. Why are you wearing my clothes? Meng Yu's head was full of black question marks. At this time, Morong Qianyue formally changed a male shirt on her body, because the model was Meng Yu's, so it seemed extraordinarily loose, and her white and watery shoulders were exposed, so white that it seemed like they would glow. Meng Yu was somewhat stunned. An ordinary shirt, but Morong Qianyue wore out the model of international fashion. Sure enough, beautiful women wear anything good-looking. Morong Qianyue's face was a bit pleased, holding her pink fist as a cheering gesture. Your home is so messy, I think it needs to be cleaned up once. However, here is obviously not suitable to ask the housekeeping aunt. Then have to this big lady personally do it. What? Do you have an opinion? Meng Yu looked at Morong Qianyue with some skepticism. Housekeeping? She is the daughter of Morong Group, the kind of girl who doesn't dip her fingers in the water. Would she be able to do housework? Meng Yu was skeptical, although he admitted that Morong Qianyue had a point. A place like his home, where a dollar and a dime would turn up without moving, really wasn't suitable for hiring a housekeeper to clean up. After all, a dollar was a billion nanodollars. Meng Yu wouldn't be so idle as to test the character of his housekeeping aunts with huge bills. Don't forget that when we met today, I was a competent cashier. You'll be surprised if you underestimate me. Morong Qianyue covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Meng Yu helplessly spread his hands. Fine. As you toss and turn. Wan Lingyu looked at the two who were getting along well, and was very envious in her heart. However, she didn't take the liberty of proposing to clean the room together because she had already seen the outrageously expensive paper airplane. Folding paper airplanes with $2 coins. Is this the fun of a low-key rich man? Did you know that their entire Wang family couldn't collect a single $2 bill? Last time when Wang Lingyu accompanied Master Wang to visit the Morong family, when she watched Master Morong showing off with that treasured banknote, she was feeling in her heart that their Wang family was really still a little bit worse than the Morong family's heritage. Elder Wang was even so envious that his eyes were almost attached to the picture frame. Going back afterwards, Master Wang was so stimulated that he announced that he would use 3 billion nanodollars to acquire a $2 bill, but because this denomination of bill was too rare, or the person who could collect it wasn't a poor collector himself, he couldn't acquire one at all. Unexpectedly, in Mr. Meng's place, it was only worthy of being used as material for casually folding paper airplanes. Wang Lingyu really wanted to spit out a sentence at this point. Although she was a vice president, she still felt that her imagination was limited by poverty. If she had a $2 bill, she would definitely use a sandalwood frame to carefully frame it, and then build a special safe room. And even if she had to occasionally display it to her guests, she would still put on white gloves and carefully remove it with tweezers. Definitely wouldn't dare to use it to fold paper airplanes anyway. Wouldn't even dream of it. Of course, a $2 bill was not even in Master Wang's collection, so she certainly wouldn't have one. The richness and extravagance of this room is evident by this paper airplane. Underneath the mediocre furnishings, there was definitely a staggering amount of wealth hidden. And in this case, calling housekeeping to clean it was absolutely impossible. Even Wang Lingyu didn't dare to clean it. In case she got that paper airplane into the water, selling her probably wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Moreover, even if she had the courage to propose joining in the cleaning, would Mr. Meng let her, a stranger, just move his room? The answer was definitely no. So she didn't open her mouth and make a fool of herself. I'm afraid that sitting and watching the anglers, but envying the fish in vain, is the situation she's in right now. Ms. Wang, I don't know what you're here for this time? Meng Yu spoke blandly, the distance between the words, let Wang Lingyu some aggrieved, usually outside which man to see her, not a set of attentive pander to the pleasing appearance. How to Mr. Meng here, so cold it? Can't you give some face to the giant panda of 34? However, this time she came, she really had a request, and naturally did not dare to express anything. Mr. Meng, it's like this. Our South Hang Bank would like you to deposit some money with us. The annual interest rate will be a bit higher than the Xia State Bank. Wang Lingyu directly stated her intentions. The corner of Meng Yu's mouth rose slightly. Oh, I really do have a bit of loose money. It depends on whether or not you South Hang have the sincerity. After all, money stored in the 4 major banks is still more stable than local banks. Since it was a business talk, there was nothing for Meng Yu to be polite about. After all, the mall was like a battlefield. He couldn't afford to earn a few $100 million nanodollars less in interest just because the other party was a beautiful woman. Not to mention that for small deposits, interest might be the first priority, but for huge deposits of hundreds of millions of dollars, ensuring the stability of the principal, as well as the strength of the financial institution itself, is what is put in the first place. This is also the reason why the 4 major banks obviously have the lowest interest rates, but they are the most able to absorb deposits, because the 4 major banks are backed by the big central bank. The rich and powerful people are not worried about the risk of failure of the 4 major banks, but local banks are a different story. It needed to take out more interest to attract the rich deposits. Wang Lingyu let out a bitter smile. It seems that you are indeed a connoisseur. In this case, my concubine won't beat around the bush to upset you. How about an 8-point annual interest rate for the demand period? When speaking of the demand period, she deliberately aggravated her tone, knowing that a certain treasure's current annual interest rate on call is only less than 3 points. The 4 major banks are generally less than 2 points. Wang Lingyu opened her mouth and gave 8 points. At first glance, Nanhang Bank was indeed very sincere. Chapter 17 Real Cash Na. But, Meng Yu was not that easy to fool. An 8-point demand rate is indeed not low. But what if I want to deposit $100? And it's a whole deposit and withdrawal? I'm sure those banks in Magic City will offer a higher price. The corner of his mouth lifted into a confident arc. When were men most confident? Of course it was when there was no shortage of money in his pocket. A mere $100. He now had a 100 denomination banknote in his jacket pocket and a 100 denomination banknote in his lower pants pocket. Converted into yuan is a whole 200 billion. Not to mention the vice president of the Nanhang Bank. Even if the president of the Xia Bank was here, he would have to treat this large amount of cash with caution. $100? Whole deposit and withdrawal? That does seem a little low. However, Mr. Meng, how can we say that we are also alumni of Nanhang University? For the sake of fellowship, you can help your concubine. Wang Lingyu looked at Meng Yu pitifully, knowing that compared to its wealth, the Bank of Southern Hangzhou was definitely not comparable to those listed banks in the Magic City, so she began to play the emotional card. However, Meng Yu's face was bland and unimpressed. What a joke. Before getting the system, he was a real estate salesman. What kind of sales program hadn't he seen before? Moreover, although Meng Yu graduated from Nanhang University, he was definitely not in the same year as Wang Lingyue, so maybe the year he enrolled in school. The demon in front of him had already graduated. Tell you plainly, the bottom line of the line is 10 points. This is already the limit. More big central bank will not be happy. Wang Lingyu bites her red lips. However, our South Hang Bank is after all a local snake. Concubine can provide you with some special services? Special services? Meng Yu's heart swam. His eyes sharply looked Wang Lingyu up and down, especially focusing on those two plump pandas for a few seconds. Big. Too big. If Daji was this size, Brother Joe would not have died unjustly. Bah! Mr. Meng, where are you thinking? Wang Lingyu's pretty face flushed as she spat. What I mean is that if you invest and do things in Southern Hang, my concubine will provide you with the most thorough service. After all, there are many agreed upon local rules in Southern Hang, and the Wang family that my concubine belongs to is a big family in Southern Hang, so I can avoid a lot of trouble for you. Meng Yu coughed lightly in embarrassment and straightened his face. It was said that the King of Hell was easy to mess with, but the little ghosts were difficult to deal with. Although he had money now, but after all, he didn't have any roots, and it was indeed not easy to deal with some troubles, so he couldn't look for Morong Chenyua's help every time. Could he? Then where would he put his face as the richest man in the world? Wang Lingyu's words could be said to have spoken to his heart. Alright, here you go. Meng Yu smiled faintly and pulled out a handful of tickets from his jacket pocket, pulling out the largest denomination of $100 bill and handing it to her. If it was placed before the great world change, having a handful of money in the jacket pocket, or a mix of $1.10 change bills, would more or less look a bit tacky, but now after the value was magnified a billion times, this behavior of his, how to look at it, was too extravagant. Straight away, Wang Lingyu's heartbeat accelerated. Did she care about that $100 or so? No. It was Meng Yu's expansive appearance when he pulled out the money. Speaking of which, $100 is not much, equivalent to 100 billion yuan, less than 1% of his fortune. Existing in the South Hangzhou Very Bank has a stable income of $10 billion every year, and there is also the Wang family to provide escort. This way he is definitely blood money. Of course, the South Hangzhou Bank is also absolutely no loss. After all, Meng Yu, this was real cash. South Hang Bank took it out to lend, or carry out stock financing operations, and could easily earn more profits. Thank you Mr. Meng for your generosity. My concubine is grateful. Please allow my concubine to add together your prestige. If there is a need for service, you can contact my concubine at any time. Wang Lingyu trembled as she received the 100 yuan bill, her chest heaving violently, some of her mouth drying up. This was the largest deposit she had ever pulled in since she became a vice president. Mr. Meng was worthy of being the most prestigious and mysterious personal client in the Xia State Bank. Both the atmosphere and the level of mystery exceeded her imagination. No wonder even the president of the Bank of the Summerland have continuously flown several times. Rare to see Mr. Meng aside. Moreover, Mr. Meng could not be reached by phone. If Wang Lingyu hadn't learned about the scene at the supermarket at noon, and Morong Chenyue had been a close friend for many years, I'm afraid that she would have been turned away at this time as well. Wang Lingyu was really curious. How much wealth was in his Xia bank account? Had it already exceeded $1,000? Suddenly, a scream came from within the bedroom with extreme fear. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows and quickly walked into the bedroom, just as a black shadow leapt out of the bedroom doorway, startling Wang Lingyu, who was sitting on the sofa in the living room, to follow suit and scream. Morong Chenyue, on the other hand, flung herself into Meng Yu's arms with a small white face, trembling gently. Rats! There's a rat! A big one! Meng Yu looked at her in his arms with a stringy look and didn't bother to open his mouth to strike her. It just belabored her in his heart. A rat? How big is it? Isn't it normal for old neighborhoods to have rats? It would be strange if there were no rats. With this kind of guts, how dare you say that he was surprised? Mengyu said that he was indeed frightened. Morong Qianyue returns to her senses and explains, just now I was helping you organize your old clothes to see if there were any missing coins, and it turns out that I really found a lot of them. Saying this, she offered a treasure, picking up a small cardboard box from the nightstand and handing it to Mengyu, which contained quite a few bills and coins, but the face value was not high, adding up to only a few dozen dollars. Mengyu estimated that it was what he had left in his old clothes before. He didn't realize that after the world changed, it had become a large, huge fortune instead. Don't you need to invest? Let's invest this money in you. Cheer up and do well. Just don't let me lose money. Mengyu waved his hand generously. He is now the richest man in the world. Absolute financial freedom. Investment is not necessarily to make money. How happy how to come is. From the first meeting with Morong Qianyue, Mengyu still has a very good impression of the Morong group's daughter. She is pretty, has a good figure, and has a good temperament. Although he also knew that she was approaching him for a purpose, either to covet his money or to covet his person. But this is also human nature, right? If Morong Qianyue was fat, ugly and grumpy, Mengyu probably wouldn't be interested in taking a look at her. Hey, Mengyu, what do you mean just don't lose money? Don't underestimate people, okay? My company is very promising. Wait until you've made a field trip and then consider whether or not to invest. Morong Qianyue proudly raised her forehead. As the Morong group's daughter, she certainly had a pride within her that ordinary women did not have. Although it was true that she was in dire need of investment, she didn't need a handout or anything. Chapter 18, A stack of 100 yuan red notes. Wang Lingyu walked into the room, shocked into a trance. Looking at the tens of dollars in the small cardboard box, she recalled the scene where Mr. Meng casually pulled out over $100 from his jacket pocket. Surely the truly rich don't care about money? Coins and banknotes worth 100 million naira to start with. Not solemnly deposited in a bank vault, but casually stored in the pocket of his jacket and pants? What if you lose them? That would be heartbreaking. Not to mention the fact that there is interest on the money stored in the bank. Is Mr. Meng so rich that he doesn't even care about the interest? That's too scary. Morong Qianyue explained about the mouse again. Actually, I'm not that afraid of mice because I've even raised a hamster. It's just that the rat suddenly drilled out of your cotton jacket and was so big and black that it almost bit my hand. It was old and scary. Mengyu was dumbfounded at this. Rats did like to drill into the closet, and had already bitten through several of his old coats, and if unprepared, a big rat suddenly leaps out from the clothes. The scene is indeed quite scary, especially for a girl. He strolled to the closet and took out the cotton jacket, looking at the tear marks on it with some sadness. This jacket was bought for him by his parents the previous winter. Although the price is not expensive, but it is a parent's intention, he has not been able to wear. Did not expect to be bitten by rats. He reached into several pockets inside and outside of the jacket, skillfully fumbled around, and felt out a few coins in a small cardboard box. Suddenly he touched a stack of paper. His face was instantly delighted. He remembered. He seemed to have lost the New Year's money from the year before last, causing him a long heartache at first. He didn't expect it to be placed in this pocket. This time, he made a big profit, directly flipped 1 billion times, thanks to the initial did not find. Mengyu thought happily. Morong Qianyue and Wang Lingyu saw this and both gathered over, curiously looking at his large hand that reached into the inner pocket of his cotton jacket. In their eyes, Mengyu was the son of an undemonstrative hidden world family, and what could make him show joy must be something extraordinary. Then, the two women were so shocked by the items in front of them that their breath caught. 100 yuan red banknotes, a crumpled stack of $100 banknotes. There were like a dozen of them, some new and some old, and they shone with an intoxicating pale golden glow under the light. The two women's brains were instantly a bit confused. How much money must this be? Based on the conversion of $100 equaling 100 billion nanodollars, wouldn't this stack have to be over $1 trillion? Is it really appropriate to just forget it in the closet? What if there's a burglar in the house? You know that this much money is enough to make regular people desperate, and it seems to have been washed? Although the red $100 bills are made of special paper that won't be damaged by immersion in water, and the cotton jacket won't be a problem if it's washed in the washing machine, there's still a risk of breakage, right? Mr. Meng is not at all concerned? The spontaneity of the top low-profile tycoon was really something that they, the rich white girls, couldn't understand. It was really too extravagant. This? Wang Lingyu pulled the hair in front of her earlobes, somewhat moved but unsure of how to speak, because $1 trillion had already exceeded the affordability of the South Hang Bank. Unexpectedly, Mengyu was the first to open his mouth. Vice President Wang, you can arrange for a money truck to come. I'm moving. All this money is temporarily stored in the South Hang Bank vault. Mengyu of course knew the reasoning of not revealing his wealth. He didn't want to waltz through the city with a huge amount of cash. That was definitely looking for death. temporarily deposited in the vault. Wang Lingyu was a little disappointed. This was because the temporary deposit vault represented that the Southern Hang Bank could not utilize this huge amount of money. However, she also knew that this amount of cash deposit was no longer something she could get her hands on. But she wasn't too disappointed. She believed that as long as she had a good relationship with Mengyu, the Gold Master, how much of the savings gap could not be filled? In the future, her position as the vice president of Nanhang Bank will basically be as secure as Mount Taishan. It was not impossible to even go further with this relationship and become the bank's president. I know, the money carriers are already on their way here. However, such a big move will definitely not be able to be hidden from the four major banks. And your identity, Mr. Meng, may be exposed. Wang Lingyu lowered her head and smoothed her eyebrows. She had already made up her mind to hug Mengyu's thick thigh tightly. Such a thick thigh, she wouldn't let go of it even if it killed her. No harm done. I'm no longer prepared to hide my identity. Mengyu's face did not turn red and his heart did not jump. Hide a hell of a hell of a hell. Before he got the system, he was a laborer with less than 20,000 in savings. So what's there to hide? Only the system magic box is 2 cow cup. Surprisingly, it changed the world's prices and currency system, allowing him to skyrocket and become the world's new richest man with $10 trillion. Suddenly, Morong Qianyin's eyes widened as she pointed at a tattered $100 banknote and exclaimed, "Heavens, this banknote seems to have had a corner gnawed off by a rat." "Yeah, nibbled it, it's just one." Mengyu shrugged his shoulders. He had long seen the broken money. But this pile of $100 red bills was originally an unexpected blessing. It was all unintentionally rummaged out of his old clothes, and it was worth 1,000,000,000 times more. Even if it was broken by a single one, it didn't bother him. He was still making money in blood, so he didn't have any heartache on his face. But the two girls didn't know the inside truth, so they looked at Mengyu in shock. Wang Lingyu gulped a mouthful of saliva and looked at the tattered $100 red banknote in shock. What was Mr. Meng talking about? Not on it? Just one sheet? According to the bank's mutilated currency exchange system, a $100 red banknote with a broken dime can only be exchanged for 75 yuan, or 75 billion naira. That's $25 less than a whole $100 red bill, which translates to 25 billion naira. 25 billion naira. Just like that, a stupid mouse chewed it up? My god, doesn't Mr. Meng have a little bit of heartache on his face? Wang Lingyu recalled the excitement she felt just now when she fought for a $100 deposit, and compared to Mr. Meng's lightheartedness at this moment, she said she was so sour, more sour than a lemon. When would she be able to be like Mr. Meng, who had no ripples in his heart when he lost 25 billion yuan? Of course, she had to have 25 billion Namibian dollars in the first place to be able to afford to lose 25 billion Namibian dollars. Thinking about this overly realistic premise, Wang Lingyu's eyes grew grim. Although she was a proper rich second generation, how could she not have any of the confidence of a rich person in front of Mr. Meng? How come she felt that the gap between a rich second generation and a rich man was simply bigger than the gap between a laborer and a rich second generation? Couldn't Mr. Meng put on a look of regret and comfort her poor, helpless wounded heart? Chapter 19, Don't Stand Stupidly. Morong Qianyue acted a bit more subdued about this. After all, she was already numb from shock. Seeing this scene, there was only one thought in her heart. Mr. Meng, it's worthy of you. Mengyu, are you getting ready to go out? I've asked the family bodyguards to come over and guard this room for you during your absence, Morong Qianyue softly said. At this moment, she was wearing Mengyu's white shirt and smiling coquettishly. If Wang Lingyu didn't know the inside story, I'm afraid she would still think that she was already Mengyu's virtuous little dainty wife. Mengyu nodded slightly. Clean up and get ready to go out. Getting along with a smart sister was just comfortable. Many things did not require him to open his mouth to command. Morong Qianyue continued. Sister Lingyu should also arrange for manpower. Mr. Meng's wealth is too astonishing. I'm worried that the people below won't be able to hold back their inner greed. Her words were deliberately avoiding suspicion. After all, friendship was friendship, and if she lost the money, she really didn't know how to explain it to Mengyu. Wouldn't Mengyu suspect her of stealing from the police? Of course, an extra layer of protection is necessary. Mr. Meng is our most honored guest at South Hang Bank. I will directly transfer people from the bank to be on duty 24/7 for Mr. Meng to ensure that nothing goes wrong. Wang Lingyu nodded solemnly. Nanhang Bank's actions were swift. In less than 5 minutes, a banknote-carrying vehicle with double flashers was parked downstairs in the unit building where Mengyu's house was located. 2 teams of security personnel, heavily armed, trotted to the 8th floor carrying a special safe. Wang Lingyu took the safe from the security personnel. In front of Mengyu, Wang Lingyu counted the banknotes and coins that would be deposited into the vault 9 times. Only after confirming that the amount was accurate did she dare to place the banknotes and coins into the safe, and then tightly closed the safe and affixed the disposable seal. Finally, Wang Lingyu wrote Mengyu a deposit slip. The amount figure on the deposit slip was as high as more than $1.752.3 billion. Even the professionally trained security personnel, carrying the handheld safe with the seal affixed, their arms were trembling slightly. The money in here was just too much. Once there was a half-assed mistake, the consequences were unimaginable. However, the cold gun barrel gave him some confidence. This is a summer country with good law and order. The gun control is extremely strict. The thugs who dared to take action against the money truck should not be there. Wang Lingyu left with the security personnel. With such a large sum of money, she definitely had to personally watch it being transported to the vault in order to feel at ease. After the bank personnel left one after another, only Mengyu and Morong Qianyue remained in the room. Two lonely men and women. Morong Qianyue's heartbeat accelerated a little, and she lowered her head to play with the hem of her large men's shirt, exposing her fragrant shoulders that were as white as gelatin, causing Mengyu's line of sight to heat up a little. Chi-Yu, wait, I'll go change my clothes, Mengyu suddenly said gently. Morong Qianyue lowered her forehead and softly mumbled as thin as a mosquito fly. Her pretty face was instantly red, just like the flaming clouds in the sky at dusk. She was a little disturbed at this moment. Rationally speaking, she felt that the two of them had only known each other for less than a day, and the progress was a bit too fast. But she didn't know how to reject Mengyu. After all, his conditions were just too favorable. He was tall and handsome, his character was low-key and infatuated, and he had savings that surpassed the richest man in the world. Perhaps from the bottom of her heart, she didn't want to reject any intimate behavior from Mengyu. In fact, confirming a relationship first and then cultivating feelings and whatnot didn't feel too good. But if it was him, it would be perfectly fine, right? A rustling sound of changing clothes came from within the bedroom. Morong Qianyue's breathing was ragged, small gasps, her eyes soft and charming like autumn water. There was some anticipation and some apprehension. Finally, Mengyu changed into some old clothes and walked out. Chi-Yu, don't just stand there. Didn't you want to help me clean my room? Just saying it is not practicing it. Morong Qianyue's head was full of black question marks. Clean the room? Fake tricks? This young lady has been brewing for half a day. And this? In a flash, the shyness on Morong Qianyue's face all turned into irritation as she stated that she didn't want to talk to Mengyu and threw a sofa pillow at him, then carried the prepared bucket and rag to work. Why did you blow up? Hey, Morong Qianyue, did I invite you to mess with you? If I don't clean, then I don't clean. It's not like I can't handle it by myself. Mengyu casually catches the pillow with a somewhat helpless expression on his face. In the world, only women and small people are hard to raise. The ancient sages sincerely do not deceive me. Mengyu and Morong Qianyue continued to clean the room until the entire room was brand new, and only then did the two of them shower in turn and change into new clothes in preparation for going out. During this cleaning process, Mengyu also recognized the gentle and virtuous side of Morong Qianyue. It turned out that the Morong group's Qianjin was really good at doing housework, and was quite nimble-handed. This made Mengyu feel very surprised, so much so that he was a little curious about the Morong group's chairman and his wife, who had given birth to her. What kind of educational philosophy did the chairman and his wife follow? How could they let their own daughter learn these things? When he left, closing the rusty door, Mengyu had a somewhat nostalgic expression on his face. Although the days of being a laborer were really bland and bitter, there was no doubt about it. But when he got the system to become the richest man in the world, and the past became a memory he couldn't go back to, he actually missed it somewhat inexplicably. Perhaps this is an S? Mengyu reached out and rubbed the patches of rust on the gate and smiled to himself. This time, coming back to clean up a bit, it was also considered a beginning and an end, fulfilling a wish of his, and it had also yielded a number of treasure surprises. The old life had ended after all, and he was about to start enjoying the reckless life of the richest man in the world. At this moment, the incoming ringtone of the cell phone suddenly rang. It was from his colleague Su Qiner. Chapter 20, Who in the World is Arrogant? Mengyu picked up the phone. Hello, is it little Meng? Su Qiner's tone was a little anxious. Mengyu frowned slightly. Su Qiner was a beautiful co-worker in their company, and usually had a good relationship with Mengyu, often bringing each other express takeaways. Although her face value and body temperament, compared to Morong Qianyue, was definitely far worse, but placed on the street it was also definitely a beauty with 100% turnaround rate. What's wrong? Big beautiful Su? Being mooched by an old man again? Mengyu casually joked, to ease Su Qiner's tension, so that she could regain her composure in order to clearly and understandably explain the current encounter incident. You're the one who was mooching off an old woman. Humph. It was Supervisor Zhang who got angry, saying that you were too arrogant and was about to throw your stuff out. Su Qiner said indignantly. Oh, I see. Notify Supervisor Zhang that I'll be right there. Meng Yu blandly said. Too arrogant? Just who was being arrogant? Originally, Meng Yu was too lazy to take care of his old boss. After all, at least he worked together for a while, and since he had already jumped the Dragon Gate, there was no need to be reasonable and unforgiving, and hold on to a little bit of conflict from the old days. But a certain individual supervisor, do like to stir up the nose on the face? Meng Yu to give some thin face to Zhang supervisor. He really do not know who he is. He actually dared to throw his things, simply give face to face. Besides, he did have something in the company that he had to get back. Thinking of that item, a trace of nostalgia flashed through Meng Yu's eyes, recalling the wonderful college days and that gorgeous, unrivaled face. It was 3 months after he accepted Wang Li's confession of love. He met her at the South City bookstore, and the two of them had a great conversation and drew each other as confidants. During a night of drinking under the moon, she poured out her heart and expressed her love to him. But Meng Yu at the time that Wang Li to him a piece of love cannot live up to, so he politely refused. Even though she than his girlfriend Wang Li 1,000 times more beautiful, the woman is also a proud person. Both know Meng Yu and Wang Li Qin in music. From then on there will be no mention of men and women. This relationship from the love stops at the ritual. With the two successive graduation after each go their own way, they tacitly cut off contact. The only thing that the late friend left to Meng Yu is the bracelet from her wrist, as an acquaintance, but the fate of the memorial. This bracelet, he usually put in the briefcase, close with. After all, life is hard to get a confidant. Just get the system of the day at noon. He is taking advantage of the lunch break to go to the Wufujing Shopping Plaza supermarket to buy some daily necessities. Briefcase and bag bracelet left in the company. It was not until now that he thought about it. This is the real reason why Meng Yu is indifferent to female color. There is a saying that once the sea is hard to water, in terms of looks and stature and talent and temperament, even if it is the Morong Group's daughter, compared to his late friend is also inferior to half a point. That is a lonely blue goblin. Who is Big Beautiful Sue? Does Meng Yu have any pretty co-workers in your company? Morong Qianyu's sour words interrupted Meng Yu's memories. Meng Yu gently said, yes, she's nice. I'm going to make a trip to the company. Do you want to follow? If Morong Qianyue didn't go, he would have to take a taxi. And taking a taxi was definitely not as comfortable as riding in a Rolls Royce. He had to find time to get a good car. Morong Qianyue blankly glanced at him with a smile. Of course, I'm still waiting for you, the big boss, to throw some money at me. Not to mention that I also want to meet that brash supervisor Zhang. Meng Yu smiled unimpressed. If it wasn't for the commemorative significance of that bracelet, he wouldn't have bothered to go back to the company to toss it, and he wouldn't be able to use any of his other personal belongings anyway. Come up, or I'll carry you down. Wearing such high heels, you're not afraid of twisting your feet. Blame me? How would I know that your house doesn't have an elevator? Morong Qianyue, don't move. He. You actually have muscles, eh? It's not like you'll lose a piece of meat if you touch it. In the middle of the conversation, Meng Yu carried Morong Qianyue down the stairs. After experiencing the 2 acts of the Marriott restaurant in Meng Yu's house, the relationship between the two people was obviously much closer, and the jokes were meat and vegetables, and the camaraderie was no less than that of a partner who had fought back to back. Just two people did not expect. Downstairs has long been surrounded by residents watching. After all, since Meng Yu home, and Rolls-Royce Phantom luxury car, and is a stunning beauty, and is the bank carriers, want not to attract attention are difficult. Not to mention the fact that liking to spectate and watch has always been one of the characteristics of the common people of Xia. The residents of the neighborhood were talking about it. I'll tell you, just now there is a pair of fairy couples sitting in the customized Rolls-Royce came. Male handsome, female beautiful, with the filming of the movie like, together went upstairs. That guy, that scene, the peak of life. Really? The car is here. The Rolls-Royce must be at least $20 million. Can a young man afford this car? This must be a big boss? See these 4 bodyguard cars, a dozen bodyguards escorting them. How big of a deal is this? I guess the girl must be a big star. Come on. Star also did not have this row. It is presumed to be the son of a large family or 1,000 gold. Did you see the money truck just now? The security personnel left with a safe. I don't know what kind of treasure is in the box. I don't know what kind of treasure was in the box. They actually mobilized so many security personnel. Who was that beautiful woman who came down just now? Also too enchanting. If she could be my girlfriend, I'd be willing to lose 20 years of my life. I think it's the top management of South Hang Bank. I saw the logo. You won't be able to live for 20 years. Just now a lot of people came one after another. I heard that they are Morong Group's bodyguards and Nanhang Bank's security personnel, adding up to 40 to 50 people, right? What's going on here? I don't know. It might be related to the first couple. It can't be embezzlement, right? Or cheating and catching an adulterer? It doesn't feel like it either. It's more like a forced marriage drama, or withdrawal and repudiation. Don't speculate. I think it might be a national treasure coming out. Anyway, there's going to be a big show, so what's the rush? It might be on the news tomorrow. I didn't think our neighborhood would have such a glorious day. Look, it's the couple that came first. The man is handsome, the woman is beautiful. Great. Mengyu arrives at the first floor with Morong Chenyu on his back. Upon seeing this scene, Mengyu and Morong Chenyu glanced at each other and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. Fortunately, Morong Group's bodyguards and Nanhang Bank's security personnel were already in place, and under the cover of the crowd of staff, Mengyu and Morong Chenyu got into the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom and left in absolute disarray. However, just a few minutes after the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom drove off, a luxury fleet consisting of a dozen or so high-ranking bank personnel rushed all the way over without stopping. Chapter 21, 100 banks gather to compete. A dozen or so Porsche Start limousines poured into the old neighborhood where Mengyu used to live one after another. A few more batches came afterward. Residents of the neighborhood who didn't know thought that the car show had chosen the wrong address. In fact, Mengyu rented this old neighborhood. Already has a history of more than 20 years. From the old buildings and tattered ground can be seen, but from the time it was built until now, there has never been such a big scene in the neighborhood. Adding up to hundreds of multi-million-dollar luxury cars, the neighborhood is surrounded by water. Yang Changbin is a branch chief of South Hang Bank, now is the 6th-level banker, is also the South Hang Bank official here, the highest level of banker. He was young and followed his superiors, traveled around, is also considered to have seen a lot of big scenes, but like today's magnificent scene, in addition to the International Banking Conference, he is still the first time to see. Not that hundreds of luxury cars, that is just unusual in the International Car Show. Rather, it was the big shots sitting in the back of the cars. The president of the Bank of Xia, 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 the president of the Bank of Jiaotong, the president of the 5 major banks in Xia have all come in person. There are also the recruitment of Shang Bank, Xiaxin Bank, Pu Valve Bank, the Summer Country Open Valve Bank, Into the Mouth of the Bank, Minsheng Bank, and so on. Domestic well-known banks, even the dozen foreign banks in the country, are all here. One is not bad, and as far as the eye can see, each bank representative is at least the vice president level of the industry giants. Yang Changbin swallowed a mouthful of saliva, by the scene in front of him, shocked wide-eyed. However, he was able to reach the branch president, naturally not a stupid person, immediately associated with the Vice President Wang's delivery. There is no doubt that Vice President Wang's mouth and the honored customers. I am afraid that these bank president-level characters are also the target. After all, the district is an old neighborhood. The possibility of hiding 2 true dragons at the same time is almost none. Then, just now, who exactly was the god that Vice Governor Wang visited? What made it possible for so many governor-level bigwigs to gather at the same time to pay a visit? Even the richest man in Xia, Nan Hang Ma, I'm afraid he doesn't have this treatment, right? We must know that these people are the real big shots in the domestic banking sector. Stomping, the entire banking sector to tremble 3 times. Surrounding the crowd, watching the crowd, have discussed, asterisk. These people all look like they come from a very big place. Just now that pair of men and women in the end, what is the identity of I don't know. It's estimated to be terrifying. I know that the one who came in a stretch Bentley is the chief executive of the summer branch of Ruilian Bank. I used to work as a security guard at Ruili Bank, so I'm sure I can't go wrong. I've also seen that man's picture. He's the president of the Xia Bank. He's an old bullseye. Damn, this camp is too luxurious. I confess, I'm sour. At first I even threw out garbage with that little brother surnamed Meng. I should have known that I should have gotten close. In case I get hitched, won't I soar? Me too. I even ate with him at a small restaurant last time, when his girlfriend wasn't even this. He's young and not inferior. His girlfriend must be a whole lot envious. That said, so many bigwigs in the bank are looking for him. What on earth are they looking for? Really too curious. Not to mention that the residents of the neighborhood were curious. Even Branch Chief Yang, while being shocked, his heart was like being scratched by a cat. However, he also knew that in the special environment of the banking industry, excess curiosity would kill the cat. Since Vice President Wang didn't confide in him, he didn't dare to ask more questions. You're the person in charge here? Nanhang Bank? The president of the Summerland Bank got off and walked over, sweeping him majestically. As soon as he spoke, the gazes of all the visitors landed on Yang Qingbin's body, their smiles a little odd. South Hang Bank? What kind of second-rate small bank is that? You also want to get close to that person to get a piece of the pie? Beads of sweat instantly appeared on Yang Qingbin's forehead. As the saying goes, only the ignorant can be fearless. since he knew the horrifying identities of these visitors. He would be under tremendous psychological pressure. Unceremoniously speaking, as long as he inadvertently slipped up and uttered a provocative word now, there would be no place for him in the entire banking world in the future. Yes, I'm Yang Changbin, the head of the South Hang Bank branch, and I'm here to guard the house for a distinguished guest by order of Vice President Wang Lingyu. The clothes on Yang Changbin's back were already wet with sweat. The Xia Bank president frowned slightly. Wang's surname? That would be the Southern Hang Wang family, right? He had long since realized that the composition of the personnel here was somewhat mixed, and thought that apart from the bank security personnel, there were also bodyguards from the Southern Hang Wang family. However, even if it was the entire Southern Hang Wang family, it would be impossible to support that Mr. Meng's financial needs. The visitors looked at each other in dismay. Ever since they got the news that low-profile and mysterious Mr. Meng had appeared in Nanhang, the eyes of the global banking community were focused on Nanhang City, and they were just the first ones to arrive at fire speed. There were also a large number of overseas banks that were on their way to Nanhang by airplane. After all, Mr. Meng was the person with the most cash deposits in this world? Bar none, he was also the only one. The ultimate hidden giant who could stir up the global financial storm with his personal financial power. Note, in the system's altered world monetary system, the money held by the host is recognized by all banks around the globe. In certain gossipy rumors, the wealth he possesses is enough to make a small developing country leap into a developed country. The scariest thing is, none of the governors present were qualified to know exactly how he possessed so much wealth, and the central bank had been so secretive about it that not even the four major banks directly under them had informed the slightest bit about it. That said, if it was the Wang family that was involved, then there was one person present who should know more information about Mr. Meng. The governors converged their gazes on Wang Zhang. This was the next head of the Wang family in southern Hangzhou. Wang Zhang was in a daze at this moment. To be reasonable, he had followed the governor of the Xia Bank this time, just as a junior, coming over to follow the big brother for a long time. After all, he had succeeded in his business venture though. It had also been unanimously recognized by the older generation of the Wang family. But the size of his own company was ultimately too small, less than 10 billion nanodollars, before taking over the Wang family's industry. Naturally, he was not qualified to participate in this competition. Even Wang Zhang didn't know the name and age of the mysterious Tycoon. He only knew that the Tycoon was very rich. Moreover, Wang Zhang's purpose of coming here this time is also very simple. After the mysterious Tycoon finished the big cake for the banks, he just need to pick up some bits and pieces to be able to eat. After all, the mysterious Tycoon. But all the major banks tend to rush to the existence of, as long as a familiar face, casually invested in him billions of dollars and send him like a beggar, begging for pity and humility? This is a business matter, not shabby. Chapter 22 A rich giant influencing the business landscape. After slowing down from his dumbfoundedness, Wang Zhang had an unbelievable look on his face. Obviously, he was only accompanying the crown prince to study. How did he become Mr. Qi all of a sudden? This branch chief in front of him was mistaken, right? He opened his mouth and confirmed. Branch Chief Yang, are you sure it's my little aunt, Wang Lingyu, who arranged for you to be on duty here? If this was a mistake, the Wang family in Nanhang would lose face all over the world. As the future head of the Wang family, he couldn't be more cautious. Moreover, although Wang Lingyu was not a vase in the family, compared to her stunning looks, her abilities seemed too mediocre, especially her lack of initiative in doing things. How is it possible to get in touch with that person first than the entire Wang family? Not to mention the fact that so many bankers in front of him were not capable of contacting that mysterious Tycoon. His little aunt, Wang Lingyu, a small bank vice president. What are her credentials? How could she be one step ahead of the others? Could it be that the mysterious Tycoon has taken a liking to his little aunt? Or has his little aunt been hiding her strength? Wang Zhang thought for a moment, but his face gradually calmed down. It was only then that Yang Changbin saw Wang Zhang, who was following behind the president of the Xia Bank. So it's Mr. Wang, indeed. I was ordered by Vice President Wang to look after the mansion for your guest here. After saying that, he glanced at Wang Zhang somewhat strangely. Isn't Vice Governor Wang and the Wang family a family? How is it that the Wang family of southern Hangzhou actually doesn't know about this? Could it be that Vice Governor Wang had other plans? Originally, Yang Changbin still wanted to say that the M was present, but his eyes turned around, but he was blessed to conceal it. After all, he is an old employee of the South Hang Bank, is Wang Lingyu's direct subordinate. The Wang family's interests, and he has nothing to do with it. You mean that mysterious Tycoon lived here? Is it still there now? Wang Zhang's eyes lit up. Yang Changbin shook his head. Your guest just left. I heard that he went back to his company. He shouldn't be coming back in the short term. These words reached the ears of the governors, who showed disappointment on their faces. Because that Mr. Meng's company, No one present knew where it was either. It looked like they had pounced again this time, but this was also expected of them. After all, due to the ambiguous attitude of the central bank, the governors simply did not have the guts to hire a private detective to investigate Mr. Meng. It would be a strange thing if they didn't pounce when they were bumping around like a headless fly. The reason why they are still so enthusiastic is just to show their sincerity. Just like 3 times, hoping to get the world's largest customer with sincerity. And don't say that their domestic banks are humble. As far as they knew, the presidents of those big international banks abroad had also rushed to South Hangzhou on international flights the first time they knew about Mr. Meng's entry into the world. Not the top of the banking industry. Simply cannot imagine Mr. Meng such a tycoon giant, for the world's banking industry pattern, and even the global business pattern, will have what a pivotal impact. If during the Three Kingdoms period, the Crouching Dragon and the Phoenix Daisy, the one who gets one can win the world, then the bank that got Mr. Meng, a giant client, would basically become the #1 bank in the private sector, and the kind that far surpassed the second place. As for the South Hang Bank being the first to reach out to Mr. Meng, in fact, it was also expected by the governors. After all, South Hang Bank was the local bank of South Hang City. Although the scale is small and the radiation range is limited, but in this part of South Hangzhou City, its influence is feared to be in the wood. As the saying goes, it is difficult for a strong dragon to suppress a snake. The snake path is sometimes more convenient than the dragon path to find important people. It seems like we need to cooperate a bit with Nanhang Bank. This time Nanhang Bank, but it's dipped in Mr. Meng's light. You can't say that either. That Vice President Wang, being able to take the lead in contacting Mr. Meng, no matter what contacts she used, that's also her skill. Indeed, being able to get things done is real skill. Anyway, the Nanhang Bank is just a tiny bit big, so it's irrelevant if it swallows up $1 trillion nanodollars in savings. It's estimated that Mr. Meng's savings have already exceeded 10,000 yuan, and there are even huge amounts of vault notes. Ancient families are like this, for the vault banknotes love. After all, digital currency is a new product. Save a little money even if large transactions or cash money reliable. That's right, from the ancient silver bills to the modern vault notes, it's all the same. I wonder which family Mr. Meng comes from? Don't pry into this. The higher-ups have warned against prying into Mr. Meng's personal circumstances. Alas, Mr. Meng comes and goes like the wind. I don't know when I'll be able to see him. I heard that he's so handsome and talented that even the eastern family of the imperial capital wants to marry him. The proud daughter of the imperial capital? Didn't she graduate from the first military school in South Hangzhou? Could it be that the two of them have known each other for a long time? Who knows? One is the daughter of a top family in the imperial capital, and the other is the heir of a 1,000-year-old reclusive family. It feels like a good match. Well matched. Although I'm a banker in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, I also know about the open and secret struggles between the great families. If Mr. Meng and the Dongfang family join forces, not to mention the other top families in the Summer Kingdom, I'm afraid that the Rothschild family and the Masonic Consortium will have to sit up and take notice. The governors deliberated individually in groups of 3 or 5. Since Mr. Meng's final clue was broken here, they still had to go back and think long and hard. In the final analysis, they also didn't dare to test Mr. Meng's privacy. Bottom line, not being able to get the savings was a small matter, in case they angered the low-profile Mr. Meng. I'm afraid that he really did have the terrifying financial power to overthrow a few banks with his own strength. You know, in the global banking world, Mr. Meng's existence itself is a bug. That's why Mr. Meng also had a chic nickname, Bug Meng. It referred to his low-profile character that liked to hide, as well as his immeasurable wealth that rivaled that of a nation. Now that Mr. Meng had finally shown up, even though he had only spent more than 3 million nanodollars at the Marriott restaurant, he had also released a subtle signal that Mr. Meng was most likely about to make a big move. After all, a hidden giant like Mr. Meng, every word and action must have a deep meaning. In that case, the business community in Xia, and even the global business community, would usher in an unprecedented earthquake. After all, Mr. Meng's money, it was really too much. So much that it was enough to affect the national fortune of Xia and the pattern of the world. The governors were filled with regret as the luxury cars backed away one after another. The crowd of onlookers watching the spectacle also gradually retreated, and the old neighborhood returned to its usual tranquility, with only the security personnel of the South Hang Bank closely guarding Mr. Meng's old mansion. The other end, in front of the first floor gate of the Feng Yuan International Trade Mansion, a rakish Rolls-Royce Molly Phantom slowly stopped, and the 4 bodyguard cars were tightly protected, causing passers-by to stop and look enviously at the place. A $40 million nanodollar Phantom Series luxury car? The small company owner who rents an office building in the Feng Yuan International Trade Tower can't afford it. Is this the father A of any small company coming to inspect? Chapter 23 Understood. The one who came to climb the ladder. The company arrived. Meng Yu looked through the car window at the familiar scene outside the car. It was still a little while before closing time. The gate of the China World Trade Center is still old and clean. The convenience store at the gate is cold and quiet. The security guards standing guard in the lobby. And the busy couriers are still the same as before. Moving down a small parcel from the courier tricycle. Only get the system of him. The trajectory of life has changed radically. Things are not what they used to be. Yesterday, he was still busy working from 9 to 5, struggling to buy a house and a car. Not only did he have to hook up with difficult clients, but he also had to face the jealousy of his co-workers, and was exploited by the company's supervisors for his performance, even being disliked by his gold-digging girlfriend to the point of breaking up. Today, however, he already has enough wealth to buy Apple, can drink 600,000 nano dollars a bottle of Conti red wine, has a worldly girl chasing after him, and has even already made his ex-girlfriend regret to the point of fainting. The days of working as a laborer had become a thing of the past, and he, who had obtained the system, had reached the true peak of his life. Meng Yu, you turned out to be experiencing life right here. I remember you said that you seemed to be working as a real estate salesman in the Greendykes Group. That's a Fortune 500 company. The monthly salary should be quite a lot, right? Morong Qianyue curiously came over. Meng Yu smiled bashfully. It's just a small company under the Green Typhoon. A base salary of 3,005 plus 1 point of commission. That's quite a lot. I work as a cashier, and I only get a dead wage of $5,000 a month. It's not enough for a lipstick. Morong Qianyue suddenly turned her eyes around. Otherwise, let's pool our paychecks together to have a hot pot meal? I heard my college roommate say that with the money earned from working part-time, eating instant noodles is fragrant. Besides, I know of an old store nearby that's especially delicious. And the key thing is that you can't search for it online. 2 people's salaries for a hot pot meal? The family has a mine? The corner of Meng Yu's mouth twitched. It is true that a 1,000-year-old girl from a worldly family is not something that ordinary people can afford to raise. In the past, I am afraid that he would have turned his head and left. Yes, Meng Yu lamented, but did not refuse. After all, he had eaten all the 9 fresh emperor crabs for 660,000 nascent dollars apiece, so he wasn't too far behind on this amount of money. At this time, the driver happened to pull open the Rolls-Royce's rear side door. Morong Qianyue walked down with her long legs, and under the sunlight, the coffee-colored stockings embroidered with gold patterns shone with a noble and elegant luster. Heavens! Weighted Country Gerb's Fengming series collection stockings. No way, it can't be? Are you looking at it wrong? That series costs hundreds of thousands of dollars per pair. Unless you're a real rich white beauty, who can afford to wear them normally? They're all for collection. There's no mistake. Fengming series with the best gray rock silk. In ancient times that are tribute silk, a glance can see the difference. Yes, especially on the stockings. This kind of exquisite and delicate linear golden rust pattern. Dignified but not demonic. I heard that it was done in cooperation with Hermes' chief designer. Limited to 10,000 sets per month globally. It's the favorite of the upper-class gentry of the summer country. I've always wanted to own a pair of them. Or don't. Stockings this kind of consumable. Where can our sisters afford to wear them? This should be a rich family's young lady. I guess it's the boss of Party A who came to review. And I don't know which company got lucky and was able to work with this big lady on it. She's so pretty and young. Just like a big star. Forget it. We working girls can't compare. Some stockings can't afford to wear at birth, and they can't afford to wear them for the rest of their lives. Morong Qianyue smiled faintly. For these envious eyes, she has long been accustomed to it since she was a child. Subsequently, Meng Yu, who was dressed in a black Armani power suit, also stepped out of the car. Gorgeous clothes, angular and handsome face. The 4 working beauties standing at a distance and paying attention to this place had red eyes and let out bursts of screams. So handsome. I'm in love. That's the latest model of the top lifestyle Armani. Right. Snow wolf leather. A set sells for millions. I'm sore. Why am I not the woman standing next to him? Yeah, I'd rather cry my eyes out in a Rolls-Royce Phantom than laugh in a BMW. Finding a boyfriend these days Porsche to start with. When you meet the Phantom series you just marry. Sisters, I admit I'm crazy about him. I want to give him a monkey. Calm down. Other people have missy girlfriends. How could they possibly look at a working girl like us? If you want to marry a Phantom, you have to have a Porsche 911, right? My God. Wait, this looks familiar. Isn't this the salesman from South Hang Green Beach Real Estate? I also wanted his WeChat last time, but it was rejected. No way, right? Your salesman wears snow wolf skin Armani? That's right, it's impossible. Sisters, let's not be afraid. Let's go over and talk to this rich young man. Let's be rich and wealthy. and never forget each other. Right, let's give it a shot, just in case we get hit on. So scared. You won't be taught a lesson by the young lady, right? It's okay. I see that Missy's eyes are quite afraid of that young man, so I guess she's a backslider, so she won't dare to say anything in person. As for men, no one likes the colorful flyglass. That's right, I'm not going to be able to do that. The four working beauties in the distance made up their minds and walked towards Mangyu's duo in a cowering manner. Seeing this, Morong Chenua naturally reached out and took Mengyu by the shoulders, wanting to swear sovereignty over these thoughtful working girls. However, she didn't expect her hand to be casually peeled away by Mengyu. Mengyu strangely glanced at her, his brows slightly furrowed as he said in his heart, "What the hell is this Morong Chenua? A mollusk?" In the car to lean on him even if, upstairs to him to back him also recognized, down the car but also holding him, really take him as a humanoid crutch chanting? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do this, but I'm going to be able to. The four working beauties are happy to see this situation. It looks like this rich couple is in conflict. This is not the best opportunity for them to intervene. Although their face value and body are not as good as this big lady, but they have no face, no skin to let loose may have the opportunity to get favored. And in case the spring breeze is pregnant with the dragon seed, and then a marriage into the mansion. Simply gray sparrow flying on the sycamore tree branch, become a phoenix. A lifetime of food and clothing not to mention, but also in front of old classmates, ex-boyfriends, incarnation of the upper class people, nostrils to the sky to show off. Handsome, this is my WeChat, need to contact me at any time. Oh, the first one is still kind of reserved, just handed a small note and said very subtly. The next one will open the mouth more unrestrained. Boss, I am amateur COS. Do you want to recruit people as a secretary? They are very capable of cam, and you want to look like people all have. After saying that, he also handed Mengyu a pink business card. Mengyu scratched his hair, swept a glance at the four women in the way, and looked at Morong Chenua with a head full of black question marks. What is this situation? He was just thinking about how to manage his finances when he had too much savings, but he really didn't pay attention to when the four street beauties appeared in front of him. Humph, man, looking for you. Morong Chenua's tone was clearly a bit unhappy. After all, in front of the four vulgar girls, she had been disgraced by Mengyu. However, she and Mengyu had not established a relationship, so even if a woman pursued him to his face, she couldn't be bothered to snap, and could only sulk on her own. Mengyu turned back to look at the four women's cowering expressions and came to a realization. Understood, come to climb the relationship. I had heard that once a person is rich, what relatives and friends, what old classmates and old colleagues will be more. It seems to be true. This has just arrived at the office building where the company is located. There are not familiar with the colleagues over to climb friendship, but Mengyu also did not hard to refuse, smiled and took the note and pink business card. Angry Morong Chenua stomped his feet. Seeing this scene, the smiles on the faces of those two women grew brighter. Chapter 24. What kind of divine operation is this? Mengyu also laughed and looked at the two remaining beauties. It couldn't be that they were also trying to get close, right? The third long-haired beauty was obviously of a much higher segment. Little brother, my concubine has just been dumped by a scummy man, and my mother had a car accident. Can you treat me to a drink tonight? I'm afraid I can't tonight. Some other day for sure. Mengyu smiled undeniably. The two of them were strangers. This beauty actually wants him to treat her to a drink? Although he was sorry that this beauty's family was unfortunate, but there are many miserable people in this world, so he can't use this to sell his misery to dilly-dally with the wine. The long-haired beauty sighed softly with regret. Her small, grumbling eyes stared at Mengyu for a few seconds before taking out a gold-plated business card and handing it to Mengyu. As Mengyu reached out to take it, her fingers scratched at Mengyu's palm, and her eyes looked at Mengyu with an increasingly flirtatious look, reminding Mengyu of the female cat in heat in the yard of his old home. Careful Morong Chenua noticed her small movements, expressions some serious up. Originally she thought, just a group of toads want to eat swan meat of the poor girl. I didn't expect there to be a few points of skill. Suddenly, the fourth beautiful woman bawled, straight cry pear blossom with rain, let the listener liver. The surrounding passers-by who heard the woman's cries all gathered over. Little old sister, what's wrong? Yes, why are you crying for a good reason? Is someone bullying you? Look at this sister crying her heart out. I think it's this rich kid who's been a pain in the ass. Young masters of rich families, not many good things. The onlookers instinctively sympathized with the weak, not to mention a beautiful woman who was sobbing, although her beauty was no match for the scantily clad rich lady next to her. But the more this happened, the more it inspired the passers-by's cheap sympathy. They had already, in their minds, brainstormed a plot on their own. What kind of rich second-generation man likes the new one? Or the rich family's daughter snatching her love? Anyway, people were always willing to believe what they imagined, and as for what the truth was, they rather didn't care very much. No, it's not. No one bullied me. I just fell in love at first sight with this gentleman. I really like him too much but feel like I don't deserve him. That's why I'm very sad." The beautiful woman wiped her tears in a pitiful manner. That pitiful little look really evoked the softness and protectiveness within every man present. Except for Mengyu. His mind was now filled with his $10,000 savings, and in front of such a huge fortune, he had no time to think about anything else for the time being. The gazes of the onlookers on the road were all dimmed, but they still forced a smile and coaxed, "This little brother, you just give people a chance. Yes, the most important thing to be a wife is true love. Your family looks rich, you drive a tens of millions of dollars of Mirage luxury cars, and wear Armani. What you lack is just a wife who loves you. I'm optimistic about you too. I also offer my blessings. If you get married in the future, remember to call us a few to drink a cup of wedding wine." Mengyu raised his eyebrows. What kind of happy wine is not happy wine? He and Morong Qianyue have not even gotten to the end of their relationship. Why did he mention his wife's wedding wine? You know he's rich now, but he hasn't enjoyed a rich man in love yet. What if he needs a better half? Can not be a few years later to consider the marriage into the grave thing? Besides, even if he was single for the rest of his life, he felt pretty good. Girlfriend, this thing, talk bad is really bad. It's better to be single. The beautiful woman took out a business card and kissed it, leaving a vermilion chun mark on it, then slightly owed her body and handed it to Mengyu with both hands, her posture extremely low. Mengyu raised his hand and took it, along with the previous three, and put it in his pocket together, then smiled and waved goodbye to the four working beauties. The passers-by also dispersed. Morong Qianyue's pink fists were pinched white, her face as gloomy as water. Obviously she did not expect that among these four poor family girls, there was actually a 1,000-year-old vixen hidden. The Tao is very deep. She had been careless and had not been on guard, letting them have their way, thinking that she, a yellow flower girl, would have to steal a man from four broken goods in the future. She was just suffocating in her heart. The other end. The four departing working beauties regrouped. Each of them took out their cell phones and waited for that rich man's choice. As long as they could add the rich man's prestige, they would go and take ovulation injections, and then ask him out to roll in the sheets by all means. I guess it's the fourth sister who won. You really scared me when you cried. It's worthy of being a theater acting college student who is mixed with Yokozuna. Your performance was so vivid. That's right, those idiots even helped you out. They're so easy to fool. If you get rich, don't forget your sisters. Don't worry, big sister. If I can marry into a rich family, I will also help you guys find a good match. In fact, the third sister also has a chance. You were dumped by a scummy guy again, and your mother had a car accident. I guess the mansion boy is heartbroken to death, just that his girlfriend is around. So it's not good for him to comfort you with warm words and soft words. Comfort? Slowly just comfort to the hotel room. In fact, big sister and second sister also have a chance. Every rich man has different tastes. Didn't that young Master Chen like to steal other people's girlfriends? He's really a BIAN. Mengyu sighed. After he resolved the unexpected incident, he walked into the lobby of the first floor of the office building and turned left towards the elevator room of Block B. When he passed by the courier cabinet, he took out a courier package in his hand. Mr. Meng, what's in here? Morong Qianyue was a bit curious, but after that incident just now, she was a little disappointed in Mengyu's vision, so her address was also a lot more raw. Nuts. Ex-girlfriend likes to eat nuts. Mengyu smiled to himself. Suddenly, Mengyu remembers something. Right, hold the express for me. If you don't mind, you can also unwrap it and eat it. Morong Qianyue skimmed and ate it. She, Morong Qianyue, swore that even if she starved to death here, there was no way she would ever eat anything from Mengyu again, especially when she thought of the scene of Mengyu rolling in bed with the broken goods later. Morong Qianyue felt sick. It wasn't that Morong Qianyue couldn't accept competition, but the competitors had to be good at least, not to mention a lady of the house, right? Just those four rags with no idea how many hands are worthy of competing with her for men? Wouldn't that be pulling down her class? Watching Mengyu walk to the elevator door, Morong Qianyue didn't know what else Mengyu had going on. It couldn't be that he was in a hurry to add the prestige of those broken goods, right? That would be too much. She Morong Qianyue golden branch, fish and geese, and still intact as the first, is so unattractive? Or was Mengyu's XP off? Only to see that Mengyu stopped when he walked to the side of the trash can. After pulling out those four business cards from his pocket, he carelessly threw them into the trash can. Then he walked back behind Morong Qianyue. Looking at Morong Qianyue, she froze on the spot. Good guy. She was straight up good guy. What kind of divine operation is this? Chapter 25, throwing out all his stuff. Mengyu, since you're not adding their contact information, why did you take it? Morong Qianyue said in disbelief. Mengyu gave her a puzzled look. Didn't your school teacher teach you not to litter with your hands? Besides, rejecting someone's business card in person is a very uncultivated behavior. True, from a young age, Meng's father had taught Mengyu that if someone reached out and handed him a cigarette, even if he didn't know how to, he should take it and throw it in the trash afterwards. It was better than rejecting it in public and letting others down. There's a saying, indeed, good one, don't throw garbage with your hands. Laughed me to death. Morong Chenhua laughed straight through, especially when she thought of those 4 broken goods, holding their cell phones and waiting blearily for Mengyu to contact them. She felt especially relieved in her heart and couldn't stop laughing at all. The most cruel thing in this world is nothing more than obviously rejecting it in your heart, but still leaving people with expectations, just like those broken goods. The circle of friends to keep several spare tires. They are obviously determined to do whatever it takes to marry into the rich family, but they prefer to engage in ambiguity with the civilian family workers. And then a variety of hints. What Valentine's Day to send red packets, Christmas gifts, the first cup of milk tea in the fall, ruthlessly harvesting the spare tire hit worker's wallet as the funds for them to plot to marry into a wealthy family. These sidewalk trash encountered Mengyu, a low-profile tycoon, and it was considered that they had hit the iron plate, and it was so deserved that they were unintentionally teased by Mengyu. That being said, Morong Chenhua was also concerned, and that's why she lost her temper. Otherwise, with her competence, she definitely wouldn't have gotten so wound up, because even she and Wang Lingyu couldn't arouse Mengyu to take the initiative to pursue them. It was thought that Mengyu was a normal person who wouldn't even have thoughts about those 4 broken goods. She should have thought of this earlier. Taking advantage of waiting for the elevator, Morong Chenhua nimbly tore open the package, took out the 2 bags of nuts inside, and tore open one bag to share with Mengyu. As for what she swore in her heart before, even if she starved to death, there was no way she would eat anything from Mengyu. Morong Chenhua beamed and threw a nut into her mouth. It's so fragrant, too damn fragrant, she thought somewhat roguishly. Isn't she not starving to death yet? So there was no problem with eating Mengyu's nuts, and it's also tremendously fragrant. After all, it was a snack shared by the intended recipient, and it had a completely different meaning than if she had bought it herself. And these 2 bags were still the ones he had bought for his girlfriend back in the day. And even though Wang Li, that gold-digging girl, was already a thing of the past, but isn't her eating this bag of nuts right now the same as if Mengyu had bought it for her to eat? Nuts equals nuts. So she's Mengyu's girlfriend? She's such a little math genius. Morong Chenhua thought prettily. The elevator quickly arrived. Mengyu walked into the elevator with the waiting workers and pressed the number 15. Morong Chenhua naturally leaned on Mengyu's body, keeping an absolute distance from the others. A few beat workers saw Mengyu's duo was well dressed. They also deliberately squeezed on the other side, not wanting to provoke Mengyu, the rich second generation. Only when their gazes swept over the 2 bags of nuts in Morong Chenhua's hands, the expressions on their faces were a bit stunned. They didn't expect that the rich white beauty would also eat this kind of mass-priced ordinary nuts, and it looked like she was eating them very favorably. If it was not for the fact that she was covered in a light and elegant fragrance, and was wearing Hermes, and her face value was subdued, they would have suspected that this was the legendary spell of Shi Nan Yuan. Feng Yuan International Trade Building, Block B, 15th floor, Nanhang Green Typhoon Real Estate Company. Zhang Rongfan's face was blue and he was directing his subordinates to throw Mengyu's personal belongings out of the company's door. This briefcase, that teacup, and all these things, throw them all to the stairway trash can. Good for him, Mengyu. He actually didn't reply to a dozen or so messages. He really doesn't care about him as a supervisor. Is it because he's a son-in-law that even his subordinate employees can ignore his dignity? Obviously, he is a supervisor with real material. Just a little bit greedy. Isn't it right for a supervisor to deduct a little bit from his subordinate's performance? How can he get a new Ferrari at the end of the year if he doesn't pit these laborers? This Mengyu actually dared to have dissatisfaction, really against him. Supervisor Zhang. Mengyu, he'll be here soon. Even if you want to dismiss him, there's no need to make a scene like this, right? Su Qiner was very puzzled. Could it be that just because Mengyu was too handsome and attracted the attention of Supervisor Zhang's wife, he was angry enough to do such a thing? All people have the heart to love beauty. Su Qiner felt that although Supervisor Zhang's ability was good, his heart was too narrow. What do you know? Do what you need to do. What's between men? Women less interrupt. Zhang Rongfan sneered. Originally, this beautiful subordinate had a few moments of admiration for him. Ever since Mengyu came, her 3 views followed Mengyu's face value and ran off the rails, helping Mengyu in every way. That was just as well. Was he now targeting Mengyu because of work matters? If he doesn't get rid of Mengyu, I'm afraid that in another 2 months, the department head will be surnamed Meng. Throw them out. All of them. This kind of unorganized and undisciplined employee, even if his business ability is excellent, he doesn't deserve to stay in our Nanhang Green Causeway. Zhang Rongfan shouted loudly. It was more like venting the indignation and jealousy that was pent up in his heart, because in Mengyu, he saw the shadow of himself when he was young, and Mengyu was more handsome and younger. While he had already started to replenish his hair, Whenever he saw his wife sending chicken soup to Mengyu, he had an extremely deep sense of crisis, but he didn't dare to say more than half a word, because he was a door-to-door son-in-law. The employee sniffed and picked up Mengyu's personal belongings and threw them in the trash pile at the stairway. There is a saying. Mengyu's co-worker relations in the office were relatively average, because handsome guys were already prone to jealousy, and he was the one who had a girlfriend in the first place, which made him very out of place with the crowd of singles in the sales department. Yuck! Handsome is great? His girlfriend ran away with a rich second generation. Serves him right. Liu spat towards the trash can. In the trash can, thick phlegm hung on the briefcase, looking very disgusting. Liu and Mengyu had a little bit of chicken scratch at the beginning. Is the office of the most hate Mengyu one? Although usually disguised very polite. But today, Zhang's supervisor fumed. He just happened to fall on the well and step out to step on Mengyu. It can be said that he can kill two birds with one stone by taking out a mouthful of bad anger and at the same time pleasing Supervisor Zhang. Other co-workers saw the scene. Some of the lips are cold, but deterred by the yin prestige of Zhang's main way, also did not dare to open their mouths to say something. Zhang's supervisor, even in this batch of newcomers, the strongest business ability of Mengyu, have dared to direct dismissal, not to mention these old people with mediocre business ability. Suddenly, the elevator door slowly opened. A pair of young men and women dressed in expensive clothes walked out. Chapter 26, Where's my briefcase? The entire room was silent for a split second. The crowd seemed to be petrified, general motionless, jaws staring at Mengyu, and his body luxury Armani clothing, as well as following behind him, the woman who was as beautiful as heaven, dressed in Hermes. They were inwardly shocked and shouted, how is it possible? He's just a laborer. How can he afford to wear Armani? It looks like it's still snow wolf skin. This beautiful rich white woman, is she his new girlfriend? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Being handsome is really something you can do whatever you want. When did Mengyu become so rich? Had I known, I should have licked him furiously in the first place. It's a pity that I missed an opportunity to tie the knot with a big brother. Su Qiner's eyes were also dark. Originally, when she spread the word about Mengyu breaking up with his girlfriend in Liu's office, she was still a bit giddy inwardly, thinking that she finally had a chance. She didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, he had a new girlfriend. And unlike Wanli, that gold-digging girl, Su Qin knew that there was a real rich white girl in front of her. After all, she had been doing real estate sales for more than a year, and although she didn't make much money, she still had eyesight. Oh, you're the department head of Nanhang Green Causeway. Very imposing? Morong Qianyue resisted the urge to go up and slap Zhang Rongfan a few times and snorted coldly. Zhang Rongfan looked at Morong Qianyue in disbelief. You're the Morong Group's daughter-in-law? Ha! There's still someone in this Thai place who recognizes this young lady. Count yourself as somewhat knowledgeable. Morong Qianyue's eyebrows frowned slightly. Since she was recognized, it was not good for her to take the opportunity to seize the opportunity to attack instead. After all, Morong Group's roots and plants in South Hangzhou City were tied up in a knot, and even she, the Morong Group's daughter, only knew some of the main cooperation partners. If she wasn't careful, it would be easy to hurt her own people and instead let outsiders see the joke. The crowd of employees were stunned. Morong Group's daughter? To actually come to this small company of theirs in a big way. Wouldn't that be fluffy? Heavens! No wonder she's dressed so low-key and luxurious. I secretly measured. The stockings are the Phoenix series of the Weight Country Gerb. A pair of hundreds of thousands of the kind. What's the big fuss? Morong Group's daughter is also a top white rich beauty in the whole country. If you can let me stand in Mengyu's position, I'm willing to lose 10 years of my life. Ha! Mengyu wouldn't have been adopted, right? After all, Mengyu is really handsome. It's a pity that a big handsome guy has no dignity at all and went to be a gigolo. I think it's bloody profitable to be a gigolo for Morong Qianjin. She's so young and pretty and rich. Zhang Rongfan glanced at Mengyu. That's right. This Mengyu should have joined the Morong family or become a gigolo just like him. Otherwise there was no reason to be able to afford to wear Armani all of a sudden. Sincerely, he guessed correctly, this multi-million-dollar Armani wolfskin men's clothing was indeed a gift from Morong Qianyue. But Mengyu had also treated Morong Qianyue to $660,000 of 9 fresh supreme crab and $600,000 of Conti 1990 red wine. So Mengyu definitely didn't owe Morong Qianyue anything. Not to mention Mengyu being a gigolo. Morong Qiyu is still waiting for Mengyu to invest in her company. Unfortunately, Zhang Rongfan had only guessed half of it, so he ignored Mengyu and said towards Morong Qiyu with a respectful face, Honorable Miss Morong, may I ask if there is anything I can do for you? Just listen to him, Morong Qianyue said with disinterest, obviously not interested in talking more nonsense with him. She only wanted to finish her business early and follow Mengyu to eat hot pot. A world for two. Doesn't it smell good? Zhang Rongfan's face was slightly shocked. It looked like Mengyu, the little white boy, was quite favored. In that case, he would have to be slightly more serious. Maybe he really had a slight chance of joining the Morong family. In case Mangyu really became a Phoenix man, he definitely had to flatter him. I don't know. What are Brother Meng's orders? Xiao Zhang will take care of it for you. There's no problem with the performance thing. Even if you don't open a single order this month, I'll still help you pull it full. Zhang Rongfan acted like he knew what he was doing. Although in his heart, Mengyu was a fart. But as long as Mengyu was still favored by Miss Morong, he had to put on an act. After all, he didn't look at the face of the monk. He looked at the face of the Buddha. The crowd was shocked as they watched the scene. Completely unbelievable. Just scolded Mengyu's supervisor Zhang. And now this, in front of Mengyu called himself Xiao Zhangman, is the same person. This change of face is even faster than a book flip. No wonder people could achieve the position of supervisor. However, in the next second, Supervisor Zhang taught them what it means to be a ruthless and merciless supervisor. Li Yu, what do you mean? Brother Meng only came a little late, and you threw all of Brother Meng's things in the trash. Are you trying to revolt? Zhang Rongfan stormed out, pointing at Li Yu's nose and cursing. Li Yu's head was filled with black question marks. Wasn't Supervisor Zhang the one who commanded the employees to throw things just now? He just followed and stepped on it. How did he become the mastermind? Supervisor Zhang. It wasn't me. I wasn't. Just now you. You what you? Shut up you. I had been thinking about the fact that you were under a lot of pressure from your mortgage and had taken care of you a lot in the sales department. But I didn't realize that you were actually such a person. I was just larded up and listened to your greedy words. And that's why I made some small mistakes in the first place, making Meng's work unpleasant. Zhang Rongfan's tone suddenly turned morose. A large hand patted Li Yu's shoulder. Today this black pot, Li Yu had to carry it even if he didn't. Because Li Yu, who was carrying a mortgage, didn't have any choice. Li Yu was so pointed by Supervisor Zhang, also remembered the matter of the mortgage. Instantly a layer of fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Zhang Rongfan was his immediate supervisor. Moreover, his business ability was average, and the down payment for the house was taken out from the east. If Supervisor Zhang gave him small shoes, he would really be finished. Li Yu trembled and started to smack himself. Brother Meng, I'm wrong. I was unintelligent at first. I'm jealous of your good looks. I'm jealous of your business ability. That's why I let Supervisor Zhang deduct your performance. Be generous and spare me this time. He also really had the guts to do it. That big mouth was snapping, and he swelled up one side of his face. However, it was a sight to see the crowd of employees inwardly crying out in pain. This kind of colleague who fell down the well deserved this retribution. Where's my briefcase? Mengyu bristled. In his heart, he had no time to watch these two sing a duet. Since Supervisor Zhang had conceded, Brother Meng had called on him, and there was a nasty guy to take the blame, then this matter was over. Brother Meng, I'll go get it for you. Li Yu bumbled over to the trash can, reached out and took out the briefcase inside, ran to Mengyu's front, and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Mengyu was about to take the briefcase and leave. His eyes caught sight of the thick spit on top of the briefcase, and his face instantly sank. He, Mengyu, was too lazy to bother with his past co-workers. That was because he was a generous person. It didn't mean that he was an honest person who was easy to bully. Just the thick phlegm on this briefcase. If he doesn't give him a satisfactory explanation, he wants the whole South Hangzhou Green Tie Company to be finished, and even the entire Green Tie Group's stock price to fall heavily. It's useless even if the richest man in Xia comes, he said. Chapter 27. Do you want cash or transfer? Morong Qianyue saw Mengyu's face turn pale and followed his gaze to the briefcase. Her face instantly grimaced as well. Good fellow, daring to spit on Mengyu's briefcase, or a mouthful of thick phlegm. Is this playing with fire? Ha! Your Green Tie Group has a lot of balls. You've become one of the top 500 companies in the world. Aren't you just floating? A mere subsidiary. You dare not put our Morong family in your eyes? Morong Qianyue was really angry. Zhang Rongfan's face changed dramatically. If the group headquarters knew that he had offended Morong Group's Qianjin, I'm afraid that he, the supervisor, would definitely be thrown out to take the blame to quell Morong Group's anger. Dead Taoist friends don't die in poverty. Zhang Rongfan's eyes were red and his face looked at the employees with madness. Who the hell spit it out? Stand out for me? Otherwise you all have a responsibility. The employees were completely flustered. They were just some ordinary laborers. Where were they able to withstand the wrath of Morong Group's daughter? Thus, they all reached out in unison to point at Li Yu. It's him! Right, it's him! I saw him spit at the trash can with my own eyes. Supervisor Zhang. It was Li Yu who spat. Su Qiner and I were just scolding him for being two-faced, usually laughing and smiling with Mengyu, but it turns out the tea got cold before the person even left. There really isn't any human touch at all. Li Yu, who had been accused by 1,000 people, was trembling as he opened his mouth to try and argue something. Although it was indeed correct that he had spit, he could not afford to take this pot. and his extremely strong desire to survive made him not dare to admit it. In fact, he originally wanted to use this action to please Supervisor Zhang, but he didn't expect that it would turn into a life-suppressing charm. Splat! The exasperated Zhang Rongfan walked over quickly and lifted his hand for a big mouth. This slap was ruthless. It didn't leave any force. It directly hit Liu's eyes. What are you waiting for? Use your tongue to lick it clean. It's okay to eat back the saliva that came out of your mouth, right? Zhang Rongfan said morosely. Although there was nothing wrong with this logically speaking, as long as one was a normal person, they had more or less definitely eaten their own saliva. But what has been spit into the trash can, and then reintroduced into the mouth? I'm afraid that not many have tried. Thinking about it is so disgusting that they can't eat this. Li Yu hesitated. He looked around, looking at his boss who was full of moroseness, then looking at that honorable Morong Qianjin, then turning his head and sweeping over the bemused eyes of his colleagues, and finally landing on Meng Yu's careless and bland expression. Li Yu regretted. If he had known this, he should not have fallen on his former colleague. The saliva that was spat out had to be licked back after all. Miss Morong, can you guys spare me if I lick it clean? Li Yu walked to Morong Qianyue and fell to his knees in a mental breakdown, crying out in pain. Morong Qianyue snorted angrily. Don't ask me. I'm satisfied when Meng Yu is satisfied. Li Yu hugged his briefcase and crawled on his hands and knees to Meng Yu's leather shoes. Brother Meng, I know I'm wrong. Give me a chance. Brother Meng, my son is just under a year old. Milk powder to buy. Mortgage to pay. I can't live without this job. Li Yu cried bitterly. Taking the briefcase, he licked it up, not only eating back the thick phlegm he had spat, but also licking the entire briefcase clean. Meng Yu squatted down and looked at him flatly, unzipped the briefcase, and took out a delicate women's bracelet. It was the same one that the stunning late friend had left for him. If you're so miserable, then why did you spit this thick spit in the first place? If you just threw up my stuff, I was originally too lazy to get into it with you. Meng Yu said blandly. A pitiful person must be hateful. Li Yu let out a sigh of relief, and his entire body slumped to the ground like a dead dog. Thank you, Brother Meng, for sparing me. Thank you, Brother Meng, for sparing me. He was still thanking him repeatedly under his breath, his expression somewhat wooden, not knowing if he had been beaten silly. But this was obviously none of Meng Yu's business. The one who hit him was Zhang Rongfan, and Meng Yu did not instruct Zhang Rongfan to hit Li Yu. He was only prepared to ask Greenland Group for a statement but himself. After all, spitting this kind of thing has exceeded the bottom line of his tolerance. Meng Yu, you came back to the company just to find this bracelet, Wang Li's? Morong Qianyue said sourly. She was jealous. Why could this woman's bracelet be so valued by Meng Yu? Meng Yu shook his head. No, it belongs to a late friend of mine, who is no longer in southern Hangzhou. Morong Qianyue's narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly. She said, like Meng Yu, such an excellent man, how could there be no woman chasing after him? It turned out that the main man was not in South Hang City. Zhang Rongfan was staggered by Meng Yu's remark. These days when you are a gigolo, can you be so bold, eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? Why wasn't it Morong Qianyue that he met when he was young? You should know that he is the son-in-law of the Qian family, from the family to the present, but not a lot of eyeballs. The head is even more green prairie, and I don't know how many grass mud horses run wild every year. Meng Yu played with the bracelet and walked confidently to Su Qiner. He is a person who knows the favor. Su Qiner in the past is considered to be good for him, and now that he has developed, under the premise of not losing money, it is entirely possible to carry her a hand. I remember you have a second-hand apartment building near Nanhang University in your hands? Meng Yu spoke blandly. He was very impressed with this apartment building. It just came yesterday, because the owner who sold the house was going bankrupt, so he sold this apartment building with great appreciation potential at a loss to return his capital. But this apartment building whole price $90 million to sell, and only accept cash transactions. So for a moment, people who want to buy cannot get so much cash. Not to mention that the seller was in a hurry to get out. Those few buyers also hoped that the selling price could be a bit lower, down to around 88 million. After all, there were only so many people who could come up with 90 million in cash after all. And if the seller was in a hurry to cash out, they would definitely lower the price if they dragged their feet. Yeah, Brother Meng Yu, that apartment building has a good location. 90 million for the 24th floor is pretty cheap. Su Qiner looked at him with a confused expression, not understanding why Meng Yu suddenly brought this up. She actually wasn't very smart, and could even be said to be a bit clumsy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have mixed so mediocre. However, Meng Yu was quite fond of clumsy women. After all, compared to those snobbish women who had no great intelligence and a bunch of careful eyes, isn't she cute as a stupid girl? Alright, I'll take it. Do you want cash or transfer? Meng Yu casually pulled out a dime coin from his pocket. What could a dime do when placed in the past? It was not even enough to buy a bottle of mineral water. but in the present, where prices had depreciated a billion times, it was a whole 100 million nanodollars, more than enough to buy a $90 million high-quality apartment building. Chapter 28. Meng Yu, am I good? Su Qiner was stunned by Meng Yu's words. Her eyes were firmly fixed on the dime coin in Meng Yu's hand. The coin emitted a faint metallic luster, more alluring than a gemstone, more touching than a diamond. Was this the legendary vault note coin? It was rumored that only large banks, large companies, and even large transactions between countries would use vault notes, and ordinary people like her would hardly see one in reality in their lifetime. Can only be seen in the movie screen? Certain luxury big scene. Where did Meng Yu get the dime coin? But no matter how he got it, Su Qiner didn't question the authenticity. All coins above a dime have security markings and identity bindings. Stolen and robbed ones can't be exchanged for natty dollars at the bank. Even if illegally obtained vault notes occasionally appeared in black market auctions, it would be difficult to fetch the face value principal price. Moreover, because of the huge face value of illegal vault notes, whether it is used, carried or manufactured, it is a major crime in the world, and once caught, the sentence is extremely strict. In short, the number of vault banknotes is scarce, the cost of related crimes is high, and it is difficult to realize. Wait a moment, brother Meng Yu, I'll contact the seller. Su Qiner dialed the seller's number with some fumbling. Meng Yu smiled faintly, sitting down casually on the hospitality sofa. He crossed his legs and tossed a dime coin in his hand. Yesterday he was a salesman of a real estate company. Today he became a big boss who bought a house with cash, surrounded by the envious gazes of his former colleagues. This feeling is not to say, really cool. The eyes of all the co-workers are looking straight. That is a dime converted to the soft sister currency whole 100 million nanodollars. What if we lose it if we throw it around like this? Brother Meng, let go of the coin and let them do it. If they can earn a dime in this lifetime, they can live the rest of their lives on interest alone. The phone call came through. Hello? Is Sister Lon there? Su Qiner was a little anxious. Is it little Qiner? Those buyers are rushing again, aren't they? Forget it, 88 million is 88 million. As long as I can come up with the cash to save the day, I, Wei Yuelan, will admit to it. On the opposite side was a female voice, with a hint of apparent exhaustion in her mature and soft voice. Su Qiner calmed her mind and said excitedly, Sister Lon, no, I have a co-worker who said he wanted to buy it, and he uttered a dime. Your co-worker? The woman on the other end of the phone froze. Could it be that real estate sales are also rich? If it wasn't for the fact that she had once bought a house in Su Qiner's hands, and knew a little bit about Su Qiner's stretched IQ, she would have thought that Su Qiner was teasing her. A real estate salesman could have 10 cents? That's a whole $100 million in nanodollars. Isn't that funny? Su Qiner also realized that it might be a bit strange to say that, so she added a fact. Sister Lon, you know the Morong Group's $1,000 daughter, right? She was there too. A real big miss. Hey. Su Qiner laughed nervously. Morong Qianyue was speechless as she listened from the side. This ink and ink. By the time the real estate transaction is completed, that hot pot restaurant will be closed for business. Can this Su Qiner be more efficient? Originally by the company's doorway encountered those four women's influence. She heart also guarded against Su Qiner. Now it seems that Su Qiner is completely a simple goods without the city. Morong Qiye snatched the cell phone with a split hand and said with some impatience, You are the seller of the house, right? I, Morong Qianyue. My friend has a fancy for your apartment building. A single price of 88 million. Send the account number at speed. She wasn't afraid of money before goods. In South Hangzhou City, only Morong Group hacked and ate other companies' money. Which other company dared to eat Morong Group's money? Even if a fraud gang accidentally cheated the wrong company, they would have to return it obediently. You have to know that like the Morong family, such as the existence of 1,000 years in the South Hangzhou family, although the face of the scale may not be as large as the Beaver Group, but they are in the South Hangzhou network of relations of the close. Absolutely not the Beaver Group decades of operation can be compared to. If the Beaver Group is cheated of a dime, the fraudulent group can hide far away, hidden in the darkness, and will not necessarily be caught. And even if they are caught, they will only need to pay for the money and go to jail. But cheating Morong Group's money, today next year, will someone burn paper money to the fraud gang? So Morong Qianyue was just worried that because of this deal, it delayed her and Meng Yu's evening hot pot dinner. By then, that guy Meng Yu would definitely find a reason to shirk again. Account number XXXXXX. Name Wei Yuelan. The opposite party didn't know if they recognized Morong Qianyue's voice, and reported an account number very quickly. Morong Qianyue used her own cell phone to record. Then she sent it directly to Wang Lingyu, letting Wang Lingyu transfer $88 million at speed. Wang Lingyu was not ambiguous and used the special authority of the vice president to complete the transfer within half a minute. Only after the transfer was completed did Wang Lingyu return a verbal message. Qianyue, How did you move Morong Group's account? Aren't you in the independent startup period? It's not me spending. It's Meng who's buying an apartment building. I think the intermediary is troublesome, so I'll advance it first. You find Meng to confirm the subsequent handover procedures and just fill it back in. Morong Qianyue returned a verbal message. Wang Lingyu returned an envious emoticon. Being able to accompany a giant like Mr. Meng wasn't just enviable. Morong Qianyue handed Su Qiner's cell phone back. Got it done for you. For the intermediary commission, you find that Wei Yuelan to ask for it, and say that Morong Qianyue said it, and she'll inevitably give it to you. So domineering. Is this the Morong Group's $1,000 lady? Su Qiner was subdued by Morong Qianyue's domineering and confident words and stood there frozen with her cell phone. The crowd of employees present were also intimidated by Morong Qianyue's majesty. Worthy of being the Morong Group's eldest lady, acting without inhibitions, casually transferring 88 million in the past, acting completely without the kind of bound hands and feet of an ordinary woman. This is also too bold, right? However, Morong Qianyue walked over to Meng and sat down next to him in the eyes of the crowd in awe. How's that? Meng, am I awesome? She looked at Meng eagerly. That haughty look was like an elementary school student who had gotten good grades and wanted to be praised by the teacher. Meng was dealing with the flattery of the president of Nanhang Bank with his cell phone, and casually perfunctorily said, awesome, but you have to keep working hard. Miss Morong is naturally awesome and good. Why else would he carry it with him? As for the handover of the formalities for the property of that apartment building, he believed that Wang Lingyu would do it for him. The Wang family, as one of the big families in Nanhang, and Wang Lingyu being the vice president of the Nanhang Bank, the strength of her local connections in Nanhang could be relied upon. The crowd's hearts soured. Why was the goddess who stood tall in their eyes so well behaved in front of her former colleague Meng like a little milk cat? Can handsome people really do whatever they want? There is also a dime in Meng hand. Where did he get so much money? Could it be that he is the second generation of the hidden rich? It really makes people envious and jealous. Chapter 29 Brother Meng. I didn't understand things too well in the past. As things developed to this point, Zhang Rongfan on the side could also see that something was wrong. Morong Qianjin's attitude towards Meng was respectful to the point of being almost upside down, not to mention, when Meng threw a dime into play, the casualness on his face is not like that of an ordinary family. Zhang Rongfan suddenly recalled a rumor the Morong Group's daughter was working as a cashier at the supermarket in the Wufujing shopping plaza. Could it be that this Meng was also a son of a rich family coming to experience life? This was extremely possible. Under the thought, Zhang Rongfan looked at the dime in Meng hand and recalled the bits and pieces of Meng life since he joined the company. Beads of sweat broke out on his forehead. Brother Meng, in the past, I didn't know too much about things, so if there was something I was wrong about, I'm here to apologize to you in person. Zhang Rongfan had a strong desire to survive. Meng couldn't help but laugh out a pig's squeal as he looked at him with a look of trepidation. Not to mention, it was quite amusing to see the former formidable superior now showing this look of trepidation. If in the past, not to mention that he casually tossed and played with a dime, even if he took 3 bundles of $100 bills to play juggling, I'm afraid that he would be treated by his boss as a tycoon who has never seen the world. The price magic box sent by the system opening was a real cowcup. It made his fortune turn over 1 billion times at once. Absolutely awesome. And Meng also remembered one thing. His parents seemed to have prepared 200,000 bride price money for him to get married. If that money is also immune to depreciation, then the wealth he owns will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that just by depositing it in the bank and eating the interest, his daily income would be able to hang with most of the rich. Meng waved his hand, indicating that there is no need to mention the past. This time he came to the company, mainly to get back this bracelet. After all, this is a late friend left behind, has a special commemorative significance. As for other things that money can buy, for example, the $88 million apartment building that he had just bought was less than a dime, and he didn't even think about it. It was similar to Meng buying a bottle of mineral water on the side of the road before. Meng, it's almost dinner time. Let's hurry up and go eat hot pot. Morong Qianyue pouted. Meng did not respond to her, but turned his head to the forlorn-eyed Su Qiner. Big beautiful Su, I may not work here anymore in the future. Do you want to have a break-up dinner together? Su Qiner raised her head and looked at Meng in surprise. Want to go? She was undoubtedly very eager to go when invited by Meng the handsome pot. However, she weakly glanced at Morong Qianyue, who had twisted her head away, and was still prepared to open her mouth to refuse. Who knew that Meng, however, took her hand and pulled her towards the company's main entrance and faintly said, Supervisor Zhang, it's okay for Su Qiner to leave early, right? Zhang Rongfan squeezed out as bright a smile as possible. No problem. Brother Meng has opened his mouth, so all the problems are no longer problems. Also, if Su Qiner is overworked tonight, there's no problem at all if she takes a paid vacation day tomorrow. After saying this, Zhang Rongfan revealed a smile that all men understand. Morong Qianyue snorted coldly at the words and quickly walked out of the company's door. In fact, she wanted to say something, but she wasn't Meng Yu's girlfriend yet, and a suitor didn't seem to have the qualifications to say anything. This point of self-consciousness she still had. Meng Yu shook his head and lost his smile. Obviously this former boss had the wrong idea. However, he was too lazy to explain, lest he hurt Su Qiner's pride instead. For this beautiful colleague who had taken good care of him in the past, Meng Yu still had quite a good feeling. Hey, when did Supervisor Zhang become so good at talking? When I wanted to take 2 more days off to go back home during the Mid-Autumn Festival, you wouldn't even let me. Su Qiner muttered strangely, but she was still happy to be able to spend more time with Meng Yu. Meng Yu casually explained, it's probably because Supervisor Zhang has a clear conscience and feels that it's not good to squeeze the beaters. The employees only wanted to spit out a sentence when they heard this. The so-called discovery of conscience is only for Su Qiner, right? Unsurprisingly, they still had to voluntarily work overtime for an hour today to organize customer information, but they only have envy for Su Qiner, not to mention the fact that it is impossible to hate a beautiful woman. The relationship between her and Meng in the past is also there. Blame it on the fact that they had ostracized Meng Yu, the new fresher, in the past, and as a result, they had missed the best opportunity of their lives to make friends with a nobleman. This would undoubtedly make them regret it for the rest of their lives. Years later, brothers, let me tell you, I once had a chance to buy Nan Hongma a drink in private, but I didn't cherish it until Nan Hongma's beaver group was established. Alas, this is nothing. There was a time when Mr. Meng worked in our company, and I could have obviously kissed his ass every day, but as a result, I didn't do it even once. Is that Mr. Meng? That's a man with more money than the richest man in the world. That's right. Do you think I'm miserable? Tearful. The 3 of them went downstairs and rode in a Rolls-Royce for 10 minutes, arriving outside a small alley in Nanhang City. This kind of old alley. Even if Nanhang City was a big city, there were quite a few of them preserved, including the neighborhood that Meng Yu used to rent. The specific reasons for not demolishing them were complicated. Some were because the developers' demolition costs were too high, and some were because of the local officials' special urban planning. After a short time of private exchanges in the car, the 3 became much more familiar with each other. Meng Yu, this set of Armani you're wearing feels almost interesting. Alas, after all, it's a standardized version, not customized to fit. When you're free, let's go to Nanhang Mansion and take a stroll. Temporarily not available. I have to go back to my hometown. See my parents by the way to take some things. Alright then, tomorrow remember to go to the Lake Apartment building. Other procedures Wang Ling you should be able to take care of. You're the hands-off shopkeeper, as long as the final signature is good. By the way, the car thing, you like sports car or sedan? Do you want a longer version? Like what brand? Hey, woman, you are very nagging. Ugh. Beware that no one will want you in the future. Slightly, no one wants to rely on your side. Then you from me. I promise to be good to you for the rest of my life. Saying this, Morong Qianyue giggled, seeing Meng Yu somewhat helpless. This girl is really able to tease after getting along well, while colleague Su Qiner is relatively much more restrained. Big beautiful Su, don't sit so far away. It's not like I'll really eat you. Meng Yu casually teased. Su Qiner pulled back the green silk around her ears, revealing a sapphire earring, and the expression on her face became even more embarrassed. I didn't mean that, brother Meng Yu. It's just that I'm not quite used to it. Alas, blame it on Meng the handsome pot. Originally, she was already a bit used to it. Suddenly being molested by him like this, she immediately snapped back into her original form. Maybe Pops was right. She was thin-skinned and not born to be a salesperson. Chapter 30, Unlocking the Unlimited Scanning System. I've always wondered, if you didn't graduate from the archaeology department, why do you have to do real estate sales? Meng Yu asked bashfully. Although it is true that the sales industry is not divided into majors, in this industry, you can almost see all majors of undergraduate specialist graduates. But Su Qiner's character, obviously, is also not very suitable for sales. It's true that she was born with the appearance of a little sister next door, able to make strangers lower their wariness of sales, but this advantage is the same when placed in other industries. Because I'm not good at sales, so I want to conquer it, Su Qiner softly said. This was indeed the major reason why she chose real estate sales. Su Qiner had always felt that by challenging things she wasn't suited for, her abilities would continue to progress. Otherwise, weaknesses would remain her weaknesses. However, she didn't seem to realize how arrogant that statement was, only to hear Meng Yu laugh in dismay. Meng Yu turned his head to help her explain a few words to Morong Qianyue, lest this beautiful colleague be targeted by Morong Qianyue, only to find that Morong Qianyue had been staring at Su Qiner's sapphire earrings. Such impolite behavior, appearing on Morong Qianyue, was still rare. Su Qiner obviously realized this as well, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes as she plucked her green silk to block the earrings. It seems like a star's tear, and it seems like a sun and moon candle. Suchiner, can you take it off and show it to me? Or a price is fine. You know that our Morong group is not short of money. Morong Chinya's greenish-white fingers tapped her chin and laughed. Jewelry was as attractive to women as weapons were to men. If Suchiner's earrings were really these two lost earrings, especially the sun and moon candeline, then she was willing to pay the exorbitant price of tens of millions of nano yuan for it. Suchiner's face was a bit stiff. Sorry, Miss Morong, these earrings are my mother's relics. They have a special significance to me. I can't take them off and give them to you. There is only a bargaining chip that can't be negotiated. There is no object that can't be bought. How about this? If it's really the earrings that I guessed, how about I offer 20 million nanodollars? Morong Chenya smiled. She knew that Suchiner and Mengyu had been colleagues for half a year and had a relatively close relationship, so she didn't play around with the price. It was Mengyu's turn to be surprised. Could it be that Suchiner was also an undemonstrative rich white beauty? How else could she afford to wear tens of millions of earrings? No wonder Suchiner always gave him a feeling of lack of interest in money. But it's not quite like that. After all, Suchiner's faint sense of inferiority is not like she's faking. Ding! Detected that the host has encountered a threat. The system is awakening dash. Trouble the host to make a choice between the following three services provided by the system. Choice 1, unparalleled mode. The system is fully automated to protect the host, and the system will intelligently eliminate any factors that jeopardize the host. No reward. Choice 2, challenge mode. The host resolves difficulties on their own throughout the entire process. The system will provide strong auxiliary support, but will not take the initiative to resolve any hidden dangers. Reward, unlimited scanning system. Choice 3, survival mode. The host faces all difficulties alone. Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor. All depends on the host's personal skills. Reward, a dog and a knife. Mengyu was confused. He had thought that the system had claimed the box after giving the newbie gift pack. It turned out to be that he hadn't encountered any threats, so the system was lazy and went to sleep. This is too much. These three choices, however, seem to have their own advantages and disadvantages. At first glance, choice 1 is the most enjoyable. After all, the system is intelligent and fully automated to handle everything. He basically just needs to play soy sauce on the line. But it's just like the game where the king god goes to bronze to fry fish. At first it may be a little fun. After a long time, the freshness is over. The fun is really very limited. To put it more cheaply, Mengyu does not want. The future life is not challenging at all. The days are like flowers in the greenhouse. That is also too boring. Choice 3 seemed to be very challenging, but Mengyu also knew that there were people outside of people, and there was a sky outside of the sky, and having lost the help of the system, although he possessed a huge amount of wealth, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to ensure his own safety. In case he encounters some kind of threat, I'm afraid that more money will only make him die faster. Don't say anything about bodyguards. Bodyguards were certainly credible, but they couldn't be trusted in their entirety. Who knew who the boss behind the bodyguard company was? And what the hell is the reward of a dog and a knife? Is he not a good tycoon? But also to go abroad to become a mercenary? That can really be a Jedi. Comprehensive thought. Mengyu still felt that option 2 was the most suitable for him. Unlimited scanning system. It sounded like something very lofty at first glance. I'll choose the second one. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unlimited scanning system, and additionally unlock the host panel. Host, Mengyu. Deposits, $12, 830. Assets, South Lake Apartment Building. Beloved, none. Mate, Dongfang Diching, 62 out of 100. Morong Chenyue, 33/100. Wang Lingyue, 21/100. Su Chiner, 17 out of 100. Note, beloveds are capable and loyal subordinates. Good spouses are objects suitable for the host's aesthetics. When the favor progress rises to 100, it will enter the state of till death do us part, and the favor progress will never drop. Mengyu's heart exploded with joy as he looked at this host interface. With the system's powerful assistance, he could easily pull up his own team, and if he wanted to do something big in the future, it would be a lot easier. Having a system is a cowcup. But who was Dongfang Diching, whose favor progress exceeded Morong Chenyue's by nearly double? Inside the good couple? Mengyu was certain that he hadn't heard of Dongfang Diching's name before. Could it be that it's some big beautiful girl who has a crush on him? This possibility could not be ruled out. Back in the day, he, Mengyu, was the #1 schoolboy at Nanhang University. After the freshman military training, the bed was full of love letters from girls. Mengyu thought triumphantly in his heart, but he soon recalled the key, which was that the reason for the system's awakening was that it had detected that he had encountered a threat. So where exactly did the unknown threat come from? Mengyu pondered for a moment and landed his gaze on Su Chiner. If he had to say that something was wrong, then it was undoubtedly on Su Chiner. After all, Morong Qianyue had followed him for a little over half a day, and he had not seen the system issue a warning. Scanning system, immediately scan the source of the threat for me. Ding. Scan 7 malicious targets in the vicinity. Danger level is 5. The system suggests that the host continues to wait and see. Of course, the host can also hire the Dark Knight organization to eliminate potential unknown threats in advance. Mengyu smiled slightly. Just knowing that it could be resolved at any time was enough. There was no need to make an early move to startle the snakes. He was on the contrary curious to know what these so-called malevolent targets were actually from. Chapter 31, the young master of the imperial capital who came to southern Hang to fry fish. In the face of Morong Qianyue's imperative, the soft and weak Su Qiner, for the first time, revealed a resolute look. Miss Morong, I've said it before, this was left to me by my mother. It's very important to me. It's something that can't be sold for any amount of money. Got it. Got to add money, right? Morong Qianyue smiled indifferently. You're quite greedy, but I like it. It's exactly the same as me. Why don't you stop hanging out at the Green Causeway and come over here to be my finance? Su Qiner's small hand clenched into a pink fist, clenching her silver teeth and twisting her head away. Mengyu crossed Morong Qianyue's eyes. Don't joke too much. If she really wants to make money, she won't stay in Green Beach to sell her house. But big beautiful Su, this earring of yours doesn't look cheap. What does your family do? Of course it's not convenient to answer even if. Originally father didn't let me say. But if it's brother Mengyu, there shouldn't be a problem. My family runs a pawnshop. If you can, brother Mengyu can just call me Qiner. Suddenly being cared for by her beloved, Su Qiner somewhat shyly looked down at the hem of her clothes, and the anger that had originally burned up in her heart was quickly transformed into tenderness around her fingers. From Mengyu's angle, one could see her swan-like snow-white neck, as well as the delicate half of her collar's collarbone. Originally, Mengyu hadn't sized up Su Qiner much. After all, it was very impolite, but now that he had doubts in his heart, he couldn't care less. As a result of this glance, it surprisingly allowed him to see a lot of problems. The skin color of Su Qiner's neck, and the gap on her face had some big differences, and putting aside the dots of freckles on her face, her facial features were obviously extremely delicate. Scanning system, scan the information of Su Qiner and Morong Qianyue. I want to compare them. Ding. Scanning complete. Name, Morong Qianyue. Face value, 95. Body, 95. Ability, 97. Family background, 92. Name Su Ningyun, Qiner. Face value, 97. Body, 90. Ability 72. Family background, 97. Note, all full scores are 100. Names in parentheses are aliases or nicknames. After reading the two data, Mengyu's entire head was suddenly filled with question marks. Morong Qianyue's data wasn't too far off from what he had estimated. But what the hell was Su Qiner's double 97 points for her face value in family history? He had been her co-worker for half a year. How come he didn't know? This was also hidden too deeply as well. Ningyun, where is your pawnshop open? Mengyu suddenly probed. Su Ningyun subconsciously smiled and replied, in Magic City. Hey, brother Mengyu, how do you know my name is Ningyun? Did I misspeak? Sure enough I can't do anything right. She looked at Mengyu dumbfounded. Finished. Her father had said it. You can't reveal your real name when playing outside. If this was known by her father, she would have to be taken back. Mengyu smiled without saying a word, and in his heart, there was no longer any doubt about the system's scanning results. He had long heard that some women of great beauty but ordinary origins preferred to wear ugly makeup as a way to reduce unnecessary trouble. However, with Su Qiner's face value of 97 points, it was already close to a perfect score of 100. Even with ugly makeup, it was still too much better than the so-called goddesses on the streets. Moreover, Morong Qianyue was the Morong Group's daughter, and Morong Group is able to rank in the top 500 when looking at the world. Her family history is only 92 points for the time being. Then Su Doubtful Rhymes 97 points of family history. And what level should it be? And why would it appear in the Green Typhoon group? If Mengyu didn't have a system, I'm afraid he would still be kept in the dark. However, he did not suspect Su Ningyun itself. After all, after half a year as a colleague, he was still able to see a lot of things. This girl, no matter how pretty she was just a naive batch, perhaps with some of her little secrets, but not half the same as a woman with a heart of gold. Although Su Ningyun was a little uneasy in her heart, but thinking back to her colleague's 6 months, out of her fondness and trust for Mengyu, she didn't say anything more. Morong Qianyue, on the other hand, gambled on not talking to Mengyu after being crossed by him, but with her orchid quality, she must have guessed a hint of the mystery. In a sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Rolls-Royce Rose Phantom stopped in front of a small store. Mengyu looked at the 3-story restaurant in front of him. Ancient marble walls, bamboo gabion fences, and glazed tiles covered the roof. Outside the house, however, there were various luxury cars parked all over the place. It appeared somewhat inexplicably cyberpunk. Meng Yu's eyes were slightly surprised, and he inwardly sighed a sigh of relief. Rich people really know how to play. Although he is now the richest person in the world, but after all, he has only gotten rich less than half a day, and can stabilize his mind not to inflate has been good. To let him shake, immediately became an old and spicy tycoon. I'm afraid it is not realistic. 3 of you. Table 17 on the second floor. Morong Qianyue spoke blandly towards the welcome guest. The welcome guest smiled brightly. Alright, guest quickly inside please. A simple sentence. She already knew that it was an old customer, so she didn't introduce anything more. Table 17 is a good location. A small pearwood table by the window. Meng Yu could see that this store specializes in a vintage and elegant style, from the layout to the waiter's clothing, including the low-profile luxury antique rare wood tables and chairs, all of which gave him a different kind of beauty. The 3 of them ordered a mandarin duck pot and a few small dishes, talking and laughing as they ate the hot pot. A few minutes later, a woman and a man also came to the small table 18 next to them. The male was plainly dressed, wearing a ground floor product. The female was young and pretty, with 2 leather gloves, white silk high heels, and purple hair on her head tied into 2 purple double ponytails, jumping and jumping, so that Meng Yu couldn't help but look at it for a couple more moments. Seeing this scene, the corners of the mouth of the male youth at small table number 18 slightly turned up. It seems that it is his turn to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, performing a wave of pretending to be a cup and hitting his face. Don't look at the way he was dressed, but he was actually a young master of a powerful family from the imperial capital, named Tangyu. Why is he dressed like this? He wants to come to Nanhang to fry fish, so how can he do that if he wears a Dior gold leather and scares the fish away? It's said that redheads are a curse, and if he sits next to a beautiful woman dressed like this, some rich kids will jump out and target him, thus creating excellent conditions for him to play the cup. And this kind of operation he has done several waves, not to mention, then take the money to force the effect of chasing the girl is much better. After all, deliberately installed cup is too stiff, which is not as passive installed cup face cool off. Both do away with the competitors, but also in front of the female partner to show the charm of the man. The best thing is, the opponent's female partner may also be moved to his body. It was like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, but Tang Yu waited for a while. Meng Yu froze without a single movement. This made him a bit strange, because Meng Yu had brought 2 girls to dinner, and from the intentional and unintentional gazes of the 2 girls, he could completely tell that both of these sisters were extremely favorable towards Meng Yu. This Meng Yu had his foot in 2 boats, and was an iron scum. There's no reason why he wouldn't be interested in a third prey. Chapter 32, Surname Meng doesn't speak of martial virtue. Tang Yu grabbed his wineglass and was waiting in agony for Meng Yu to make a move. Suddenly, the purple-haired woman across from him, manhwa stood up and walked across to table 17 to sit down, which caused Tang Yu to freeze. It wasn't right. Isn't this how the script plays out in novels? Shouldn't he play the pig and eat the tiger, then that Meng Yu come over and stomp on him, and then be stomped back by him, and in the end, he pretends to be a cup and hits his face successfully, and harvests the hearts of 3 beauties? Surname Meng doesn't talk about martial virtues, doesn't play by the rules. Classmate Ian, do you know him? Tang Yu asked strangely. Bei Moline turned her head and viciously gouged him out. Surname Tang, you're so broad-minded. I only agreed to have a meal with you. You're still 100,000 miles away from becoming my boyfriend. Don't be nosy. Meng Yu heard a few dry coughs and almost choked on the wine in his mouth. He may be used to the big girl. Suddenly popped a spicy little sister out. He momentarily, really a little less able to accept. Luckily, he didn't go to hit on her, or else he would have been disliked to death. Although it was said that he was rich and had a face, it didn't mean that every girl ate it up, did it? Eanzi, is that you? Why did you come to Nanhang? Su Ningyan asked weakly. Bei Mei did not ask for an answer. Very directly ran over and hugged Su Ningyun and spun around. Sure enough, it's your highness Jean. I told you who else has this kind of temperament besides you. What happened to your face? How did it turn into this ghostly appearance? I didn't even recognize it if you didn't open your mouth. Su Ningyan hurriedly shook her head. This is a long story. Eanzi quickly put me down. Let me introduce you. This is brother Meng Yu. He treats me very well. This is Morong Qianyu, the Morong family's daughter. Bei Moyin's willow brows slightly knitted. Southern Hang Morong family? Alas, how did your highness dine with her? I don't like these local snakes. They always like to act as a bully in their own acres and thirds of land. Who knows what Morong family after leaving Southern Hang? She did say whatever came to her mind and wasn't the least bit afraid of offending anyone. She didn't care about Morong Qianyue's face. It was thought that if Meng Yu wasn't sitting here, a real-life PK show might have to be staged in Dongpa Xian, and most of the children of the world's families attached great importance to their family's honor. Meng Yu? I haven't heard of any Meng family. The biggest in Xia is the Shandong Meng clan, but it's not as good as the Southern Hang Morong. The look is quite handsome. handsome plus a friend? I'll introduce you to a girl. Bae Moin showed her teeth and smiled. When she spoke, Mengyu was raising his glass to drink. Upon hearing this, the beer in Mengyu's mouth sprayed out, directly spraying Bae Moyin's face. Introducing a sister? This? Would it be too direct? Mengyu said that the small heart of the post-90s couldn't stand it. Bae Moyin's face instantly sank, her delicate jade fingers touching the wine on her face, looking at Mengyu with an extremely darkened, sickly, delicate gaze, making Mengyu feel a chill on his neck. Mengyu was full of apologies as he handed her a tissue. Sorry, I lost my temper. This Miss Inzi, you wipe it off first. As an apology, I'll cover your consumption tonight. Miss, your sister is the one who is a miss. Inzi is also what you call her. This girl's line does not change her name. She does not change her surname. Bae Moyin. If it wasn't for the fact that you know His Highness Jean, I would have let you crawl out today. I'm sorry Miss Bae Moi. My humble self is the only son in my family and has no sister. If you need compensation you can discuss it. If you insult your relatives, then the consequences might be a little bit severe. The apologetic smile on Mengyu's face gradually turned cold. Bae Moyin still wanted to say something, but Su Ningyun immediately got up and covered her mouth. Inzi, stop it. Brother Mengyu didn't do it on purpose. Besides, Brother Mengyu has already made amends and apologized. Under Su Ningyun's pleading gaze, Bae Moyin hummed, her head slightly nodding. What the heck? This Mengyu's saliva is spraying into her mouth. Yuck yuck. Such a bitter beer. Why would boys like to drink it? How could this matter be settled? Knowing that she couldn't even look at the Lamborghini Tang you gave her, would she lack this little bit of meal money? It was simply hilarious. But backing off was the best way forward. It was not good to turn the other cheek for the time being, so as not to make it difficult for Her Highness Jean to be caught in the middle. The big deal is to have someone clean him up after the meal. Only then did Su Ningyun let go of her small hand, and Bae Moyin glared fiercely at Mengyu, and after re-exchanging contact information with Su Ningyun, she turned around and returned to table 18 to sit down. Morong Qianyue revealed a thoughtful light smile after looking at this scene in her eyes, and Tang Yu felt that his chance had come. It was time to perform to teach the evil young man a lesson, although he could not pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, and it would be a waste of his outfit today, but a bully, he had always been able to do it. You covered her spending? I'm afraid you can't pay the bill. Tang Yu smiled confidently. Shao Air, a whole set of Dumpa banquet. Bae Moyin's eyes lit up. Right, if she couldn't do martial arts, she could communicate. The Dongpa banquet was super expensive, and ordering a few bottles of 100-year-old wine, it was definitely much more expensive than those Western red wines. What 90 Conti? What 82 Lafite? How can I say that a set adds up to a nickel? That's a whole 50 million nanodollars. Boy, although her family was well off, but even if she was rich, her parents couldn't possibly let her eat $50 million in one meal. That was already not luxurious, but a naked waste. This was because these things were usually only so lavishly wasted once in a while at the family's eldest son's bar mitzvah, or the 60th birthday of the old masters of each family. At important banquets in life like this one, shop assistant, come with a vat of Sohexiang wine, another vat of rosebud wine, another vat of Pujong wine. Bae Moyin gave Mengyu a provocative look. She was eager to see Mengyu being scared out of his wits. After all, although the small restaurant was not big, most of the people who could come here to make a reservation to eat were from the worldly families. Ordinary people could not make a reservation without a doorway, so there should be more or less some understanding of these wines she ordered. Morong Qianyue's face changed dramatically. Some for Mengyu heartache meal money, this set of wine and food to eat down. I'm afraid that at least more than 10 cents, but she is aware of Mengyu's family, so she did not say anything. Although the consumption was high, it was only for her. For Mengyu, such a super rich person, I'm afraid it's just a sprinkle. Mengyu is even more calm. First of all, the last thing he lacks is money, and secondly, before getting the system, a proper ordinary laborer, where would he be clear about the names of these ancient summer wines? I'm afraid that as a normal modern people, have not heard of these Northern Song Palace tribute wine, let alone drink. Those who don't know have no fear. It doesn't matter if you know. It's him, alright. The waiter, dressed as a runner in the Northern Song dynasty, with a white towel on his shoulder, came over with a bitter smile. He had witnessed everything earlier and of course knew that this table of guests was gambling. Guest, you only have 2 people at this table. I'm afraid you can't finish the whole table of Dompa banquet, or pick a few favorite dishes to serve? Let's forget about this ancient wine. Some aged Mao Tai would be the same. The waiter rounded off the conversation. This restaurant is not compared to ordinary restaurants. Social celebrities gathered. The restaurant owner is also from the imperial capital, retired from the South Hangzhou pension. More money can build a golden coffin, so making money is secondary. The important thing is to provide an elegant place for upper-class people to meet. Noisy, you're teaching me things? You recognize this token, right? Bae Moyin pulled out a token and waved it in front of the waiter's eyes. When his line of sight landed on the word Hades in the center of the token, the waiter's pupils shrunk slightly, and in an instant, his back shirt became wet with sweat. Recognize it? I'll go inform the back kitchen. The attendant wiped the cold sweat from his temples and nodded his head. Chapter 33, Waste? I mean another one. Meng Yu smiled imperceptibly at the corner of his mouth. He directly ignored the shouting of the men and women at the neighboring table, stretching his chopsticks to clip a thin slice of lamb, shabu shabu, into his mouth. It is indeed very fragrant. Compared to the outside of those farmed lamb tastes to be a lot more delicate. After all, a penny goods. However, if it is not Morong Qianyue brought him, I'm afraid that he is the original laborer. There is no doorway to come into this kind of upper-class place. Thinking of this, he shucked another thin slice of lamb and placed it in Morong Qianyue's bowl. Eat it while it's hot, he faintly said. Morong Qianyue blinked her eyes and looked at the slices of lamb in the bowl. For some reason the corners of her eyes were a bit sour. Even when she graduated this year, her father gave her a 40 million nano-dollar Rolls-Royce Phantom. She had never been so moved. Perhaps this is the sadness of licking dogs. But she didn't refuse and ate this piece of thin mutton into her belly. She who had always been a cleanliness freak. But she didn't mind Meng Yu's chopsticks pinching through it all. A table of Dongpa banquet is around 10 million, plus those wines ordered by Bei Meiyin. It should add up to around 60 million nano-yuan, which translates to 6 cents. As for the significance of what the imperial capital Bei Moi represents, Meng Yu, you should know better than I do. Morong Qianyue bent her head and whispered in his ear. Meng Yu's original face changed slightly. After all, 60 million for a meal sounded a little scary. The hell knows what kind of wine Bei Moyin ordered. It shouldn't be any drinkable antique, right? This loser little. But after hearing that the conversion was only 6 cents, he was relieved. Only 6 cents. This is nothing. Just eat and drink and finished. He thought that Little would retaliate against him. It seems that she is not as spirited as she seems on the surface. As for what does the imperial capital North Mediterranean stand for? Meng Yu said his head was full of question marks. He was an ordinary laborer who had never even been to the imperial city. How could he know anything about North Hades and South Hades? However, Meng Yu still wanted to steal the identity of the hidden family's son, so he had to gently nod his head while pretending to understand. Morong Qianyue didn't suspect anything. After all, Meng Yu's mysterious origins. I'm afraid it's still above the imperial capital's North Underworld family. I'm afraid that only this plain-looking Su Ningyun beside her can be compared to it. It was true that things were grouped together, and people were grouped together. If you say that these two hidden families of the son of the young lady is unintentionally bumped into each other, killed Morong Qiyu, she also do not believe. Morong Qianyue, who thought about this point, was a bit lost, because she knew that there was a certain gap between herself and Meng Yu's family lineage, and it was very, very difficult to realize the class leap, because the family is both a strong backing and a heavy yoke at the same time. Every family child must put the interests of the family in a very high position, but she didn't have no chance at all. If she could assist Meng Yu in ascending to the patriarch's throne, then it was still very possible for the two of them to come together. If Meng Yu wouldn't dislike her by then, Morong Qianyue felt that her current thoughts were like a moth fighting a flame, knowing that she might be burned to death, but she still had no choice but to do so. Could it be that in just half a day, she really fell in love with him? Although he was indeed outstanding, just like the blazing sun in the sky, enveloping the entire sky in her mind. A flash of confusion flashed across Morong Qianyue's eyes. Envy spread across Su Ningyun's face. Only the Morong group's 1,000-year-old daughter could be worthy of him, right? And she was just a girl from an ordinary family. Just like Dad said at the beginning, our family is poor, cannot afford to go to college, and do not compare anything with others, do well on their own. But Su Ningyun had a momentary impulse in her heart. That is to let Meng Yu look at her real appearance. Beauty face may be her last dignity, but she also felt that it was pathetic. It was meaningless. Perhaps it was good to just miss it. It was time for her to move on to the next city and start a brand new journey. Let brother Meng Yu be eternal in her memory. Tang Yu and Bei Moyin glanced at each other, a little strange at Meng Yu's indifference. Even if he was the top rich second generation in Xia, I'm afraid that if he treated himself to a meal of 60 million nano-yuan, he would still raise his voice to stop it, right? After all, this was too much. In fact, these two weren't that bad. There was no deep hatred, not so much that they really wanted to eat Meng Yu's 60 million. They were just waiting for Meng Yu to open his mouth and give in, so that they could find a chance to taunt him. At the end of the day, at most, they'll eat 10 million or so to satiate their appetite. And in the meantime, they'll be disgusted with Meng Yu. Hey, that Meng Yu, are you sure you want to treat yourself? Bei Moyin was suddenly a bit skeptical, just in case Meng Yu ends up with a sentence. Bro, I'm just kidding. Then wouldn't she be just as miserable as Uzi, who had topped the #1 national service all night back then? This move had to be guarded against. Aha! Meng Yu nodded definitively towards the person-to-be. A great man's promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold, and since he said he'd treat the guests, he definitely wouldn't run away at the checkout. Not to mention the small matter of a few cents. What's the point of being so cautious? Bae Moeen was a little numb from Meng Yu's questioning gaze. Why did she feel despised by this man? Could it be that eating a meal for tens of millions of dollars was normal in his opinion? The waiter let out a bitter smile and was about to turn around and leave. Suddenly, Meng Yu called out to him. The waiter turned around with an expression that said it all. Bae Moeen and Tang Yu glanced at each other with sneers in their gazes. It's true that they're forcing the cup to be filled. What a deep Tao. Just now, Meng Yu had a confident look on his face. He was waiting for the two of them to open their mouths and show weakness, right? This is just like playing poker when the owner throws a bomb 55-55, and there are still 3 sevens plus a loose card in his hand. Meng Yu bet on the opposite side do not dare to throw the king bomb, because if he last bomb, then after the king bomb, he can still easily out of the card, and the multiplier will be doubled very high. The average player with average card skills, I'm afraid to be afraid, even if he had a bomb in his hand, he didn't dare to use it, allowing Meng Yu to easily pass through a disaster. The guests present were also shaking their heads in laughter. From the moment Bae Moeen, the rebellious little beauty, was sprayed with wine, they had been silently paying attention to these two tables. After all, live sitcoms were not something that could be seen very often. When Meng Yu sang the empty city trick, they almost believed it too, and really thought of Meng Yu as a tycoon who could eat tens of millions of dollars in one meal. But on second thought, even buffet's lunch, in 19 years, a meal is only 4.56 million meters of knife, equivalent to the soft currency 31.54 million nano yuan. That is, a full 3 cents ah. But it wasn't enough to buy the wine that this little girl from the northern underworld family had just ordered. What makes this young man look so calm? Does he really think his father is the richest man in the world? Even if his father is the richest man in the world, that money is still his father's. The difference between the second generation of rich people and the first generation of rich people is not 2 numbers, but a difference of mud. The waiter let out a sigh of relief and walked over to Meng Yu, arching his hand. Guest, may I ask which dishes and wines to cancel? This is indeed a bit too much to order. It's not good to waste. He was also an old waiter, thus never mentioning Meng Yu's poor money, but instead biting out that he had ordered too much, retaining the last bit of face for Meng Yu. Wasteful? No. I mean another order at this standard. After all, to make amends for treating that girl to dinner, you can't neglect these 2 friends of mine, don't you think so? Meng Yu smiled bashfully. The words that were uttered, however, caused the guests in the entire room to have their jaws dropped, and they all drew a breath of cool air in unison. $60 million wasn't enough? You want another $60 million? Thou hearest, do people speak? Chapter 34. Can I trouble the shopkeeper to help find the opening? Guest, the reasoning is this, but since this store opened, I haven't heard of 120 million nanodollars for a meal. That's a full 12 cents. I'm afraid, the waiter stammered. He was professionally trained. Usually one doesn't stutter unless one is really shocked. I'm afraid that he didn't say down the words after that, but after all, Meng Yu had worked at the bottom of the social ladder and understood this waiter boy's difficulties in seconds. Indeed, it's more appropriate to pay the food money up front for such an expensive drink. Meng Yu reached into his inner pocket. He touched out a dime coin and placed it on the table. After doing this, he was subconsciously a bit embarrassed. After all, if he were to put it in yesterday, before the world was devalued by 1 billion times, if he were to pull out a dime coin on this kind of occasion, it must have been a very low thing to do. This should be embarrassed, right? There were 3 schoolgirl-level beauties watching beside him. He had embarrassed God ho. This had to be embarrassing ah. However, the waiter was looking at Meng Yu in surprise, because in his memory, only those truly ancient and noble sons of families would carry vault notes with them, in order to differentiate themselves from the modern, newly emerging thuggish families. This was a kind of high-end contempt chain at the monetary level, because compared to the ancient vault notes, bank cards and cell phone payments undoubtedly lacked that sense of historical heft. Tang Yu and Bae Moeen glanced at each other, both seeing the incredulity in each other's eyes, not realizing that this man named Meng Yu was actually a top-tier rich second generation who owned vault notes. A single dime could be 100 million nanodollars. Is it really no problem to just carry it around on one's body like this? Although the likelihood of being robbed is very low, but there is interest in the bank, at least 5 or 6 dimes a year. That's 5 or 6 million nanodollars, enough for an ordinary person to labor for a lifetime. Unless he was really the son of an ancient family that was not poor in money, those great families that had been inherited for thousands of years. I'm afraid that they could only do that and have no passion for money, because the accumulation of thousands of years is enough to make those families rich as a nation. Wait a minute, Meng's surname. Bae Moyen's heart set off huge waves. Could it be that Mr. Meng, who she considered as her lifelong idol. She recalled the news sent by her family that Mr. Meng had appeared in Nanhang City. It was a pity that the divine dragon appeared without its head. Even though all the giants of the banking world went to visit, it was still difficult to get Mr. Meng's attention, and in the end, they didn't get to see him. She was at Nanhang University, and when she learned the news, she also lamented for a long time. For the sight of the suitors even more cannot see. At the same age, that man was already standing at the top of the world. All the giants were begging hard, but not allowed to see him. How great was this? And these losers around her, but like velvet candy cannot be shaken off. Even annoyed her to death. The gap between people, why is it so big? Sitting next to Mengyu, Morong Chinua smiled softly, and was not at all surprised by the crowd's reaction, because this was a man worthy of her moth to the flame, and I am afraid that this is the only one in the world, like this unrivaled man in the world. If she took the initiative to let go, I'm afraid that even without any commitment, there would be countless outstanding women who would come forward and do whatever it takes to take her place, right? Just like the concubines competing for favor in the ancient harem. The confusion in Morong Chinua's eyes dispersed. Her gaze was resolute as iron in an instant. She had already made the choice of her life. Accompany the king until the white head, even without any name. Ding! Detected that the goodwill progress of the goodwill couple Morong Chinua has skyrocketed. The current goodwill progress is 50/100, randomly rewarding the host with $100. Morong Chinua's favorability has skyrocketed by a hair? Mengyu looked at Morong Chinua with some surprise. He didn't seem to have done anything on purpose. How come the favorability had risen to half? As for the $100 rewarded by the system, Mengyu expressed a bit of disgust. But 100 yuan is also 100 billion nano yuan in the present anyhow, so he reluctantly accepted it. Having a continuously growing source of income would definitely be too much better than the feeling of sitting on his ass. He seemed to have run out of coins though. Mengyu reached into his inner pocket and fumbled around for half a day in the burning eyes of the crowd, and froze, unable to find another dime, or even a coin for $1. Hasty, should have kept a few more coins in the first place, in case he got the itch to flip coins one day. Would he still have to go to the South Hang Bank's vault to get them? That would be too troublesome as well. Sorry, I don't seem to have any change. Mengyu smiled a little awkwardly. The waiter's heart was a long sigh of relief. Also, a dime coin like this, which was equivalent to 100 million nanodollars, carrying one with you was already the limit. Which one carries $200 million all over the place? Buy into a fun-to-eat interest. He does not smell good? Even in front of this kind of family history old solid rich son, the money in the pocket is not the wind blowing off. On the side of Su Ningyan lowered her head with a face of infatuation, secretly looking at Mengyu out of the corner of her eye, as if she had once been in the office. It was because Mengyu had pulled out this coin earlier when he bought the house, so she wasn't surprised. But she was furious that her friend Z blackmailed her for money. Wasn't it just that she was sprayed with wine by brother Mengyu? Mengyu was so handsome, how do you think? Being sprayed in the face by him wasn't that hard to accept. It wouldn't have mattered if she had changed. Besides, brother Mengyu didn't do it on purpose. Bei Moin and Tang Yu at the other table were also relieved. Surname Meng, the dime coin has an identification chip inside. Are you sure this is yours? Yeah, if you can't afford it, just say so. We're not that mean. The upper-class society of the summer country is said to be big. Everyone lowers their heads. Let's put it this way. You serve a soft and admit your fault. This matter is also considered to be over. In the two thought that this Mengyu also stole the family's vault banknotes out of the cup. This loaded cup loaded leakage, right? The good thing is that the two people ordered $120 million of food and drink. If not more than 100 million will really be Mengyu. This kid bluffed, especially Tang Yu. He was already pondering in his mind how to step back on Mengyu. He was also counting on making a big fool out of Mengyu this time, so that he would have a long face in front of the three beauties. After all, without the foil of the defeated villain, it was really hard for him, a young man covered in ground goods, to stand tall and majestic. The crowd also shook their heads and laughed at the words. People who could eat here more or less had some background in their families. Although most of them couldn't take a dime with them, it was still easy to find friends and family to borrow a dime. Really have that money, exist in the bank or invest to make money. He does not smell good? For Mengyu this kind of behavior, they do not say on the mouth. The heart is actually very contemptuous. It is the same as ordinary people who hear the famous Yuan spelling Starbucks for lunch. Mengyu smiled in shame, and from his underwear pocket, he fished out a handful of crumpled bills. I'm sorry, I really don't have $1 and a dime's worth of change left. Can I trouble the shopkeeper to help me find the change? Waiter, Tang Yu, Bei Moin, crowd of diners. There's a gold mine at home? Chapter 35, I'm your #1 fan. Amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd, Meng Yu scratched his hair in embarrassment and pulled out a $5 piece of the smallest denomination from a handful of bills and handed it to the waiter. Trouble? I'm low on coins. And no trouble, you're your guest. You wait a moment, we have to contact the boss to come over. After all, $5 is just too much. The store can't find the cash. The waiter's hand trembled as he held the $5. This was $5. It was equivalent to 5 billion in yuan. He had never seen so much money in his entire life, let alone held it in his hands in a solid manner. What kind of god was this young man in front of him, actually walking around outside casually with a handful of banknotes in his pocket? This was too ostentatious, wasn't it? Is this the legendary humanoid bank self-propelled body? It's just plain scary. Tang Yu stretched his neck and gulped at the large handful of banknotes. Originally, he thought that the imperial capital's rich second generation came to South Hangzhou as random horizontal walk. After all, in addition to the Morong family and the Wang family, the other families and the imperial capital behind the Tang family, compared to the really a little bit not enough to look at. It seems that he was naive. Suddenly, he realized that the eyes of the little witch of the Northern Darkness family opposite him weren't quite right. She actually looked at Meng Yu with a brainwashed fanatic gaze. What happened to the promised united front against the scummy villain? Hey, Inzi, you're not right. He's the scummy guy who sprayed you with wine. Crawl for me. If you say one more bad word about brother Meng Yu, I'll let you go out lying down today. What's wrong with being sprayed in the face? I'm happy to. Bai Moin put away her adoring gaze and turned back to viciously sweep Tang Yu. It was all because of this heel, causing her to offend Mr. Meng. How could Mr. Meng be a scumbag? How in the world could there be a rich scumbag? He's clearly suave, okay? No way. She had to hurry and apologize before Mr. Meng got the wrong idea. The sights of the diners focused on the handful of banknotes in Meng Yu's hands, and from this handful of messy and unruly large treasury bills, they seemed to see countless villas and luxury cars, as well as an emperor-like paper-drunken life. That was unimaginable to ordinary rich people. No wonder people casually ate 120 million nanodollars in one meal, which was only a mere 10 cents and 2 cents when converted. This handful of banknotes would be enough to eat for a year. Of course, even if Meng Yu wanted to drink, this kind of luxury is also very difficult to do. After all, the number of high-vintage ancient wine is rare. Even if Meng Yu is rich again, it is not necessarily able to buy. When the diners looked back at the banknotes, then they felt that while it was messy and unruly, there was an additional understated air of supremacy, and Meng Yu's figure was taller in their minds, turning into a 10,000-foot giant with his feet on the sea and land, and his hands on the morning stars. Asterisk. Our southern hang circle. When did a deity come? This handful of money is too much. I've lived for 50 years and I've never seen so many vault notes combined. Alas, it's a pity that my little granddaughter is only 11 years old, or else she would have definitely called over. Seeing as this great man is quite fond of beauty, I won't hide it from you. My granddaughter is 18 this year, so it's just the right time to try it out, just in case it's taken by the big shot. Speaking of big shots, I heard that Mr. Meng showed up in Nanhang City, causing giants in the banking world to scramble to visit, but none of them have seen Mr. Meng once. Mr. Meng's low profile and mysteriousness isn't for a day or two. There's nothing to be surprised about. Do you guys think it's possible that this is Mr. Meng in front of you? It's very unlikely, I guess. I heard that Mr. Meng is rich but doesn't like prosperity. Instead, he likes to stay hidden in the city and have fun with the people. Of course, this one in front of me is also incredibly wealthy. I guess it's the son of a hidden family that comes out to walk the streets. I also let my daughter come to try her luck. In case she can get married into a hidden family, she will be able to soar. The diners were in groups of 3 or 5, whispering privately. It wasn't until Meng Yu put away the handful of banknotes that the crowd withdrew their burning gazes with intent. Bai Moyin got up and left the table, walking behind Meng Yu with small broken steps and clasping her hands in a prayerful manner. Mr. Meng, I'm your #1 fan, so don't take it personally if I offended you just now, okay? She pleaded in a sincere tone. Meng Yu turned his head and looked at the adoringly infatuated smile on her face, and was instantly filled with black question marks. #1 fan? When did he ever debut? What was the situation? Where was the promised spunky and savage? Could this be some brand new neat trick? It's fine, after all, it was me who was rude first. Meng Yu looked at Bai Moyin with odd eyes, his gaze falling on the purple-haired double ponytail on her head, putting aside the jumpy thinking that the aughts couldn't understand. This girl's youthful vigor was still very appealing. No, how could Mr. Meng be wrong? The fault is all on me. If I hadn't spoken too abruptly, a great person like you would certainly not have been rude. Bai Moyin firmly shook her head. It looked like she had grabbed this pot today, worthy of being the woman who claimed to be Meng Yu's #1 fan. She did have advanced fan cancer and idol could never be wrong. Ding! detected the emergence of a new best mate by the host's side. New name, Bae Hae-in. Favor progress, 20 out of 100. Face value, 96. Body, 88. Ability, 92. Family background, 94. How come the initial favor progress is already 20? Could it be that this Bae Hwa-in is also a gold-digging woman? Mengyu felt that this was unlikely, because Bae Hwa-in looked more like a rich girl who had no worries about food and clothing, and didn't seem to have any specific concepts about money, so naturally she couldn't talk about being a gold digger. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, Mengyu didn't continue to think about it. There is the system this powerful helper in. Soldiers to block, water to cover the earth on the end of the matter. It's completely unnecessary to look ahead and be suspicious. Forget it, let's not talk about this. The food is coming up. You sit down and eat some together first. Mengyu smiled faintly and politely invited. Bae Moin could not care less about being reserved, and leaned on Su Ningyan's fragrant shoulder and sat down. As for Tangyu, that heel from the imperial capital, in front of her idol. Nothing, Inzi, why do you call yourself brother Mengyu's idol? Could he be Mr. Meng? Su Ningyun covered her mouth with her hand in a look of surprise. She had already overestimated Mengyu, but hadn't thought that he was actually a legendary figure. Bae Hwa-in, who was drinking rose-dew wine, also looked surprised when she heard this. Could it be that you don't know, Your Highness Qin? I thought that you and Mr. Meng had. I didn't. I'm not. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just a Cinderella. Su Ningyan hurriedly covered Bae Hwa-in's mouth with her hand. Her eyes that were as bright as the starry sky were slightly dimmed, and there was some inferiority complex in her heart. Mr. Meng, that was a legendary figure. How could she dare to climb high? Moreover, her father taught her from a young age that her family was poor and not to get into arguments with other girls, so her character was more or less a bit cowardly and inferior. And for a man as outstanding as Mengyu, she didn't even dare to think about it. Bae Hwa-in blinks her eyes. Her long eyelashes seem to speak. She really wants to tell this noble status Qin Highness. What's Cinderella? Ah, don't be silly, Your Highness Qin. In terms of status and looks, there is no one present who is more worthy of Mr. Meng than you. But thinking of the incomparably cold eyes of Her Highness Qin's her father, she still wisely shut her mouth. Although the imperial capital Bae Hwa clan had always acted in a forceful manner, there were still forces to be afraid of, and from Mr. Meng such a truly uninhibited, it was still too far away. This was also the root cause of her fervent admiration for Mr. Meng. Chapter 36, Troubleshooting the store to give to stray dogs to eat. The misunderstanding was cleared up. The four of Mengyu joyfully ate. Only Tangyu at the neighboring table ate the table full of food alone, looking at the three beauties at Mengyu's table, somewhat tasteless, although the Dompa banquet was delicious and rare. Did he, Tangyu, come here tonight to eat? He was here to pick up girls. What made him feel the worst was that this table of Dompa banquet was still Mengyu's treat. This is too much. When had he been reduced to needing a treat from his love rival? But if he really had to pay the bill, it seems like he really can't afford it. In this situation, even the most delicious delicacies in his mouth became chaff that was difficult to swallow. At that moment, the waiter came back and handed Mengyu a handful of bills. This is your change, a total of $4.88. Thanks. After receiving it, Mengyu just casually swept it and put it in his pocket. It made the waiter look inwardly emotional. This Mr. Meng is a true son of the world. Last time, a customer spent a penny, paid a dime to make change for 9 cents, and then counted the whole 9 times in front of him before he felt relieved to put it away. After all, every penny could be a whole 10 million nano yuan. The waiter was actually very understanding, because he himself had also counted it a full 18 times this time, making sure that $4.88, there was not the slightest error, before he dared to hand the bills to Mengyu, but to treat the vault banknotes as casually as Mr. Meng did. He was still the only one he had seen in his life. 10 minutes later, the wine was full and Mengyu got up and was ready to leave. The waiter hurriedly reminded, "Sir, do you need to pack these dishes? These are the rarest of ingredients. In order to make these 2 tables of Dompa banquet, the small store's coffers have been emptied." Originally, in a restaurant of this caliber like Dompa Xian, he shouldn't have mentioned the matter of packing, but these 2 tables were just too luxurious, and many of the dishes hadn't moved a few bites at all, except for this Mr. Meng, who ate a bit more. The other 3 women were all very restrained and ate a little bit before putting down their chopsticks. How much could Mengyu eat just by himself? This made him really unable to hold back an extra mouthful. Mengyu froze for a moment. Looking at the mountain of food on the table, he also felt a little pity, but he was indeed full. It was quite a waste to not finish this. Let's put it this way. When I came here, I saw some stray cats and dogs on the road, so I'll trouble the shopkeeper to pack up these leftovers and give them to the stray cats and dogs to eat. The moment these words came out, the whole place was silent. Bae Moin looked at Mengyu with a face of adoration. worthy of being her lifelong idol. Not only did he possess wealth that rivaled the country's, but he was also so kind. The men around her were not even worthy of lifting Meng Yu's shoes. The smile on Su Ningyan's face grew milder and milder. Brother Meng Yu was still the same as before, always revealing his inner kindness without even realizing it. It wasn't just Meng Yu's handsome face that she liked, but also the way he treated the weak in the world gently, though feeding stray cats with mountains of delicacies. He's really not saying much. Morong Qianyue looked at Meng Yu with mesmerized eyes. Kind and handsome. He was good at everything. His only flaw was that he was too good, so good that it made her feel the pressure of competition growing. Please sweetheart, can you put away your splendor for a while, lest you attract too many fine women? The waiter almost burst into tears on the spot. Was this the real-life version of people being inferior to dogs? The waiter really wanted to say, Mr. Meng, there's no need to be so troublesome. Just leave these leftovers for him to eat and be done with it, and he could totally throw a rave party by bringing it back. But in front of Meng Yu's bland smile, he didn't dare to say a word more. The crowd of diners were also on the verge of tears. If you can't finish it, you can give it to the other guests. This was a 10 million nano yuan table of Dongpa banquet. They definitely wouldn't mind it just because it was leftovers. Don't give it to stray cats and dogs. Those can just eat their leftovers. There is no need to eat the Dongpa banquet. But in the end, no one dared to open their mouths and say anything. Although they didn't say anything on their lips. But after Meng Yu pulled out that big handful of banknotes, they automatically put Meng Yu, in their hearts, on a higher class than their own. What about these wines? The waiter asked a crucial question. Because Meng Yu's huge spending of 120 million nano yuan was actually mostly centered on these ancient wines with long vintages. Although the Dongpa banquet's ingredients were precious, if compared to these ancient wines, it was insignificant. Ning Yun and Yin Zi, you each pick a bottle to take back and drink. Meng Yu blandly said. Su Ningxian and Bei Muayin were both very happy, and they knew that Meng Yu really wasn't bad with money. So they didn't have any extra politeness and each picked out their favorite wine, because the wine was ordered by Bei Muayin, so there were still quite a lot of wines suitable for ladies. In the end, Su Ningyan chose a 100-year-old Snow Lotus Moonflower Dew, while Bei Muayin chose a Sui Xiang wine, which was a palace medicinal wine that was very difficult to prepare, had an excellent nourishing effect, and in ancient times, only emperors and concubines were qualified to drink it. Seeing that she didn't have a share, Morong Qianyue lowered her head and flattened her mouth a bit aggressively. But in the end, she didn't open her mouth to ask for anything. In fact, she wasn't complaining about Meng Yu's favoritism, because she had already guessed the origins of Su Doyun and Bei Muayin. Those were indeed two behemoths that were qualified to take an altar of wine from Meng Yu's hands. And just like what Bei Muayin said, what was the Morong family? Shrinking in Southern Hang to dominate. And out of Southern Hang, who in the world knows what Morong family is? She was simply a bit aggrieved, because although Su Doubtful Rhyme was the first to recognize Meng Yu, she was the first woman to follow Meng Yu, and she asked herself to do her best for Meng Yu. Did Meng Yu not even care? Leave the rest at Qian Yue's place. Feel free to dispose of it as you please without asking me. Meng Yu added, with a high-class upper-class place like this one, and him spending another 120 million nano yuan, Meng Yu was sure that the waiter would definitely take care of these small matters for him. It was indeed a small matter. In total, he had spent 120 million nano yuan, which was equivalent to 1 dime and 2 cents. If it was placed in the original world, I'm afraid if I threw it to a beggar, the beggar would be too little. But is it a small thing? Meng Yu's words just fell. The speaker has no intention. The listener has an intention. Morong Qianyue was moved to tears on the spot. Was she moved by the distribution of wine? Nah. What truly moved her was the elevation of her status in Meng Yu's heart. Morong Qianyue recalled the unfamiliar scene when she initially met Meng Yu at the supermarket, and then the scene when they went to the Marriott restaurant together and dealt with that pair of dogs, as well as the heartwarming image of the two of them bickering when Meng Yu carried her up to the 8th floor. It turned out that Meng Yu had seen all the efforts she had made. It's just that he's a big husband like her father, so he doesn't put moving words of love on the corner of his mouth, but tends to reflect his deep tenderness in the details. Such a deep and big husband was worth entrusting her with for the rest of her life. Ding! Detected that Morong Qianyue's favorability has greatly increased. The current favorability progress is 60 out of 100. Note, after the favor progress reaches 60, the good couple will 100% ignore the pursuit of other members of the opposite sex before their favor decreases. The favor progress has reached 60? That means from today onwards, Morong Qianyue is his exclusive? This silly ninny is also too easily moved. Chapter 37, still here to eat and drink? The corner of Meng Yu's mouth rose slightly, his rough fingers picking up Morong Qianyue's glossy jade-like pointed chin. Morong Qianyue, why are you crying? Is someone bullying you? No, my eyes got sand in them. Morong Qianyue's heart was like a deer in headlights, and she turned her head away in panic. Even though her heart was deeply rooted in love for Meng Yu, but in public, the worldly education she had received since she was a child still made it unacceptable for her to accept Mangyu's little gesture of molesting her. Right, Mangyu, how about staying over at my place tonight? Just one night. Her gaze was a bit shy and expectant. Mangyu reached out and wiped over the tear stains at the corner of Morong Chenyue's eyes. Alright, as you wish, but your team I may not have time to go and see, so let's do it this way. The seed round first invested 1 yuan you first use. Wait until the angel round I will go and see. The original old residence was obviously not suitable for living anymore. Originally, he was planning to stay in a hotel tonight, and since the good people were meeting him, it wouldn't hurt for him to go and borrow it for a night. All at your service. Morong Chenyue's eyes flowed with tenderness. She knew that although 1 yuan converted to nano yuan was $1 billion, but for him, it was really just a meal. And with the relationship between the two now, there was no need to be polite about anything. If her team's subordinates were to see her in this bird-like manner, I'm afraid their jaws would drop on the spot. After all, Morong Chenyue had been a very independent modern woman before she met Mengyu, but even the strong and independent icebird woman was still made of ice after meeting a man who was better than her. The two women looked at Morong Chenyue with some envy. Although borrowing a room didn't necessarily mean that something would happen, at least this closeness between the two showed Mengyu's trust in Morong Chenyue, and trust was one of the best things in this world. There was no such thing as an unbroken banquet under the sky. In the end, Mengyu bathed in the awe of the crowd and walked out of the low-key, luxurious restaurant in the company of the three women. A few waiters neatly packed the wine on the table with their hands and feet. As for Tangyu, who was sitting on the table in a pair of ground-up clothes, the waiters had no intention of despising the poor guests. But the one who paid for the wine and food on these two tables was Duke Meng, and the wine and food on this table 18 was also Duke Meng's way of making amends to that Miss Beimois. Now both Duke Meng and Miss Beimois had left. In all fairness, the male guests should have left, right? He's still here eating and drinking? Tangyu at the neighboring table froze. I'm going to go. How come the waiter didn't leave his wine? Actually moved it all away. In fact, he also really wanted to drink a whole altar of ancient wine. But soon he reacted. Mengyu was his love rival. Not to mention that Mengyu didn't send him wine. Even if Mengyu did, he had to firmly refuse. Otherwise, what was the point of drinking his love rival's wine? Tangyu suddenly felt that he was the most miserable one in the room. Obviously a powerful young man from the capital, but humble in front of his love rival like a little daughter-in-law. He couldn't even say anything because he didn't have enough money in his pocket. This is the most angry. Perhaps the only thing that could comfort him was this table of delicious Dompa banquet. 10 million nanodollars for a table was undoubtedly a sky-high price. And although he was a great young man of the imperial capital, the car he drove was only $50 million, and there was no way he could take 1/5 of a limousine to eat a meal. Isn't that a brain disease? It was good that Beimoin was gone. Now he could finally not have to maintain his elegant eating style. Tangyu comforted himself and reached out to grab the special Dompa elbow on the table and tore into it. I have to say, the ingredients used in this Dompa elbow are too authentic, worthy of being the ancestral store of Dompa Xian. Although the front is not big, the taste is definitely the best. It could afford the sky-high price of $10 million a table. I'm sorry, this sir, Mr. Meng ordered before he left. These leftovers are to be taken to feed the stray cats and dogs. The smile on the waiter's face was forced. With this apology from the waiter, the gazes of the diners gathered centered on table 18. Only then did they see that the male guest who had been ignored hadn't left yet. This person was too shameless, right? It's not even a problem that he came dressed like this to dine and dine, but even after Mr. Meng, who had paid the bill, left, he still had the face to continue eating? It was true that a person who was cheap was invincible. He's also a man of about the same age. But why is there such a big difference between him and Mr. Meng? No wonder Miss Beimois didn't even bother to look at him when she left after Mr. Meng. I guess she felt ashamed to eat with him, right? Tangyu immediately felt like he was on pins and needles, and the gazes of the diners were like thorns in his back. The special Dompa elbow in his mouth suddenly lost its flavor. In fact, he should have thought of this scene, but he was just shocked by Mengyu's wealth, and his mind was confused for a moment and didn't turn a corner. Now that he thought about it carefully, this Dompa elbow was given by Mengyu to the stray cats and dogs to eat, and if he ate it so heartily, wouldn't it be the same as grabbing food from the cats and dogs? This wave was a vicious dog pouncing on food, and what made Tangyu feel most powerless was that Mengyu hadn't even given him a serious look from start to finish, and the $5 that made him feel shocked was so insignificant in Mengyu's eyes. Tangyu was in pain. He was born Tangyu. Why was Mengyu also born? He had been the king of the imperial city for a generation, but he didn't realize that he would actually end up in the small city of Nanhang. How unfair the heavens were. The diners looked at the dazed Tangyu and exchanged pleasantries. This person wouldn't be struck dumb, right? I don't think it's too far from the truth. his sweetheart ran off with another man, and the opponent is still a trenchless rich second generation like Mr. Meng, so I guess I'd be stupid too. Alas, why doesn't that Mr. Meng eat for a while longer? My granddaughter is on her way here. Old man, you are also really direct. Aren't you afraid of delaying your granddaughter from being scourged? TSK, granddaughters always have to marry when they're older. Mr. Meng has money and a face, and I'm a big old man, so I still have a bit of confidence in reading people. He doesn't look like the kind of man who starts and stops. That's true. A man of Duke Meng's birth must have received an ancient and harsh education. Your granddaughter didn't come. My granddaughter is already here. Little girl, go and try it out. A top-ranking rich second generation like Mr. Meng. If you miss it, you won't get it a second time. Grandpa, alas, I believe that Mr. Meng isn't that kind of scum, but there are too many pretty girls around him. I don't have the confidence to attract his attention. That's right, little sister. Mr. Meng's aura was too much, especially the moment he pulled out the banknote. The self-confidence I had accumulated since I was a child was completely shattered in front of him. An outstanding male like this, even if I was a school goddess, I wouldn't have the courage to confess to him. In front of him, for the first time, I felt the pressure of those hangdog boys who usually look at me, and just now when he was there, I really stuttered in my speech. Hey, why isn't this freeloading hangman leaving yet? Doesn't think that our sisters will look at him, right? He doesn't even take a piss and look at himself. He's just a poor stallion. How can he compare to Mr. Meng's Armani Snow Wolfskin? Cut. We're all here to see Mr. Meng. Speaking of which, Mr. Meng is also very low-key. After all, $1 million or so Armani is completely unworthy of his stature. The chatter of the diners reached Tang Yu's ears. Tang Yu stood up with a blush on his face, and under the slightly sneering gazes of the diners, he lumbered out of the front door of Dong Prasien. Chapter 38, going to Miss Moron's house to stay overnight. The white moon was in the sky. The three of them, Meng Yu, walked out of the carved-in pattern gate of Dong Prasien and came to the Rolls-Royce Jasmine Phantom, followed by a long line of attendants carrying ancient wines. Ning Yunin Z, is the driver here yet? Do you need me to ask Dong Prasien to send someone to take you back? Meng Yu smiled gently. As the host of this private gathering, he definitely wanted to finish well. Su Ningyun only hesitated for a moment before Bei Muayin grabbed the opportunity to say, Brother Meng, I've brought a driver with me, so it would be fine for me to send Su Ningyun back. Meng Yu nodded slightly at his words, and without thinking too much, he and Moron Chenhua left in the Rolls-Royce. Su Ningyun looked at Bei Muayin suspiciously, not understanding why she would say this, knowing that she originally wanted to rub against Meng Yu's car to go back, so that she would have a good reason to spend more time with the person she liked. Your past life bank's retainers are here. Your Highness Qin, you wouldn't want Mr. Meng to clash head-on with past life bank, would you? Bei Moayin explained with a bitter smile. Her words had just fallen. A dilapidated-looking Santana stopped in front of Su Ningyin like a ghost. Your Highness, the 3-year period has come and gone, and the line master has asked the old woman to come and fetch you back. A pale and cold granny voice came from the Santana, but the tone was mixed with strong respect and irresistible determination. Su Ningyun had obviously gotten used to the bizarre scene in front of her and didn't show a scared expression. Instead she muttered, obviously there are still 10 days of saying, Father is not faithful. Forget it, since you're here, sister, just go back. It's already worth it to get to know him this time. As Santana drove Su Ningyun away, only then did Bei Muayin come back to her senses from holding her breath and gazing. As the #1 dark organization in Xia, the history of its existence could be traced back to the Great Tang, initially a funeral organization, then gradually breaking the circle of infiltration over the millennia, and now its influence had spread across the globe, no less than that of the Freemasons in the West. The pressure on her was just too great. Perhaps only the imperial capital Dongfang clan, this explicitly the #1 family in Xia, can barely fight it head-on. By the way, Bei Muayin remembered Mr. Meng. He and the hidden family behind him should only be stronger than the past lifeline. It was just better not to have any conflict break out between the two, because what's the point of an involution? Doesn't it smell good when the guns are united? If the two-strong combination, the development of Xia into the world's #1 country, not only can occupy the vast foreign market to make a lot of money, but also history will remember the name of Mr. Meng and the past lifeline. Ding! The potential danger has been lifted. Please don't worry about the host's safety anymore. Meng Yu sat in the back seat of the car. The streetlights outside the window reflected in his pupils. The jeopardy was lifted? It seems like what he guessed. The root of the jeopardy is really related to Su Ningyun, a former colleague, and it's funny to say that he's a fake hidden worldly son. I'm afraid that Su Ningyun was a real hidden family's daughter. System, hire a group of people to shelter Su Ningyun. Meng Yu recited silently in his heart, recommending the Dark Knight organization Black Rose Mercenary Corps for the host. 100% able to protect Su Ningyun's safety. Commission $10 per month. Yearly package $100. Then it's a yearly package. Mengyu did not care about this small amount of money. What was $100 enough for before the world changed? Moreover, when he was a colleague with Su Ningyun hadn't shelled out a lot of money to bring him breakfast and lunch, and the money she spent for him must have exceeded $1,000. Mengyu, I'm a little nervous. Morong Qianyue was snuggled in his arms. Her pretty face that was glowing and fluffy was tinted with 2 flushes of intoxicating red. Mengyu reached out and played with her soft green silk. Nervous about what? I won't eat you tonight. We've only known each other for a day. I'm not that impatient. You're too bad. You bully people on the basis that they like you. Morong Qianyue shyly buried her head in Mengyu's arms. Perhaps it was the aftertaste of the ancient wine that got the better of them, and both of them gradually spoke with abandon. Hearing the female driver driving in front of them, she cried out in her heart that she couldn't stand it. The good thing is that happy times are always short-lived. The Rolls-Royce drove into a villa area, breezed through the courtyard gate, and finally stopped in front of a big golden villa. How is it? My villa is quite big. Right. Swimming pool, garden, orchard, gym and so on all have. Although certainly not as good as your family, but it is also considered to have a house and a car? Marry me home, you certainly not lose. Oh. Morong Qianyue supported Mengyu and said with drunken eyes. Mengyu was a bit better at drinking and was dumbfounded at the words. It was said that it was easy to lose one's temper after drinking, compared to when she was sober. The drunk Morong Qianyue was less competent and more foolish, and she was quite cute when she spoke. Seeing this scene, the female chauffeur and the maidservant walked away wisely. As excellent servants of the Morong family, they knew that many drunken words were a sin for the next person to hear. They gathered near the courtyard gate, discussing gossip about their own young lady with the accompanying bodyguards who came down from the bodyguard car. Is that Mr. Meng? What a talented man. He's a match made in heaven with the young lady. Yes, handsome as all get out, and very rich. I heard that this one day down, just eating alone cost more than 100 million nanodollars, which translates to more than 10 cents in vault notes. This is also too luxurious, right? Yes, I've heard that Mr. Meng carries hundreds of dollars of vault notes with him. He's simply too extravagant. It's no wonder that the usually cool young lady actually got drunk today. I guess she's already in love with him, right? If it were up to me, I'd crawl to Mr. Meng's bed tonight. Excessive ha. The young lady is also the Morong Group's daughter, so her skin isn't as thick as yours. Done. I forgot to remind Mr. Meng. Madam seems to be here today. Throw. I also forgot. I was too nervous about seeing the big handsome guy just now. I hope Madam is fine. Other end. Mengyu pushed open the door of the villa. He was then dazzled by the opulent arrangement in front of him and was filled with astonishment. Where was this a villa? It was clearly a princess palace. In fact, Mengyu was not to blame for losing his temper. Before getting the system, he was just a laborer from a small county salary family, saying that he had not seen any big world, but also not wrongly accused him. Under such a premise, it would be strange if his face didn't change color. Xianin's home is really luxurious. The paintings on this wall are all world famous, right? The decorations on this chandelier are not all diamonds, are they? Worthy of being the Morong Group's daughter. It's much more extravagant than my small rental room. Mengyu marveled. It's easy to change mountains and rivers, but you can't change your nature. Apparently Mengyu's concepts were still stuck before the world changed. He didn't realize that the paper airplane in his rental room, which was folded with 2 banknotes, was worth more than the entire villa, plus the villa itself. Suddenly, above the European-style spiral steps, a condescending and icy woman's voice came. Of course all of them are South Leak real diamonds, and it's true that my daughter Chiyu is the Morong Group's daughter. But who are you? How dare you touch her with your dirty hands? Chapter 39, take this $1 million check and leave. Dirty hands? Morong Qianyue's mom's words were disliking him? Mengyu raised his eyebrows, tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged noblewoman on the steps. A huff flashed in his eyes. Since this is the case, it's fine not to stay in this lodging. His previous marvelous compliment that was to give face to Morong Qianyue. After all, Morong Qianyue and Mengyu's current warm relationship was clearly friends on top of lovers yet to come. The flower sedan chair is carried by everyone. Isn't it a normal operation between friends for him and Morong Qianyue to brag about each other? Furthermore, there wouldn't really be anyone who thought that he, the richest man in the world, would be kneeling to a large villa, right? What kind of international joke is this? Not to mention the diamond-decorated chandelier. Even if the entire villa was made of diamonds, there was definitely not much financial pressure for Mengyu to buy it. Problems that could be solved with money were not problems for Mengyu. What are you looking at? Crude person who doesn't know how to behave. That Armani set you're wearing, that's what my daughter bought for you at noon, isn't it? I don't know what kind of mesmerizing soup you gave Chen Yu to make her fall so hard for you. Mrs. Morong strolled down the European spiral steps, leisurely saying as she walked. That kind of condescending aristocratic paradigm. To see Mengyu's forehead veins rippled. If not Morong Chiyu's favor progress reached 60, can be said to be dead to him? Just based on these taunting words of Mrs. Morong today, he is going to use the money to smash the entire Morong family on their knees begging for forgiveness. He was the man with the system. Even if he was the enemy of the world's lineage, he would not even lift his eyelids, let alone a mere southern Hang Morong family. You are Mrs. Morong, right? Chen Yukar just said that you are the Iron Lady of the business world. I am deeply disappointed to see you today. It seems that Chen Yu is indeed very drunk. Then I will leave first. Mengyu will be drunk to blurred. Morong Chiyu helped to the hall sofa sit down, and take off the Armani snow wolfskin jacket, carefully covered Morong Chiyu's abdomen. No matter how annoying Mrs. Morong is, Morong Qianyue, this silly nymph's true heart towards him is certified by the system and is unquestionable. Humph, sharp-tongued brat, since you've slighted my daughter, don't want to leave easily. Mrs. Morong's eyes were stern. After her subordinates reported Morong Qianyue's unusual shopping records, she immediately paid attention to it, locking down Mengyu's identity to start investigating, directly checking Mengyu out from his birth hospital to his graduation institution. Although she had also heard that Mengyu seemed to have a huge amount of wealth, but hearing is believing, she was more confident in the truth she had investigated. How could Mengyu, a child of an ordinary working-class family, own a dime a dollar, let alone a huge vault note that took out hundreds of dollars at the supermarket? Fake. All of it was a trick to deceive people. Mrs. Morong had been in business for over 30 years. What kind of scams had she not seen? Not to mention the $100 vault notes. There was once a big Wall Street crook who used to fool nearly half of the world's investors. And what a drop of blood to detect diseases. What old G is FF? All of them are more than one can make up. After Mrs. Morong read all of Mengyu's information, combined with the exaggerated rumors about Mengyu, she had already treated Mengyu as a big liar. Mengyu laughed back in anger and sat down on the sofa horizontally. Originally, he was all set to let Mrs. Morong off the hook. After all, she might be the future mother-in-law, but since someone else was giving her face, he had no choice but to play along with her. Oh, is it this light? Mengyu's fingers pinched Morong Qianyue's glossy chin, leaned over and stamped a seal on her lips, then looked at Mrs. Morong with a smile or a laugh. In terms of arrogance, he, Mengyu, had never been afraid of anyone. Other people were forced to act like a dead dog in front of their in-laws by the bride price and various excessive demands. But he, Mengyu, was different. Not to mention Mrs. Morong is not his mother-in-law. Even if it is, then his temper comes up. But also a bit of face are not given. What he appreciates is Morong Qianyue's infatuation, not her mother's infatuation. As for the bride price money, what? He's richer than the richest man in the world, and he still needs to worry about the dowry money? It was impossible. Lady Morong was so angry that her face turned white as she pointed at Mengyu and chided. You denizen, how dare you, to actually dare to do such a thing to my ice-clear daughter? The corner of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly, smiling without saying anything. Was he a denizen? Of course not. Morong Qianyue had invited him to stay over. Wasn't it obvious enough what this represented? People's worldly women were reserved after all. It was impossible for them to be as open as the women in the customs store, full of tiger and wolf words. Furthermore, Morong Qianyue was ice clever. Since she got drunk at the banquet, it must have been intentional. If a woman doesn't get drunk, how can a man have a chance? This is all some agreed upon banquet rules now. You don't look at what old clothes you're wearing. Are you worthy of my daughter? Here is a $1 million check. Take it and get the hell out of here, or I'll call the bodyguards and you won't get anything. Seeing that Mengyu didn't know any better, Mrs. Morong's tone became more and more vitriolic. Obviously, she was also infuriated by Mengyu's lack of oil and salt. However, the reason why Madame Morong gave a check was definitely unsettling. As long as Mengyu left with the check, she would backhandedly falsely accuse Mengyu of burglary. Mengyu looked down at his underwear. There is one thing to say. His underwear compared to the Armani snow wolfskin jacket is indeed cheap to the ground goods of the ball. When Morong Chiyu bought him an Armani and accompanied him to the Marriott restaurant to smash the scene, she certainly did not think that it would be used by her mother to ridicule Mengyu at this moment. Unfortunately, at this time, Morong Qianyue was already drunk. Otherwise, it must be crazy. I've heard of pit dads, but I didn't think there was a pit daughter. Is it easy for her to try to win Mengyu's heart? How come her mother likes to meddle in her own business and defeat her favor? $1 million nano check? Mengyu reaches out and picks up the check on the coffee table, the corner of his mouth rising slightly as an idea for a trick flashes through his mind. After all, Mrs. Morong was Qianyue's mother, so he couldn't afford to go too far, lest he let the woman who was infatuated with him get caught in the middle and have a hard time doing anything but a slight trick to kill her prestige, or not much of a problem. I and Morong Qianyue is a love affair. take this 1 million check to leave. Then I become what person? Meng pretended to be affectionate. Mrs. Moron's face changed slightly. She was most afraid of this kind of man who pretended to be real, and Meng was really handsome. Putting aside her daughter's problems, Mrs. Moron was actually quite fond of him. Seeing him being so affectionate, Mrs. Moron's tone also loosened up a bit. I'm not questioning your sincerity towards my daughter. It's just that the two of you really aren't suitable. I don't care if you cheated on her out of sincerity or money. You have to know one thing. If you want to enter our Moron family's door, even if it's to join the family, you have to be a son of the family at the very least. There are some women that you can't be worthy of at birth, and you'll be, in this life. Meng suddenly interrupted her words. His tone shifted into an icy one. No, she's the love of my life, gotta add money. Chapter 40, this wine is truly the best on earth. No, she's the love of my life, it'll have to be extra. Meng's words had just fallen. Inside the villa's gilded hall, the air suddenly froze. Mrs. Moron stared dumbfounded at the handsome face in front of her. Could it really be that the old saying that the more handsome a man is, the more ruthless he is? How brazen did this have to be to say something like this? Humph, I knew that you are not a good thing. Name a price. How can I say that my Moron group is also one of the top 500 companies in the world? So there's no harm in giving you a little more breakup fee. Mrs. Moron smiled contemptuously. Meng raised a finger. $100. I only need $100 and that's enough. Madame Moron's face changed dramatically at this. What? You're really a wolf that can't be fed. You're actually gourmandizing a big opening. Do you know how much $100 is? It is equivalent to 100 billion nanodollars. It really is an open mouth. I'm telling you, 1 cent at most. No more. This? You can't afford to cut the price like that. Forget it then. I'll take my check back. I don't want it. Meng shrugged his shoulders and casually threw the check in his hand on the coffee table. In fact, teasing the future mother-in-law is quite interesting. Looking at her extremely well-maintained face suddenly green and white. Isn't this more interesting than looking up to someone's nose? As for the relationship to get stiff, Meng is not the slightest bit worried. With his current wealth and strength, the major families in South Hangzhou are all eager to flatter him. If the relationship is stiffened, it is the Moron family that should be panicked. You, bold fanatic, how dare you tease me? Against the heavens, someone come, drag him to the courtyard and cane him for 100. Lady Moron finally realized that something was wrong, and was so angry that her hair almost smoked. Dare I say that this man in front of her was making fun of her? She was the chairman's wife of Moron Group. Even the governor of South Hangzhou SHI was polite when he saw her. When did she ever receive this kind of anger? At this moment, she was actually being teased like a monkey. Simply uncle can endure, aunt cannot endure. Originally she was thinking, in order not to affect Moron Qinyue's reputation, first, she stabilized Meng, the fraudster, and then took the opportunity to bring him to justice. But now, under the heat of the moment, she couldn't care less. The female attendants who were on standby outside the villa immediately rushed in, but they didn't do anything right away, instead looking hesitantly at Mrs. Moron. Berserkers? Where are the berserkers? There were no berserkers in sight. Aside from Lady Moron and the drunken Miss Thousand Words, the only one left was this honorable Duke Meng, who had been instructed by the lady to not interfere with whatever Duke Meng did to her. What are you guys still hesitating for? Go, drag him out to me and cane him. Mrs. Moron gritted her teeth. This Meng had first slighted her daughter in front of her, then he teased her with his words. It was simply too lawless. If she didn't get out of this bad breath today, she would definitely be so angry that she would lose sleep at night. This can't be right? Miss Qianyue said that seeing him is like seeing Mr. Meng. What's going on here? The female servants' heads were filled with black question marks. Meng smiled bashfully. It's nothing, a little misunderstanding. Go prepare sobering tea for Qianyue, and bring an ancient wine on the way. The female servants nodded their heads in response. Duke Meng was right. In the end, Moron Qianyue was the owner of this villa. If the aunt and mother-in-law clashed, then the one most qualified to mediate would definitely be her. And they, the subordinates, were definitely unable to intervene. When Mrs. Moron saw this scene, her face became more and more ugly. What situation? What she said actually didn't work as well as this surname Meng. Wasn't this a slap in her face? When had her prestige as Mrs. Chairman of Moron Group been inferior to even a poor boy? Suddenly, Mrs. Moron's nose flared and she inhaled deeply. Fragrant, really fragrant. What kind of wine is this? It actually smells so good. She fixed her eyes on it, only to realize that it was Meng pouring the ancient wine that the servant had brought up. Want to drink some? I've heard that this Yaoqi wine is something that only concubines and emperors, in ancient times, could drink. Meng smiled towards Mrs. Moron and raised his glass. After 2 consecutive waves of manipulation, At the same time that Mrs. Morong was pissed off enough, the sulk in his heart had long since dissipated. After all, one does not look at the face of a monk to look at the face of Buddha. Even if Mrs. Morong was even meaner, looking at Morong Chinyue's silly niece, he wouldn't really take it to heart. Not to mention that Mrs. Morong is also protective of her daughter's heart. A mother under the anxiety. The words are a bit harsh, but also was not a great sin. Almost on it. If it was possible to release the grudge with a glass of wine, that would naturally be excellent. Lest Morong Chinyue wake up and make things difficult. You're shameless. Wearing clothes bought by my daughter. Drinking wine bought by my daughter. Sitting on a sofa bought by my daughter. And still looking like you're at peace with yourself. Mrs. Morong said in a conspiratorial manner. Seeing that Mengyu was soft and hard, she had no choice but to verbally squeeze Mengyu for a few sentences to take out her anger. Anyway, when Morong Chinyue came to her senses, she would definitely expose his tricks on the spot and see how he could still pretend then. Mengyu rolled his eyes and didn't bother to show off his tongue. After all, Morong Chinyue has already taken the anti-drinking soup. Wait for a while, should be sober. Then these things, let her deal with it. He is on the side of the melon to watch the show is finished. The attendants looked at each other. Doesn't Mrs. Morong know that this batch of ancient wines worth 100 million nanodollars were all put here by Duke Mang at Mrs. Place? And what about the clothes, the sofa, all these 7 and 8 things together? I'm afraid they can't compare to this altar on the coffee table. The beautiful wine that has just had its clay seal removed? Dare you say that Miss Chiyu should drink Mr. Meng's good wine, but Miss Chiyu can't buy a few clothes for Mengyu? This is too double standard, isn't it? Even those of them who were subordinates couldn't look at it anymore. This wine is truly the best on earth. I'm afraid it would cost several $1 million a bottle, right? Xianyue, this girl is really something. Having such a good wine, actually not honoring her parents, but instead giving it to this denizen to drink. It's really too much for a girl to handle. Mrs. Morong shook the glazed jade lamp in her hand. Her face was quite emotional. Mrs. Morong finished lamenting, and then glared at Mengyu with hatred. What are you laughing at? This wine is so expensive for one altar. Are you also worthy of drinking it? Oh, sorry, I remembered something happy. Mengyu couldn't help but laugh. You're still laughing. How shameless. Wasting my daughter's good wine. Lady Morong shook her head inside. She had never seen in her life such a brazen man. And on the other hand, he was still so handsome. Hearing this, the eyes of the servants were suddenly odd. It looked like the madam really didn't know that this wine was bought for the young lady by Duke Meng. She actually praised this wine as the best on earth, and even acted like she was greedy for it. If the truth came out in the end, the madam knew that the denizen in her mouth was the real owner of these wines. Then when she remembered what she said now, would she be so ashamed that she would want to headbutt the south wall? Chapter 41, How could he be Mr. Meng? After the special effect antidote soup exerted its effect, Morong Chinyue woke up leisurely on the sofa. She subconsciously checked what she was wearing, and after touching that Armani Snow Wolf leather jacket, the corner of her mouth lifted up a soft arc, and her heart was filled with a strong sense of security. Hey, woman, you woke up? Then I'll slip away first. Mengyu grabbed the Snow Wolf leather jacket and pulled it, then casually draping it over his body, he stomped towards the villa gate, being squeezed by Mrs. Morong in a conspiratorial manner. If he said that he had no reaction at all, that would definitely be a lie, and his heart was more or less a little upset. He was the richest man in the world, the man with the system. Why should he be subjected to this in Morong Chinyue's big villa? Wanting to stay overnight wasn't simple. Casually sending a message to Wang Lingyu or Bei Muayin would guarantee that these two great beauties would immediately wash their hands of him and wait for him to come to the door. To take a step back, with his horrible fortune, which 5-star hotel would he go to and not be treated like a guest? Morong Chinyue watched Mengyu's indifferent back drift away, and there were many little question marks in her mind. She wasn't sure why his attitude would suddenly change drastically once she woke up. Could it be that she had done something excessive when she was drunk? But even if that was the case, with Mengyu's character, he shouldn't have given her the slightest chance to explain, either. Mengyu, don't go away. Wait for me. Morong Chinyue suddenly got up and chased after her. Having just forcibly awakened from her sleepover, her mind was still a bit foggy. Running was also wobbly, with an appearance that she might fall at any time. Don't move. You really aren't afraid of falling. Mengyu turned around at the sound of his voice, and seeing Morong Chinyue's defiant look as she chased after him, his heart softened, and he returned with quick steps, scooping her up and holding her horizontally in his arms. Morong Chinyue smiled dully. Not afraid. Anyway, you will hold me. Even if you fall on the ground, it doesn't matter. Fall a few more times, may dream to wake up, then will not die pestering you. Mengyu was inexplicably a little heartbroken as he listened to these words. Indeed, as Morong Chinyue said, dating together, often always have to have a person to pay first, may get a response. Also maybe all the pay are stone sinking into the sea. Hey, surname Meng, quickly let go of my daughter. Mrs. Morong chased after her and scolded. Stereotypes in a person's mind are like a big mountain. After Mrs. Morong sent someone to investigate Meng Yu's life. In her heart, Meng Yu was a working poor boy who was not worthy of her daughter. This stereotypical impression of a beaten worker. It was unbreakable unless it was so huge that it was strong enough to break through the stubborn stone. Mom, what do you mean by that? He's Mr. Meng. Morong Qianyue was shocked. She had never considered that her parents would oppose this matter of her pursuing Mr. Meng, as the only daughter of Mr. and Mrs. Morong. She knew her parents too well. Her father, needless to say, for the reclusive Mr. Meng. It could be said that she had heard about him for a long time but could not see him. If she knew that Mr. Meng was hugging her, I'm afraid her mouth would be crooked with laughter. Mother is also a fanatic fan of Mr. Meng, but she has self-awareness. For Mr. Meng has always held in awe. I guess do not dare to think in this direction. It was too unrealistic. After all, if one puts aside karma, that Morong group's daughter-in-law really did have to honestly wait in a long line to even see Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng? Mrs. Morong stated that she had a lot of question marks. Duke Meng and Mr. Meng, although it was just a difference in title, in Lady Morong's mouth, the only big shot who could qualify to be called Mr. Meng was undoubtedly that one. How could their Morong family be able to meet Mr. Meng before all the banking giants? Not to mention the fact that their daughter could be held in Mr. Meng's arms. This is the Morong family's blessing of 8 lifetimes. But is it true? Is this true? Mrs. Morong questioned this. But he's wearing the Armani Snow Wolf leather jacket you bought. Would a person like Mr. Meng need you to buy him clothes? Mrs. Morong queried. Morong Qianyue wrapped her jade arm around Meng Yu's neck, smiling wryly. Theoretically it's not needed law. It's me who took the initiative to help buy it. This is probably the most satisfying Armani shopping I've done in my life. Not to mention that Mr. Meng invested $1 in my company. Mother, how can I say this is me dipping into Mr. S light? Morong Qianyue asked rhetorically. She was not a good girl in the traditional sense. When her decisions clashed with her mother, she would think carefully about what was right and wrong instead of just obeying. What qualifications did a woman who only knew how to obey have? To inherit the position of Morong family head? Mrs. Morong's face was complicated. She couldn't answer. $1 ah, that was a full billion nanodollars. In front of such a huge sum of cash investment, what was a mere several $100,000 of Armani Snow Wolf leather jacket? Could it be that this young man surnamed Meng was really the divine Mr. Meng? But daughter, then he even kissed you while you were drunk. It's impossible for Mr. Meng to be this monstrous, right? Mrs. Morong refused to accept the reality. Because once the preconceived notions in people's hearts are formed, non-ironic realities cannot make them sober. But wherever there was the slightest possibility, they would be lucky. Morong Qianyue was shocked as she twisted her head to look at Meng Yu's pretty face near her. Her cheeks flushed red like the reddish color of the sky at dusk. Really? Big pervert Meng? Meng Yu coughed dryly. It's mainly because your mom is too hard to talk to, so I'll just randomly mess with her. Does it taste good? Morong Qianyue suddenly asked. Meng Yu subconsciously replied. Soft and sticky, much better than his ex-girlfriend. Humph, you actually mention her. Is she comparable to me? No, you secretly kissed me. I suffered a big loss. You have to make it up to me. Morong Qianyue blinked her eyes quaintly. Fine, conditions as you wish. Even if it's the stars in the sky, I can pick them for you. Meng Yu smiled bashfully. With $10,000 in his bank account, which was equivalent to over $100,000 billion in Na yuan, he certainly had the confidence to say these arrogant words. Just, Morong Qianyue's offer of compensation reminded him of his gold-worshipping materialistic ex-girlfriend Wang Li, and the tenderness in his heart quietly dissipated a bit. Women who liked money only deserved to get tons of money. It was indeed a bit of a waste to talk about feelings and whatnot with this type of woman. Suddenly, Morong Qianyue's jade arm encircled Meng Yu's neck and raised her head to kiss him on his big mouth. For the first time, Meng Yu felt Morong Qianyue's passion so close. She was like a raging storm, while Meng Yu was a towering peak. Liang Long. Morong Qianyue's beautiful eyes only regained their clarity. She breathed in Meng Yu's ear and said, now we're even. Meng Yu, you can dislike me, but don't compare me to those gold-digging women. Whatever I like, I will put in the effort to get it. Not by selling my body in exchange. Please don't treat me as a vase. Silly Nasan. I know. Meng Yu reached out to favorably scratch the bridge of her nose. She deserves his pampering, doesn't she? Chapter 42. You're too kind. I'm marrying. Ding. Detected that Morong Qianyue's favorability towards the host has greatly increased. Current favorability progress is 80 out of 100. Randomly rewarded with a deposit of 10. 000 pieces. Mengyu was not surprised by the system beep that rang in his head. From that pouring out of love just now, he was able to feel Morong Qianyue's fiery heart, and this woman could be considered to be infatuated with him. Morong Qianyue's favor progress rising to 80 was also within his expectations. Rather, it was the randomly rewarded 10,000 pieces that made him a bit overjoyed. 10,000 pieces equaled 10 trillion nanodollars. Another Pingo company's market capitalization in hand. It was comfortable. This system of his was indeed too powerful. It actually gave huge cash rewards for conquering girls. This was simply comparable to public money for girls. What kind of a cool word is that? As for whether Morong Qianyue liked his face or his money, that actually wasn't very important. In other words, isn't the reason why Mengyu favors her among all the beautiful couples also because of her beauty and talent? Mengyu wasn't interested in an ugly, fat woman. Of course the most crucial thing was, surely, Morong Qianyue's loyalty. Mengyu's mind moved, and Morong Qianyue's panel appeared in his mind. Name, Morong Qianyue. Favorable feeling progress, 80 out of 100. Face value, 95. Body, 95. Ability, 97. Family background, 92. Note, after the favor progress reaches 80, it will enter the bottleneck period. The favor progress will tend to stabilize. Without extreme special circumstances, it will not go up or down. With regards to the system's prompt, Mengyu thought about it for a while and easily understood it. The system's goodness progress is obviously a numerical embodiment of the reality is intimacy. And if you interact and get along, it's all the easiest to be a drinking buddy. But it's hard to become a good friend. As for becoming a close friend in life and death, it's extremely difficult, and it requires the assistance of some special experiences. For example, they have carried a gun together, such as creating a business together, ordinary daily life together. Want to get a life and death best friend? Almost unlikely. June C. There are old couples who have been getting along with each other in an ordinary way for more than 10 years, but at the moment of life and death catastrophe, they are still fleeing for their lives each in their own way. Daughter, where is your reserve? Mrs. Morong was a little confused as she looked at the two people whose lips were parted. This little bird-like fairy in front of her, was she really her shrewd and capable high-flying daughter? How could she take the initiative to kiss a man? I'm afraid that it wasn't this one surnamed Meng who had given her a descending head. The attendants were also shocked. Some of them had followed Morong Qianyue for several years and had seen many images of her rejecting advances, but this was the first time they had seen Morong Qianyue in this little girl posture. The most unbelievable thing was, she actually took the initiative to offer WEN to Mr. Meng, which also took their breath away. It was true that even the tougher and more aloof young miss would eventually be conquered by a man who was even better than her. Without a doubt, Duke Meng was exactly this man. Mengyu hugged Morong Qianyue and slowly sat down on the sofa. Morong Qianyue's head resting on Mengyu's broad chest. Reserve and whatnot. There's no need for it here in Mengyu, right? You know Mr. Meng's situation very well, mother, don't you? If my daughter is reserved in front of him, I'm afraid that she would have been snatched away by another woman long ago. Reality isn't a fairy tale play. There are many other women with better conditions than me, Morong Qianyue said with a frank face. She had always been very clear about the wealth gap between herself and Mengyu. Although she lived in a villa, had a Rolls-Royce luxury car, and had crowds of attendants to escort her around when she went in and out. But compared to a millionaire like Mr. Meng, that was undoubtedly not classy enough. Not to mention her, even the entire Morong Group's combined wealth is not as much as the deposit in Mr. Meng's bank card. $10,000 was equal to 10 trillion nanodollars. What a terrifyingly astronomical figure. And as far as Morong Qianyue knew, these bank deposits were only Mr. Meng's demand deposits in the Xia Bank. This was a man that even the central mother attached immense importance to. It was hard to imagine what kind of realm his wealth had reached. Could it really be like the legend? Able to make a small developing country a leap into a developed country? That would be too rich. I am afraid that it has already exceeded the limit of the description of the word tycoon and can only be described as a business tycoon. In front of such a rich and handsome Mengyu, what qualification does she have to pretend to be reserved? Could it be that her best friend Wan Lingyu would stand by and watch? Or that the two ladies from the capital would talk to her about first come first served? But could this altar of ancient wine be? Mrs. Morong's eyes widened, being shocked to the point of being somewhat incoherent. She suddenly recalled her own acerbic words just now, and an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Just now, she had blown this ancient wine up to the sky, and she had also said that Mengyu was not worthy of drinking this wine. Of course it's Mengyu who stored it here with me. He bought 100 million nanodollars worth of ancient wine at Dongpashen tonight. Each jar is 100 years old. Not to mention how good it is. That's why I drank a little too much. A touch of shyness flashed in Morong Qianyue's eyes, but whether it was because the wine smelled too good, or she had the intention to buy drunkenness and give someone a chance to get down, Only God knows. Ah, this dash misses. Morong was instantly embarrassed, itching to find a crack in the ground on the spot. She had just said something about this wine being her daughter's, and sarcastically referred to Mengyu as an adopted gigolo, but now that she thought about it, it was simply hilarious. Who would have thought that this wine was bought by someone else? Mengyu, she, Mrs. Morong, was the cheeky one who dabbled in the wine, and she had the audacity to say that Mengyu shouldn't drink it. How shameless did she have to be to say such a thing? Think about how generous Mengyu was when he invited her to drink, and then thinking about her shady and eccentric way of measuring the gentleman's heart with a small man's heart. Mrs. Morong's face instantly reddened and she squeaked out half a sentence. Of course the person sitting opposite was Mr. Meng. Even if she had a 3-inch tongue, I'm afraid she wouldn't have the guts to open her mouth to sophistry. The previous offense could be said to be a case of the uninformed being fearless. Now that Mr. Meng had already revealed his identity, if she were to say something disrespectful again, she would be banging her head against the muzzle of a gun. The attendants were also holding back their laughter. I didn't expect that the Iron Lady, who was usually a towering figure in the shopping mall, would also lose in front of her aunt today. The other family aunts in front of the mother-in-law, which is not polite and courteous. I'm looking forward to a small reduction in the bride price, as well as any other fancy expenses such as bridge money and change of address fees. But Mr. Meng is too generous, worthy of being a legendary character. Not only did he charm Miss Chiyu to the core, but he also arranged Mrs. Morong in a clear way as well. Out of the corner of her eye, Morong Qianyue scanned the check on the coffee table and instantly grabbed it in her hand to look at Mengyu. Hey, why is there a $1 million check on the coffee table? Could it be the dowry money you gave Mengyu? You're too polite. I'll marry. Marry? Mengyu's head was filled with black lines at the words. Nice guy. Morong Qianyue is thinking about Peach? Knowing that he had just been backstabbed by his gold-worshipping ex-girlfriend during the day, how could he possibly be engaged to Morong Chiyu? And he didn't want to think about marriage for at least 3 years or less. Mrs. Morong coughed lightly in extreme embarrassment and twisted her head away, not wanting to see the check, the expression on her face changing extremely wonderfully. Chapter 43, You Shouldn't Be Extraordinary. Morong Qianyue grasped the check and met Mengyu's odd gaze. Her heart was a little lost. It seemed that she had thought too much, lost her mind under her own rich imagination. Not to mention the fact that Mengyu doesn't have the good habit of carrying a checkbook around with him, just to say that he can eat 120 million nanodollars in one meal at his level of consumption. The bride price money will either not be given, but if it is given, it will surely be more than 100 million? 1 million? Too petty. It definitely couldn't be Mengyu's handiwork, not to mention the beautiful handwriting on it. Morong Qianyue always felt especially familiar. It's like this. Your mom just threw a $1 million check at me and told me to take the money and leave you. I promised. Mengyu smiled faintly and spoke out in jest. It was just that this smile was somewhat inexplicably cruel in Morong Qianyue's eyes. You promise? Morong Qianyue's eyes widened as she turned her head to look at Mrs. Morong, her small eyes particularly grumpy. Mom, could it be that I'm really what you picked up under the bridge? The attendants were also speechless. They have heard of pit father and mother, but this is the first time they have seen such a pit daughter. Thinking about it, Mrs. Morong was also smart for a lifetime, but she didn't expect to fall on her daughter's marriage matter. Mr. Meng, that is what character awe? Not to mention Morong's big family like the South Hangzhou, even the big families in the imperial capital, even the Rothschild family, they are all looking forward to meeting with Mr. Meng. If its young generation of women can have the opportunity to have a little wonderful story with Mr. Meng, I'm afraid that they will pour the whole clan to support it, instead of taking a measly 1 million check and throwing it on the table to let Mengyu get out of the villa. Just like Madame Morong, Mrs. Morong was also bitter in her heart. Had she known that Mengyu was the world-famous Mr. Meng, she wouldn't have done such a thing no matter how stupid she was. She could only say that arrogance and preconceptions killed people. After she investigated Mengyu's identity as a laborer, she had no preconceived notions of Mengyu in her eyes. Otherwise she would have been able to sense that something was wrong if she had shown a bit of shrewdness in the business world. It was all her fault for making the atmosphere so stiff now. Mr. Meng is joking. I did offend Mr. Meng just now, but didn't Mr. Meng also say that Qianyu is the love of your life? Mrs. Morong evaded the question. Morong Qianyue's eyes lit up. Really? Did Mengyu really say that? Although she wasn't drinking at this time, she felt that she had already been intoxicated by her lover's words. However, Morong Qianyue still knew Mengyu very well. Although the two of them hadn't known each other for a long time, they had experienced quite a few things together. What kind of person was Mengyu? How could he look like he would not say such love words? This wasn't quite right. Yanzi, what else did Mengyu say later? Morong Qianyue looked at her driver. That female attendant's face was bitter, but she didn't dare to refuse anything, so she could only mimic Mengyu's affectionate tone and said, 1 million nano yuan? Morong Chinyue is the love of my life. Then the female attendant's tone turned cold. Gotta add money. Want me to leave for $100? Missy, that's what Mr. Meng said. The female attendant spread her hands and said, Morong Chinyue Chenjo gave Mengyu a big blank stare. $100? For others it was a lot. After all, it was also 100 billion nano yuan. But for Mengyu, I'm afraid it was just a hair's breadth. Nothing at all, right? Mengyu was insinuating that her mother didn't know respect, right? Mrs. Morong also thought of this layer of meaning, and the look of shame on her face intensified. Indeed, $100 in cash might be an astronomical amount for the Morong group. After all, cash and market capitalization were not the same thing at all. But for Mr. Meng, who possessed a huge amount of deposits, I'm afraid it was just a piece of cake. So under such a comparison of economic strength, Mrs. Morong's words and actions were simply like a jumping clown who didn't know the heights of heaven. Frustration surged in Mrs. Morong's heart. If one day in the future, Morong Chinyue was fortunate enough to marry into the Meng family, then she might be the most humiliating mother-in-law in the world. Other people's mothers-in-law were all snooty, with all sorts of harsh conditions for marrying off their daughters, as well as exorbitant dowry money and wedding expenses, forcing the future aunt to call it a misery. How did it come to her, and then pulled down the collapse? Morong Chinyue also noticed her mother's loss, and hurriedly rounded up the situation by saying, It's getting late. Everyone disperse and rest early. The attendants answered in unison and exited the villa. In the hall of the blessedly large villa, only Morong's mother and daughter and Mengyu remained. Lady Morong bowed and apologized. Mr. Meng, I have offended you much earlier. Please bear with me. Mengyu smiled bashfully. No harm done. For the sake of Chinyue, let bygones be bygones. But it's time to let go of the arrogance and preconceptions in your heart. Mr. Meng's lesson is correct. The top and bottom of the Morong clan in southern Hangzhou will be eternally mindful of your teachings. Mrs. Morong nodded her head. Don't look at the Morong Group Global 500 Enterprises. Outside the scenery is infinite. But if you really want to offend the top of the big man, the group overthrow is only in one night. After all, really want to take a magnifying glass to check up. How many groups dare to say they are spotless? And Mr. Meng undoubtedly has the strength to subvert Morong Group. So Mrs. Morong was no more humble than she should be in front of Mengyu. Just like the owner of a small company, accompanying a smile in front of the chairman of Morong Group. Mr. Meng, the jacket you took off. Let me help you hang it up. You are Morong Group's most honored guest. If there's anything you want to order, just leave it to Chinyue and I. Mrs. Morong walked over to Mr. Meng and received the jacket that Mengyu took off with both hands. That look of awe was like holding a dragon robe in her hands. Hey, Mrs. Morong is too polite. Mengyu shook his head in rejection. To be honest, he was used to staying at the bottom of society, and had never enjoyed the life of a young master who was clothed and fed, and suddenly a big shot like Mrs. Morong, who only appeared on TV, personally reached out and undressed him, and he really wasn't quite accustomed to it. Thinking about it, it is true, not to mention children from working families like his, even if they were well-off families, not many of them would have a servant in charge of changing clothes, right? After childhood, you have to rely on yourself to get dressed. It would truly be a ghost if he could suddenly get used to being comfortable. Mr. Meng, you shouldn't be so formal. It's better to let me do such things as broadclothing that an inferior does, though treat this place as your own home. Mrs. Morong said warmly and hospitably. Mengyu's excuses she did not take to heart at all. After all, this was in Xia, and it was all about being euphemistic and subtle, sending a gift and putting it off for half a day, and then finally accepting it was normal. If Mengyu directly agreed to it, then she would instead have to wonder if Mengyu came out of an ancient family. Snap! Between Mengyu and Mrs. Morong's polite tugging and pulling, a bunch of banknotes in his coat fell to the ground, scattering all over the place. The crumpled vault notes, illuminated by the diamond chandelier, exuded a strange glow. Chapter 44. How did you know I locked the door? Looking at the paper bills scattered on the ground, Mengyu's first reaction was embarrassment, because not only were these bills wrinkled, there were actually quite a few pennies and penny gross bills, which looked extraordinarily shabby when compared to the gilded villa hall. Finished. It's over. This time he lost a great deal of shame. Mrs. Morong is horrified to look at the ground banknotes. 1 cent, a dime, $1, $5, $100. Ah, is this the legendary Mr. Meng? Carrying around more vault notes than a vault in a small bank. She would call Mr. Meng the richest man on earth, a giant in the business world. Scary as hell. I'm sorry. I should have thought that a giant man from an ancient background like you must be carrying a huge amount of vault notes with him. Madame Morong squatted down to help Mengyu pick up the scattered banknotes, apologizing under her breath. Only then did Mengyu react. This world was no longer the same world as yesterday. Under the transformation of the system Magic Box, the prices of the entire world had depreciated by 1,000,000,000 times. These trivial change bills on the ground were no longer a symbol of low pussy, but represented a huge amount of wealth that ordinary people could not reach in their entire lives. Even the wife of the chairman of the Morong Group, which is one of the top 500 companies in the world. I'm afraid that she can't get $100 in cash, because $100 represents a huge cash flow of 100 billion naira. There was no second person in this world, other than Mengyu, who would carry such a large amount of cash with him. Even the current richest man in the world, Jack Bezos, could not, because Jack Bezos' money, all taken to invest in the company's stocks, with the vault notes on his body. It was estimated that carrying a $5 bill would top the sky. It's not a big problem, Mrs. Morong, but since you insist on helping, help me hang my jacket on the hanger, and just stuff the money in my pocket. Mengyu smiled blandly. Mrs. Morong was dumbfounded. So many vault notes, that was more than $100. Mr. Meng actually told her to stuff it into her jacket pocket and hang it on the hanger? She hadn't heard wrong, had she? So much cash, shouldn't it be stored in the safest safe in the villa? What if a sloppy servant threw the jacket into the dry cleaner and ruined one? Or what if a pet dog or cat scratches it? Mrs. Morong simply didn't dare to imagine that kind of accidental scenario. But what she didn't know was that Mengyu really did have a $100 bill that had a corner chewed off by a mouse, resulting in a loss of $25. However, Mengyu's mindset was still the same as it was before the devaluation of prices, and he did not take the loss of $25 to heart in the slightest. What was $25? Put before the devaluation, it wasn't even enough for a slightly better lunch. Mr. Meng, do you need me to deposit this money into the bank for you overnight? There's quite a bit of interest to be had in a day as well, Mrs. Morong said with some restraint. It was as if she wasn't the mother of the owner of this villa, but rather a distant poor relative of Morong Chinyu. It was really because Mengyu was acting a little too bold. That look of not putting more than $100 in her eyes at all really refreshed her three views. Suddenly, she understood why her daughter had fallen so fast. Like such a bold man, if she was 20 years younger, she would have chased after him without a care in the world. The way he didn't treat more than $100 as money was indeed too manly. Mengyu was dumbfounded. What's the point of saving in the bank and eating interest? $100 deposited in the bank, with interest pulled full, is only $10 a year. Besides, does he look like someone who lacks money? Just now, when Morong Chenyue's favor progress reached 80, she even earned $10,000 from the system, compared to $10,000. This $100 or so was just a drop in the bucket. No need, just stuff it in my pocket for me. Mengyu turned around and walked towards the guest room. Just now, when Morong Chenyue was not awake, he had already asked the servant for the location of the guest room. Yes, please rest assured that I will definitely arrange for bodyguards to guard it 24 hours a day. Mrs. Morong bent down to send her off. Mr. Meng was incredibly wealthy, so naturally he could care less about 100 or so pieces. It didn't matter if he just threw them around, but the Morong group couldn't afford to compensate for it, so it was imperative that the guards be drawn up and treated with caution. Morong Chenyue suddenly spoke out and called out to him. Hey, Mengyu, I won't lock the door at night. After saying that, she turned around and rushed up the spiral staircase as if fleeing. Alright, I know. Mengyu scratched his hair. Isn't that right, sir? What does Morong Chenyue not locking the door at night have to do with Mengyu locking the door at night? To say a word on this matter as well? Are women with high favorability progress nowadays so full of crap? Mengyu said he was a bit annoyed. The next day, the sky had just dawned. Mengyu climbed up refreshed and stretched. When he walked out of the room and came to the hall, he saw Morong Chenyue sitting at the dining table with two dark circles under her eyes, just like a giant panda reincarnated. Mrs. Morong and the attendants were all looking at Mengyu with odd eyes. Chi-yu, good morning. Why do you have dark circles under your eyes? Did you not sleep well last night? Mengyu casually asked. When he walked to the dining table, the attendant respectfully pulled out the main chair, and Mengyu didn't bother to push his way out of it and sat down straight away. Stinking Mengyu, you still have the nerve to talk about last night. Morong Chenyue gritted her teeth and said. The gazes of the crowd were strange. It seems that Mr. Meng is not only tall, handsome, and rich, but even his athletic ability is very strong. Miss Chenyue was also really blessed. Where can one find a perfect aunt like this? Mrs. Morong scolded. Chi-yu, how are you talking to Mr. Meng? Being favored by Mr. Meng is a blessing accumulated over hundreds of years by the Morong clan of southern Hangzhou. Besides, I've been there before. Mr. Meng is very athletic. When you get used to it, won't you be the one to enjoy the blessings in the future? Stop fooling around. She thought that her daughter was complaining because she couldn't stand how strong Mengyu was last night. Morong Chenyue was ice clever. Naturally she understood the meaning of Mrs. Morong's words, and was instantly so shy that her pretty face flushed red, just like a fresh and moist red apple. Where are you guys thinking? Mengyu, he didn't even come to my room last night, and what's even more outrageous is that he actually locked the door, Morong Qianyue said with some franticness. She wasn't in a hurry to perform the rite of passage with Mengyu. After all, the last dignity of a family's daughter, she still had, but was simply a bit fond of Mengyu's warm embrace. For a woman like her, there is nothing more romantic than waking up in the morning in the arms of your beloved man. The servants and Mrs. Morong were shocked. They looked at Mengyu with a look as if they had discovered a new continent. Was this something a human could do? Mengyu didn't feel the slightest bit out of place. My dad said that human traffickers are rampant outside of the country nowadays. So when you go out, boys should pay attention to protecting themselves. Right, Qianyu? How did you know I locked the door? The crowd fainted. Chapter 45, Unlocking the Special Scoring System. How did you know I locked the door? Morong Qianyue was dumbfounded by Mengyu's words. Did she want her to honestly say that she had tossed and turned in the middle of the night, unable to sleep, and wanted to sneak into Mengyu's room, only to discover this cruel fact? Then she was so angry that she lost sleep? Then how should Mengyu look at her in the future? And would he have any misunderstandings about her? Morong Qianyue admitted that she was a bit afflicted right now. Daughter, you should put your mind on the right path. I heard that Mr. Meng has invested $1 in your project, which translates to a full billion nanodollars. Ah, you work hard on it. Mr. Meng is a child from that kind of family. There's no way he'll welcome a vase with only a face. Mrs. Morong admonished promptly. Hearing her mother's teachings, Morong Qianyue fell silent. Indeed, if she wanted to sit on Mengyu's left-hand side and be recognized by the family behind Mengyu instead of fading with the wind as a plaything, then she needed to prove herself. DDT. Mengyu's cell phone beeped. He casually opened it to see that it was a message from Wang Lingyu. Wang Lingyu, Mr. Meng, my Maserati is already parked in the courtyard of the villa, so when you're free, you can head to the apartment building at any time to make the final signatures before the transfer. Mengyu remembered. It seemed like he did spend less than a dime yesterday to buy a top-quality apartment building near Nanhang University, and had made an appointment to confirm the final transaction with the original building owner this morning. About that building yesterday, Vice President Wang is already downstairs. Shiyu, do you want to go over there together to take a look? Mengyu took a large bite of the caviar on his plate and stuffed a slice of bread into his mouth, got up and was ready to head outside. Morong Qianyue only hesitated for a moment before smiling coquettishly and saying, Mengyu, I won't be going today. I'm going to go catch up on my sleep later and then go and finalize the company's address. So I'll come back to play with you when the product framework is worked out. Hearing this, Mengyu looked at her in surprise. Good. I'd like to see if you have real skills or are just a mouthful. Although the words were said so, but in fact, he still had quite a bit of confidence in Morong Qianyue. After all, a woman with an ability rating of 97 was the highest of all the people he had seen so far. It could be described as a rising star in the business world that was about to rise. Even Mrs. Morong in front of him, such an iron lady who traversed the shopping malls, however, only had a score of 90. Go find Wang Lingyu and ask for $100 of funds. You're the one beside me. So since you're starting a business, you should play it big and not let outsiders belittle it. Mengyu proudly added. With Morong Qianyue's 80/100 favor progress, undoubtedly the most loyal person to him at the moment, there was no problem at all in calling it a sidekick. Not to mention the fact that he had earned $100 from the system through Morong Qianyue. Investing $100 in Morong Qianyue's company really wasn't excessive at all. I'll listen to you. Mengyu, I ordered 5 sets of Armani casual clothes for you. They will fit better than this one on you, so go change into them. Morong Qianyue smiled like a flower. She didn't say words of thanks, nor did she mention the matter of the company's shares. That would be too outgoing. She had already found her niche when Mengyu said that she was by his side. As Mr. Meng gradually revealed himself, there would undoubtedly be more and more redheads by Mengyu's side, but she would be his most capable right-hand man. Mengyu changed into a brand new set of Armani men's clothes and walked out of the villa's front door. The attendants were completely shocked by Mengyu's expansive atmosphere. Heavens, is this Missy's boyfriend? Learning that his girlfriend is going to start a business. Is it okay to casually dump $100 to invest? Don't say that. Mr. Meng and Missy haven't finalized their man-woman relationship yet. Yes, it's just a relationship between above friends and below lovers. But in that case, Mr. Meng seems to be even more brash. I also want a boyfriend like that. And then I can lie down and roll around in money. Yeah, $100 is equal to 100 billion natty dollars. When converted into ordinary banknotes, I guess it can pile up all over this villa, right? Then wouldn't you be able to sleep on paper money? Thinking about it is an enviable life. Wake up, don't think about peaches. Right, Mr. Meng can't look at you and me. Are you as good as Missy in face and body? Or do you have 1/10 of Missy's ability? What makes Mr. Meng your boyfriend? Sisters, she's got hysteria. Everyone quickly spit on her one by one. Give me a break. I'm just daydreaming, okay? Well, you know what you're doing. When Meng Yu walked out of the villa, he saw a burgundy-colored Maserati Gran Turismo parked in the courtyard, and Wang Lingyu who was leaning on the Maserati in an alluring and charming manner, looking at the majestic and towering 34F under the flag of the slimming gown. Meng Yu was somewhat unable to shift his gaze. Big, it was indeed big. Mr. Meng, thank you for the $10,000 that you temporarily deposited in our bank last night. I have already personally transferred and deposited it to the Summerland Bank, ensuring that your principal will not be at any risk. The moment Wang Lingyu saw Meng Yu come out, she greeted him with a respectful voice. Meng Yu waved his hand. Hey, there's no need to thank me too much. In fact, last night I was prepared to deposit it to the Xia Bank, but after thinking about it, it's still more convenient to deposit it here with you. Transferring an account over at the Xiagua Bank still needs to be done in person. Although it's safe, it's just too troublesome. This $10,000. It was actually the random reward given by the system when Morong Chenyue's favor progress reached 80/100, and at that time, the system asked him to choose the issuing bank, so he chose the Nanhang Bank. To be able to receive your compliments is an honor for our bank. Lingyu will continue to work hard, as long as it's at the behest of Mr. Meng. Lingyu will do her best to serve you. This time it's really any service. Oh. Wang Lingyu pursed her red lips slightly and gave a charming smile. As she spoke, she purposely aggravated her tone on any service. Ding. Strange needs of the host detected. Scanning system upgrade in progress. Scanning system upgrade successful. New panel attribute special. Name, Wang Lingyu. Favorable feeling progress, 32 out of 100. New. Special, 95. Face value, 91. Body, 98. Ability, 89. Family, 90. Note, the special score is the target's private lifestyle. 90 points or more is 100% original car. 80 points or more is private car. 80 points or less is second-hand broken car. For the sake of the host's health, please drive with caution. Note, if the target only has intimate behavior with the host, additional extra points will be generated to keep the total score stable. For the special scoring, Meng Yu directly understood it in seconds. Scanning system Kao Kappa. Not only did it have a favor progress bar to prevent Meng Yu from being backstabbed by the White Lotus, and there was also a new special scoring, effectively preventing Meng Yu from traveling to the verdant prairie in a haphazard manner. So now he no longer had to worry about the girl he admired having a hidden black history. Meng Yu first looked at Morong Chenyue's special rating. Good guy. A super high rating of 98 points. Worthy of being a former high-flying young lady. It could be said that she was a flawless jade, and the feeling of being chased backwards by such a woman was really cool. Chapter 46, Greedy Rich Man. 8 out of 8 big business. Meng Yu returned to his senses, his gaze sweeping over the cool Cheongsam on Wang Lingyu and resting on her long, slender, white legs. It was worthy of being a girl with a figure of 98 points. These long legs are absolute. However, with a special score of 95 points and a favor progress of 32 out of 100, at a glance, it belonged to the kind of situation that could be seen but not eaten, even if Wang Lingyu was wearing even more cool and voluptuous. So Meng Yu didn't bother thinking too much. As the saying goes, a woman's heart is a needle under the sea. Having a scanning system is good. There was no need to waste your mind guessing anymore. Naturally, there would be no embarrassing scenes after guessing wrong. Mr. Meng, MS. Wei has arrived. Do we need to go over now? Wang Lingyu respectfully pulled open the passenger door for Meng Yu. Feeling the lightness in Meng Yu's gaze, Wang Lingyu's evaluation of him rose a level in her heart. Men who could truly accomplish great things might like female sex, but would definitely not indulge in it. This Mr. Meng was clearly this kind of giant figure. Meng Yu nodded slightly. Well, go over. The Maserati let out a low engine roar and carried the duo to the South Lake apartment building. The South Lake apartment building had an excellent location, with South Hang University 100 meters to the north and the extremely prestigious South Lake to the west, and was priced at 88 million nanodollars, which was definitely below the market price. At this time, under the apartment building, gathered a lot of luxury cars. Wei Yulan, dressed in a small Chanel suit, sat in the pavilion building in the garden in front of the building and waited, and a dozen or so exquisitely dressed local tycoons from Nanhang with their subordinates either sat or stood around her side discussing something. Mr. Wei, it's clear that we negotiated first. How could you sell it to an outsider halfway through? That's right. I've heard that Mr. Wei's work is stable and disciplined. I didn't expect your performance in this matter, but it is letting our colleagues in South Hangzhou greatly disappointed. Business should always have a first come first served right? In fact, I think everything is still negotiable. Wei always have difficulties we also know. Both bid 88 million. Why sell him, not sell us? That is, we helped you in front of Party A and said a lot of good words. You don't know what's good for you. Calling you Mr. Wei is to give you face. When your company goes bankrupt you are nothing. Mr. Wei, don't listen to their nonsense. We came here with sincerity. Your building is absolutely worth 90 million, and there is still a lot of room for appreciation in the future. 88 million to change hands is too much of a loss. We decided to offer $91 million to buy it. 91 million, that's 3 million more than 88 million. Mr. Wei, there's no need for you to mess with money. You didn't sign a contract anyway. Right. Although these brothers speak a little bit harshly, but they are also rough words. There is an old saying that fertilizer does not flow into others' fields. After all, we are hometowns in South Hangzhou. The price can be negotiated. And this deal is still good for yourself. Indeed, this is the reason. Wei Yulan looked at these southern Hangzhou tycoons in front of her, half singing red face, half singing white face. The polite smile on her face was a bit stiff. 91 million nano yuan? Where did that go? If these so-called old folks had offered this price earlier, she would have sold it 3 days ago. After all, she wasn't someone who didn't know the rules. When she was short of money in a hurry, the first thing she looked for was the rich circle of southern Hangzhou. But the reality is cruel. Understand that she is in urgent need of money. These South Hangzhou tycoons won then a calm, pulling her and singing tea in theater. Never talk about the sale of things. She was forced to sell a small piece of land at a low price to save her life. And the most annoying thing is, the whole South Hangzhou rich circle seems to be colluding for her to be sold assets uniformly give a lower price than the market. Isn't this a clear case of robbing while the fire is burning? At this critical moment, Wei Yulan could see the greedy faces of these people. That was why she had agreed to the sale without hesitation after hearing Morong Qinyue's name when Meng Yu made the purchase. Even if it was for the same price, she would rather sell to a friend of the Morong family than continue to be disgusted by these so-called old folks who were full of benevolence and morality. These people were worse than strangers when it came to killing acquaintances. Easy, I've made you look at Sister Lan's jokes. Why don't we go wait inside? Wei Yulan lazily ignored them and turned her head to look at a purple-haired, double-ponytailed janky girl. The young girl in front of her was a tenant who rented the entire 24th floor half a year ago, named Bai Muayin, who was studying at South Hangzhou University, and the two of them had bumped into each other several times at the coffee shop near the West Lake apartment complex, and were quite chatty, so they slowly became friends. Bai Muayin was wearing a Bluetooth headset, and was looking down as she sent out a message to Mengyu. From last night in Dongpa Xian and Mengyu after the separation until now, she has sent 35 messages to Mengyu, each one as she racked her brains to come up with. But the reply is only Oh, I know. The depressed Bai Muayin, who was always lively and active, didn't even want to talk anymore. How much she wanted to chat intimately with her idol, Mr. Meng. But Mr. Meng seemed to be very busy. That's right. A big shot like him with his hands in the air must be busy with a lot of big business, right? Probably not moving a dollar to start with. Hearing Wei Yulan call her, she looks up with a faint smile and casually removes her Bluetooth headset. It's not in the way, Sister Lan. You guys talk about your business. I'm just a student. I don't know anything. Does she really not understand? The answer was no. She was the younger generation of the direct lineage of the imperial capital's Bai Mua clan, and it followed the elders of the clan from a young age to come into contact with all sorts of business, and she couldn't be clearer about the doors and ways in here. Once money reached a certain threshold, even blood brothers could turn against each other, let alone fellow countrymen. The reason she was here this time was to see who the new owner of the apartment building was. If it didn't satisfy her, she might have to use the power of the North Underworld clan to take down this apartment building. After all, living in an apartment building was not as comfortable as a villa, but the South Lake apartment building had the South Lake to the west, and waking up every day to see the world-famous scenery such as the Broken Bridge, Leifeng Pagoda, and Su Causeway was still very nice. She had gotten used to it after living there for half a year, and also being able to get high with female building mates of the same age group. For a jumpy nature like Bai Muayin, it was instead too much better than living in a cold and empty big villa. Wei Yulan nodded her head lightly. That's also true. Although Bai Muayin had rented 6 rooms on the 24th floor all by herself, she was after all a female college student in school, and perhaps her family was quite rich, but she probably couldn't intervene in the big business of an apartment building worth 8/8ths of a cent. The rich people looked at each other and smiled. This pretty little girl with an imperial accent was also self-aware. This 8 out of 8 big business. It was indeed not something that an ordinary rich second generation could participate in. Even for them, it was not easy to draw out such a huge sum of cash. But this little purple-haired girl in front of her was indeed pretty as hell. Moreover, the youthful vigor that overflowed from her body was something that could not be compared to the clubhouse models, and it had a great attraction for these rich old men, and the sizzle in the bottom of their eyes flickered. This Ms. Inzi is really as beautiful as a flower. I don't know if she is already married. My son happens to be single. All young people might as well leave a contact information. Coincidentally, my son is also single. There is a reception tonight. Is Ms. Inzi free? Can I arrange for a Ferrari to pick you up tonight? Young lady, you're the resident of this apartment, right? When we take over this apartment, your rent and utilities can be reduced. Bae heard the words and anger surged in her heart. Suddenly, a burgundy-colored Maserati slowly drove into the garden and stopped in front of the pavilion building, attracting everyone's attention. Who's there? Who's there? How dare he make Vice President Wang personally open the door? In a sound of tires rubbing against the ground, the Maserati stopped in front of the pavilion building. This place is very lively. Through the car window, Meng Yu saw the many luxury cars parked in the garden, and also vaguely heard the reckless discussions of the tycoons, and a touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. Discarding the apartment? Reducing utilities? It seems that these people should be those tycoons who are interested in purchasing the building. The hearts were quite big, the apartments hadn't even been snatched up yet, and they were already thinking about the operation. Although he didn't like to be nosy, he definitely wouldn't be afraid of things either. No matter what kind of dispute the original owner had with this wave of tycoons before he decided to buy this apartment building, since he had already taken a fancy to this apartment, there was absolutely no reason to let it go. What's more, he had even transferred the money to buy the building to that Ms. Wei, and all that was missing today was a final signature. These tycoons dared to jump out and cut off the deal at this time, not putting him in the spotlight too much. Wei Yulan heard the big stone in her heart fell. She recognized this car. It was Vice President Wang's new car, so the one carrying inside must be that Morong Qinjin's friend. During her interview with Vice Governor Wang yesterday, she had also learned the one who had bought her apartment building was a big shot with a lot of power. Vice President Wang had also kindly reminded her not to offend that person. Otherwise, she was afraid that there would be no place for her in the entire business circle of Xia, which was a giant that would make the global business community tremble when he stomped his foot. Bai Moyin's heart was ecstatic when she heard the words. It's him! It must be him! Her lifelong idol. She would never forget this voice even if she died. Why did he come? Could it be for himself? Bai Moyin looked excited, but it gave the tycoons the illusion that Bai Moyin was impressed by their generous offer. Looking at Bai Moyin's cute and excited look, the tycoons felt a sense of grandeur in their hearts. It seems that even the most innocent and beautiful girl can't resist the attraction of the upper-class life. So I guess seeing so many luxury cars of theirs, she has already thought of mixing with the rich and powerful circle, right? It is also quite tolerant. When the tycoons thought of this, they swallowed their saliva and opened their mouths to give extremely tempting promises. Ms. Inzi, after we finish buying the apartment building, why don't we go shopping together at Nanhang Mansion? I'm happy today. Feel free to buy whatever luxuries you want. A great beauty like Inzi really needs world-famous brands to match. Right, Ms. Inko hasn't bought a car yet, right? I have a pink Lamborghini in my garage. Take it and drive it. You're still in college, aren't you? When you graduate, you can come work for me as a secretary and earn $1 million a year. In fact, it's not that the tycoons are rich and stupid, but Bai Mei does have a beautiful appearance. The temperament is even more charming. The tycoons are throwing away money for her at this time, giving many material promises, and if she can finally kiss her, it's really not a loss. For the arrival of Maserati, they are not too concerned. Even in their hearts there are a few points of superiority. After all, this Maserati landed only 2 or 3 million, although it has been quite a lot, but in a crowd of 10 million luxury cars, it is indeed the brother of the brother. Suddenly, the driver's side door opened. A snow-white slender leg, wearing a red high-heeled shoe, slowly stretched out from the Maserati cab and stepped on the ground, attracting the eyes of the entire audience. Wang Lingyu stepped out of the sports car with her long legs, carrying a Louis Vuitton crocodile leather briefcase, and swept an expressionless circle of the crowd before quickly walking outside the passenger side and respectfully pulling open the door for Meng Yu. Sorry, changing shoes delayed you a bit. The crowd of tycoons' jaws dropped as they sniffed, and the way they looked at the Maserati changed from contempt to awe. They were all local tycoons of southern Hangzhou. Of course there was no one who didn't recognize Vice President Wang, and there were even people who had done loans and large deposits in the hands of Wang Lingyu, not to mention a few million natty dollars Maserati. Even if it was a few million natty dollars BYD, as long as there was a big shot sitting inside that Vice President Wang personally opened the car door for, it was all worthy of their awe, because Wang Lingyu behind the Wang family is the South Hang local famous family. The depth of the heritage, the influence of the big, never a few thugs can be compared. Not to mention that Wang Lingyu is also a powerful vice president of Nanhang Bank, a strong contender for the future president of Nanhang Bank, and her own status in the local business circle in Nanhang is not low. Moreover, they had heard in the past 2 days that the Bank of Southern Hangzhou had close dealings with the Bank of Xia, with the intention of reaching a comprehensive strategic cooperation. If the South Hang Bank embraced the thighs of the Bank of Xia, then the status is not only limited to South Hang City. When they have to ask the South Hang Bank of things will be more. However, what did they see now? The hallowed Vice President Wang was actually serving as a driver for an unknown character, and was personally pulling open the car door for that person, assuming the respectful stance of a subordinate. Just what kind of god is this? How could he enjoy such honorable treatment? I'm afraid that even if the richest man in the Summer Kingdom, Nan Hang Ma, arrived in person, he wouldn't have this qualification, right? After all, Nan Hang Ma's beaver group how cattle, but also impossible to compare with the four major banks. In the banking circle, this high-level circle, its financial strength is the middle of the level. The passers-by who watched the spectacle from afar were also talking and discussing. Asterisk. This wearing Cheongsam driver is so charming. It won't be the reincarnation of a vixen, right? And the man sitting inside the car in the end is Hua? How come there is no gentlemanly demeanor at all? Gentlemanly demeanor? Are you kidding? That's right. Inside the car is obviously an honorable person. Do you think there is a reason for the chairman to open the door for the secretary? That's true, but is this big shot also here to buy a property? You guys, could he be the buyer? It's possible. Alas, I really hope that this big shot will be able to take the apartment building. These tycoons are looking at Bei Moain like vicious wolves. If they buy the apartment building, this fairy won't dare to continue renting it. Little sister, who says otherwise? I feel like it's a big handsome guy inside the car. That masculine voice is just too manly. If it's really him buying the apartment building, then it's perfect. Meng Yu, dressed in a top-of-the-line Giorgio Armani menswear, stepped out of the car, with sword brows and starry eyes. His face was calm as he walked straight to the building pavilion. Wang Lingyu, on the other hand, had the humble posture of an assistant, accompanying him with a smile and following closely behind him. Keeping a distance of 2 steps, the tycoons looked at each other in disbelief, looking at Meng Yu who was walking towards them with uncertainty in his heart. Although they felt that Meng Yu's face was very unfamiliar, they didn't know what Meng Yu's origin was. But with Wang Lingyu, the vice president, as a pretext, they were not pig-headed, and could think with their toes that the identity and status of this unknown big shot should be far above them. It could be the first son of some top family. It could also be the son of some powerful noble with a transcendent status. Just why would such a big shot appear here? Could it be that they also came for this 8 out of 8 apartment building? Chapter 48 Leukemia-Targeted Drug? After Bei Mo Yin's gaze landed on Meng Yu, it was as if she was stuck by 502 glue and couldn't move her gaze anymore. Brother Meng Yu, are you here to play with Yin-Zi? Yin-Zi is so happy. She trotted to Meng Yu's body, looking up at him with her hands behind her back, smiling wryly. Meng Yu's gaze flashed with a touch of surprise. Wasn't this the schoolgirl that he had sprayed a faceful of wine on last night at Dongpa? Loss of this girl also claimed to be his #1 fan. WeChat chatting is crazy, sometimes earthy and sometimes literary. Just do not say normal human words. Also special words nag. Meng Yu all regret adding her friend. No, you've misunderstood. I'm here to buy an apartment building. Why are you here? Meng Yu shook his head in the negative. With a thought in his mind, the scanning system operated, and Meng Yu read Bei Mo Yin's panel. Name, Bei Hei Yin. Favorable sense progress, 21 out of 100. Special, 96. Face value, 96. Body, 88. Ability, 92. Family history, 94. Special score 96? This was a bit of a surprise to Meng Yu. He had thought that such a beautiful and rebellious girl should have a very bad private lifestyle, but it seems that the private lives of women in the family are generally more conservative. It is also, the family education is mostly the traditional Confucian education in Xia. Growing up under this education model, even a woman with a rebellious character would find it hard to open up. I'm a tenant of the apartment building. Bei Mo Yin smiled like a flower. Suddenly, a flash of cunning flashed in her eyes as she looked at the crowd of tycoons and loudly announced, "That's right. You middle-aged greasy uncles, listen up. Regardless of whether your dog sons are single or not, this girl has been adopted by this Mr. Meng anyway. Worthy of being a rebellious girl, using her innocence as a bargaining chip to make such crazy jokes. Only she would dare, because she was Meng Yu's rabid fan, and once a fan went crazy, even Al-Qaeda had to move back a little." The rich and powerful people's faces changed when they heard this, and their hearts were as hard as if they had swallowed xiang. Middle-aged greasy uncle? Was this talking about them? This speech was also too unforgiving. Sure enough, are all purple-haired, double-ponytailed teenage girls with poisonous attributes? And what the hell is a dog son? Dog son is a modest title, right? How could she translate it so roughly into modern language? This is also too much to mess with people's minds. But Meng Yu's identity was there, like a huge mountain pressing down on the heads of the rich and powerful. It made them not dare to breathe a single breath. If Bei Mo Yin was really his lover, Then the crowd of Tycoon said that they didn't dare to offend her because once she shook out all of their words from before. I'm afraid that this Mr. Meng wouldn't give them any good fruits to eat. Wang Lingyu looked at Bai Moyin's luscious and thin body in disbelief. No wonder her proud figure couldn't even attract Mr. Meng's gaze. Could it be that Duke Meng liked flat surfaces? Wei Yuelan was also startled, suddenly knowing that her best friend was being adopted. She said that she couldn't accept it, and the target was also the buyer of the apartment building, which was a bit of a surprise to her. The crowd didn't bother to doubt Bai Moyin's words, simply because they subconsciously believed that no woman would joke about her innocence. Quiet. If you don't get restless again, don't say you're my fan when you go out in the future. Meng Yu viciously glared at Bai Moyin, who was clearly a bear girl who was not disciplined. Bai Moyin looked at Meng Yu aggressively. Habitually, she wanted to open her mouth to defend herself, but she was afraid of angering her idol. After all, for a stargazer, if she was loathed by her idol, it was simply worse than killing her. Brother Meng Yu, don't be angry with me. It's all because they're always saying something about a dog's son. That's why I want to use your name to scare them, so that they don't keep hitting on me. Bai Moyin pointed at the crowd of rich people. When Meng Yu heard this, he just lightly swept a glance at the crowd of tycoons, and the crowd of tycoons were as if they were chilled to the bone, like schoolchildren who were bullying their classmates and were discovered by their homeroom teacher. However, in his heart, he was somewhat unimpressed. What was Bai Moyin's identity? She was the direct descendant of the Bai Moi clan of the imperial capital, and I'm afraid that all of these ordinary tycoons together were not enough for her to be crushed to death with one hand. Daring to hit Bai Moyin is like asking for death. Vice President Wang, arrange the transfer process. I'm going back home to visit my family at noon. Meng Yu sat at the stone table and spoke blandly. Wang Lingyu answered in a low voice and took out 2 folders from her Louis Vuitton briefcase, placing them on the stone table inside the pavilion building. The transfer contract was signed in duplicate, and after both the buyer and seller signed the contract formally came into effect, and the South Lake apartment building, which was actually worth more than 100 million nanodollars, was successfully bought by Meng Yu at the low price of 88 million nanodollars. Wei Yuelan let out a long sigh of relief. Only she knew to what extent her company was now short of money. After borrowing all the bank loans she could, she still couldn't even afford to pay her employees next month. Now there is a sum of money to save the emergency. Whether it can survive this crisis is not easy to say. The staff salary should not be a problem for the time being. If it is really not possible, she can only accept the foreign capital financing treaty. But that was the last option. If it's fine, then I'll take my first step. If there are still suitable industries to be transferred, you can contact Vice President Wang at any time. Meng Yu smiled faintly, got up, and prepared to leave. The smoothness of the transaction had made Meng Yu have some good feelings towards Wei Yuelan in front of him. If Wei Yuelan still had good quality properties to offload, he happened to have too much free money, so there was no harm in acquiring some more properties. Seeing that Meng Yu was about to leave, Wang Lingyu hurriedly gave Wei Yuelan a wink. She knew that Wei Yuelan's company was in a difficult situation right now, and was in dire need of money to tide her over. And if she could come up with a huge amount of cash to eat Wei Yuelan's properties in one fell swoop, Mr. Meng in front of her would undoubtedly be the best person to do so. Mr. Meng, I'm not going to lie. My pharmaceutical company started developing a new type of leukemia-targeted drug 5 years ago, and this year has already been the 4th phase of clinical trials, but I didn't expect the trials to cost much more than the budget. So if it's possible, I'd like to transfer Longjing Commercial Street to you, Wei Yuelan said with a bitter smile. Meng Yu stopped at the words and turned to look at Wei Yuelan with a gleam in his eye. A leukemia-targeted drug? Is that the kind of ghrelin in I Am Not the God of Medicine? The moment he heard about leukemia-targeted drugs, he remembered the images in that movie, and when he watched the movie back then, he was thinking that it would be great if our country could develop excellent targeted drugs. He even wanted to take the capital for marrying his wife on a whim to find someone to partner in the development of this new drug. But on the network to understand a new drug from R&D to the market need to spend the money. He was bitterly smiled and turned off the webpage. The heart of the passion was as high as tens of billions of cold amount of money figures, straight to the heart of the freeze through the cold. Now looking back, his thoughts at that time were indeed arrogant. Too young, a mere $200,000 to marry his wife's capital. In front of the huge funding gap for research and development of targeted drugs, I'm afraid it's not even enough to fill the gap. But at that time, the middle two blood, and will not be in this moment. Let him feel ashamed, but only some light regret. Why is it that all the good targeted drugs in Xia are imported? Foreign drugs are born noble? Research and development of targeted drugs such as life-threatening medical technology. Why can't we Xia people research and development? Chapter 49. I'll take this street for $20. Try to ask. Our 1.3 billion hardworking and intelligent people, even satellites and atomic bombs have been developed, cannot develop a powerful targeted drugs? The answer is no. Just the development of the country has priorities. The importance of the defense industry is certainly above the targeted drug development. And what about private capital? Capital seeks profit, research and development of a new drug, especially the development of targeted drugs such as high-tech drugs. The investment is long and risky. Any venture capital company with excellent wind control ability would not be able to touch new drug R&D. Yes, the prototype of the Grenin drug in the movie is the imatinib mesylate produced by Ruowa Company in Ruoshi Country, but that drug was listed in Xia Country in 2002, and the patent expired in 2013. My new drug is naturally stronger than the foreign drugs of more than 10 years ago, and even if it is placed in the current, it is also in the global treatment drugs for leukemia, which can be ranked in the top 3. Wei Yulan's face was overflowing with pride. Developing targeted drugs was her childhood dream, and now that it was only one step away, the joy in her heart was indescribable, especially when she thinks of those leukemia patients who can buy cheaper and more effective targeted drugs. She feels that all the efforts are worthwhile. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. In this world, there is nothing more precious than human life. But, Wei Yulan thought of the funding gap, and her face immediately changed into a mask of pain as she continued to add with a bitter smile. It's just that the Phase 4 clinic is a bit of a money burner. Even with the strong support from the state, the remaining funding gap for research and development is still a bit big. Otherwise I wouldn't have sold off Longjing Commercial Street, which was an industry left behind by my grandfather. When talking about Longjing Commercial Street, Wei Yuelan's eyes were a little nostalgic. However, she knew in her heart that selling some small industries was just a drop in the bucket, and if she really wanted to fill the huge funding gap, the only way was to sell the entire Longjing Commercial Street. If her grandfather knew that she sold Longjing Commercial Street to develop new targeted drugs, he would surely forgive her for being unfilial, right? I think so, right? Wei Yuelan pursed her lips and looked at Meng Yu with a deep sense of hope. Meng Yu stared blankly at her, and for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The things that he originally wanted to do but had no choice but to give up. He didn't think that there would really be someone who would rise to the occasion to do it, and it was still a woman. Wan Lingyu's face changed greatly. Not caring to maintain her humble stance anymore, she walked straight to Wei Yuelan's body, grabbed her shoulders with both hands, and shook her vigorously. Wei Yuelan, are you crazy? Longjing Commercial Street, that's the lifeblood of your southern Hangzhou Wei family. Your Wei family is not in its heyday. What level are you at now? Don't you have any idea what's in your heart as the head of the Wei family? Longjing Commercial Street is your Wei family's last card face. If it's gone, I'm afraid the Wei family will be removed from the southern Hangzhou 8. The crowd of tycoons who had originally lowered their eyebrows in front of Meng Yu were all gloating at this scene. How weak was the Wei family? It was evident from the fact that they dared to take advantage of the fire to rob Wei Yuelan. The Wei family head. If it were the Wang family head, or the Morong family head, I'm afraid that they wouldn't even talk about robbing them while they're on fire. They would definitely acquire the apartment building at a price much higher than the market price as a way to curry favor with the big families. Of course, as a matter of fact, both the Wang family and the Morong family were the 8 great families that existed as if they were in the middle of the day, so there was no way that they would need to sell off their family assets at all. And although the Wei family held the name of the 8 great families of southern Hangzhou, they were so weakened that even they could be bullied. Even though there was an old saying that a thin dead camel was bigger than a horse, but this dead camel of the Wei family had been dead for hundreds of years. Its flesh and blood had long since rotted away, leaving it with only a skeleton, and it had no deterrent effect on these bullying tycoons. Wang Lingyu, thank you for your kindness, but I know exactly what I'm doing. Wei Yuelan pleaded once again. Mr. Meng, no, perhaps it's more appropriate to call you Mr. Meng. Can you acquire Longjing Commercial Street and help me out? Meng Yu pondered for a moment and acceded to her plea. Yes, why don't you make a bid? Wei Yuelan breathed a sigh of relief. She had vaguely heard about the close relationship between Nanhang Bank and Mr. Meng, so when Meng Yu made his appearance, she guessed that he was Mr. Meng, after all. A young man who could make Wang Lingyu willingly saddle up and was of the Meng surname would not have a second in the whole of the Summer Kingdom. I'm afraid, she did not rush to say the price, but instead took out a document from the briefcase she was carrying and handed it to Meng Yu with both hands. It was only when Meng Yu took it and flipped through it that she spoke the price from the sidelines. The Longjing Commercial Street is 800 meters long, one of the most prestigious pedestrian streets in southern Hangzhou City, and I've asked 2 industry authorities to estimate the price. One gave 22 billion Namibian dollars and the other gave 19 Namibian dollars. 5 billion. I'm willing to sell it for 19 Namibian dollars. 5 billion. 19 Namibian dollars. 5 billion? Meng Yu was really shocked when he heard this number at first glance. Boy, 5 billion that was placed before the world changed. How much money would that be? It was estimated that when converted into cash, it could be piled up into a huge mountain, but then Meng Yu thought, no, that's not right. $19.95 billion, converted into dollars, is less than $20. What could you do with $20 in the past? Buy a pack of cigarettes? Or a bowl of rice with some meat on it? And now you can buy a whole shopping street in Longjing. It's just too good to be true. However, Meng Yu is not the wrongdoer. When he was a real estate sales when he saw a sea of tricks, so no matter how much sympathy in his heart Wei Yuelan, he will not believe her one-sided words. So, he handed the information to Wang Lingyu, who was the vice president of Nanhang Bank and was more than familiar with asset valuation. Professional things should be left to professionals. There's no problem with this valuation. The Wufujing Commercial Street in the imperial capital is valued at around 200 billion. The Longjing Commercial Street in Nanhang City at 19.5 billion is considered to be below the market price, and if she hadn't been in a hurry to get out of the market, she should have been able to sell it for around 23 billion, or $23. When Wang Lingyu received the folder, she comprehended Meng Yu's meaning and responded respectfully, determining that this was not a sales set. Only then did Meng Yu reveal a sincere smile as he enthusiastically took Wei Yuelan's small hand. Your name is Wei Yuelan, right? I've made you a friend. In fact, I also had the dream of developing a new targeted drug back then, but I couldn't act on it due to various reasons, and it's a shame to think about it now. Here's the deal. I'll take this street for $20. Thank you for your generosity. Just call me Yuelan. Wei Yuelan was suddenly gripped by Meng Yu's large hand, and two touching blushes flew up on her pretty face. However, she also knew that Mr. Meng was doing this because of excitement. That was the yearning of every patriot, for a new domestically targeted drug. This kind of excitement was very understandable to her, so she didn't resist and let Meng Yu hold her small hand tightly. And this Mr. Meng was indeed very handsome. The figure was also stout and majestic, extremely masculine, especially in line with her aesthetic. If she wasn't so preoccupied with her new medicine right now, she had no desire to talk about her children's love. She definitely wouldn't have missed this opportunity to pursue happiness in front of her. Too bad, Wei Yuelan thought with regret. Chapter 50, just $20. Why bother? How about this? I'll take this street for $20. Listening to Meng Yu's bold words, Bei Muayin looked at Meng Yu's confidently handsome face in fascination. This was her lifelong idol. Throwing $20 to heroically save a beauty is simply handsome. Okay? Wang Lingyu was also a bit surprised by Meng Yu's dry generosity, because $20 wasn't a small amount after all. It was equivalent to a full 20 billion na yuan, and Wei Yuelan's asking price was only 19.5 billion nano yuan. Meng Yu had given him 500 million more nano yuan, which was enough to buy 5 more South Lake apartment buildings. However, Wang Lingyu could also understand it. First of all, the actual value of Longjing Commercial Street is at 23 billion nanodollars. 20 billion nanodollars to take down only earn no loss, while 19.5 billion nanodollars will inevitably be some of the meaning of robbing while the fire is burning. Secondly, Wei Yuelan's attitude of selling her family's assets to research and develop new targeted drugs has obviously touched Meng Yu. Meng Yu to give $500 million, more like a kind of silent charity, is in support of domestic new drug research and development, is in order to make domestic new drugs earlier to benefit the patients. In the last words, 500 million na yuan converted into yuan was only 50 cents. For Mr. Meng, it is indeed a drop in the bucket. Just last night, Mr. Meng had also deposited 10,000 in the South Hang Bank. Wang Lingyu said that even though she was the vice president of the bank, she was numb to Mr. Meng's horrific amount of wealth. The wealthy people all sucked in a breath of cool air in unison. What the hell? Was this the legendary rich Mr. Meng? The tone of buying a commercial street for $20 was as casual as hitting a laborer on the street to buy a pack of cigarettes, and the precarious Wei family actually embraced Mr. Meng's thicker-than-life thighs at a time when they were on the verge of dying, so they really hadn't run out of gas yet. The Tycoons felt the need to repair their relationship. Otherwise, in case the Wei family took off one day with Mr. Meng's east wind, they would be blocking a car with their praying mantis and taking their own lives. Master Wei family, congratulations! Originally, I thought that the Wei family, with its sparse male population, was about to be annihilated in the long stream of history, but I didn't think that you'd actually befriended Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng's great righteousness in supporting the development of national medicine enterprises. We deeply respect that. We were wrong in the past, so please bear with us, Master Wei, and in the future, we will certainly clean up our act and prepare a generous gift to visit the Wei mansion. Indeed, thinking about our greedy faces just now, we feel 1,000 times ashamed. Fellow villagers should help each other. We actually took advantage of the fire, but under the light of Mr. Meng's benevolence and righteousness, we've come to our senses. I hope that House Master Wei will forgive us for our offense. The crowd of onlookers and passers-by were also surprised by the rich and powerful Slitspa. No wonder people can mix into the rich and powerful. Just this hand of black heart and thick face, change face faster than turning the book. In this materialistic society, want to not make money is very difficult, right? It's true that people who are cheap are invincible. Exactly. These tycoons were arrogant to the point of being unimpressive before Mr. Mang arrived. And when Mr. Mang arrived, they knelt down and licked like a lapdog. To put it bluntly, they're just being soft and fearful. What's Mr. Mang's origin? It feels like he's as tall as a two-story building. Have you seen the headlines? The heads of the 4 major banks in Xia went to visit Mr. Mang, but they couldn't even see him, so I don't need to say anything more about Mr. Mang's status, right? It's not just the 4 major banks. I saw the morning news. All the banking giants from around the world have gathered in Nanhang City just to pay Mr. Mang a visit. And Central Mom sent word that Mr. Mang is a special VIP of the central bank. So in order to protect the privacy of the VIPs, any form of private investigation is not allowed? And if the prosecution department wants to investigate Mr. Mang, they have to get the consent of the Supreme Court as well. Mr. Mang, this is just too grandiose, isn't it? Wei Yuelan listened to the comments of the passers-by. Her heart became more and more shocked. Because she had been so busy lately with the new drug, she hadn't been able to tune in to this morning's news in time. She didn't expect that this Mr. Mang in front of her was actually more terrifying than the legends. And actually even the central mother had been shocked. How much wealth did he possess? Wei Yuelan felt that poverty had limited her imagination, but she could be sure that even during the South Hangzhou Wei family's most prosperous period, she was afraid that the strength of the family could not be compared to Mr. Mang. Mr. Mang, there's no problem with the transfer contract provided by Ms. Wei. Are you paying in cash? Or should I arrange a transfer from my side? Wang Lingyu had humility written all over her face. Meng Yu took the transfer contract and signed it. Tough for you. I'll just pay in cash. Saying this, Meng Yu put down the signing pen, reached out to unzip his Armani jacket coat, grabbed a bunch of bills from his inner pocket, and pulled out a 20 yuan bill and handed it to Wei Yuelan. The vault banknote with a face value of $20 glistened in the bright sunlight. The national emblem pattern appeared on the banknote from time to time, then changed into a unicorn pattern, and then into a People's Heroes Monument pattern. This is a top-level anti-counterfeiting technology specializing in large-value vault banknotes. Globally, no counterfeit syndicate was currently able to crack it. The corners of Wei Yulan's eyes instantly moistened, and 2 lines of clear tears flowed down. She had been traveling around for the past 3 months to develop a new drug. Wasn't it just to fill the funding gap? Now the appearance of this 20 pieces of treasury bills, she can finally put down the big stone in her heart. However, when Wei Yuelan opened her briefcase and rummaged around for a bit, her face was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Meng, I'm sorry, I don't have the receiving equipment with me. Can you wait a bit for me to fetch it? Receiving equipment? It's only $20. Why bother? Meng Yu scratches his hair. Do you need any equipment to receive bills? Wouldn't it be done if he took it and stuffed it in his pocket? Can't you see that this is how he handles all the change for over $100? Wei Yuelan's face became even more embarrassed when she heard this. She also saw how casually Mr. Meng treated the vault notes, but there was a gap between people. There was no way she could do that, to be so casual about 20 yuan bills, and if they were accidentally damaged, the consequences would be very serious. $20 was a large portion of the Wei family that was now waning. Mr. Meng, a downtrodden family like our Wei family is not as rich as you are. This vault note is very important to me and must be kept carefully. No matter, I happen to have 2 sets with me. Wang Lingyu smiled and took out a gold-plated and diamond-encrusted titanium square box. A vault bill with an appalling face value like the $20 bill, which was equivalent to a full 20 billion nanodollars, was generally traded or stored with a very strict set of regulations. The titanium alloy square box in her hand contained a set of portable vault banknote transfer equipment. Seeing Wang Lingyu's delicate fingers move slightly, she entered the initial password and opened the titanium alloy box, then took out the 5 items in the box and set them aside. 2 white gloves, a silk square cloth, a bottle of colorless gel, a rabbit hair brush, and a pair of silver tweezers. Chapter 51. I'm not really interested in money. Thank you. Wei Yuelan picked up the white gloves and put them on her hands, then laid the silk square cloth flat on the stone table before respectfully accepting the 20 yuan bill handed over by Meng Yu with both hands. The holy ounce in her eyes was as if she was holding a holy decree in her hands. Sincerely, in the eyes of Wei Yuelan, who was desperately short of money, this $20 bill. I'm afraid that the holy decree in the eyes of the ancient courtiers was much more noble. After all, not every holy decree was worth 20 billion nanodollars. This scene looked at Meng Yu in a daze. Perhaps because he was exempted from the effects of price depreciation, it was difficult for him to have any reverence for a $20 bill in his heart. So naturally he was unable to understand Wei Yuelan's sacred solemnity at this time, even if a day and night had passed since the world changed. and he knew very well in his heart what a huge amount of money $20 was in a world after prices had depreciated a billion times. But the habitual cognition that had been cultivated for more than 10 years could not be changed overnight. All the eyes in the room were focused on that $20 bill, the gaze burning and envious. This was $20. It was equivalent to 20 billion in nanodollars. Other than in the screen, being able to see it occasionally, how many people in reality were qualified to have it? How could they not be envious and jealous? Wei Yuelan placed the $20 bill in her hand carefully on the silk square cloth, and her delicate hand with white gloves gently smoothed out the folds of the bill. Then took the silver tweezers and pressed it to avoid being blown away by the wind, and took the bottle of colorless gelatinous substance and squeezed it into the titanium square box. This is a special gel filler, developed for the transportation and preservation of vault notes, which ensures that the banknotes will not wear out in violent shocks, and can greatly reduce the oxidization process of the banknotes, as well as effectively kill microorganisms on the banknotes. Then brush with a rabbit hairbrush until even. Only then did she use silver tweezers to place the $20 bill in the titanium box. Finally, Wei Yuelan applied a layer of gel to protect the banknotes. Before closing the titanium box and setting the digital and fingerprint passwords, Meng Yu's head was a bit big after watching this set of complicated procedures. However, the crowd looked like they were taking it for granted, because this is also the way the vault notes are traded on TV. And with such a huge amount of vault notes, it would be abnormal to carry them in your pocket casually, right? Of course they also understand Mr. Meng's casual, because people cannot be generalized. Mr. Meng is, after all, a rich man. He does not care about the vault banknotes of the breakage, and even do not care about the interest rate of the bank, is also completely understandable. Wei Yuelan carefully put away the titanium alloy square box, and then wrapped the tool in a silk square cloth, before signing the transfer agreement, holding it in both hands and respectfully handing it over to Meng Yu. Thank you once again for your generosity. If not for Mr. Meng your righteousness, the Longjing commercial street in my hands, I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to cash out in a short period of time. Indeed, the Longjing commercial street with a price of $20, or the full amount of cash. Looking at the entire Xia country, I'm afraid that the individuals who can immediately take it out will not exceed 100 people, and I'm afraid that there are not many who happen to be in Nanhang City. After all, even the great tycoons, in general, the hands will not always hold a large amount of cash. This money is used to invest, or buy into assets or gold to preserve the value of him. Does not smell good? Ding! Detected. Wei Yuelan's goodwill towards the host deepened. The current goodwill progress is 20/100, randomly rewarding the host with a deposit of 200 yuan. Meng Yu's heart burst with joy. The system is still giving power. Oh, he had just spent $20 to buy a commercial street, and the favorable feeling system immediately rewarded him with $200. So not only did he not spend any money, but he made 10 times as much. It was too good. In addition, Meng Yu also noticed that it seemed that the rate of increase in favorability progress was different for each of the goodwill couples. He called out the host panel in his mind. Host, Meng Yu. Deposits, $23. 030. Assets, South Lake Apartment Building, Longjing Commercial Street. Beloved, none. Mate, Dongfang Diching, 62/100, Morong Qianyue, 80/100. Wang Lingyue, 34 out of 100. Su Ningyun, 17 out of 100. Bei Haiyan, 35 out of 100. Wei Yuelan, 20 out of 100. Other than Dongfang Diching's initial 62 favor progress that hadn't changed, the other 5 good couples' favor progress was slowly increasing with contact. Among them, Morong Qianyue had the most rapid rate of increase, and later became the number 1 in favorability progress, while Wang Lingyue, Su Doyun, and Wei Yuelan's favorability had all increased rather slowly. As for Bei Muayin, the number 1 fan, even if he was left out in the cold, his favorability increased very quickly. As for Meng Yu's savings, it had also been steadily increasing, and with all the big spending, the savings not only didn't decrease, but instead increased to over 23,000 with the waves of rewards from the favorability system. Meng Yu has actually been more spontaneous. Basically, he didn't intentionally brush the girl's favor progress. Anyway, the money couldn't be spent, and there was no shortage of beautiful girls around him, so he felt that his life had already reached its peak. Working part-time was impossible to work part-time. Even working for the system for rewards was impossible, and Meng Yu could only rely on whoring out the system and teasing the pretty girls to keep up with life as it was. Then I'll leave first. By the way, Miss Wei, if your drug company encounters difficulties, you can contact me at any time. I'm still very concerned about your targeted new drug hitting the market. I'm actually not very interested in money, but if I can save a few more leukemia patients, I think I'll be happier than earning a few bucks. Meng Yu smiled and said goodbye. It was time for him to embark on a journey to return home in his clothes. Didn't he leave his home country to work desperately outside just to return home in honor and put on a cup in front of his folks? The hearts of the people were sweating furiously. I'm not interested in money? Is this something a human being can say? Ha! It was Mr. Meng who said it. That's fine. Mr. Meng was rich beyond compare and was indeed so poor that he only had money left. Okay, if I really encounter difficulties that I can't force myself to overcome, I will definitely contact you at the first time. I can feel that you attach great importance to the launch of the new drug, and I would like to offer you the highest respect on behalf of the leukemia patients and their families in Xia. Wei Yuelan did not reject Meng Yu's good intentions. This was because she knew that even with sufficient funds, a targeted new drug would still have to face many tests in order to go on the market. Starlight flickered in Bai Mo Yan's beautiful eyes. Is this his idol? After the matter was over, he went away and hid his achievements and fame. He never seemed to care about fame and fortune, just living very casually. One could only say that he deserved to be the son of a hidden family. It was really too cool. How could her idol be so perfect? It caused her to have some weird overstepping thoughts, but her idol didn't seem to like her look too much. He must be disliking her figure. After all, it was a permanent pain in her heart. Damn it! Is it true that all boys like cows? Doesn't she smell good as a flat twin ponytailed loli? Chapter 52. It's not appropriate for Governor Wang to chauffeur me around. Meng Yu sat in the Maserati driven by Wang Lingyu and left under the unwilling gaze of the two women. On his way out, he coldly swept a glance at the rich and powerful. Since he had Wei Yuelan's favorable progress, then in all reason, he wouldn't allow Wei Yuelan to be targeted by these tycoons again. He was too lazy to turn over the old records in the past, but in the future, he would cover Wei Yuelan. The tycoons comprehended the warning implication in his eyes and winced in unison. Wei family master, we already know we're wrong. You must put in a good word for us in front of Mr. Meng. Here's a pair of old pit jadeite bracelets, a small token of appreciation. Ms. Easy, the words in front of us were all in jest. The Ferrari I promised. I'll send it over later, as an atonement to you. My son, that idiot, where is he worthy of you? Bai Moin and Wei Yuelan exchanged glances, and there was a relaxed smile in their eyes. These arrogant tycoons, in front of Mr. Meng, were as humble as a dog although they wouldn't admit it on their lips. As pretty women, they really enjoyed this feeling of being pampered by their sweethearts in their hearts. Arm in arm, they ignored the pleas of the rich and powerful and chatted about Meng Yu as they walked into the South Lake apartment building. Easy, how did you meet Mr. Meng? Wasn't Tang Yu dead set on begging me to go to Dongpa Xian for dinner last night? It turned out that I happened to meet brother Meng Yu, and he treated me to a Dongpa banquet. Was it the Dongpa banquet that was worth 1 point and 1 table? Definitely. And he also treated us to ancient wines, all of which were treasures of a very long vintage. So envious. Brother Meng Yu even let me pick a bottle of wine back. We sisters can use it to celebrate today. When your new medicine hits the market, I'm afraid that the Wei family of southern Hangzhou is going to regain its glory in your hands. Good. With $20, the money problem should have been solved, but I'm more worried about the technological blockade from the Western companies. Alas, those Western companies are not good things, always trying to destroy our Xia's national enterprises. Their hearts are execrable. I really hope that one day, Brother Mingyu can take out this bad anger for Xia's enterprises. If he's the one to take action, teaching the Western companies a lesson should be a piece of cake, right? It should be. It feels like Mr. Meng is even more powerful than the rumors. The crowd of tycoons looked tearlessly at the two women who were leaving, wanting to stop but not daring to do so. It was really super lousy, after being coldly swept by Mr. Meng. I'm afraid that for a long time to come, they would have to wind up tossing and turning, with their tails between their legs, because they are not too clear. That noble Mr. Meng. In the end there is no real anger. Will suddenly a paper will be sent to court, or even let them evaporate overnight? And this uncertainty, this unknown fear of tomorrow, is the most torturous. This is also the price they, for their own behavior of robbing their fellow countrymen while the fire is burning, should pay. And the crowd of onlookers delighted in the scene, murmuring, laughing my ass off. Where did these people's arrogant stance at the beginning go? There is nothing funnier than a rent reduction, suggesting that it be written into the rich man's Bible and sung for all eternity. God reduced the rent. I thought they were going to forcefully buy the South Lake apartment building. Turns out when Mr. Meng came to purchase the building, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Typically the loudest and most abject screamers. After all, it doesn't cost any money to shoot your mouth off. Right, these tycoons of theirs, they're just a backdrop for Mr. Meng the whole way down. Not as comfortable as us passers-by. They even tried to touch Mr. Meng's woman, to the amusement of the master. These two girls are Mr. Meng's women? Why don't they look like that? Brother, you're young at first glance. I ask you if you've seen the ocean. would you still be willing to stay by the brook? These two sisters have seen a legendary figure like Mr. Meng. How could they still look at ordinary men in this life? That's the reasoning. That's why I want to give Mr. Meng a monkey too. Wake up, this girl. What do you think makes you better than those three women just now? Not to mention that in the entire South Hang City, the women who want to date Mr. Meng can be lined up from the south to the north of the city. Mr. Meng's simple and boring life is too happy. I envy him so much. Who isn't? The Maserati was traveling on the road to Mengyu's hometown county. Mengyu was sitting in the passenger seat and casually said, "Vice President Wang, Fat Choi got a new car." It was only then that he reacted to the fact that Wang Lingyu seemed to have changed to a new seat. "Yes, Mr. Meng, thanks to your blessing, I'm now the president of Nanhang Bank, so naturally I had to get a new car." Wang Lingyu smiled like a flower. She had long wanted to share this joy with Mengyu. It's just that Mengyu didn't mention it, and she didn't dare to take the initiative to show it off. If she stole Mengyu's thunder, then it would be more of a loss than a gain for her, because she knew very well in her heart that the reason why she was able to easily take this position was entirely due to the fact that all of Mr. Meng's cooperation with the Nanhang Bank had been conducted through her. It could be said that she had dipped into Mr. Meng's light in order to become this Nanhang Bank president. Oh, already a bank president. Then would it be a bit inappropriate for Bank President 1 to be my assistant again? Mengyu rubbed his fingers on his chin. In his established impression, a bank president was a very powerful big shot, and there was only one more word between vice president and president. But the difference in status was huge. Even if Nanhang Bank was just a local bank, the status of that bank president was the highest of the local handful of people, while the vice president was afraid that he was barely even in the top 100. For such a woman to give him a chauffeur, Mengyu felt somewhat unlucky to be able to enjoy it. Wang Lingyu ruffled the hair at the tip of her ear and smiled in a flirtatious manner. "What's so inappropriate about it? You are our bank's most honored guest, and serving you well is my most important task." Although Mengyu knew in his heart that this sentence was more or less a complimentary attribute, it still didn't prevent him from being secretly happy in his heart. Sure enough, he was right in choosing Nanhang Bank in the first place. If he chose the four major banks, not to mention the fact that the presidents of the four major banks seem to be middle-aged men, even if they are middle-aged women, that attitude could never be so humble. After all, the head and deputy head of the four major banks must be more or less idolatrous, and it is impossible to kneel to him to such an extent. Furthermore, the four major banks had strong roots for Mengyu's savings dependence. Naturally, it wouldn't be as severe as Nanhang Bank. "Mr. Meng, are you tired and need this bank president to stop and provide you with special services?" Wan Lingyu had a peach blossom face and a soft voice. It wasn't that she was horny, but she simply wanted to tease this handsome and rich Mr. Meng. What if she got him? Marrying Mengyu would make her 100% money. As for Mengyu being the boyfriend of her best friend Morong Qianyue, not to mention that she knows that the two have not yet reached a relationship, even if it is the girlfriend's boyfriend, cannot be pried over? Every girl has the right to pursue happiness, right? Wang Lingyu's mouth corners rose slightly, smiling charmingly. Chapter 53 Mom, she especially likes to drive. There's no sleepiness. Governor Wang, I slept well yesterday. I'm not sleepy at all. Mengyu shrugged his shoulders and looked out the window at the roadside scenery without looking away, unmoved by Wang Lingyu's seduction. Special service? What kind of joke is this? Wang Lingyu's favor progress is only 34/100. Does this demon really want to tease him? Tossing him into a frenzy of animal blood and then hiding on the side to sneer? This is also too much. Wang Lingyu sniffed and gave Mengyu a coquettish blank stare. Inside the bank, outside the bank. Since her first day on the job, she didn't know how many men had eyed her devilish figure, but Wang Lingyu had never bothered with them. And as she was the personal sister of the head of the Wang family in Southern Hang, any curmudgeon who dared to think ill of her disappeared forever into the night of Southern Hang before they had the chance to put in their actions. However, she never expected that one day she would repeatedly run into a wall here with Mengyu. But thinking about those rumors about Mr. Meng, she was relieved. A great man like him who was rich and powerful. I'm afraid that the color of the country was just unusual in his eyes. After all, the women who could get close to him, Murong Qianyue, Bei Heiyin, Wei Yuelan, and her, which one of them wasn't a great beauty with a noble status and excellent looks and body temperament? Suddenly, the urgent ringing of a cell phone rang. Mengyu looked at the word mom on the cell phone screen. The corner of his mouth curled up slightly, and casually clicked the speakerphone button. Mom, why are you calling? I just got on the road. There's still 2 hours to go. I should be able to make it for lunch. Isn't that girl from the Qin family visiting her family? Mom thought that you are not too young. Are young people, childhood also play together, eat a meal together to talk more? Meng mother's kind voice came from the other end of the phone. A bitter smile appeared on Mengyu's face. This hasn't even arrived home yet. Without even having a chance to take a bite of the hot meal, Meng's mother had arranged a blind date for him. It was too real. This isn't too good. I actually already have a girlfriend. Mengyu gave a dry cough. When Meng's mother heard this, her tone instantly became unhappy. How is it not good? When mom was your age, her children were walking, and the neighbor's fat tiger was the same age as you. Didn't he get married last year? Now his daughter-in-law is 6 months pregnant. You still have the nerve to talk about your girlfriend. You've been dating for 7 years. Why haven't you brought one home? Little brat, today you have to get married or not. Otherwise, you won't be able to eat at noon. Meng's mother may have reached menopause. Blah 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 counted down Mengyu a whole lot. Almost even he was 5 years old bedwetting things. All to shake out. Straight away, Mengyu cried and laughed. When reading high school and college, the family too old but 3 times warned him not to fall in love. To be at ease with the study of this situation, where he dared to confess to the matter of Wang Li. Now, it seems that Wang Li is not suitable for him, but when he is about to graduate, he will be in the middle of his career. However, when he was about to graduate, the situation was completely reversed. Meng's mother couldn't wait to turn his graduation ceremony into a wedding, enthusiastically encouraging him to boldly confess when he met a female classmate he liked, and not to miss out on his marriage. At that time, Mengyu was also left speechless for a long time. Dare Meng's mother still think that the current university is still the old days of assigning jobs and even matching students? Mother-sama, times have changed. Nowadays, interns are worse than dogs. College students are all over the place, whispering, and every time Mengyu went home after graduation, he not only had to deal with curious relatives with a strong sense of comparison, but also had to deal with a blind date introduced by an acquaintance, which was something Mengyu had never thought of. It is also at this time, Wang Li and his relationship began to cold. In the graduation season from the campus ivory tower stepped into the social arena. The two did not break up, but it is clear that a lot of estrangement. To ask Mengyu now, for ex-girlfriend Wang Li's attitude, Mengyu has looked away. The heart at this time cannot talk about hate it. After all, the smashed field also smashed. The heart of a mouthful of bad gas is almost out. Can only say a word inappropriate. Jianghu Road is far, each wonderful. Listening to the nagging of Meng's mother in his ear, Mengyu really can't stand it. Looking at Wang Lingyue, who was driving the car without looking at her, he had an idea, and reached out to put the cell phone on the side of Wang Lingyue's mouth. Daughter-in-law, mom said that I don't have a girlfriend, so open your mouth and tell her whether I have a girlfriend or not. Daughter-in-law? Girlfriend? Wang Lingyue's head was filled with black question marks. However, she was also quick to react, and softly said into the cell phone, Mom, I'm Ayu's girlfriend. This time, I came back with Ayu to see you. Originally, the two of us were planning to give you a surprise. The opposite side of Meng's mother obviously froze for a moment, stopping her chattering to Mengyu, and turning to Wang Lingyu, the daughter-in-law that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, to ask for her warmth. Wang Lingyu responded, modestly and appropriately, changing from her flirtatious behavior in front of Mengyu and displaying the upbringing of a lady of the house. Instead, she made Mengyu somewhat impressed. Mom, why don't we just chat here? She's still driving. We'll chat when we get back. Mengyu exited and interrupted. If he let Wang Lingyu and Meng's mother chat like this, he was afraid that they would really talk about a daughter-in-law. And wouldn't he be at a bloody disadvantage? After experiencing his ex-girlfriend's betrayal, Mengyu had completely figured out that it wasn't worth it to give up a piece of forest for the sake of a show tree. Besides, he is still so young. Girlfriend, this kind of thing. Wait for a few years and then talk is the same. First wait and see for a few years the market. She does not smell good, right? Little brat, you actually let your daughter-in-law drive? Didn't you get a driver's license? Mom taught you from a young age that a daughter-in-law is meant to be loved. Did you not listen? Meng's mother was dissatisfied. Listening to the tone of her voice, she was extremely satisfied with Wang Lingyu's daughter-in-law, and hadn't even met her yet, so she started to speak for her daughter-in-law. This? Mengyu stated that he had miscalculated. However, he quickly thought of a response. Mom, in fact, it's mainly because she especially likes to drive. I can't argue with her. Daughter-in-law, don't you think so? Wang Lingyu sniffed and grudgingly gouged out Mengyu. What a double entendre. This is an opportunity to satirize her. She could answer, couldn't she? The answer was obviously no. The future fate of the entire South Hang Bank was now completely tied to Mr. Meng. To be precise, if Mr. Meng threw down Nanhang Bank, Nanhang Bank would fall from its heights and smash to pieces. Yes, Mom, I especially like driving. Wang Lingyu was bitter in her heart. Who likes to drive? Although she had a charming and alluring appearance, she was clearly a perfect body. Okay, isn't Mr. Meng bullying people? Oh, that's so. Lingyu, you're too virtuous. For our little brat to find a daughter-in-law like you, it's really a blessing he cultivated in his past life. Meng's mother on the other end of the phone was somewhat emotional. Meng Yu hurriedly said into the cell phone, "Mom, we'll talk again when we get home. You watch the stove a bit, don't burn it dry again later." This is really a real mom. He had no way at all. Any other woman, whether she is a middle-aged noblewoman, or a grandmother who touches the porcelain, if she dares to call him a little brat, Meng Yu will definitely let her experience the fear of being dominated by the richest man in the world. Little brat, although you have found a good daughter-in-law, but the Qin family girl side of the matter, you still have to go over there, to give people an indemnity, invite people to eat a good meal, do not spend money, after all, the township folks, the relationship is good, right? Meng mother said bitterly. Yes, yes, yes. Meng Yu bitterly laughed and agreed in a loud voice, although he understood that his mother's nagging was an expression of motherly love. It was one thing to understand, but another to bear it. Anyway, he was indeed a bit overwhelmed right now, just like the sun monkey who was read the sutra by the Tang monk. Mom first turn 1,000 to you, not enough to find the family to ask. Other city girls are willing to follow you. You do not treat people no? Little brat, you hang up the phone first, Meng mother reluctantly said. A mother worries when her son travels thousands of miles. What mother in the world wouldn't worry about her son? Chapter 54, 1,000 is too much. Mom, no need, really no need. 1,000 is also too much. Don't spin it, haha. I'm hanging up. Meng Yu hung up the phone and let out a long breath of relief. The nagging from his mom was really making him both painful and happy. DDT-. The beep of the Weixin transfer sounded. Meng Yu looked at the 1,000 nanodollars that Meng's mother transferred over. His heart was full of mixed feelings. Meng's mother was just an ordinary supermarket clerk, and Meng's father was just an ordinary chef. And in a small county, where the general wage was not high, this 1,000 natty dollars was afraid to be half a month's salary. But after hesitating for a while, Meng Yu still chose to accept it. Although he certainly wasn't short of this 1,000 natty dollars and didn't want to spend his parents' money, he knew that if he didn't accept it, Meng's mother would definitely be counting on him again. Anyway, he had come back this time with the intention of bringing his parents to move to South Hangzhou City, so there was no harm in taking the extra 1,000 natty dollars. Hadn't he bought an apartment building and a commercial street near South Lake earlier? He planned to find a reason for his parents to live in an apartment building. Although it was certainly not as good as Morong Qianyue's large villa, it was certainly 100 times more upscale than the county's neighborhood houses. Then he would find a reason to help his parents to set up a store. In this way, the parents can also have a stable source of income and be able to live in the big city with peace of mind. As for the matter of the world's richest man and huge deposits, Meng Yu did not intend to let his parents know for the time being, because this fact was a bit unimaginable. He, who had graduated from a university with an undergraduate degree, still found it difficult to accept, not to mention his parents, who did not have a high level of education. Wang Lingyu continued to drive the Maserati on the highway, but the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Apparently getting along well with Meng's mother had made her a little smug. As the sister of the Wang family's head, Wang Lingyu naturally knew that the most difficult thing to deal with when marrying into a wealthy family was the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship. If the mother-in-law-daughter-in-law relationship is not handled well, a filial man like Meng Yu will definitely not prioritize marrying her. After all, there were too many outstanding women who wanted to be with Meng Yu. On the contrary, as long as the relationship with her mother-in-law was good, it would definitely be a plus on Meng Yu's side. So Wang Lingyu knew that this time was an opportunity for her. And although Mr. Meng was very shrewd and she couldn't and wouldn't dare to fake it, it was a perfect opportunity to get up close and personal with Meng Yu's elders. This was the benefit of the assistant status. And what did Wang Lingyu just hear? Turn 1,000 first? Wang Lingyu first thought of nano-yuan units. However, this thought only flashed by and was put behind her. 1,000 nano-yuan? The mother of the world's richest man transferring 1,000 nano-dollars to her son? Wang Lingyu shook her head in her mind as she thought about it. How could this be possible? This must not be possible. Is that 1,000 microdollars? 1,000 microdollars equaled to 1 million nanodollars. Although this amount of pocket money was already quite a lot for an ordinary rich man's family, it could buy a third of a Maserati. But the opposite side was the mother of the world's richest man, the wife of the head of the hidden family. Would a handout of 1,000 nanodollars be a little too ordinary? The most critical thing is, Meng Yu just hung up the phone, said 1,000 is too much. 1,000 natty dollars for a meal to eat hundreds of thousands of Mr. Meng, is really too much? The answer is absolutely no. Then could it be $1,000? Thinking of this, Wang Lingyu's heartbeat accelerated and her face flushed. Yes, it was definitely $1,000. This was what the hidden family should have been, a large sum of money. $1,000, converted to nano yuan, was a full 1 trillion. Wang Lingyu said that she also wanted to have a mother like this, casually giving a little pocket money as a trillion nano yuan. No wonder Meng Yu used $2 bills to fold paper airplanes and had hundreds of dollars in his pocket. If she had a mom like that, she could be so extravagant too. Envy and jealousy. Although she is also a rich white beauty, but the rich second generation is more angry than the rich second generation. TikTok. Meng Yu received another Weixin business card shared by Meng's mother with the Weixin nickname a Xingsan smile. The photo on the business card was quite pretty. An urban sophisticated girl dressed in fashion. But from the familiar features, Meng Yu was vaguely able to find the outline of a certain childhood friend. Is it her? Qin Yusin? The third best student in her elementary school class? Meng Yu flipped through the aged photo album in his memory, and it seemed as if the scene of the two of them spending time together as children had happened yesterday. But as they grew older, primary school, junior high school and university, childhood partners of the opposite sex, seemed to have broken contact one after another. Meng Yu remembered more than 4 years ago when the college entrance examination, Meng's mother mentioned, she seems to be admitted to a university in the imperial capital. She also held a promotion banquet and invited Meng Yu's family, but Meng Yu had something to do at the time, so she didn't go. Meng Yu came back to his senses and sent a prestige message over. The dating pit dug for him by his own mother. He had to fill it up even if he cried. Not to mention the fact that he was now developed, but he couldn't forget his roots, and it wasn't impossible to mention his childhood buddies in passing. Qin Yusin, I'm Meng Yu. Let's make an appointment to get together at the Old Garden restaurant? Being young is not inferior. Meng Yu's words were neither humble nor overbearing, neither the lowly voice of an ordinary man facing a woman, nor the overbearing arrogance of a second-generation rich man. Meng Yu, right? That only son of Auntie Meng? The Old Garden is too low. Let's go to the Fish and Rice Country Eatery in the new city. It's okay for you to treat, right? You don't mind if I bring a few friends over? The opposite party replied quite quickly, making Meng Yu feel a little bit good about Qin Yusin, who he hadn't seen for a long time. But after reading the content of the reply, this bit of goodwill evaporated. The Old Garden restaurant low? The restaurant has been open for more than 10 years, from Meng Yu in elementary school, although the store is not big, but the taste is no words. How is it low? But this is just dating place girls choose. Meng Yu has no words. Even the woman took the initiative to ask him to treat. He also said that he can understand. After all, matchmaking well. The man's treat is the same as the wedding bride price. All belong to the national conditions of Xia. But she also took the initiative to say bring a few friends. What the hell is this? Your family blind date with friends? And one is a few? Is this intended to be a blind date? Or are you bringing friends to dabble in food and drink? Since this was the case, there was nothing to talk about. The fact that people were treating Meng Yu like an ingrate meant that they simply couldn't see his family's situation. This was a blind date without sincerity. Meng Yu closed his cell phone after a simple reply. As for treating himself to a meal at the Fish and Rice Eatery, it didn't matter. It's only a few dollars? June didn't see it. He had treated passers-by to a bottle of flying mitai each at the Marriott restaurant, in the Dongpa Xian. He had only eaten a little bit of the 2 tables of Dongpa banquet worth 10 million nanodollars, and let the waiter give the leftovers to the stray cats and dogs to eat. Governor Wang, wait to the place. You first go on the county side to talk about investment things. Earn no money does not matter. Can enhance the county development on the line. After all, this has borne me to raise my hometown. Meng Yu blandly commanded. Since the honor of returning to his hometown, he is the world's richest man, always have to show. Otherwise the heart is also too much. Not to mention that he really had more money than he could spend. It was just quite boring. When it came to business, Wang Lingyu put away the foxy look on her face and respectfully said, please rest assured, Mr. Meng, I will invest in the construction of your hometown county while ensuring that I don't lose money. For Meng Yu not bringing her to the blind date banquet, she was still a bit lost. Wang Lingyu still wanted to take the opportunity to pry into the female party's intelligence. In her opinion, the female party was a blind date arranged by Meng's mother, so she must be a great beauty as well, right? Perhaps she was also a young lady from a hidden family, definitely a love rival worthy of her attention. Chapter 55, Renting a high-fashion designer label for a blind date? 2 hours later, in a sound of tires rubbing against the ground, a Maserati parked downstairs in the Fish and Rice Country Eatery. Meng Yu didn't wait for Wang Lingyu to open the door this time, so he got out of the car and walked straight towards the Fish and Rice Country. Mr. Meng, can I pick you up later? Wang Lingyu stretched out her forehead from the car window and said rather reluctantly. She really cherished the opportunity to spend time alone with Meng Yu for every bill clock, and she was also willing to put down the stature of a bank president and shamelessly fight for every opportunity to get along. Meng Yu stood and looked back, smiling bashfully. Yes, I hope that you can finish the things I've entrusted you with before the blind date ends. In that case, I can consider letting you play my daughter-in-law for a while longer. Promise to complete the task. Wang Lingyu's fighting spirit was high. Only after seeing Meng Yu walk into the eatery did Wang Lingyu jerk the steering wheel, and the Maserati left sharply with a drift and a tail flip. On the second floor of the Fragrance of Fish and Rice restaurant, inside a large box, Qin Yusin, who was in the middle to upper class, was eating and drinking with a group of relatives and friends, but she was far from having such a slim figure as in the photo, and there were faint freckles on her face, and this group of relatives and friends added up to 15 people. That blind date of mine is probably coming soon, Qin Yusin said with boredom. She had gone to college for 4 years in the imperial capital and had seen many rich male chaps, so where else would she look at a country bumpkin from the county town? But her parents always liked to introduce her to them. They also said that girls should marry early while they are young. She is a northern girl, the new era of independent women. What's the point of getting married so early? How can she understand men without having a few more relationships? The crowd of relatives and friends heckled. Sister Xin, I learned this trick on Douyin. It definitely works. You relax, I've asked around. That Ming family kid, I heard he's doing real estate sales in Nanhang. He doesn't have much money. Right. It's estimated that once he sees us in this stance, that kid will be so scared that he'll turn around and leave. Even if he doesn't have the self-awareness to continue the blind date with a stiff upper lip, he will still be scared green by the amount of today's bill. So will he choose to keep his manly promise to treat himself? Or find an excuse to go to the restroom to pee? If surname Meng's kid plays the fool and doesn't want to treat you, then I'm afraid he won't dare to pester you again in the future. Even if he has some face, even if he uses Huabei to barely settle today's bill, after eating so much in one meal, he will probably be able to recognize the difference in consumption level between you two, and won't dare to go out with you again in the future. In that case, it won't affect the relationship between the elders of the two families, and it will also make him know what to do. Wonderful. It's really wonderful. Qin Yusin nodded her head in a pretense of reserve, and she was thinking the same thing. No matter what, it was just good to make that Meng Yu stop thinking about anything extra. It was also for the other party's good, lest Meng Yu be captured by her gentle beauty, all day long trying to find ways to attract her attention. A waste of youth. She Qin Yusin no matter what. That is also to marry a local man in the big city. Not that Meng Yu is not good, but she aspires to the life of the big city. However, to Meng Yu's income level, poor life can buy a better house in the big city? The material is the foundation of the relationship, and without the foundation of the feelings, there is no need to let it start. Alas! Blame her natural beauty, always attracting bees and butterflies, needing to keep rejecting a poor hanger-on. Qin Yusin was feeling smug in her heart. Suddenly, Meng Yu walked into the box wearing a top-of-the-line Armani, attracting everyone's attention, and the slightly more knowledgeable men even exclaimed in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is Armani's high-class customized uniform Armani Prive. Which family's noble son has mistakenly entered? No way. I haven't seen this style of Armani before. You don't get it, do you? Armani is different. A few $1,000s is the same as a few $1 million? On this design, on this leather, it is estimated that without a few $1 million cannot get down. A few $1 million for a set of clothes? This is also too that's something, right? What's so strange? I heard that several chiefs of the Lighthouse Kingdom have worn Armani's customized men's clothing. Not to mention Prince Dippy and Prince Eagle King. Millions of dollars of clothes. For us ordinary people is a big deal, but for other people casually a business is a piece of hair of the big man. It is just a sprinkle of water. Learning is ruined. I've learned nothing. So what's this big shot doing in our box? Not that blind date, right? Are you kidding me? If you're rich and dressed like this, why would you need a blind date? If he's a blind date, I'll eat this table right here. I ate the cutlery. I'm laughing my ass off. It's impossible. You all know what Meng's father and mother do, don't you? Yes. Last time I even went to his house for tea. The house is old and ordinary, still using a big STV. Meng Yu's face changed when he heard big STV. He had long wanted his parents to get a new LCD HD TV, but his parents always said that the old TV wasn't broken, and it was too much of a waste of money to get a new one. Thinking of the 1,000 nanodollars that Meng's mother had just transferred to him, Meng Yu's heart sank. I'm Meng Yu, you're Qin Yusin, right? However, before Meng Yu could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Qin Yusin. We are not suitable. I didn't expect Meng Yu that you've actually turned into such a person, spending a large amount of money to rent high-fashion designer brands for a blind date. Doesn't your conscience hurt when you waste your parents' hard-earned money like this? Qin Yusin said in pain. There was one thing to say, because of Mother Qin, Qin Yusin and Mother Meng still had a good relationship. Otherwise, she would simply open her mouth and reject Meng Yu and be done with it. What's the point of having so many mouths? Meng Yu raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Qin Yusin with odd eyes. You may have misunderstood. Which piece of clothing all over his body was a high-fashion Armani goods? And which piece of clothing was rented? How did he not know? Could it be that Morong Qianin was cheated by a crooked merchant when she bought the clothes? This kind of possibility is not big. Which shady store in Nanhang City dared to substitute second best in front of Morong Qianjin? That would definitely be tired of living. Xin Yusen smiled contemptuously, clasping her arms with both hands, and said aggressively, "You dare to say that you spent your own money to buy these clothes?" Meng Yu froze for a moment and couldn't help but say, "That's not true. But, there's nothing but, I don't want a bull asterisk with people like you. Let's eat. Go back and I'll talk to my mom." Xin Yusen skimmed her mouth, having been interrupted twice in a row. Meng Yu's face didn't look too good, but seeing as the elders of the two families were on good terms, he didn't refute anything. For now, let her fly for a while longer. The higher she flies, the worse she falls. When the truth came out, she would surely be ashamed of her arrogant remarks at this time. In fact, what he wanted to say just now was that although this dress was bought for him by Morong Qianyue, he had also invested 100 pieces in Morong Qianyue, which was equivalent to a full 100 billion na yuan. Calculating like this, these clothes would be nothing. Chapter 56, You people have no quality of cultivation. Those relatives and friends inside the box pointed their fingers up, especially those who set up flags. They were even more annoyed by being hit in the face. This person is also too shameless, right? To actually use their parents' hard-earned money to rent designer clothes for a blind date? This kind of man who tramples on his parents' hard-earned money in order to satisfy his own vanity. I really want to give him a big mouth. Just now I shouldn't make a flag. I didn't expect to be instantly slapped in the face, but this surname Meng really doesn't deserve to be a good person, right? Agreed. Wearing designer clothes bought by someone else and still looking like he deserves it. This chutzpah is also no one else. In my opinion, this is not the real Armani at all, but the high imitation A goods produced by the foundry. It is indeed imitation of the real. Even I, an Armani enthusiast, have been deceived. If I did not know that Meng's mother is a supermarket employee, I cannot believe that this is a fake. Alas, originally, I still sympathize a little bit with the kid surnamed Meng. After all, we brought 15 people on a blind date to dilly-dally. It is indeed a bit excessive, but he really is not a thing. The corner of Meng Yu's mouth rose slightly. These people are still a bit self-aware and know that the behavior of bringing 15 relatives and friends on a blind date is excessive. Waiter, come over to add more dishes. The dishes on the table were already open. Meng Yu wasn't interested in eating other people's leftovers. The young female waitress walked into the box with the menu, and although she didn't say anything on her lips, the gaze she looked at Meng Yu had a few moments of contempt. After all, nibbling on an old man and posing as a broad is not something honorable. Guest, what dish would you like to add? Give me 2 servings of all the best dishes here. Wine, according to the best. Get 20 bottles first. After all, so many people. Meng Yu spoke blandly. The contempt in the waiter's eyes flickered, but he still smiled politely. Guest, the portions of the dishes here are quite large, so if you serve 2 portions, you probably won't be able to finish them. As for the best wine, the price is rather expensive. It's aged Flying Mutai. A bottle is around 30,000 nanodollars. Meng Yu waved his hand. Alright, go arrange it according to my words. More expensive? A bottle of Flying Mutai of 30,000 nanodollars also dares to mention expensive? Where does this put a $600,000 bottle of 90-year-old Conti red wine? And where does it put a few $1 million a bottle of ancient palace wine? However, Meng Yu also knows that the small county of his hometown cannot be compared with the South Hangzhou city, such as the first-tier domestic big cities. Not only wine and food, and even the waiters cannot be compared. The waiters at the Marriott restaurant in Dongpa Xian, even if they were dissatisfied with their guests, they wouldn't show it on their faces. This young waitress, on the other hand, was close to writing a sentence on her face that said, "I look down on old people like you," which made Meng Yu feel a little bad. Of course he wouldn't care about a waitress's attitude, much less deliberately target a waitress. That would be too degrading. Meng Yu sat at the table with fewer people, and Xin Yusen sat at another table. However, the guests at this table stood up, preferring to go to the other table where a dozen people were crowded, but also disdaining to sit with Meng Yu. Good wine and good food were served. Meng Yu was alone at a table, eating at his own leisure. After a day and a night, he had gotten a little used to the life of the rich and powerful, tasting a little bit of each and everything, and pouring it all out if he couldn't finish it. He didn't need to think about money anyway, and the leftovers that were poured out wouldn't go to waste. They would be sent to a pig farm by the Fish and Rice Country Eatery. The neighboring table's murmurs became more and more undisguised. This person's face is really big. It's hard not to be a cutie with extremely low emotional intelligence. TSK, taking your parents' hard-earned money to show off. Such a man is really a superb one too. What kind of sins did Meng's father and mother commit in their past lives to give birth to such a white-eyed wolf? I guess all the money that Meng's father and mother have saved over the years has been squandered by him? I heard Mother Chin say that Meng's father and mother's passbooks were all handled by him, and it's estimated that all of the money inside has been misappropriated. If that's true, then this Meng Yu is really that's right. Meng's father and mother have worked hard for most of their lives, and now that they're getting older, they're counting on that money to retire. I really want to beat him up. De Zhuang, don't be impulsive. This kind of shameless man, in case you lie on the ground and rely on you, you have no place to talk about it. Alas, it occurs to me, this Meng kid ordered so many good food and wine. He's not planning to run away, is he? We have to keep a close eye on him. Don't let him piss away. It's okay to run away. Anyway, the wine on our table hasn't been touched. Just the bottle he drank is open. The big deal is to treat him to a meal, as if he's feeding the white-eyed wolf. Do not say. Meng Yu really did have a little urge to pee. After all, from Nanhang City to the county, he hadn't been to the toilet along the way, and now that he had eaten and drank again, it was only normal that he wanted to go to the toilet. Waiter, where is your restroom here? The gazes of the people in the box were all attracted to Meng Yu, and the gazes they looked at him were filled with undisguised contempt. Wasn't it just that he wanted to urinate? Who is a cutie these days? The corner of the young waitress's mouth twitched viciously. She felt that her 3 views were smashed to smithereens by this blind date guy in front of her. How could there be such a brazen person in this world? The blind date to escape the single even if, after all, the woman is not a thick person. A blind date with 15 relatives and friends. But he actually took his parents' hard-earned money to rent clothes, but also ordered 2 tables full of good wine and good food brought. This gnawing behavior is really outrageous. These 2 tables of dishes add up to nearly 10,000 nano yuan. Wine is even about 30,000 a bottle. He was not afraid to drink and immediately ascend to immortality. Now he even played the little trick of urinating. Over there. The young waiter squeezed out a very forced polite smile and said as he raised his middle finger and pointed in the direction of the restroom. Meng Yu was dumbfounded, and without explaining, he got up and walked in the direction of the restroom. However, Qin Yusen suddenly voiced out and called out to him. Surname Meng, if you want to run away from the bill, just say so. Inking and playing smart. Are you a man? Am I a man? Do you want to come along and see? As for running away from the bill, don't take a small man's heart for a gentleman's belly. You have no class to bring 15 people to a blind date. I won't learn from you. Impatience flashed in Meng Yu's eyes, and the corner of his mouth lifted up a sarcastic arc. Is this sister oversensitive? How does she speak in a staggering manner? Is she taking other people's cultivated tolerance for granted? Or does she really think that he doesn't have a temper? To know that Meng Yu was in possession of a deposit that surpassed the richest man in the world, could he possibly need to escape a bill by urinating? Isn't this a fantasy? Qin Yusen was despised by Meng Yu, a man she despised in her heart. She instantly broke her defense. No longer able to care about holding a virtuous and reserved frame, she broke into a curse. Hooligan. How to say you're also undergraduate college students? Is not even a little bit of the basic quality of cultivation are not there? If you are not using the opportunity to go to the restroom to skip the bill, what is it? This more than 40,000 bill. You drink a bottle of wine for 30,000. Cannot afford to drink. Do not drink. You also pretended to be a big spender and ordered more than 20 bottles. Can you afford to pay this? The corner of Meng Yu's mouth rose slightly as he unzipped his Armani jacket, reached out and grabbed a bunch of bills from his inner pocket and slapped them on the table. Waiter, check out. The crumpled 100+ vault bills glistened under the lights of the box. The crowd inside the box, with their eyes looking straight at these vault bills, associated with the huge amount of wealth represented behind this money, even their breathing stopped for a moment. Chapter 57. Do I, Mr. Meng, need to skip a check? The young waiter's eyes widened. Mr. Meng, there's no need for so many vault notes. Just the smallest denomination of a penny is enough, and it will take some of your precious time to find the opening in our store. Meng Yu cleanly drew out a penny bill and stuffed it in her hand. Then he turned his head and indifferently scanned Qin Yusen. Just a little bit of wine and food money. I, Meng, need to skip a bill? You have a small pattern. After saying that, Meng Yu quickly walked out of the box. The young waitress hurriedly chased after him, her face full of flattering and pleasing smiles, following behind Meng Yu, and softly prompting the specific location of the toilet in real time. Her attitude could be said to be a 180-degree reversal, because the moment she saw a bunch of vault notes, just think that you are being cheated by these dilly-dallying guests, taking parents' hard-earned money to rent clothes to pose, pissing away to escape the bill? What do you say, Nima? You need to rent a dress to show off when you're carrying $100 of banknotes with you? He even strung together a good line and said it as if it were true, so she was all wrapped up in it. Do these dabbling fools think they can turn black and white upside down just because they're a trio of tigers? As for the blind date woman's comment about running away from the bill, that was even more of a joke. $100 or so can be 100 billion naira. The whole county, big and small restaurants, all by all more than enough. Such a top of the big man, he needs to escape the bill? And also to escape more than 40,000 natty dollars? This matchmaking woman is treating her as? Or is she not happy about marrying into a rich family? Other people praying to God can't beg a chance with this kind of top mansion big young blind date. She is good. The other big young fooled over to make hard to disgust. I'm begging the blind date girl to be a human being. If you don't want this once in a lifetime opportunity, you can give it to her. Another brought 15 relatives and friends to the blind date, but also slandered the other mansion lesser to escape the bill. If she just that process photographed, simply can be selected blind date confusing behavior video collection. Chin Yusin is also completely confused. Meng Chin two elders are also considered to be close. Meng mother is treating her like half a daughter. How she has never heard of. Meng Yu turned out to be so rich, although Chin Yusin has always felt that she is not a gold-digging woman. Because of her own conditions are good. 985 bachelor's degree. The professional field of ability is quite good, and after graduation, successfully applied for a large enterprise in the middle management. The future promotion space is very large. With her such conditions, marrying an ordinary male citizen of the empire cannot be talked about as an upper marriage. But, all of this, in front of that more than 100 vault notes, it was like a bubble, so powerless that it would shatter at the touch. Chin Yusin looked at the direction in which Meng Yu disappeared. Recalling the aggressive words just now, the corners of her mouth smiled bitterly. First of all, from the time Meng Yu entered the door in a low-profile manner, she had a preconceived suspicion that the multi-million-dollar Armani pride on Meng Yu's body was a high-fashion imitation, and because she understood Meng Yu's family's situation, she subconsciously assumed that he couldn't afford this kind of clothing at all, but it never occurred to her that it might have been bought by Meng Yu with his own money. Now that Chin Yusin thought about the humble gentlemanly demeanor Meng Yu had shown at the time, and her snarky tone at the time, she couldn't wait to slap herself twice. Whether Meng Yu was a god or a man she didn't know, but she felt like a real dog. And then, she even suspected that Meng Yu had used Meng's father and mother's hard-earned money, which was simply a big joke. A man who carried hundreds of dollars with him, how could he be a nar? I'm afraid that all the money Meng's father and mother had earned in their entire lives would add up to less than $1, right? No, definitely less. $1 is $1 billion. Not to mention an ordinary family like Meng Yu's. Even a well-off family wouldn't dare to imagine earning $1 in their lifetime, right? So there's absolutely no chance Meng Yu is an old man. What she and her friends and relatives had just said was slander. They were all smearing people Meng Yu. But did Meng Yu say anything? No. He just smiled blandly, silent, alone with the gossip, calmly drinking and eating, and even generously invited them to eat the best wine and food in the land of fish and rice. What kind of broad-mindedness is this? Compared to her words and actions, it was like a heaven and a hell. No wonder people could earn hundreds of dollars, and I'm afraid that in her entire life, she wouldn't be able to earn even a single dollar. The most ridiculous. There was nothing more ridiculous than the final checkout. Meng Yu was just going to the toilet, but she suspected that he wanted to escape the bill by urinating. With Meng Yu's horrible wealth, did he need to run away from the bill? No, he didn't have the slightest possibility of needing to run away from the bill. And she also questioned his quality of cultivation. Now that I think about it, before and after she is not the quality of cultivation of the party. Not only did she bring 15 relatives and friends to the blind date, and also speculated on Meng Yu's various behaviors with malice, forced Meng Yu such a well-cultivated man, and finally could not stand it anymore. Directly showdown, took a handful of vault banknotes dumped on the table. These money then snapped and dumped on the table, and how is not a heavy slap in her face? Renting clothes for a blind date? Gnawing on the old man to pose as a broad? Pissing away the bill? All the smears and questions, all in more than $100 appeared in the moment, was shattered. Along with one of the shattered, Chin Yusin's inner pride and will all along. Meng Yu in her mind's image, from nothing to gnaw on the old waist, instantly transformed into a powerful business predator. And this giant crocodile opened its bloody mouth and ate all of her heart and soul. Chin Yusin lowered her head soulfully, precisely because she worked for a large corporation in the imperial capital. She understood better than normal people what it meant to carry around a man with over 100 vault notes. More than 100 pieces was more than 100 billion nanodollars. Unusual tycoons with such wealth would have long been careful to keep it in the bank, but Meng Yu actually carried it around with him and acted like he was on cloud nine. Simply trenchless. You have to know that even the chairman of their company is extremely cautious with vault notes, and Meng Yu's casualness is completely incomparable. Moreover, Meng Yu didn't seem to care about money at all. This reminded Chin Yusin of a mysterious legend that had been widely circulated among the upper classes of the imperial capital, that of the rich and powerful Mr. Meng, who was rumored to possess wealth that could make a small developing country become a developed country within half a year. The chairman of the board of directors of the company once said that Mr. Mang was the richest person in Xia, or even in the world. Unfortunately, Mr. Mang had always acted in a low-profile and mysterious manner, and no one knew where he was and what he was doing. But this time, Qin Yusin went back to her hometown to visit her family, and she also heard the news that Mr. Mang was present in southern Hangzhou, and if Qin Yusin remembered correctly, Meng Yu seemed to be working in southern Hangzhou as well. Could it be that? Qin Yusin revealed an expression of fear to the extreme. Cold sweat seeped out of her back and dampened her shirt. Chapter 58. We can't find a penny in our small, shabby store. Inside the box, the 15 relatives and friends that Qin Yusin had brought with her had wonderful expressions on their faces at this time. This the kid surnamed Meng is really a magnate? Kid, who are you talking about? A magnate like Mr. Meng who carries hundreds of dollars with him is also someone we can call a brat? Stay away from me if you want to die. Don't drag me into offending Duke Meng. Aren't you the one who cursed the most in front? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not like you guys. I've always been a staunch supporter of Mr. Meng, a woman who aspires to give Mr. Meng a monkey. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You're too shameless. Big Boss Meng isn't a rich second generation from a luxurious family. His parents were poor, and although I don't know why he suddenly became mega rich, I think behind this, it must be a very inspiring story of a humble family. That's right. I felt something was wrong just now. How can a waste of money who gnaws on his old age have such a good quality and cultivation? We've been yin and yang for half a day, but people don't even bring a red face. Horse hindquarters. Why didn't you come out and remind us just now? I told you that our money set was real. Shame on you. I was almost taken into the ditch by you guys, and I couldn't tell the difference between high fashion and genuine. It has to be real. Big Boss Meng is a man who carries more than $100 with him, which translates to more than 100 billion nanodollars. It's simply so broad-minded that it's out of bounds. It's like making friends with such a low-key tycoon. I wonder if Big Boss Meng lacks a pendant on his leg? I feel like I've missed an opportunity to change my fate. But if I stayed at that table just now and got acquainted with Big Boss Meng, I'm afraid that in the future, if Big Boss Meng just lifts me up a little bit, I'll be able to cross my father's class. Same. I am also extremely remorseful. Just now my brain was kicked by a donkey. I actually disliked Big Boss Meng. Your brain was indeed kicked by a donkey. Anyone with a bit of brains wouldn't treat Big Boss Meng as an old man. And you actually dislike Big Boss Meng. You're taking yourself too seriously. You guys, do you think Big Boss Meng won't be able to look at us and take the opportunity to go to the restroom and leave after paying the bill? That would be too much of a pity. Especially Sister Xin. Mother Qin arranged such an excellent blind date for her, and she actually missed it by mistake. This mustn't live in remorse for the rest of her life? Absolutely. If I had encountered this kind of misunderstanding, I would probably have had a heart attack long ago. Then what can be done? Words that are said are like water that is thrown out. You can't get them back. Big Boss Meng's impression of her on this blind date is probably very bad. After all, she talks aggressively and interrupts Big Boss Meng's speech 3 times. It's simply the image of a shrew. Alas. Actually, Sister Xin is not bad on a regular basis. It's just that this time, because of a misunderstanding, she did miss one of the biggest opportunities in her life. Who says it's not? But if she had behaved better, even if she couldn't marry Big Boss Meng, she would still have had one more great nobleman in her life. Looking at her now, I guess she's already been struck by the truth to the point of dying. Qin Yusin was indeed autistic. After vaguely guessing Meng Yu's hidden identity, she felt like the entire world had gone gray, and her extreme remorse for this blind date, mixed with her fear of the legendary Big Shot, shattered every inch of her inner psychological defenses. She was now like a sunny doll messed up in a gale, threatening to fall into an endless abyss at any moment. Mr. Meng, I'm really sorry, our boss can't be contacted, and our little raggedy store in the small county really can't find a single penny of vault notes. I'll let you laugh at me, but our general manager of Fish and Rice Country said that this consumption is considered his treat, and he hopes to make friends with you, the young waitress carefully said. Saying that, she also pointed at the man in a suit standing straight in the hall. Look, that person is our general manager. However, Meng Yu was the one who waved his hand and walked over oblivious. Sorry, it's me who's used to staying in the big city. Let's do it this way. I'll a certain PayPal sweep it to you. A treat is not necessary. I, Meng, don't like to owe others favors. It wasn't that Meng Yu was high and mighty. Rather, if he had to receive one side of a small eatery's general manager, then he didn't need to do anything else in his life. June didn't know. Banking giants from all over the world had gathered in southern Hangzhou, just begging to meet Mr. Meng. The man in the suit saw Meng Yu walk straight past without even glancing at him, and knew that he was being abrupt and presumptuous. Compared to that Mr. Meng who carried over $100 with him, he was the owner of a snack stall next to the Beaver Group. The difference in status was just too great. In fact, he knew this very well in his heart. He just wanted to give it a try. in case he could really make friends with such a powerful young man. Then it would be fine for him not to be the general manager of the restaurant. Following behind Mr. Meng would definitely have a better future than being a general manager nestled in a small county. I'm sorry, Mr. Meng, you're right. Our general manager is indeed high on the list for wanting to know you. I'll go get the payment code for you, the young waiter respectfully said. Mengyu smiled noncommittally and walked broadly into the box. Mengyu's figure was reflected in the pupils of Qin Yusin's eyes, and in an instant, she felt that her world had regained its color. From the time she was born until now, she had never imagined that one day, there would be a man who would have such a huge impact on her. Big brother Mengyu, I hope you don't take it to heart as I have offended you more just now. Yusin here punishes herself with 3 cups and makes amends to you. Qin Yusin stood up and bowed deeply towards Mengyu. The 100 or so vault notes alone might not have been enough to make her so, but coupled with the various rumors about Mr. Meng, Qin Yusin was already completely scared out of her wits. The corners of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly. There's no harm in it. Everyone doesn't need to be formal. Since it's my treat, make sure to eat and drink well. He actually didn't feel offended from start to finish. After all, they were scolding the old man chewing trash who rented clothes for blind dates and skipped out on treats. Did it have anything to do with him? Meng? Right on the mark? Most deadly. But the people in the box didn't think so. They were all impressed by Mengyu's broad-mindedness, and if they had so much money, they would have been furious at a group of poor people. Perhaps this is the quality of people's cultivation? Meng Big Boss really is not ordinary rich people. Then they are not just money. There are other aspects. Thinking about it, they were even more remorseful. If time could be turned back, they would have started to get close to Mengyu the moment he entered the box. Even the hustle and bustle to launch the pursuit of the offensive. In front of Mengyu such a very good conditions of male spouses. They are more colorful than friends have the wrong? Where did they care that today was Qin Yusin's blind date? To know, even if there is just a dewy marriage with Mengyu, they can also rely on this layer of ambiguous relationship. In the county to walk sideways. Unfortunately, there is no if in the world. Miss will only be left with endless regret. Chapter 59, no matter how well mixed up you are, you're not as good as a millionth part of you. Although Mengyu acted lightly, seems to have no intention of counting the scene just now, but Qin Yusin cannot dare to be frivolous. Pick up a full cup of Mao Tai, to mouth, even 3 cups down, even if she is good wine. Cheeks also stained with too flushed. Mengyu is still sitting alone on a table. See Qin Yusin self-punishment 3 cups of the scene. The heart of her disgust has also reduced some. People are not grass and trees. Who can be unfeeling? After all, Qin Yusin was his childhood playmate, and the elders in his family were also considered to have close dealings with her. And even though the two of them were separated after they grew up, Mengyu did not treat her as an enemy. Wine or open it. Dishes also eat a little more. Do not have to be polite. Rare I have time to come back to my hometown trip. Mengyu casually greeted. The people in the box sniffed and opened the aged Matai wine. Previously, they did not drink, because they were afraid that in the end, their own party would pay the bill. After all, 30,000 bottles of aged Matai. Ordinary families certainly cannot afford to drink. Now Mengyu showed down the identity of the Tycoon. They naturally have no more scruples. Miss this village. There is no this store. Like Chinyan Maotai such expensive wine. They are not necessarily willing to buy a bottle of life. Even the girls who don't know how to drink, all made an exception and drank. Because $30,000 a bottle of aged Maotai. Even if it is filled with plain water, that drink is also fragrant. You can send a circle of friends to brag for half a year. As for Mengyu's empty one-person table, the crowd looked on with bated breath. But none of them got up to sit over. Earlier they were disdainful of being at a table with Mengyu's such gnawing waste. They disliked Mengyu's villainous behavior of recklessly spending their parents' hard-earned money on renting clothes for blind dates and treating and skipping bills. Now they didn't dare to sit at the table with Big Boss Meng. In case they were disliked by Big Boss Meng after sitting there and kicked back from the table, how humiliating would that be? The kind that can't wait to find a crack in the ground to drill down on the spot. Didn't you see that the general manager of the cafeteria wanted to invite guests, but he was politely refused by Big Boss Meng? This is the difference in class. And most of them are just ordinary working girls, not as high as the general manager of someone else's restaurant. Which part of them was worthy of sitting at a table with Big Boss Meng? The people in the box had to admit it. After Mengyu's showdown and seeing the more than $100 vault notes with their own eyes, they were extremely inferior inside. Relatively speaking, Qin Yusin was, after all, a 985 senior student who had returned from the imperial capital, and the inferiority complex in her heart was a bit lighter. Moreover, after punishing herself with 3 cups, under the influence of alcohol, she seemed to have retrieved a bit of her childhood feeling and looked at Mengyu and said unwillingly, "Big brother Mengyu, are you going to go back to southern Hangzhou again soon?" Aha! Mengyu was a little surprised to look at Qin Yusin. In her body, even vaguely saw a little bit of the shadow of childhood. That time Chin Yusin is still a heart only learning the 3 good students, skinny and small, because the results are too good, isolated by the class, so often bullied by the class bully, taking a pen to draw her school uniform, throwing caterpillars in her teacups were common occurrences. Once Mengyu could not stand to watch, and beat the class bully, nosebleed out, and then 2 people because of the fight, were the director of education of fierce training, but also called the parents. Since then, the class bully to see him are walking around, and Chin Yusin after school, also often come to find him to play. The 2 often go home together after school, but these were all old stories, because as they grew older, their childhood pals became more and more distant, both spatially and mentally. Big brother Mengyu, in fact, I was just a bit hateful just now, and I don't want the grown-up you to become a gnawing old waste with a corrupt character, that's all. Of course I must have also gotten a little carried away, thinking that because I got into 985 and am working as a manager in a big company, I can condescend to instruct you. I'll punish myself with another cup. Chin Yusin poured another glass of wine and raised her glass to smother it in one gulp. As the wine was on her head, she also shed her disguise and spoke the words she had held in her heart. There was no calculating, no showing off, no utilitarianism. Now is not a blind date, just 2 childhood friends. After a short meeting, again before the long goodbye simple catch-up. You've mixed well too. After you separated from elementary school, you have been the school bully in the eyes of your classmates and teachers, and you had a smooth ride all the way through the midterm and high school entrance exams, and finally got the position you wanted as you wished. Mengyu smiled bashfully. In addition to him, the batch of childhood buddies, it should be Chin Yusin who had the best mix, and Chin Yusin this person, and her mom Chin mother the same. Our mouth is not forgiving, but need to help. We'll try to lend a helping hand knife mouth. When Mengyu was a child, he even ate the stupid eggs sent by Chin's mother. The countryside, there is no deep hatred, and occasionally quarrel. It is also the end of today's quarrel. Tomorrow can still go out to drink tea, but the blind date thing, Mengyu felt it was unnecessary. After all, after enjoying the softness of Morong Chenue, he really couldn't be interested in Chin Yusin in front of him. Otherwise, Mengyu wouldn't have been indifferent from the moment he entered the box, letting this blind date gradually turn sour. No matter how well mixed up, it's not as good as 1/10,000th of your ridiculous I once thought. Already and you are not a world of people. Now think about it indeed. Only you are in my unattainable world. Big brother Mengyu, you're still too fond of keeping a low profile just like in your childhood. Chin Yusin smiled bitterly. When she was in the 5th or 6th grade of elementary school, she had a big crush on Mengyu, and even the love letters in Mengyu's desk, there were a few that she had put pen to paper. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid that at that time, Mengyu was already in love with her. I'm afraid that at that time, Mengyu already have the chest, right? Where we'll pay attention to the little girl's love letter. After all, like a legend like him, young and old is reasonable. Mengyu raised his cup and tasted it lightly, his fingers rubbing the cup's surface as he smiled without saying a word. Big brother Mengyu, you're coming back this time. You're planning to pick up father and mother Meng to go to Nanhang City, right? Chin Yusin grabbed her wine glass, got up and walked behind Mengyu, leaning down to murmur in Mengyu's ear. This actually wasn't hard to guess. After all, Chin Yusin already knew the news of Mr. Meng's emergence, and since he didn't intend to continue hiding it, it made sense to go back to his hometown to pick up Meng's father and mother to enjoy the city. Puffing in his ear, Mengyu smiled faintly. You're quite resourceful. In that case, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time seeing each other again in the future. Chin Yusin sighed lightly. She also knew that there were already dragons and tigers gathering over in southern Hangzhou City right now, and countless bigwigs from the banking sector, and even other industries, were all looking forward to the legendary Mr. Meng making his appearance. Under such circumstances, how easy would it be for Chin Yusin to see Mengyu again? I'm afraid that it's even easier for an ancient woman to see the emperor than this, especially when she thought of her disdain for Mengyu over the years, and that every time she went home to visit her family for the Chinese New Year, she was too busy partying with her girlfriends to say a few words to a legendary figure like Mengyu. Chin Yusin couldn't help but shed tears of remorse. If tears could be exchanged for the perfect love she had missed, she would be willing to weep long and hard and wash her face in tears day after day. But was that possible? Chapter 60 Voucher with love words written on the back. Mengyu picked up a tissue and wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of Chin Yusin's eyes. Why are you crying? Just like when you were a kid. Did some ungrateful class bully you again? Chin Yusin hears this magnetic voice, looks at Mengyu's handsome face, and thinks that in the future, she won't even have the qualifications to pursue, and the teardrops at the corners of her eyes are like pearls rolling down a jade disc. No, sand got into my eyes, Chin Yusin said with a sobbing voice. Who bullied her? Of course it was Mengyu, but was it Mengyu's fault for being too low-key? Of course it couldn't. She could only be blamed for having eyes that didn't recognize Tai, and preferring to look through doorways. Mr. Meng, your QR code has arrived. If you don't return the wine, it's a total of $612,532 natty dollars, and according to the offer in our eatery, there's a 10% voucher return for large purchases, which means 710,000 natty dollar vouchers. The waiter walked over with the collection code and 7 vouchers. Just when she saw the sobbing matchmaking woman, her brows furrowed. This matchmaking woman was too shameless, right? Earlier, she was so defiant, but now she's starting to act pitiful? What? You finally realize that you regret it, don't you? If I had known this, why would I have done it in the first place? It's a pity that her family, I don't know how much effort it took to arrange a blind date for her with a powerful young man, but this Mr. Meng is really something. If you want a girlfriend, tell her. In terms of face value and stature, she wasn't any worse than this blind date, right? Maybe it's just that she has a lower specialized degree, and she doesn't want a dowry, she doesn't want a wedding house, she doesn't want a wedding car. As long as Mr. Meng hooks his finger, she'll be good and do anything for him. The waitress bit her lip and grasped the vouchers, her palms sweating with nervousness. On the back of these vouchers, but each one had her contact information and a love quote written on it, which was why she took a collection QR code and inked it for half a day. Although she also knew that this was mostly futile, but she still had her heart in the right place. Mengyu took out his cell phone and casually scanned the code to pay 620,000 NAD. Don't ask why you didn't pay in 612,532. Asked his lazy one by one to type the number 62 after always knocking 0. It is not cool. Moreover, Mengyu invited these Qin Yusen's relatives and friends to eat a good meal. Also do not mind giving the waiter a little tip. After all, this waiter, although the professionalism is not good, but wins in the young and beautiful. She was flattered to please. A mouthy you called so long. Mengyu is still quite comfortable. Since he was served comfortably, he should be rewarded. This was Mengyu's howdao. Mr. Meng, you've paid an extra 7,468 nano yuan, the young waiter reminded. Mengyu spoke blandly, that's your tip. The young waiter's face was thrilled, knowing that the wages of restaurant waitresses in small counties were generally not high, and that her monthly salary was only 2,000 nano yuan. Mengyu's tip was worth more than 3 months of her salary. This is the biggest tip she has ever received since she was born. Mengyu's move had undoubtedly strengthened her resolve. Thank you for Mr. Meng's generosity. Please do accept these vouchers and welcome your next visit. The young waitress trembled as she handed the 7 vouchers to Mengyu. However, she never expected it. After receiving it, Mengyu casually handed it to Qin Yusen. You take it, I'm not used to using vouchers. Indeed, with more money than he could spend, the tens of thousands of nanodollars saved by the vouchers. For Mengyu, it was true that he couldn't even talk about chicken ribs anymore. It was even a bit of a hindrance, resembling garbage. This? The young waitress said that she was stupid, but she didn't dare to say anything, and could only watch as the voucher with her contact information and words of love written on the back was grasped in the palm of her hand by the blind date. Mengyu did not know that the young waitress of these small thoughts. Even if he knew, I'm afraid he would be indifferent. To know, dishes he only ordered the best, wine he only drank the most expensive. Women? Of course he only wanted the most beautiful ones as well. Not to mention that beautiful women aren't all vases, like Morong Qianyue's kind of high-quality worldly family's daughter. Not only her face value, but also the values of all aspects are crushing Qin Yusen's. Moreover, Morong Qianyue's favorability is as high as 80 out of 100. As long as Mengyu doesn't mistreat her, I'm afraid that she'll give her deep love to Mengyu for the rest of her life without asking for anything in return. Of course, Mengyu will not be so stupid. Who is good to him? Who is trustworthy? His heart is still clear. Qin Yusen took the vouchers worth 70,000 nanodollars and casually slipped them into her bag. Looking at Mengyu, who got up and was ready to leave the table, she said fondly, Big brother Mengyu, I'll call a car to send you. No need. My daughter-in-law came to pick me up. Originally, I wanted to tell you at the beginning of entering the door that I already have a girlfriend, but you interrupted. Mengyu shrugged his shoulders. Wang Lingyu had pretended to be his girlfriend anyway, so she shouldn't mind being a shield for a while, right? Qin Yusen couldn't help but think of the scene where Mengyu had just entered the box. He was handsome in a delicate Armani, but she had directly and presumptuously said that he was renting clothes with his parents' hard-earned money because of her preconceptions. How ridiculous is this slander? She was truly unworthy of being his blind date. Then brother Mengyu, I'll walk you to the door. Just don't reject me. Even if I don't have that blessing to marry you, I'm at least your childhood companion, right? With this goodbye today, I'm afraid I'll only be able to see you on screen in the future. Qin Yusen softly pleaded. being begged to see her off by the former elementary school's third best female student, the middle school's school goddess, and the 985 university's senior student. Mengyu still had a bit of a dark feeling in his heart, so he nodded slightly as a promise. Shin Yusin followed Mengyu out of the box, and her 15 relatives and friends also spontaneously followed out. After dabbling in a good meal, how could it be said not to send off the host? The gate of the fish and rice country eating house. Mengyu surveyed the streetscape of his hometown with interest. Although this is a small county, it is the place where he was born and grew up, which has a special significance for him and carries too many memories for him. From kindergarten to elementary school, and then to middle school and high school, and finally received the acceptance letter of Nanhang University. He left his hometown, and went to Nanhang City to study. For years of university time is long. After graduation, the road of job application stumbled. Looking back suddenly, as if he was still a child in his childhood, Shin Yusin was following her like this, and her eyes at that time were also like this in awe with a faint adoration. Suddenly, a burgundy-red Maserati sports car came rushing in. Its rear end swung violently, crossing 3 meters in front of Mengyu's body. Au. Fortunately, Lingyu has completed your order 54 minutes ahead of schedule. Wang Lingyu's soft and charming voice came from the Maserati. Shin Yusin's last remaining illusion in her heart was completely shattered when the beautiful Wang Lingyu appeared. It was true that a man as outstanding as him, there would never be a lack of flowery beauties around him. Chapter 61, Building a Railroad for the Hometown County. Au. I have one good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Wang Lingyu stepped down from the driver's seat of the Maserati with her long white shiny legs and walked slowly towards Mengyu. She pretended to be Mengyu's daughter-in-law, but she did so naturally. A slimming cheongsam with a gold rust phoenix pattern on a red background outlined her charming slender curves, and once she appeared, she had already stunned the entire audience. Not to mention in this small county, or even in a cosmopolitan city like Magic City, like Wang Lingyu's 98-point super high body rating, also enough to crush many international supermodels. The diners and passers-by who were watching the scene were drooling out of the corners of their mouths. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When did such a big demonic spirit come to our Maple County? I don't believe it without 10,000 years of Taoism. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Demon, quickly show your original form. I can't. The poor monk can't take it anymore. I'm applying to return to the world. A few of you spirit guys don't tease. People are obviously stars from the big city. I feel like the real person is even better than on TV. Just this body is also absolute. What are you looking at? If you look again, your eyes will fall out. Honey, listen to my sophistry. Oh, no, it's an explanation. Wipe your mouth. There's nothing to explain. If you like it, you can go after it. If your yearly salary can afford the Hermes bag in her hand, don't think too much. They're obviously here for that Armani hottie. Wow, this handsome guy is also too low-key, right? I didn't even notice if you didn't say it. Handsome and temperamental. And he's rich. More than rich. I'm a waitress at the fish and rice country, and I just heard from my colleagues that this gentleman surnamed Meng is carrying more than 100 vault notes with him. It's the kind of money that's especially large. The kind you see on TV. The kind that's tamper-proof, theft-proof, and robbery-proof. AWSL. Over $100? Yeah, 100 plus is over 100 billion naira. Shocking, isn't it? I was shocked when my coworker mentioned it too. No wonder other people's girlfriends are so pretty. The face value of a girlfriend is really proportional to the wallet. The corner of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly. Good news? Bad news? It seemed like he did instruct Wang Lingyu earlier to go to the phone county officials to talk about the investment. After all, now that he was rich, when he returned to his hometown, he naturally couldn't forget to give back to the townspeople, and it was reasonable to help promote the development and construction of his hometown. But Wang Lingyu had also a good news. A bad news? Let's start with the bad news. I'd like to see to what extent you can mess things up. Mengyu spoke blandly. He had already prepared his heart for the worst. Wang Lingyu's face was a little ashamed. I accidentally spent $100 of your money, because I heard that your hometown side happens to be preparing for the construction of the railroad. I pondered that building a railroad is a good thing, so I asked the official, and the official said that there is still a shortage of $100, so I donated it for you. After saying that, Wang Lingyu weakly looked at Mengyu, fearing that Mengyu would get angry and scold her for spending money indiscriminately. In fact, before donating, she did consider asking Mengyu for instructions, but after thinking about it for a while, she still dismissed the idea, because since Mengyu had given this matter to her, he was letting her accomplish it independently. If she had to ask Mengyu for everything, then why would she need to be a special assistant? If it was just to be a messenger, who would be on it and who wouldn't be able to do it? And although $100 was a lot, it was just a drop in the bucket for Mengyu's fortune. Building a railroad? That's a great thing. $100 is nothing? Mangyu smiled faintly. To get rich first build roads. What's $100? Placed a billion times before the devaluation of prices. It might as well be the money for a restaurant meal. Not even enough to buy a railroad track. Although now, $100 is equal to a whole 100 billion nanodollars. It was an astronomical sum. But if it can be used to support the construction of his hometown and build a railroad that goes straight to his hometown, Maple County, then this $100 is naturally well spent and can benefit the townspeople. And spending money to build a railroad, in the long run, for the development and construction of Feng County is definitely much better than direct investment. Wang Lingyu's handful of investments. The pattern was not small, making Mengyu more satisfied. As the saying goes, teaching a man to fish is better than teaching him to fish. This was also true for the developing Feng County. If Wang Lingyu spends $100 on commercial investment, it can certainly improve the local government's financial report in a short period of time, creating a false image of economic prosperity. But how long could this false image of relying on money to smash out last? This is a small county with closed transportation, and more money will always have to use up the time. Then I'm afraid that Maple County will be once beaten back to its original form. Mengyu's investment in the money will all go down the drain, fattening up the local merchants for nothing. The surrounding crowd was shocked at the words, talking in tongues. Oh my god, there's actually a fierce man in our county, throwing $100 to build a railroad. If this is true, it's a blessing to the township, and will go down in history. But can this man be so rich? Yes, this Maserati is only a few $1,000,000, and he's driving this kind of car, but he's donating $100 to repair the railroad? It does make sense. I don't believe it. You really don't say. I heard from a friend of a construction company that our county really intends to build a railroad, but I heard that the funds are tight, and I can't apply for the money, so it hasn't been finalized. Don't believe it. Quickly look at the official website has news. It's all over the local community. Let's see. The county official public thank you letter reads, "Thank you Mr. Meng for donating $100, which will be used for the construction of the railroad. The entire use of the funds will be supervised by a county branch of the South Hang Bank." Misty grass. It's actually true. It's official. Live long time. This man is too generous, isn't he? Donating a railroad? Exactly. What kind of a mortal character is this man? Other people donate millions of dollars, but he donated $100 to build a railroad. Trenchless. Worship the big man. Shin Yusin and her group were also shocked and dumbfounded. They originally wanted to give Mengyu a send-off, and when Wang Lingyu got off the bus and stunned the entire audience, they were ashamed of themselves and didn't dare to make a sound. In their hearts, they lamented that they were truly a talented man and a beautiful woman. However, what they never expected was that Mengyu would return to his hometown this time, and actually have such a great deal of money. Donated a whole $100 to his home county, to build a high-speed railroad that goes straight to the county. Is this something that a human being can do? Although it was said that Maple County officials had a plan in place, and only lacked a large amount of funds, but that was $100. Converted to Yuan is a full $100 billion. Aside from Mengyu, who in the entire Maple County could do this? Even if we look at the Summer Country, which big shot could do it and donate $100 billion natty dollars to his home county to build a railroad? They were willing to call Mengyu the eternal god of Feng County. The people who benefited from the entire Feng County area would definitely remember Mengyu's kindness for generations to come. Ayu, don't forget, I have another piece of good news here. Do you want to guess? Wang Lingyu smiled mysteriously. Chapter 62, a monument? That's not necessary. Ayu, there's one more piece of good news. That is, after preliminary discussions, the Feng County officials said that they want to erect a merit monument for you so that your generosity will be remembered by the people of Feng County. I thought it was quite good, so I agreed to it for you. Wang Lingyu was somewhat joyful. It was because she was treating Mengyu as her fiancé in her heart. For her fiancé to be remembered in her hometown by an official monument, leaving a name for the ages, made her feel honored, worthy of being the man who entered her heart. Tall and handsome, not to mention, young and talented, rich and powerful need not be mentioned, but this does not forget the original heart, the benefit of the countryside sentiment. Let her feel the heart tingly, like this kind of love and righteousness of the man. If she can enter his heart, he should be on their own, never give up, right? Like the wedding hall vows of love for each other, no matter how old or sick, poor or rich. One life, one pair of people. It must be. Wang Lingyu quietly cheered herself up in her heart. She knew that Wang Li, who was of average value and poor character, had enjoyed 7 years of Mengyu's favor because of her good fortune in meeting him first. She, Wang Lingyu, was more than 100 times stronger than Wang Li. However, Mengyu's bland words interrupted her peach-colored fantasies. Setting up a monument in remembrance? That's not necessary. I'm just doing something small that I can do with my hands. It's nothing to worry about. The corner of Mengyu's mouth rose slightly. although it was cool to set up a monument and leave a name for 1,000 years. But he really didn't feel that he had done anything great. Wasn't it just $100 to build a road? Put it before the world depreciated 1,000,000,000 times. $100? That's less than a day's pay? He's in the county record for contributing this much money. Is that appropriate? Meng Yu didn't feel it was appropriate. Wang Lingyu smiled bitterly at his words. It was true that he was still too low-key. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid they would have grabbed his head if they had this chance to be immortalized. You can't see how many literati and ink artists, gentry and rich people have racked their brains for a place in history, but he refused with an easy face. That's true. A young and promising figure like him had a long life ahead of him, and the opportunity to leave a colorful mark in the history books was just too much. But the thing that Meng Yu did not expect, the thing that he did not even care about rejecting, Xin Yusen was not doing it. Brother Meng Yu, you've donated $100 to repair the railroad. Isn't it right for the county to give you a monument to commemorate you? Just don't excuse yourself, or else the folks of Feng County will not be able to get over it. Xin Yusen pleaded with a face of adoration. Only now did she truly understand. It turned out that the mediocrity of the past was all Big Brother Meng Yu's low profile, and that he had always been a truly strong person, only not showing off. Her 15 relatives and friends also spoke up to advise her. Brother Meng, just say yes. Your donation to build a road for Maple County is a credit to the current generation and a benefit to the future. It's all what you deserve. Right. This is a little bit of the people's hearts. We all know that you are worth at least $1,000. Do not see this little fame and fortune, but this is the only thing we can do in Maple County. A common like Brother Meng who is indifferent to fame and fortune. I didn't expect that he would come out in our small county. The heavens have opened their eyes. Brother Meng is so handsome. He's such a gentleman. That's right. My teenage heart can't control it anymore. I want to charge into battle. Brother Meng, just say yes. The diners and passers-by who had gathered around, after understanding what had happened, also joined in the persuasion. Mr. Meng's great righteousness to build a railroad for the townspeople of Maple County. It's only right that a monument be erected to commemorate the event, and that it be included in the county's records. It's the right thing to do. You don't have to be too modest. You spent $100. It's $100 billion in nanodollars. In my opinion, not only should a monument be erected in the history books, but all the people of the county should come to the door to say thank you. It's best to have a banquet for all the people, dedicated to thanking Mr. Meng for his benevolence. I agree. With Mr. Meng's railroad, it'll be much easier to travel farther in the future. No need to squeeze on shuttle buses, and I've heard that Mr. Meng funded the construction of the most upscale high-speed railroad. It's the fastest kind in the world. You can ride on the most advanced railroad trains. That's for sure. Mr. Meng is contributing 100 billion nanodollars. Even if it's the highest quality, it's still more than enough. Mr. Meng is just too much of a cowcup, isn't he? Yes. I'm now in my second year of junior high school. I've already decided to enroll in South Hangzhou University in the future. I don't even want to go to Qingbei. Ask is because that's Mr. Meng's alma mater. When I get into South Hangzhou University, I'm going to follow in the footsteps of Mr. Meng as well. And Mr. Meng this lady but got what Nanhang Bank branch supervision to ensure that every penny falls on the ground. Ha ha. I heard through the grapevine that this lady's identity is the president of the Nanhang Bank. Good guy. Mr. Meng is also too much of a cowcup, isn't he? Studying at Nanhang University and then marrying the president of Nanhang Bank. How awesome is that? And Mrs. Meng is also very young and pretty. So young to be in this position. I'm afraid her family lineage is also very prominent. If I could marry such a wife, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Wake up, Mr. Meng and Mrs. Governor. That's called a good horse with a good target. The golden couple was born for each other. You just find a village girl honestly. Don't daydream all day long. Is Mrs. Meng something you can fantasize about? Aren't you afraid that the townspeople will find out and break your legs? I was wrong. I wish Mr. Meng and Mrs. Meng 100 years of happiness. Have a son soon. So it's better for Mr. Meng not to reject everyone's peace of mind. Otherwise the people of the county will feel guilty. Meng Yu was shocked. Would his refusal make the county folks feel guilty inside? Then this was indeed a poor consideration on his part. The folks back home were indeed simple folk, and would actually feel guilty over such a thing. Needless to say, this made Meng Yu a little hesitant. Ayu, look how enthusiastic the folks are. If you don't agree, I guess they're going to kneel down and beg to keep you from leaving. Do you really want to see them kneel? Besides, I think the folks are right. Wang Lingyu reached out to encircle Meng Yu's bare waist, her soft body softening in his arms, her breath puffing like orchids. What the townspeople said was good. Sentences were deep in her heart. Wang Lingyu's heart was happy to hear this, especially when the townspeople said I wish Mr. Meng and Mrs. Meng 100 years of happiness. Have a son soon. She felt that these folks were really too good at talking, and to say the truth that would happen later. Big truths like this. Seriously, Wang Lingyu hoped to hear it every day in the future because it was just too smooth to her ears and spoke to her heart. Meng Yu smiled helplessly. Since the hospitality is hard to refuse, I won't pretend to be noble. The matter of erecting a monument and enshrining it in the county's history, just let the county go ahead and get it. But remember not to make false claims. Write 100 pieces if you should. Don't write more for the sake of face. Understand? Husband's lesson is correct. As for my concubine, I will definitely keep it in mind. However, my lord husband, shouldn't we go home? Our mom should probably be waiting impatiently. Wang Lingyu smiled softly, since she had the rare opportunity to pretend to be Mrs. Meng for a while. She naturally wanted to live up to her addiction and call out the name that she usually only dared to think about in her heart. To her, this feeling was just too good. Unfortunately, when she left Feng County, without the identity of Mrs. Meng, she wouldn't dare to be so ungenerous anymore. The two of them then bid farewell to the townsfolk and left. Chapter 63. Mr. and Mrs. Meng are just too respectable. Meng Yu and Wang Lingyu rode away in the Maserati. The crowd looked out at the back of the Martinati for a long time. Mr. and Mrs. Meng are just too respectable. So young, and they're already giving back to society. Yeah, and have you noticed, this Maserati isn't even the top of the line. It's estimated to be worth only a few million natty dollars, which really doesn't match Mr. Meng's wealth. Alas, you guys don't understand. Truly powerful big shots always drive based on preference, not price. There's one thing to be said, indeed, for Mr. and Mrs. Meng. What's the difference between a few million natty dollars car and a few tens of billions of natty dollars car? People can take out $100 to buy a car. Can they not take out a dime to buy a supercar? It can be bought, but it's not necessary. A few $1,000,000 for a sports car is completely enough. Really spending 100 million to buy a luxury car, are you sure it's worth it? Although Mr. Meng is rich, he's not an ingrate. 100 million a luxury car? How much of that is paying IQ tax? People are stupid and have too much money? That's right. I see that those tycoons are all deliberately pretending. And Mr. Meng is different from them. His stature is here. There's no need for hundreds of millions of luxury cars to decorate. Exactly. How many of those who drive hundreds of millions of dollars of luxury cars are really big shots? I'm afraid that all of them are some second-generation ancestor who gnawed on the old man, right? But where a little ambition of the rich second generation will not take 100 million to buy a car to play. After all, the car this kind of thing is a consumable. Open a 3 years on the worthless. Scattered. We make a few thousand a month. Why bother worrying about things among billionaires? As long as we know that Mr. Meng's most bullish cup is finished. Mr. Meng is so handsome. What if I don't want to live with my current boyfriend and want to go give Mr. Meng a monkey? Me too. And anyways, I'm also the school flower of Feng County's second middle school, so I should be worthy of a gaijin like Mr. Meng, right? School flower? Don't dream about it. Mrs. Meng is a beautiful bank president? What can you, a school flower, compare to a bank president? I think you're thinking of peaches. Don't look at what kind of body Mrs. Meng has. I guess international supermodels have to bow down to you. Just you, a milky yellow hair girl, can't afford to get it? You, oomph, I just have a dream. Dreams are not the same as daydreams. With your looks, you're probably not even good enough to be Mr. Meng's mistress. Being a concubine? If it's a great hero like Mr. Meng who has the heart of the world in his heart, I can also consider it after all, a powerful person like him. In ancient times, they were all capable ministers of governance and lords of chaos. 3 wives and 4 concubines is completely acceptable to me. Asterisk. What about the promised requirement for boys to be devoted, exclusive in love? That's for ordinary boys. I'm afraid no girl would have the confidence to be exclusive to a man like Mr. Meng who has the power of an emperor, right? How many excellent women throughout the ages, knowing that there are 3,000 beauties in the harem, still yearn for them? Good fellow, I see that you are not thinking of peaches to eat, but your brain is full of peach trees. Cut. This schoolgirl is too lazy to explain to you straight iron men. You're no match for Mr. Meng. Sisters, let's go. Let's get a fan support group for Mr. Meng in the second middle school. These little ES are sick, right? Mr. Meng is a cowcop, but it has nothing to do with them. If you want to get close to Mr. Meng, you have to have Mr. Meng. Look at these mediocre fans. A bunch of little cats in heat. Nothing, alas. In fact, it's okay, we boys like Mrs. Meng is a goddess with white skin and long legs. It's normal for them to like Mr. Meng better than some packaged celebrities. That's true. Mr. Meng is 10,000 times better than those people. Spending $100 to screw the railroad for his hometown is truly manly. I admire him to the core. Who isn't? Wang Lingyu drove the Maserati on the road to Meng Yu's house. Originally, Meng Yu was planning to drive, but was politely declined by Wang Lingyu. Although she was now pretending to be Mrs. Meng, she wouldn't be so stupid as to really take herself seriously. In the end, she was still just a small assistant by Meng Yu's side. Even though Wang Lingyu was now the president of Nanhang Bank, she never dared to forget that the reason she was able to sit on the president's throne was all due to Meng Yu's support. The words that the old governor had said to her before he voluntarily stepped down from his post. She remembers it all clearly now. The old governor admonished her to hold on to Mr. Meng's thighs at all costs, as long as Mr. Meng was still standing behind Nanhang Bank. No one in the global business world would dare to touch Nanhang Bank, and with Mr. Meng as its back, Southern Hang Bank would grow very rapidly, not daring to say that it would challenge the position of the four major banks in the industry, but surpassing local banks such as Wuxi Bank, Boning Bank, and Jiazhanggang Bank, what is said to be just around the corner. Now, with the news of Nanhang Bank's close relationship with Mr. Meng spreading globally, Nanhang Bank's position as the number one local bank in Xia was vaguely formed, and the old governor's words were verified. Wang Lingyu couldn't help but lament that Ginger was still old and hot. If Mr. Meng hadn't come out of nowhere and happened to get her high up, I'm afraid that she would have to stay up for another 7 or 8 years if she wanted to take over the position of president. I estimate that there will still be a lot left over after repairing the railroad in $100. I plan to arrange for someone from the bank to come and build a branch. On the one hand, it will be able to better monitor the movement of funds, and on the other hand, it will also be able to provide financial support for the development of Maple County on an ongoing basis. Wang Lingyu asked for instructions. The corner of Meng Yu's mouth curled up slightly. Of course you can. It seems that you, the bank president, is not a bag of rice. There was one thing to say. Before this investment in building the railroad, he had always felt that Wang Lingyu was a bit dull, and that she was able to sit in the position of deputy president of the South Hangzhou Bank, relying solely on the influence of the Wang family. But Wang Lingyu gave him a little surprise. You don't bring to bully me like this. Back to Nanhang I'm going to tell Chenin to go. Wang Lingyu bristled. Alright, I actually know that my ability is inferior to Morong Qianyue. After all, we are bosom friends. I also know how strong she is when she's mad. I'm afraid that except for the one from the eastern clan in the imperial capital, no young generation of women in the entire Xia country can outshine her. Mr. Meng, you may not know from your seclusion in the city, but Qianyue is known as the Phoenix Daisy of Southern Hang. But if it's only in the field of banking, I'm the professional after all, and I'm definitely not inferior to Qianyue, Wang Lingyu said without being humble. Regarding her lack of ability, she had long made plans to specialize in one field. The imperial capital Dongfang clan? 1,000 words as the Southern Hangfeng Daisy? Meng Yu's eyes showed a thoughtful look. He remembered that in the host panel's good mate list, there was a Dongfang Diching with a favor progress, 62/100, but he had clearly never been to the imperial capital. How could Dongfang Diching have such a high favor progress? This could be a really interesting thing. Meng Yu suddenly opened his mouth and asked, since there is a phoenix, who is the crouching dragon? Of course it's Dongfang Diching. That woman is the pride of a generation, attracting countless young talents to compete, but she is very arrogant and has never faked a look. I seriously doubt that her surname orientation is abnormal. Wang Lingyu gripped the steering wheel and smiled heatedly, saying bad things about that woman behind her back. It's exciting just thinking about it. However, driving without a single glance, she did not realize that Meng Yu's expression was a bit odd. The imperial crouching dragon is Dongfang Diching? This? Meng Yu said that he couldn't accept it. Could it be that he had already been crushed by a heavenly woman before he even got the system? It was only because he already had a girlfriend that the other party didn't show up? Thinking of this situation, Meng Yu touched the bracelet in his pocket. It was the very same one that he had gotten back from the company. Could it be her? If it was her, everything made sense. We're almost home, Wang Lingyu softly reminded. Chapter 64 Old Meng family's only son has made a difference. Kongtai neighborhood. Old Street. The breakfast store with the outdated sign was closed. In the cool fruit store, the female owner was playing with her cell phone, and in front of the grocery store, 3 Amazons were talking and laughing. At this time, a burgundy Maserati drove into the street, stopping in the street parking space, attracting many passing pedestrians to stop and watch from afar. The female owner of the fruit store put down her cell phone and looked at the Maserati with glowing eyes. Grocery store owner old couple out of the store, saw the license plate of Zhujiang, and 3 Amazons whispered, this is whose child came back, even so good, changed such a grand sports car. However, the Maserati's window glass is pasted film. From the outside cannot see inside, they can only blindly guess. Maybe the Kongtai Building A, Building 201 room of the contractor Fat Tiger. Maybe C, Building 501 room of the road characters Zhang San. Anyway, no one will mention Meng Yu. Neighbors upstairs and downstairs. Who doesn't know that he's just a real estate salesman, holding out for a 200,000 Audi to the end. Just park it here. My dad's heart isn't too good. Pay attention when you talk later. Meng Yu looked at the familiar street scene outside the car window. A feeling of things being different surged to his heart. He had even come back during the Mid-Autumn National Day holiday this year, and everything in his old home hadn't changed. What has changed is his mindset. Although the pocket is still more than $100, the card is still more than $20,000, but with prices depreciating a billion times, he had gone from a common laborer returning from a part-time job to a giant man with savings that surpassed the richest man in the world. I know. Ayu, are we just going in? Should we change into plainer jackets? There are 2 sets in the trunk. Wang Lingyu asked for instructions. She knew that from now on, she was Meng Yu's girlfriend, and even though she was only pretending to be, she was able to meet Meng Yu's parents, which made her very nervous. Living in such an old neighborhood, Meng Yu's parents should be an extremely low-key rich couple just like him, right? Wang Lingyu stated that it was hard for her to imagine just what kind of excellent parents would be able to give birth to a perfect man like Meng Yu. Not necessary, Meng Yu blandly denied. Although a high-grade customized Armani was expensive, an ordinary Armani was only a few tens of thousands of dollars. Moreover, there were not too many ordinary residents in the county who could recognize an Armani, let alone differentiate between custom and standard. Wang Lingyu nodded her head tamely. Her appearance was like an obedient little daughter-in-law, and her eyes were full of undisguised love when she looked at Meng Yu. If she could, she really wished that she could become Meng Yu's real girlfriend. Of course, that wasn't too realistic. Turning off the engine and pulling up the handbrake, Wang Lingyu took off her flats and began to change into her Chanel high heels. Since this was the first time she was meeting her parents, even if she was just pretending to be her girlfriend, she still wanted to leave Meng Yu's parents with the best first impression. Meng Yu opened the car door, and the moment he stepped out of the Maserati, a handsome Armani's customized men's clothing shocked everyone who paid attention to the place. The crowd's jaws dropped as they stared dead at Meng Yu, their jaws on the verge of dropping to the ground. How is this possible? Isn't the Meng family kid selling houses in southern Hangzhou City? Is the income from selling houses so high these days? It's only been less than a year since he sold it, and he can afford such an awesome luxury car? When my son comes back, I'll let him sell houses too. Master, don't be ridiculous. This car is a Maserati Gran Turismo. It costs at least $3 million on the ground. How can you afford it with the meager agency income from selling houses? Is brother Meng really a real estate salesman? That's right. That's what Meng Yu's mom said. That's weird, because what Meng Gur is wearing is an Armani, and it's not even a regular made model, so it's estimated to cost $100,000 or so natty dollars at least. Asterisk. More than 100,000 natty dollars. This tops up to my son a year's salary. Meng's boy got a fortune? Hundreds of thousands or less. Customized Armani price is hard to say. However, it is also possible that the car and clothes are rented. Now the city people are shing this set. Meng's son may have learned the bad. However, this brother understanding's words were only halfway through. He was shocked by the scene in front of him. His eyes rounded and the corners of his mouth harangued, only to see Meng Yu walk outside the driver's seat and pull open the car door for Wang Lingyu in a very gentlemanly manner. Daughter-in-law, have you changed your shoes? Do you need me to carry you upstairs? Wang Lingyu looked at Meng Yu in a somewhat flattered manner. How could she be so virtuous as to allow Mr. Meng to open the car door for her? This was to break her life. However, she suddenly reacted that today, she was playing the role of Meng Yu's girlfriend, so it was normal for Meng Yu to treat her even better. Looking at the gentle smile at the corner of Meng Yu's mouth, Wang Lingyu felt her heart melt. If she could, she would like to spend her days like years at this moment. Wang Lingyu had the heart to refuse. After all, letting Mr. Meng open the door was already a great offense. If she let Mr. Meng carry her upstairs again, Wang Lingyu felt that she would be so ashamed afterwards that she would go crazy. However, when her vermilion lips lightly opened, she ghostly said, "Then I'll trouble Lord Husband." Typical of a heart that thought not to, but a mouth that was honest. After saying that, she covered her lips with her small hand and looked at Meng Yu pitifully, fearing that Meng Yu would get angry because of it. However, she didn't have time to worry for long before she was copied by a pair of strong arms, and in a cry of surprise, Meng Yu held Wang Lingyu sideways in his arms and closed the car door with his smooth leg. That know-it-all brother watched this scene from afar, wiped the harangues from the corners of his mouth, and proceeded to say to the boss beside him, "Consider me to be farting just now. Maserati can be rented. Armani can be rented. Like such a beautiful city daughter-in-law, even if the first two are sold, it is estimated that it is not enough for the change. This temperament, this look, and this exaggerated body. Absolutely. Why isn't that man me? Brother Noel said sourly. However, the old man didn't answer his words, but instead looked at Wang Lingyu bewildered, mouthing strange words such as a goblin transforming into a human being, a fairy descending to the earth, and so on. The Amazons who were watching from afar saw Mang Yu's familiar handsome face, and their eyes instantly warmed up. They didn't have those chaotic thoughts, seeing Mang Yu driving a sports car, wearing a famous brand, and returning with a beautiful daughter-in-law. Their first reaction was that Mang Yu had made a fortune. This must not be to get close? Mang, little brother, it's me. I'm your Auntie Lu. Don't you remember? I even hugged you when you were little. The only son of the Meng family is doing well. Little brother, where have you been making a fortune lately? Take that little brat of mine with you. He's already in high school, and he's still playing with his cell phone all day long. I think he'd be better off with you. Right, and my daughter. Do you know any reliable friends? Help me introduce them. Meng Yu's head was full of black question marks. To be reasonable, he and these grandmothers and grandfathers were just familiar with each other, the kind that couldn't even call out their names. How could he have the leisure time to help them arrange for their offspring? However, Meng Yu knew that they were all old neighbors, and he guessed that Meng's mother and father were familiar with them, so he was not in a position to balk and make things difficult for his parents. Suddenly, Meng's mother walked over with a large bag, live-killed chickens and ducks, pork and beef, fruits and vegetables. It looked like it was coming back from the food market. Chapter 65. Meng's mother couldn't be an ordinary woman. Mom, why are you carrying so many things by yourself? What if you get tired later? The moment Meng Yu saw his mother, he put down Wang Lingyu in his arms and rushed over to Meng's mother in 3 steps, taking over the heavy bags in her hands. Wang Lingyu looked at Meng's mother in surprise. It was a bit hard to believe that this wrinkled, calloused middle-aged woman in front of her was actually Meng Yu's mother. This was completely different from the low-key noblewoman she had imagined. No matter how low-key a woman was, there was no reason for her to stop taking care of herself, and Meng's mother was completely plain as a peasant woman. Meng couldn't have recognized the wrong mother, could he? However, what answered her was Meng Yu's cold eyes. Daughter-in-law, what are you waiting for? You're helping mom carry something instead. Little brat, you've gotten hard, haven't you? Don't be mean to my future daughter-in-law. City girls are delicate. I'm used to working hard. It's fine to carry more. The market is just a few steps away anyway, so it's troublesome to make 2 trips. Meng's mother glared at Meng Yu, smiling kindly. Meng Yu smiled some helpless. To hit is to hurt, to scold is to love. Although his own mother spoke nonchalantly, but the hard work of carrying these dishes, for whom they were prepared, there is no need to say more, right? Mother's love is worthy of everyone's respect. After all, everyone is a mother born in October. Wang Lingyu's face panicked. It's over. It's over. This was just a meeting and she had made a fatal mistake. Meng's mother had definitely changed her impression for the worse. And the word city girl, why did they sound so harsh? Is this a dig at her for taking herself too seriously? Heaven and earth were kind. She, Wang Lingyu, was only surprised by Meng's mother's appearance. That was why she hadn't reacted to help for a moment. In her heart, she had no intention of being self-possessed. Besides, in front of Meng's mother, she was a mere president of the Southern Hangzhou Bank, so she didn't have much of an identity. People's Meng's mother could do manual labor. Why couldn't she? Mom, I'm sorry, I was distracted just now and didn't think that you were so down to earth. Wang Lingyu hurriedly came forward and snatched a few shopping bags from Meng's mother's hands. There were only 2 left, and Meng's mother refused to let go of them, no matter what she said. Good guy. It was quite heavy. If Meng could carry so many, how strong her hands must be. Could it be that Meng's mother was blending in with the farmers? Wang Lingyu, I thought it was very possible. Meng's mother must be doing this to experience the people's plight as well. This was the same as Meng disguising himself as a real estate salesman and Morong Qianyue going as a supermarket cashier. Meng's mother didn't hesitate to completely incarnate as an ordinary citizen, leaving behind her beautiful appearance and wholeheartedly pursuing great qualities. This kind of sublime woman who transcended the mundane world was indeed a woman whose ideological insights were beyond her imagination. Moreover, Wang Lingyu recalled the house that Meng Yu rented. Wasn't it also a shabby rented house? This wave it was the older generation of great men reminiscing about their suffering, blending in with the people and experiencing the hardships of the world. Wang Lingyu felt that she had guessed the truth. Sure enough, she was still intelligent. Mother Meng looked at Wang Lingyu with compassion. Alas, daughter-in-law, although that brat of mine talks a bit fiercely, he's kind-hearted, practical, and dedicated to his love. You won't suffer if you follow him. In fact, Meng's mother did not expect. Meng Yu found a beautiful city daughter-in-law, and hardworking, unlike the TV play so savage and capricious. But before Meng Yu came back, Wilson briefly mentioned it to Meng's mother, said he got a what Morong big boss's appreciation, not only earned a large sum of money, and changed the income of a higher job. At that time, Meng's mother was still half believing, but now, once she saw Wang Lingyu, she instantly believed 9 points. She had heard from the young men who had returned from their jobs that in the big city, it was impossible to find a wife without money. Mengyu's daughter-in-law is so beautiful, and I'm afraid his new job treats his spouse very well. So Mengyu has met the man of his destiny. I've heard that city people love souvenirs. If she has the chance, she must bring her hometown souvenirs and go to that Morong big boss's house to say thank you. The crowd saw Mengyu's side of the oil and salt. Then they had no choice but to shift their target and go up to Meng's mother to save the country in a curved way. Mengyu's mom, your kid is capable now. I've been saying for a long time now that Mengyu's kid is no ordinary person at first glance, and sooner or later he'll soar. But when your family gets rich, you can't forget the neighbors on the street. That's right, Mengyu's mom. See if you can help out and arrange a job for my kid. I reckon that Meng Xiaoguo's son is a big shot in the city now, isn't he? Mengyu's mom, you'll be blessed for the rest of your life. Amidst the ass-kissing of the neighbors, Meng's mother, who was used to being honest, responded in a loud voice. She was all smiles, and had never been so happy in her life. Meng's mother is not highly educated, and has never been to a big city, and has worked hard for half her life. When has she ever received such flattery from her neighbors? And it's only normal that she gets lost in the flattery. Mengyu shook his head and lost his smile. Look at this. He chose not to tell his parents about his real assets. Is definitely a correct choice. Otherwise, Mengyu felt like he would turn into a babysitter for the neighborhood children. This was an absolute no-no. It was incumbent upon him to benefit the township, and even serve the country and the people. But when it came to individuals specifically, there was absolutely no way he would become a nanny. After all, on what grounds? If he was rich again, it was all earned by himself through the system, so why should he give it to someone else for nothing? But looking at the smile on Meng mother's face, Mengyu could instead help those neighbors in a small way, as if he had spent a small amount of money and bought a real-life version of Kwa-Kwa-kun. After all, when the time comes, how to help and to what extent? It is not all a matter of his words. Anyway, Mengyu would not be the wrongdoer. Wang Lingyu, on the other hand, watched with a face of adoration. Meng's mother acted too much like this. If it wasn't for Mengyu's status here, she almost believed that Meng's mother was really an uneducated peasant woman. Such a deep sense of substitution. Wang Lingyu suddenly understood why no one could actually recognize Mengyu when he was hiding in the city. Dare I say that it was Meng's mother who taught her by example. On the piece of rich people experiencing life, Wang Lingyu would like to call Meng's mother in some the strongest, which blended in simply without a single flaw, just like the real thing. Alright, all the folks are dispersed. Don't we have a neighborhood group? Feel free to contact my mom if there's something. I'll see what I can do to help. Mengyu spoke blandly. He could already imagine the scene of Meng's mother being the object of favor in the various groups. But this was good, wasn't it? Would any woman not like words of praise? Not to mention that his own mother deserved this kind of honor, and would even carry higher glory in the future, simply because she was his mother. It was just that right now, he was worried that the two old men wouldn't be able to adapt, and their minds wouldn't be able to adjust for a while, so they might be prone to problems instead. As for help, he also said it depended on the situation. Then there wasn't any problem with pulling a hand if it was appropriate, and ignoring it if it wasn't, right? The crowd of neighboring townspeople heard Mengyu open his mouth to invite people, and only then did they disperse. Mengyu's three left the old street and walked into the neighborhood. Chapter 66, Do even Mr. Meng have to save private money? The three of them walked into the neighborhood. Mengyu's family's neighborhood house was bought in 02, when prices were still cheap. Meng's father and mother barely bought a house of about 100 square meters. More than 10 years have passed. Mengyu was an adult, and the iron gates of the neighborhood had rusted into disuse. Ayu, is this where you grew up? Wang Lingyu curiously surveyed this neighborhood with very little greenery. It was hard to imagine that it was such an ordinary and somewhat shabby neighborhood that housed such an esteemed hidden family as Mengyu's. Mengyu smiled faintly. Yes, my father and I even played badminton in that open space. Now that I recall it, it's full of memories. Mentioning Mengyu's father, Mengyu turned his head to look at his mother suspiciously and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Is he still busy at the store? The reason why he was so sure that Meng father wasn't at home was because if Meng father was at home, he definitely wouldn't have let Meng mother carry so many dishes all by herself. Yeah, son, daughter-in-law, let's go up first. Meng mother responded with a smile. The three of them went up to the second floor, and Meng mother opened the door to her room. Mengyu placed the large bag in his hand, on the large round wooden dining table, and was about to go into the kitchen to get the dishes, but was driven out by Meng mother. Xiao Yu, go play with Lingyu for a while, don't come to the kitchen and get in the way. Meng's mother carried the dishes and went into the kitchen and started to busy herself. The three of them chatted for a bit when they went upstairs, and she also knew the rough facts about Wang Lingyu, such as Wang Lingyu working at the Nanhang Bank, and also the way she and Meng Yu met. Of course, Wang Lingyu followed Meng Yu's instructions and did not say any of the key information. Wang Lingyu stood in the living room with some constraints, eyeing the hall with curiosity. The big-ass TV set, the old wooden furniture, permeated with a strong sense of age. Since the last time I went to see Meng Yu's rented house, what $2 bill folded paper airplane, what filled vault coin box, and cotton jacket pocket randomly placed a bunch of 100 yuan red giant banknotes. None of them opened Wang Lingyu's eyes. Let Wang Lingyu for Mr. Meng's low-profile luxury have a real understanding. And this time when she came to Meng Yu's old home, with the previous experience, she naturally held high expectations in her heart. After all, this was an old house that Meng Yu had lived in for more than a decade, and in terms of heritage, it was definitely too much higher than a rental house. However, reality gave her a heavy blow. Everything in the living room was so unusually arranged, just like an ordinary family in the county. Wang Lingyu inwardly wondered, could it be that Mr. Meng really came from an ordinary family? Or was it that Mr. Meng's father and mother were already rich to the point where they had returned to the realm of simplicity, and were not interested in all the valuables? Then what was the difference between having money and not spending it, and having no money at all? Wang Lingyu said that she couldn't accept this rough life. She was just an ordinary secular woman who especially cared about her looks and figure, but she didn't want to work on her household and turn into a yellow-faced woman. Ding! Detected a small drop in favorability progress of Jiawu Wang Lingyu. Current favorability progress is 25 out of 100. Please ask the host to choose whether to remove her good couple sequence qualification. Note, before the favor progress reaches 60, it will increase or decrease with the host's words and actions. The higher the favor progress, the more it will stabilize. Not necessary for now. Meng Yu finished reading silently in his mind and glanced at Wang Lingyu expressionlessly. He had brought Wang Lingyu to his hometown because Morong Qianyue wanted to operate the company's project. And secondly, why wasn't it a test for her? If the two of them still couldn't stabilize Wang Lingyu's favorability after a period of time, then there would be no need for him to cultivate her. Reality was so cruel. After all, it was hard to find three-legged women in this world. Two-legged women were everywhere. And with his current horrifying savings that surpassed the world's richest man by a few times, and with the system as a good helper in place, finding a few beauties that could not be found amongst the 10,000 wasn't as easy as pinching an ant to death. How was it possible to surround a woman? Even if her figure was actually attractive, she was only worthy of being reduced to a toy. For those around him, what he needs is absolute loyalty. How else would he dare to arrange important things for them? Moreover, Wang Lingyu wasn't his only choice at the moment. Manhwa and Wei Yuelan could also be cultivated, especially Manhwa. This little fangirl, perhaps because of idol worship, as long as Meng Yu was slightly nicer to her, her favor progress brushed upwards. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew Wang Lingyu earlier, and Meng Yu was more nostalgic, he actually wanted to cultivate Manhwa first. Thinking of this, Meng Yu shook his head and walked into the bedroom. Wang Lingyu's matter will be left to chance. This woman he is certainly optimistic about, but this kind of thing, the human heart, is hard to catch. Meng Yu thought here. Will Wang Lingyu left behind, walked straight into his room. Wang Lingyu was swept away by Meng Yu, feeling her heart jumping, somehow causing Mr. Meng to be unhappy. She hurriedly lowered her head and followed behind Meng Yu, because Meng Yu was the only child in his family. He had a separate room of his own since he was in elementary school, and his parents were kind of relaxed about his education. His room was still quite personalized. System, didn't you say that my assets are immune to depreciation? How come the change in the room has all depreciated into nanodollars? Meng Yu casually picked up a nanodollar coin on the desk and asked the system in his mind. The system's voice resounded in his mind. Dear host, because the price magic box needs to ensure reasonableness when transforming the world. If the coins belonging to the host in this room are not devalued, then when your mother cleans the room, or guests come to the door, it will inevitably bring some unpredictable trouble to the host. Of course, for the host's privately hidden coins and passbooks, under the condition of ensuring that no one is aware of them, they are still immune to devaluation. And for these adjustments, the losses brought to the host, this system will provide $1,000 of compensation. $1,000 of compensation? Meng Yu nodded slightly in satisfaction. There was no doubt that the bits and pieces of small money he had lost, when added together, would never amount to $1,000. He had made a bloody profit in this wave. However, since the system mentioned his private money, the corners of Meng Yu's mouth rose slightly, and it seemed that hiding some money away in the first place was also a correct choice. As for why he had to hide his private money, the reason for this may not be well understood by regular people, and that is the security of paper money. That can't be brought about by a string of numbers on a cell phone screen. and leaving some paper money and gold in the old home. In case of military chaos one day, it's all security. But since this time he came back, Mengyu was going to take his parents and move. He definitely wanted to take all his private money with him. Mengyu reached out and took out the old wooden drawer of the desk, then reached in and fumbled around, taking out a small ingot of silver and a stack of banknotes. When Wang Lingyu saw this scene, her eyes opened wide and her cherry mouth opened round enough to stuff a large egg into it. Boy, these days, even a big shot like Mr. Meng needs to save up his personal money? That's true too. Mr. Meng was a young man like her, and naturally didn't have Meng's mother's mentality of returning to the basics, and couldn't accept a life of poverty where money wasn't used. Wang Lingyu felt like she completely understood in this instant. No wonder Mr. Meng had asked her to conceal some things from Meng's mother. It turned out that Meng's father and mother were actually completely unaware that he had exposed the rich man's identity. Thinking of this, Wang Lingyu casually unlocked the door to her room. Private money, this kind of thing. Have to work quietly. Do not shoot the gun, doghead, to save life. Chapter 67. Earned $200 on a part-time job during college? Mengyu heard the sound of the room door unlocking and looked up at Wang Lingyu, handing her the pile of bills he took out, signaling her to wrap it in a Hermes bag. Wang Lingyu opened the bag thievishly, as if she was a stupid thief who had burglarized the room. Wow, $1,200. Ah, you can hide a really big amount of money. Wang Lingyu covered her mouth and exclaimed in a small voice. 1,200 pieces was 12,000 billion nanodollars. That's enough to buy a large company. Mr. Meng really was not short of money. Such a large sum of money was just placed in an ordinary wooden table. In case if it was burned off by fire, wouldn't he have to cry out? Wang Lingyu thought for a second. It doesn't seem right. For her as the bank president, this was indeed an extraordinary amount of money. But for Mr. Meng, I'm afraid it was just a drop in the bucket. After all, he was an honorable being that the world's banking giants all looked forward to seeing. And how much money does Mr. Meng have? That's a world-class mystery. I'm afraid that even the stock god, Warren Buffett, could only shake his head and sigh, stating that poverty had limited his imagination. Mengyu bristled. Look at your untalented look. This money is what I earned on the side when I was in college. Even if my mom knows it, it's nothing. It's just that it's more troublesome to explain. There is one thing to say. Mengyu really hadn't thought about how to explain to his parents that his bank balance had suddenly surpassed that of the world's richest man. If he could drag it out for a day, he would do so. Waiting to experience more things, parents may be able to calmly accept. He made $200 on the side during college? Ha! Wang Lingyu was stunned. Making money on the side in college? No wonder I heard that Mr. Meng's performance in college was mediocre and he seldom participated in various organizational activities, so I guess he focused on making money. That's true. She went to college those years. If there can earn 1,200 big projects, which have what idle mind to participate in these miscellaneous clubs, I'm afraid to immediately suspend to focus on making money. That's a whole 1,200 billion. With so much money, compared to the college that is not a thing, to earn a few $100 billion more to build a university as a trustee, doesn't it smell good? Wang Lingyu felt that her heart was more sour than eating a lemon. In the past, there was Wang Dalin's small goal of 100 million, so it was okay. Wang Lingyu felt that she still had the opportunity to earn, but now Mr. Meng had earned 120 billion on the side during his college years. This made her only be able to look on in awe, not to mention this lifetime. Even if it was 10 lifetimes, I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to earn this much money. Even the entire South Hangzhou Wang family's assets, large and small, added together, I'm afraid that it could reach the level of trillions of dollars. And this is actually just Mr. Meng's part-time job to earn? This is to go to the Lighthouse Country stock market robbery? How does it feel to earn faster than printing money? Mr. Meng, you're really great. Lingyu admires you to the core. Actually busy with her studies while at university, she can still find time to earn $1,200. The sky does not give birth to Mr. Meng. The business world is as long as the night. Wang Lingyu heartily exclaimed. It didn't matter how thick of a principal Mr. Meng had, what kind of network support he had provided with the hidden family behind him, what he earned up to $200, that was all solid skill. Wang Lingyu felt that this was already enough. Yeah, Governor Wang is too kind. Isn't it just $1,200? You'd probably earn much more than that by casually doing a part-time job at the university. Mengyu subconsciously shook his head. But isn't it? What was $1,200 before the world was devalued a billion times? I'm afraid that a casual part-time job would earn you $1,500 a month, right? Not to mention that Wang Lingyu was a woman from a family of this caliber. And I'm afraid that back in the days when she was in college, she was also the premier school goddess. So if she were to work and study, wouldn't the recruiters have to scramble for her head? Not to mention, with Wang Lingyu's 98-point body, casually participate in a modeling contest. It is estimated that you can win the crown. And then by the way, to get a Miss Asia reputation, money is not too easy. Of course. In fact, Wang Lingyu is not likely to do so. The first line of the family women have their own pride. This kind of exposure to rely on the face to eat the work, Wang Lingyu will not be interested in. Moreover, as the younger sister of the southern Hongzhou Wang family's head, she never had to worry about food, clothing, housing and transportation. Even in the villa where she lived, there were special maids to serve her when she changed and ate. So it could be said that she was an aristocratic young lady who didn't dip her fingers in the spring water. Wang Lingyu gave Mengyu a grudging look, and lowered her head in shame and inferiority. Not just $1,200? A casual part-time job? Thou hearest, do people speak? Did Mr. Meng think that just because he was a cowcup, all the children of his family were just as cowcup as he was? If she had really followed Mengyu's part-time job behavior back then, she probably would have made 10 million naira at best and come to the end of her days, and she would have had to borrow her family's connections. As for $200? That was 200 billion nano yuan. Wan Lingyu didn't even dare to think in her dreams that she could earn this much money in her life, let alone earn this much on a part-time basis during her college years alone. Movies don't even dare to act like this. The authors of online novels wouldn't dare to write like this. Mr. Meng, how can I compare myself to you? You're a legendary big shot within the banking world, and you need to have unfathomable savings funds. For you to say that, that's really discounting my little girl. Wang Lingyu laughed bitterly. Now that Meng's mother was busy in the kitchen, there was no need for her to pretend to be her daughter-in-law and take advantage of Mengyu. Besides, knowing that Mengyu had casually earned 1,200 yuan on a part-time job during his college years, she also realized the huge gap between the two. It wasn't a point or two. Rather, it was a difference of clouds and mud, or even a galaxy apart. I'm afraid that even Morong Qianyue, who had outstanding abilities, was only worthy of playing second fiddle to Mr. Meng. Mr. Meng was like a sleeping lion, sitting on a vast territory and possessing the strongest power, but didn't go out to hunt easily, unless he encountered a truly large prey that the lionesses couldn't solve. This invisible majesty made the high-minded and proud Wang Lingyu feel inexplicably in awe. Ding! Detected that the good mate Wang Lingyu is in awe. The favor progress has greatly increased. The current favor progress is 40/100, randomly rewarding the host with 2,000 yuan. What's the situation? Didn't this woman's favorability drop a bit earlier? Why is she suddenly in awe? Mengyu expressed his inability to understand. However, the 2,000 yuan rewarded by the system was really fragrant. Converted into nanodollars is 20,000 million. Enough for Mengyu to buy an entire villa area in the center of southern Hangzhou. Learning that Wang Lingyu's favorability progress had increased, Mengyu looked at her a bit more favorably as well. People are all mutual. Wang Lingyu treated him as a close friend, so he naturally did not need to treat Wang Lingyu as a mere assistant. This was the benefit of having a goodwill system. Otherwise, people's hearts are not the same. How could Mengyu guess? These women wandering around, who was being tongue-in-cheek, and who is sincere and truthful? The system is done when it's given. Chapter 68, Trouble Governor Wang to get up. Don't be too formal. Just relax and treat this place as your home. Mengyu gently caressed Wang Lingyu's slightly arched jade back. Wang Lingyu nodded vigorously at his words. Understood, Mr. Meng. However, her small hand gripping the Hermes bag's carrying handle became whiter and whiter, and it looked like she was even more nervous. There was no way. Sharing a room with Mengyu, the richest man in the world, it was unlikely to not be nervous. She looked at Mengyu's sunny and handsome side face, carrying a bag containing $1,200. Her mind was dizzy, and there was no doubt that if Mengyu were to do something to her at this time, even if she was a conservative woman of the world, it would be hard for her to give birth to a heart of rejection, especially when her back was being stroked by Mengyu. She felt like her bones were melting. Sit on the bed for a while if you're tired. It's easy to get tired standing in high heels. Alas, let me think about where the rest of the money is hidden. I clearly remembered it before I arrived home, but I can't even think of it this time. Mengyu scratched his hair. The so-called cunning rabbit has 3 holes. Since this money is used to cope with special circumstances, then Mengyu must have stored it separately to avoid being swept away by the vermin. Wang Lingyu, whose brain was blank, was obedient to Mengyu's instructions and sat on the soft double bed in the room as instructed. When her buttocks touched the edge of the bed, Wang Lingyu suddenly thought of a very serious problem. That is, since she was temporarily playing the role of Mengyu's daughter-in-law this time, I'm afraid that she would have to sleep in the same bed with him at night, right? Otherwise, Meng's mother would definitely be suspicious. As soon as she thought of sharing a bed with Mengyu at night, Wang Lingyu's pretty face flushed red, just like the blush of the setting sun, and her already enchanting image became more and more charming at this moment. Demonis, delicate, old bed. Meng Yu admitted that as he watched this scene, his heartbeat accelerated, and he couldn't help but walk over to Wang Lingyu's side and push her down on the bed. Wang Lingyu's beauty was different from Morong Qianyu. Morong Qianyue was the kind of beauty of $1,000 lady, gentle and virtuous with a bit of spontaneity, just like an exquisite piece of jade, making him unable to resist wanting to embrace it in his arms and caress it gently. On the other hand, Wang Lingyu's beauty in front of him was a kind of extreme demonic winding. It was like a 1,000-year-old snake spirit that had cultivated into essence, possessing an exaggerated serpentine figure and charming temperament, making the evil fire in his heart ignite, giving birth to the idea of conquering and ravaging, wanting to press her down on the bed and output her 100 times. Wang Lingyu's eyes were confused, her teeth biting her lips, quietly lying on the bed, without any resistance movements. Obviously for Meng Yu has long been secretly in love with her. If Meng Yu wanted to fake it, then she was very much looking forward to becoming Meng Yu's real girlfriend. And she also knew that her devilish body and seductive temperament, for men, has how attractive. Looking at Meng Yu's domineering eyes that wanted to eat her, Wang Lingyu felt that her bones were all tingly, and she looked at Meng Yu with affection, her narrow beautiful eyes resembling a pool of autumn water. Come on, her lover. At this moment, she was everything was Meng Yu's, at your disposal. Meng Yu's hands were propped up on the bedsheets, slowly leaning down until the distance between their faces was less than 10 centimeters, and Wang Lingyu could feel her lover's hot breath spraying on her face. Wang Lingyu is in a state of confusion, but still maintains the last trace of reserve of a woman of the world, did not take the initiative to ask, but slowly closed her eyes. BFF Morong Qianin is sorry. Love is selfish. She also likes Mr. Meng very much. It is impossible to give up to Morong Qianyue. Suddenly, Meng Yu's face was joyful. Right. The second sum of money was placed in the secret compartment under the bed. I finally remembered. Please get up for a moment. Banker Wang. Perhaps because he recalled the key big event, his boiling animal blood instantly cooled down, and he climbed up from the bed without hesitation. Compared to the things he recalled, the matters of the bed were not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention that Meng Yu was now rich and powerful, and there was no shortage of women around him who would willingly give him sleep. So the matter of being anxious and lustful was completely non-existent. The secret compartment under the bed? Trouble? Wang Lingyu froze. Ah, this? She had already put on a flirtatious stance of letting the king pick her up. And this is what happened. What happened to the promised sensational earthquake? Sure enough, the color books are all lies. What kind of emperor loves the beauty but not the mountains? Now it seems that a legendary figure like Mr. Meng, a hidden existence that is almost like a business emperor, has no obsession with beauty at all. Okay? However, Wang Lingyu didn't dare to complain about anything at all. Her face full of incredulity hadn't dispersed yet, and the moment she lowered her head, she grudgingly gouged out a glance at Meng Yu, and unwillingly got up to leave the soft mattress. Meng Yu at this time, full of excitement recalling the location of the hidden money, simply do not have time to pay attention to Wang Lingyu. See Wang Lingyu get up and leave, cannot wait to roll up the cover, and then fumble on the bed. He then gouged out a small piece of square bedboard, revealing a shallow dark compartment for hiding things inside. Finally, a small square flat wooden box inside was taken out. Looking at this small wooden box, Meng Yu's eyes showed the color of reminiscence. This is when he was in junior high school. He was fascinated by the Majia mechanical arts and the Moon of Qin dynasty, and specially asked the carpenter to build a small wooden box, and then hid it from his parents, secretly borrowed carpenter's tools, and chiseled a small dark compartment in the bed. Now looking back, those years when he was in junior high school, it is true that he was quite middle-aged, but people are not middle-aged in vain. In fact, he didn't hate his past self, just occasionally recalling it, he would feel a little embarrassed. Governor Wang, a child's trick. I've made you laugh. Meng Yu awkwardly coughed twice and casually opened the lid of the wooden box. Inside the wooden box lay a brand new stack of 100 yuan red banknotes quietly, an old emerald bracelet pressed on top of the banknotes. Wang Lingyu saw the thickness of this stack of 100 yuan red banknotes. The face of a little pout was immediately replaced by shock. To her banking experience for several years, so thick a stack of almost $5,000, the equivalent of Na yuan is a full $5 trillion. Moreover, this is a $100 red banknote with a dark golden edge, the 9 to 5 of the vault banknotes, any one of them in the outside world. That is enough to make the global banking giants as if they were the guests of honor. Although Wang Lingyu knew that Meng Yu's assets exceeded $10,000, and that he was still a legendary big shot whose savings exceeded the market value of Pinghua Company. However, the 10,000 yuan figure in the banking system was not as shocking as the thick pile of red 100 yuan banknotes in front of her. Looking at the red 100 yuan banknotes flashing under the light with a dignified glow, Wang Lingyu subconsciously gulped down a mouthful of saliva without contention. She swore that she had never seen so much cash in her life. She had never seen so much cash in her life. Even when she followed the old bank president and went to the international banking conference, she had only seen at most 3,000 vault notes. But who in any normal bank would display vault notes that amounted to about 5,000 pieces, equivalent to about 5 trillion yuan? Even if it was locked in an underground vault, it wouldn't feel safe enough. However, Meng Yu just casually shoved the wooden box into her hand. Then with a grave expression, he took out the old jadeite bracelet in the box and gently rubbed it with the tip of his index finger. Save this money in your bank. It looked quite a bit like buying a casket of pearls. Wang Lingyu was shocked. What kind of fairy bracelet is this? Surprisingly, it was more valued by Mr. Meng than a vault note worth 5 trillion nanodollars. Chapter 69. Do you think I'll be unprepared at all? Meng Yu's room. Please rest assured, Mr. Meng, my daughter will ensure the safety of this money even if she puts her life on the line. Wang Lingyu emotionally received the wooden box and held it tightly in her arms. This was almost 5 trillion nanodollars, not to mention local banks like the South Hang Bank, even the 4 major domestic banks, or international banks. I'm afraid they would all drool at the sight of it. Deciding to follow Mr. Meng's back was indeed the right choice. If she didn't mix with Mr. Meng, would she, Wang Lingyu, be able to pull in $5 trillion in deposits after running around all her life? The answer was bound to be no. Not to mention, Meng Yu had deposited 10 trillion last night. This was also the reason why Wang Lingyu would not reject Meng Yu's intimate behavior just now. Any other woman, I'm afraid, wouldn't be able to refuse a handsome man with such a fortune, not to mention that she was a bank president, and this deposit would help her career development immensely. However, she looked at the old jadeite bracelet in Meng Yu's hands. Her eyes were in shock. Could it be that this bracelet was even more precious than the $5,000 in the wooden box? It couldn't be. Any more powerful old pit emerald fey bracelet could not be worth 5 trillion nanodollars. Even if it was an antique with added collection value, at the top it would be worth 10 billion nanodollars, right? Moreover, in Wang Lingyu's opinion, the quality of this emerald bracelet is just average. That is, the years may be a little longer. However, Wang Lingyu heart again is doubtful. Also have to first box in the vault banknotes face-to-face inventory accurate, so as not to make a misunderstanding, causing a big trouble. No, this is a thick pile of $100 red banknotes, plus the 12 in front of it. What a horrendous amount of cash. If a single one was missed, even if it was an unintentional mistake, it would be equivalent to the South Hang Bank hacking Mr. Meng for 100 billion yuan. Hacking Mr. Meng for 100 billion? The consequences of such an act was something that the South Hang Bank simply couldn't afford. Not to mention the South Hang Bank, even the 4 major banks, the Mizhou Bank and the Lighthouse Kingdom. I'm afraid that they wouldn't dare to do this kind of behavior that digs its own grave, because Mr. Meng is really too rich. Being rich is not just talk. What if an extra one was counted? Wang Lingyu said that they, the Nanhang Bank, couldn't afford to send 100 billion nanodollars in cash. This would definitely kill the Nanhang Bank. One must know that for the entire year of 19, Nanhang Bank's net profit was only 6 billion natty dollars. In other words, as long as she did one more calculation, South Hang Bank would be equivalent to working for Meng Yu for nothing for more than 10 years. And this kind of catastrophic responsibility was not something that she, the new president, dared to take on. Therefore, Wang Lingyu was extremely serious this time, changing into white gloves and concentrating on counting over and over again, fearing that she would make a mistake in counting continuously. It's a good thing that she practiced the basic skills of counting money manually, between her fingers fluttering, soon counted out a total of 63, and then quickly counted 99 times. This number, but this boring process. But the Meng Yu straight rolled his eyes. Well, it is 63 right, President Wang. You quickly put away pointing back and forth. It's not like the money will give birth to a baby. Mr. Meng, you wait a little longer. I'll carefully and finally count it once more. If it's still 63, I'll encapsulate these vault notes into the transfer equipment. Wang Lingyu laughed bitterly. Good fellow, could it be that she liked to ink? The problem was that this money was also a little too much, and the consequences of making a mistake in counting it were too terrifying. Even if she and Meng Yu had a good personal relationship, she definitely didn't dare to relax on this matter. In fact, if time permitted, she would like to transfer 2 of her capable subordinates from Nanhang City and have each of them order another 100 times, then arrange for 4 heavily armed money carriers to escort and safely deposit into the South Hang Bank headquarters vault. Only then can she be completely at ease. After all, caution was the key to success. Still want to encapsulate? Fine, whatever. Meng Yu shrugged his shoulders. For Wang Lingyu's seriousness and dedication, Meng Yu actually recognized it in his heart. After all, although he was very rich, it didn't mean that he could tolerate the loss of $100 for nothing. Wouldn't that make him an ingrate? If anyone dared to hack him for $100, I'm afraid that even if he ran to the ends of the earth, up to the bottom of the Yellow Springs. Meng Yu would have to shake people through the system to thwart the other party, and then chase the money back. After all, 100 pieces could be 100 billion nanodollars. He took it to donate to his hometown to build a railroad, took it to invest in the company Morong Qianyue started. That's all his way of spending. And then whole luxury and waste is also the manifestation of Meng Yu's will. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care about having 100 billion stolen by others. $10 million can make a brother fight to the death. $1 billion can make a father and son fight to kill each other. Not to mention $100 billion of real money. There can't be anyone who doesn't care, can there? No? To put it bluntly, if Wang Lingyu is really obsessed with money and dares to do anything to embezzle it, then next year's today will be the anniversary of her death. Once the fundamental interests were hurt, then they were enemies, and Meng Yu wouldn't care about the other party's body and beauty. Only a dead enemy is a good enemy. What's more, Meng Yu has always believed that the so-called compassion for Jade is to be used on Morong Qianyue, the kind of woman who is loyal to her, while traitors and dog traitors should all be removed. Of course, Meng Yu for Wang Lingyu is still more trusting, or else depositing money would not be preferred South Hang Bank. Moreover, after having a goodwill system, Meng Yu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to see any traitors in his life, because he would definitely keep an eye out for any goodwill that was too low, and would only arrange for some inconsequential and trivial matters. As for normal things like ordinary subordinates jumping ship, Meng Yu surely didn't care about it, and his harsh requirements for loyalty were limited to the people around him. Wang Lingyu carefully counted the banknotes, making sure that they were still 63, before carefully following the process of sealing them into the titanium square box, and then placing them in her Hermes bag. You don't have to be too worried, not to mention the fact that the law and order in Xia nowadays is very good. There are no flying car robbers at all anymore, and thieves are rare. Let's just say that since you're following me around, do you think I'll be unprepared at all? Meng Yu casually comforted. He estimated that this sister, who had too much money on her, was a little too nervous. True, for him with the unlimited scanning system, all the dangers, he could foresee in advance, like what going out with bad luck and being hit by a car, or encountering a rowdy little gangster. For him it was all completely possible to know in advance. His system and the protection of the host this piece, it had always been a dead giveaway. This was also the reason why Meng Yu was able to remain calm and collected forever. The system could even devalue global prices by 1 billion times. So how could there be any danger that could bypass the system's danger foreknowledge and directly harm him? This was non-existent. As for knowing the danger, how to erase the source of the danger? The system had already given a reply that Meng Yu was satisfied with in the case of Su Lingyun, and that was that he could go through the system and hire all sorts of powerful darkness organizations to do things for him. It was like him hiring the Black Rose mercenary group to protect Su Lingyun, whose identity was in doubt. Anyway, with a sharp sword in his hand, whether he used it to guard or kill his enemies was all up to him. He wasn't like an ordinary tycoon, who possessed a huge amount of wealth without the ability to protect himself. Your lesson is right. It is the youngest daughter who has been overthinking. Wang Lingyu breathed a sigh of relief at his words. There was a saying. It was only normal for a legendary big shot like Meng Yu to have his own forces. This was not something she was surprised by at all. It was just that Mr. Meng had been unaccompanied, causing her to overlook it. Thinking about it now, I'm afraid that those secretly protecting Mr. Meng are all top-notch powerful people, so it's only normal for her, a woman with no hands, to not be able to tell where her protectors are. It was like plainclothes security personnel. If they could be recognized by ordinary people at a glance, then the camouflage ability would be too much to pull across, right? Why not just wear a uniform? And the protector that could be chosen by Mr. Meng, without a doubt, should be the world's top security personnel. I'm afraid that the plainclothes bodyguard of the head of the Lighthouse Kingdom might not be as powerful as Mr. Meng's protector. Chapter 70, he never takes the initiative to flirt with girls. When Wang Lingyu thought about it this way, she immediately dismissed the idea of calling for an armed money carrier. In this world, there was no safer place than around Mr. Meng. No wonder Mr. Meng never worried about his safety, even though he carried over $100 with him and rented in a dilapidated neighborhood with no property. Hey, Mr. Meng, my daughter was curious just now. This jadeite bracelet in your hand looks just average in quality. Why does even you seem to care about it? Of course, if it's inconvenient, consider me presumptuous. Wang Lingyu zipped up her Hermes bag and assumed the posture of a curious baby. Winking at Meng Yu, she was really concerned about this issue, because Mr. Meng had always given her a bland impression. It was hard to feel a change in mood on his face, even when she heard that she had gone AWOL and donated $100 to the Feng County officials to repair the railroad in Mr. Meng's name. The smile on Meng Yu's face was also always as cloudy and light. It seemed that for him, whether it was a donation of $1,000 or $100, as long as the money was spent in the right place, it made no difference. And in Mr. Meng, There was absolutely no copper smell on any thugs. He was the kind of man who truly had a stranglehold on the throat of money, making Wang Lingyu, the bank president, fall deeper and deeper into it. Unable to extricate herself from it, the more she came into contact with him, even though she clearly knew in her heart that she and Mr. Meng were people from two worlds, and how tiny the possibility of coming together was. A woman could not rationally think about the future after falling in love. As long as she felt that there was still a little hope, she would go after it regardless. Just like the ancient courtesans who entered the palace in general, they all harbored an ambition to become concubines after gaining the emperor's favor. However, Wang Lingyu was also aware of her advantages. She was a dance major, with perfect body lines and excellent flexibility, and it was a rare natural charming bone. Even though her ability was a short board compared to Morong Qianyue, it was not without the qualifications to compete for favor. After all, there is an old saying that a woman without talent is virtue. Although this sentence is a bit pedantic, but also side illustrates, for powerful men, choose a spouse when the woman's ability is too strong, is not necessarily a good choice. After all, the family's resources are certain. A pairing of one support and one output was definitely better than two output positions, and she, Wang Lingyu, was willing to become Mr. Meng's wise helper, to be a small auxiliary that ran after Meng's Grand Master C. Thinking like this, Wang Lingyu felt that she could do it again. Actually, Mr. Meng was a person, right? While possessing unfathomable wealth, he always seemed to be able to transcend money. Really a particularly strange person. Moreover, Mr. Meng's concept of money was very thin. Wang Lingyu was very sure of that, so she felt that he needed more of a small housekeeper to help with bookkeeping than a strong woman who could make money. This could be seen from the casualness with which Mr. Meng usually treated his vault notes, a casualness that ordinary tycoons could not pretend to have. Before meeting Mengyu, Wang Lingyu could hardly imagine that there would be a man who could take a dime, a dollar, and casually throw it around. Even $5 or $10 did not seem to be able to enter his eyes. I'm afraid that only 100 yuan of dark gold and red banknotes would be able to make Mr. Meng take it a little more seriously, but it's not at all like other tycoons who treat it like a treasure. He is truly an enigmatic man. However, Wang Lingyu's thoughts were interrupted by Mengyu's words. This bracelet, nothing that can't be said. It's not too valuable in nature. It's just an heirloom of our Meng family. My great-grandfather gave it to my great-grandmother, and then my great-grandmother gave birth to my grandfather, and when my grandfather reached adulthood, my great-grandmother passed the bracelet on to my grandfather, who in turn gave it to my grandmother, and then later my grandmother gave birth to my father, and when my father came of age, my grandmother passed the bracelet on to my father, and when my father and my mother fell in love, he gave it to my mother, and it was only the year I got into college that my mom passed the bracelet on to me, which is not worth a few bucks to anyone else, but to me, it's a priceless treasure that can't be replaced with 1,000 pieces of gold. It may sound a bit tongue-twisting, but you're the son of a family, so you should be able to understand what the significance of such an inherited object is. Mengyu smiled bashfully, his fingers rubbing the emerald bracelet as if he were treating a lover. That was how people were. When rich to a certain point, there would always be some special feelings for these objects that money couldn't buy. Wang Lingyu's head nodded lightly as she looked at the bracelet in Mengyu's hands, revealing a look of longing. According to Mengyu's words, this bracelet was not only the heirloom of the Meng family, but also the love token of the Meng family's generations of family heads and family heads' wives, and it was far more precious than what an everlasting commodity diamond would be. I'm afraid that the diamonds that ordinary women look at as extremely valuable are not worth mentioning in Mengyu's eyes, no matter how many carats they are, right? After all, he was a strange man who didn't even care about 300 billion nanodollars, let alone some diamonds. As for the price of the bracelet itself, it is irrelevant, not to mention the real emerald. Even if it is a piece of glass passed down from the ancestors of the Meng family, it is also a great commemorative value, symbolizing the family heritage, has a sacred meaning. Of course Mr. Meng certainly will not take out the auction. After all, this bracelet was to be kept to give to his future wife in order to continue to pass on this jade bracelet. There was no doubt about it. Wang Lingyu definitely wanted this bracelet extremely in her heart. If she could, she would be willing to use all the jewelry she had accumulated to trade with Mr. Meng for this ordinary old jadeite bangle. However, she was still somewhat self-aware enough to know that this was impossible and did not open her mouth to make a fool of herself. So it's Mr. Meng's family heirloom. That's surely significant. And in a sense, this bracelet is also a witness to the love of your father and mother, grandparents, and great-grandparents. I wonder in the future, which lucky woman will be the one to have the honor of wearing it? Just thinking about it is enviable. Wang Lingyu was outspoken. She was clearly displaying a look of being envious of the abyss. As she spoke, she couldn't help but move closer to Mengyu, the adoration in her eyes undisguised. Ding, detected that good couple Wang Lingyu's favorability progress has skyrocketed. The current favorability progress is 50 out of 100, randomly rewarding the host with 1,000 yuan. The good feeling is over halfway through? That's not bad at all. The system rewarded another 1,000 yuan? Beautiful. Meng Yu was still satisfied with Wang Lingyu's favorability level. After all, she was the president of the Nanhang Bank. Different from her little fangirl Bai Muayin, this kind of real power woman who went in and out of international occasions, wanting her to be dead set on following a man in a few days, even if the object was Meng Yu, the richest man in the world. It was not too realistic, and this temporary fake girlfriend farce should almost be over. After all, Meng Yu has no intention of really starting his next relationship this early. Not to mention that if Meng Yu had a girlfriend, he was still engaging in warm feelings with other women, or even do something intimate. Isn't that an iron scum? An iron scum man was to be scorned. But Meng Yu would be completely different if he was single. Every single dog had the right to choose happiness. And Meng Yu was just in the late stages of dyslexia and needed to think about it for a long time. And Meng Yu could never take the initiative to tease a girl. From the first meeting to the later development, Meng Yu carefully recalled that it was Wang Lingyu who took the initiative to come to the door. When a good man must remember the 9 words of truth. Do not take the initiative. Do not reject. Do not remember. Punch the female boxer's fist, so that the female boxer has no fist to punch. Chapter 71. A thin Summerland Bank passbook. The two of them chatted idly in Meng Yu's room for a while, seeing that Wang Lingyu's speech was becoming more and more revealing. Governor Wang, you're afraid that you've forgotten that I was just dumped by my ex-girlfriend 2 days ago, and I'm not considering starting my next relationship for now. Meng Yu was dumbfounded. Wang Lingyu pursed her lips, her beautiful eyes somewhat grudging. You just don't think about it anymore. The little lady graduated from the dance department, but her body is very soft. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to be alone. Wasted like this, she was really a bit unwilling. As for Meng Yu's ex-girlfriend, Wang Lingyu had also heard Moron Qianyue mention it, an ordinary family's gold-digging girl only, who was smashed by Mr. Meng with anger after he dumped him and switched to the arms of the Chun family's boy. I heard that now the job is gone, and the girlfriends have fallen out. The end is miserable. Let's talk about it next time. Meng Yu smiled bashfully, took out his cell phone and looked at the time. It's getting late. My dad will be back soon. Governor Wang, thank you for helping to pretend to be my girlfriend this time. You can go back to the Star Hotel. Remember to let the county arrange for some people to protect you. In addition, all the expenses for coming to Feng County this time will be my treat. You mustn't aggravate yourself. Wang Lingyu was instantly filled with questions. She was such a super beauty, a siren with a body that crushed international supermodels, but she was actually rejected so completely by him, and let her go to stay in a star hotel. Listen. Is this human language? Wang Lingyu, who had been star-studded since she was a child, began to doubt her own charm for the first time. Was she not pretty enough? Or was Mr. Meng's vision too high? Wang Lingyu felt that the latter was more likely. After all, she had never been lax in her maintenance of her body and appearance. If she had the opportunity, Wang Lingyu really wanted to individually give Meng Yu a cool bed collapse dance to completely show off her true charms so that she could take Mr. Meng's heart and soul in. But it would also have to be Meng Yu giving her this opportunity. Mr. Meng is polite. It's my lifelong honor to play your girlfriend, and this beautiful memory will exist in my soul forever. Thank you Mr. Meng for your generosity. Then I'll leave. All the helplessness turned into a soft sigh. In fact, Wang Lingyu also understood in her heart that wanting to become Meng Yu's true daughter-in-law after just 2 days of acquaintance was undoubtedly a fool's errand. Being able to experience the feeling of being Meng Yu's daughter-in-law for a while longer, she was already satisfied. Watching Wang Lingyu calmly open the door and leave, Meng Yu nodded slightly, feeling relatively satisfied with Wang Lingyu's submissive behavior. Knowing what to do and what to lose, it was easy to talk to a smart woman who knew how to assess the situation. Of course, Wang Lingyu was definitely not at a disadvantage this time. She had only pretended to be Meng Yu's daughter-in-law once, and she had gotten a huge deposit of 6,300 renminbi from Meng Yu. Converted to nanodollars was a whole 63,000 billion nanodollars. Even if the Nanhang Bank ended up having to transfer the deposits to the central bank, the boost to the Nanhang Bank was huge, which meant that the Nanhang Bank didn't need to worry about savings anymore, and only needed to catch and release the goods to make a steady stream of money. It could be said without exaggeration, if Meng Yu had openly announced that he was going to save $6,300 into the bank, not to mention pretending to be a girlfriend for Meng Yu, even if it was to be a mistress for Meng Yu. I'm afraid that countless girls practicing in the banking world would be lining up at the door for Meng Yu to pick them out at will. This is the magic of money for the banking world. Of course, Meng Yu now for the girls' eyes are also picky. Face value of less than 90% of the girl. To tell you the truth, Mengyu really cannot raise the interest of talking. Speaking of girls, Mengyu casually opened the cell phone Prestige. Good guy. A short period of time. A few hundred messages. They Mayin accounted for a large part. And all of them are literary nonsense. Is this little fangirl of his crazy again? Where did she learn a bunch of earthy love words? Mengyu did not even bother to take care of. There is also Morong Chenyue's message of concern. Between the lines. Revealing her deep thoughts about Mengyu. And for this favorability progress, 80/100 of the people around him. Mengyu is a sentence-by-sentence serious reply. After all, with such a high degree of favorability, she can be said to be loyal to Mengyu. And does not need to have any worries at all. Mengyu naturally has to be sincere. Then there were some complaints from the beautiful co-worker Su Lingyun, who said that she had been arrested by her father and returned to her hometown, and that she very much missed the days when she had worked with Mengyu in the past. There was also Wei Yuelan's attempt to strike up a conversation. There were a few miscellaneous messages left, and Mengyu casually scanned them and didn't look at them anymore. He put away his cell phone, unlocked the door to his room, and nimbly lifted the bed, then wrenched a piece of the wooden floorboards apart and took out another square wooden box. Cunning rabbit with 3 holes. The reason why Mengyu had let Wang Lingyu leave also had this reason of protecting this hiding spot in it. The things in here were a bit shocking. With Wang Lingyu's current 50/100 favor progress, she was not qualified to know about it. It was more or less the same with Morong Chenyue being here. Opening the lid of the square wooden box, inside lay a thin summer bank passbook. Compared to the past, the length, width and thickness have not changed, but there is an additional layer of black gold fairy edge. The bottom of the passbook has been replaced with the icon of the central bank and the full name in Chinese and English. And in the center of the passbook there is also a 5-clawed golden dragon pattern, which looks extremely low extravagance. Mengyu knows that this is affected by the price devaluation magic box. It was just like unusual paper money that had turned into exquisite vault notes. In this passbook, it was the wife's book that Meng's father and mother had saved up for Mengyu since Mengyu's birth, not being able to afford to eat or wear. A whole $200,000, and because Mengyu knows how to be filial, so this money in the sophomore year, it was handed over to Mengyu custody, and Mengyu also really did not spend a penny indiscriminately. After getting the huge sum of $200,000, the first time it was transferred and deposited to the safer Xia Bank, then it was deposited for a 3-year fixed term, and counting the time, it was almost time to unfreeze it. Reaching out and taking out the passbook to open it, Mengyu looked at the passbook, that bright golden number and rubbed his eyes. 200,000 yuan. It was indeed 200,000 yuan. 200,000 yuan converted into nanodollars is a whole 200 trillion. To know, as the world's #1 country and the only superpower, the Lighthouse Kingdom's financial income for 19 years was only about 4 billion nanodollars. So this 200,000 dollars was equivalent to the entire income of the entire Lighthouse Kingdom's government for 4 years. So how shocking and horrifying was it? If this money flows into the financial market of Cherry Blossom Country, it is no less than the original. The bullet exploded in the factory island. The little kid is afraid to cry out for his parents. Mengyu repeatedly confirmed the unit after the number 200,000 to determine is the yuan. He put the passbook in his pocket, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. How much money? How much to do? With this large sum of money, it was time for him to consider some more ambitious ambitions. What with the 7 continents and 4 oceans? What with the great power game? After all, making a name for himself, honoring his ancestors, leaving a name in history and whatnot. It was soothing to think about it. However, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Mengyu will not be overly ambitious. He has to adapt to his new identity before he can think about those more long-term things. This 200,000 deposits, like a deterrent bullet, will allow Mengyu to respond to any event, become more confident, just like our Xia country is embracing I country, proud and done. At this moment, there was a sudden knock at the door. Chapter 72 Blame it on his uselessness as a father. Hearing the knocking sound that sounded outside the door, Mengyu was a bit surprised. Is Dad back? Outside the door, Meng's father's voice mumbled lowly. He had actually been back for a while, and when he was going upstairs to go home, he happened to bump into Wang Lingyu, who was in a depressed mood. Later, after hearing Meng's mother mention Mengyu's daughter-in-law, he guessed that the pretty fashionable girl who left with disappointment must be Mengyu's daughter-in-law. Because Meng's father had lived in this building for more than 10 years, he knew the names of the people upstairs and downstairs very well, and there would be no one else like the heavenly fairy described by Meng's mother, except for the woman he bumped into when he went upstairs. When he thought of Mengyu locking himself in the house alone after she left, Meng's father's heart sank slightly. The other party should be a woman from a big family in the city who couldn't look at their family, so the two had just broken up, right? Otherwise, Wang Lingyu was Mengyu's girlfriend. How could she have left with disappointment? and even when Meng's mother invited her to stay for a meal, she was politely declined with a smile and said something polite like, "I'll definitely come back the next time I have the chance." Moreover, after Wang Lingyu left, Meng Yu also locked himself in his room, looking as if he had fallen out of love and wanted to be alone. Feeling that he had guessed the answer, Meng's father fiercely inhaled a mouthful of the cheap cigarette in his hand and heavily exhaled a mouthful of smoke. It was all his fault for being useless as a father. That city girl obviously had a crush on her son, Meng Yu, or else she wouldn't have come back with him to meet her parents. If she didn't see that her son's home was too mediocre and used a big STV, I'm afraid that the girl would have chosen to live with her son, who was, after all, even more handsome than he was when he was young. The sound of a large bed moving came from the room, and then the door to the room was quickly opened, and Meng Yu's father and son were once again together after less than a month. Meng's father was worthy of being Meng Yu's own father. Both of them have a lot of similarities in their appearance and features. Both of them have sword eyebrows and starry eyes, with a high nose and angular facial contours, so it can be said that Meng's father is now also an old handsome man. Walking on the road, there are often big sisters who take the initiative to accost the kind of thing. Moreover, Meng Yu is better than Blue, more handsome than Meng's father. Meng Yu looked at the sadness on Meng's father's face, and then looked at the half-cigarette clamped in his hand. He knew that his father would not usually smoke, unless he encountered insurmountable difficulties. For example, when Meng Yu's grandfather died of leukemia, Meng's father was smoking 2 packs of $5 cigarettes a day. There was no way around it. At that time, Meng Yu's grandfather was already in the late stages of leukemia. Even if Meng's father mortgaged his house to buy 400,000 yuan in the bank, he was told by the attending doctor that it was not enough to transfer to the lighthouse country's treatment costs. The hospitals in China said they could not do anything about it. At that time, Meng Yu was still in elementary school and was too young to understand the meaning of the word poor and sick. He was just very saddened by his grandfather's death. Until he saw the movie, I Am Not the God of Medicine, he realized how cruel the reality was. This was also the fundamental reason why he would give an extra 500 million nanodollars to Wei Yuelan at that time. If Wei Yuelan's medicine was really as cheap and good as she said, and could be used as a treatment for leukemia, then even if Meng Yu was the enemy of the entire Western world's pharmaceutical companies, he would still fully support her to produce the special effect targeted medicine for leukemia. Although money was precious, it was indeed worthless in front of human lives. Besides, was he the one who was poor in money? Dad, have you encountered any difficulties? Tell me about it. Meng Yu's expression grew serious. Back then, when his grandfather died without treatment, he was still young and could only let his father bear the pressure of reality in silence. Now that he was worth more than the richest man in the world, and there was still a powerful helper like the system, he didn't believe that there was anything that he couldn't handle. Even if Meng's father was interested in the stars in the sky, Meng Yu would try to find a way to get a large meteorite for him to display at home. There was no other reason. Just because this was his own father, the one who had saved up $200,000 of bride price money for him, that was completely enough. Meng's father silently shook his head. In his eyes, Meng Yu was always a child, and after suffering the blow of his girlfriend's breakup, being able to force a smile was already not easy. He didn't want to say this kind of self-blame to his son again. If he hadn't been incapable of letting his son become a second-generation rich man, then his son, who was so outstanding in his own right, would not have been disliked by his city girlfriend to the point of breaking up. As for Meng Yu's initiative to let Wang Lingyu leave, Meng's father didn't even dare to think about it. To be able to find a daughter-in-law of a big family in the city, for the old Meng's family, is already smoke from the ancestors' graves. Meng's father didn't think that Meng Yu had the qualifications to pick at random and sell at a price. 10 minutes later, Meng's mother burned a table of dishes, and the family of 3 sat next to each other. Little brat, why didn't Ling Yu's girl stay for dinner? Did you piss her off? I saw that she was in a somewhat depressed mood when she left. Meng mother ignored Meng father's glare and opened her mouth to ask. Meng Yu's hand holding the chopsticks froze for a moment. This? Has mom watched too much Sherlock Holmes? When did she become so perceptive? However, Meng Yu definitely couldn't admit it. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to explain. Just Wang Lingyu, the president of the South Hang Bank, why she was willing to give him a temporary daughter-in-law. It was a wide range of issues, and it wasn't something that could be clarified in a moment's time. Moreover, Meng Yu did not dare to tell his parents the truth that he was now rich and powerful. Otherwise, he would either scare his parents into fainting, or he would be sent to the mental hospital on the spot to be treated before it was too late. As the only son of Meng's father and mother, he still didn't understand what kind of temper his own father and mother had. That's why it was necessary to tell good lies. Meng Yu vehemently denied it. How can that be? She's a big girl in the city. She looks good and has a good figure. How could I be willing to kick her out? Meng mother gave Meng Yu a large chicken leg. That's right. That means the city girl can't see our family. It doesn't matter. What's old isn't new. you've made a name for yourself. Mom will take you to Auntie Chen's house next time. Her girl is looking very smart now. Mom Meng Yu trailed off, a little anxious. It was not easy for him to get rid of the bitter sea of blind dates, and then he had to visit some Auntie Chen. Auntie Lu, wasn't this killing him? In that case, Meng Yu decided to slightly show a tiny bit of strength. Actually, isn't it true that I was selling houses in the Green Tie Group some time ago? It's that Global 500 company. I told you guys about it last time I came back. The other day, I got the appreciation of Big Boss Morong, and then they bought a few stores from me, as well as an entire apartment building, so I made a lot of money. And Big Boss Morong is going to take me on a project. I'm at the peak of my career now. I think things like marriage can be slowed down. After all, I've only graduated from college less than a year ago. Meng Yu had a strong desire to survive. Meng mother froze for a moment. She seemed to have heard Meng Yu mention it in his wiki, and there was indeed such a thing. Or else Meng Yu wouldn't be able to afford to wear this famous brand name outfit that she heard was some kind of Armani. Xiao Yua, you sold so many houses. How much money did you make? Did you transfer it to the card? I've heard that city bosses are very deep in their schemes, and like to engage in some kind of empty check for shares in lieu of salary. Meng's mother's face was mixed with concern in her delight. After all, her son was able to earn a lot of money and have a good fortune. Being a mother's heart must be very happy. However, Meng mother had heard that bosses in big cities were very good at drawing cakes, and was worried that Meng Yu would be fooled by that Morong big boss and delay his youth for nothing. Chapter 73, our child has really made a name for himself. Morong Qianyue is trying to fool him? No way. Morong Qiyu has a 80 out of 100 favor progress that is authoritatively certified by the system, so even if she is being held at gunpoint, it's impossible to fool Meng Yu, not to mention that he was Morong Qiyu's company, the real big boss of Mu Ho. However, if you don't listen to the old man's words, you'll suffer. Meng Yu felt that when the project product was finalized, he would let Morong Qiyu transfer 51% of the shares to him, and in the meantime, he would see if the system's goodwill progress was that accurate. Would a good spouse with a goodwill progress of 80/100 really die unconditionally to him, like a fanatic believer? Meng Yu had a tiny bit of doubt. Mom, you're worrying too much. Big Boss Morong's family is a real boss, coming from a big family in Nanhang City, not some thug who started by gray means, and she gave me a penny for settling down. Meng Yu burst out the killer. When Meng's father and mother heard this, their chopsticks fell to the ground, their faces full of disbelief. A penny settlement fee? That was a huge fortune of a whole 10 million nanodollars. They hadn't even earned that much in most of their old lives of hard work. This big boss actually used it to solicit Meng Yu? Although in the eyes of Meng's father and mother, their son Meng Yu had always been the most capable person, but just didn't have the right stage. But the two old men had never thought that their son Meng Yu was worth the big boss spending a penny to dig up. This was just too much of a shock. However, Meng's father instead calmed down at this time. I've heard my old classmate mention the Morong Group in southern Hangzhou City. It is indeed a Fortune 500 company, and it has deep roots in southern Hangzhou City. The 3 religions and the 9 streams are all over the place, and its influence is horrifyingly extreme. If that big boss is really from the Morong family, then such a large sum of money is relatively normal. That's right. Meng's mother was convinced of Meng's father's words. She turned her head and gave Meng Yu a worried look. Son, it's said that accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Although you've met this kind of big group's honored person, you mustn't get carried away, and you must be down to earth and do good work for them. Meng Yu was a little ashamed to hear this. Work? Working was impossible to work. It seems like he hasn't even seen the faces of the company's employees. He just threw more than $100 at the investment and quickly became a shirker. Anyway, Morong Qianyue is trustworthy and ridiculously capable. Feeling the worry of Meng's father and mother who still had doubts, Meng Yu simply took out a penny bill from his jacket pocket and slapped it on the table. Dad, Mom, there really aren't many sets in town. You guys, isn't this the vault note I exchanged? Could it be that vault notes are still fake? The older generation is like that. They are always uneasy when they don't see cash. As for the separately stored penny, it was actually the time of the fish and rice eatery, because he couldn't find it after taking it out of the fish and rice cent eatery, so he just casually put it in his jacket pocket. Anyway, it's just a penny bill. Meng Yu really didn't take it too seriously. After all, as a host, he is immune to the influence of the system devaluation magic box. It is difficult to penny bills give birth to what fear? One must realize that before the world was devalued a billion times over. Not to mention penny bills, even if it was a penny bill that accidentally fell in the mud on a rainy day, how many people would be willing to lower their heads to pick it up? Meng Yu was too lazy to pick it up anyway. Meng's father and mother sniffed and looked at Meng Yu's right hand, and as Meng Yu's hand patted on the table slowly moved away, a penny banknote glittering with glory appeared in front of Meng's father and mother's eyes. It was exactly the same as the one that Meng's father and mother had seen on television. Indeed, the national financial news said that the vault banknote uses the latest anti-counterfeiting technology, and there's also a micro-engraved positioning system, basically eliminating the possibility of related counterfeit currency crimes. Meng's father stuttered in his speech. The shock from the cash and the numbers were incomparable, because bringing up $1 million natty dollars was actually just like that. But what if they were replaced with banknotes piled up in front of them? That kind of shock is definitely not comparable to words. Not to mention that it was a 1-penny vault note that represented 10 million natty dollars. A penny was the smallest denomination of a vault note, and an ordinary family in the county could hardly have more than a penny in total assets in their entire life, let alone owning a 1-cent vault note. Meng's father felt like he was dreaming. My child's mother, pinch me. I'm not dreaming, am I? My child actually earned a penny banknote. I wouldn't even dare to think of that in my dreams. Meng's mother pinched Meng's father's arm hard as she was told, and then pinched her own arm hard, grinning in pain. But then she was so excited that tears came out of her eyes. The child's father. It's true, our child has really made a name for himself. He graduated from university less than a year ago, and he's met the man of his destiny and earned 10 million nano dollars back. This is truly a blessing from the Bodhisattva. I have to take my son to Phoenix Mountain tomorrow to return the wish. Meng's mother was so excited that she was somewhat incoherent. Even Meng's father, who had always thought that praying to the gods was a futile superstition, didn't speak out against it this time. Bodhisattva's blessing? Meng Yu shook his head straight in his heart as he listened. How much is a mere penny to him? Why be so surprised? Even if it was only in the 100 or so pieces he carried with him, it was still a brother among brothers. It was the smallest vault note in terms of face value. It was even a full 10,000 times different from the largest denomination of 100. However, it had already shocked Meng's father and mother to the core, and it looked like they might be so happy that they might pass out at any time. Meng Yu really found it hard to imagine the scenario if he directly told Meng's father and mother that he had more than $100 on him. Not to mention, he also had tens of thousands of dollars in savings and a $200,000 central bank passbook. This is if the truth is told. I'm afraid that the happy event will not turn into a funeral, and directly scare Meng's father's heart attack out. Then he will have to regret it and sin deeply. It's a good thing that Meng Yu was resourceful enough to take out only 1 penny. Thinking of this, Meng Yu quietly gave himself a compliment in his heart. As for praying to God and worshipping Buddha, that was even more nonsense. He had an omnipotent system. Did he still need to fear ghosts and gods? Completely non-existent. Mom and Dad, I won't go for things like returning a wish. Meng Yu smiled gently. My child came back this time, mainly because I want to bring you two back to South Hang City to enjoy your happiness. After all, in the big city, all kinds of facilities are a bit better. 100 good deeds and filial piety came first. Since Meng Yu has the wealth beyond the world's richest man, then repaying his parents is what he must do first. What to benefit the countryside? Return to society, luxury cars and villas. In Meng Yu here, all have to be a little later. And Meng Yu chose to arrange for his parents a small store plus apartment room. Is by no means reluctant to give up money. After all, renting a small store and buying a whole commercial street, for Meng Yu, are just a string of numbers. There is no difference. But the way Meng's father and mother were shocked by a penny, he had actually seen it. It was indeed a long way to go for middle-aged parents with a stable outlook to accept their son becoming the richest man in the world without blushing or gasping. As for Meng Yu's treatment of Meng's father and mother, was it worth it? Meng Yu thought it was worth it. Pity the world's parents. You can't see Meng's father and mother in order to give his son Meng Yu. Save 200,000 bride price money. Even the bus are not willing to sit. Then Meng Yu this do son, in the prosperous after, a little filial piety. Really not the slightest bit too much, right? Chapter 74, You're a person of status and position now. Meng Yu got up and left his chair, squatting down to pick up the chopsticks on the floor for his parents. Meng's mother, obviously shocked by the penny and not yet slowed down, stammered, Son, you're also a big shot now that you've earned $10 million. You're a person of status and position. Let mom do things like washing chopsticks. Sincerely, in this small county of Maple County, an ordinary laborer like Meng's mother was paid only 2,000 nano dollars. For Meng Yu to be able to earn 10 million nano yuan and still shell out cash, he was naturally a big shot in the world in Meng mother's eyes. Yet Meng Yu only smiled bashfully. Mom, even if I become the richest man in the world, I'm still your only son, born from your October pregnancy. For something as trivial as washing chopsticks, why are you still being polite with me? Saying that, Meng Yu took the dirty chopsticks and walked into the kitchen. Meng's mother and father looked at each other and burst into tears. This son of theirs, worthy of being brought up by their own hands, he is filial. When Meng Yu returned to the table after washing the chopsticks, the two old men had already dried their tears. Meng mother looked at Meng Yu and kindly reminded, Son, if you deposit this penny in the bank, you can earn a lot of interest in a year. right? It's better to save it before it's too late. Listening to the neighbor's children, they said that the interest rate can be higher if you make a large deposit at the bank. She also suddenly thought of this. Yesterday, Meng's mother also heard the next-door neighbor's aunt bragging that her eldest son had been promoted to vice president in the company, with an annual salary of $1 million. When her eldest son went back to his hometown on vacation to visit his family, he went to the bank branch on the street to deposit money. The bank manager called a respectful and it seems that he can also talk about the interest rate on deposits. Her son now should also be able to talk about interest, right? Well, there was a staff member in the bank who approached me and talked about it. It seems to be saying 10% annual interest. Mengyu replied casually. He didn't dare to tell Meng's father and mother that the so-called woman in the city was the vice president who had talked to him about the deposits, or else he was afraid that the two old men would be shocked out of a heart attack. 10%? That's quite a lot. The family's money exists in the Xia Bank for 5 years on a regular basis. It's less than 5 points. You quickly save to the bank. This day also lost a lot of money although you've now found a nobleman and have money in hand. If you want to buy a house in the big city and marry a city daughter-in-law, you'll still need money. Meng's mother rambled on. Meng's father took a hard drag on his cigarette. Xiao Yu, Dad and your mom have discussed this. We're used to living in Feng County, so we won't move to Nanhang to cause you any more trouble. After all, we're getting older, and with the high cost of living in the big city, we won't be able to find any good jobs. Indeed, big cities could be said to be less friendly to older migrant workers. Meng's father said that he was used to living in Feng County, but in fact, he was still worried about becoming a burden to his son when he arrived in Nanhang City, even though Mengyu himself was filial and probably didn't care about this responsibility on his shoulders. But what about Mengyu's future daughter-in-law? Meng's father is very realistic in these considerations, and from the bottom of his heart, he couldn't accept a situation where he couldn't find a job in the city and had to wait for death. Mom, let's put this penny here for the two old men. You guys help me save it so that I don't spend it recklessly. Mengyu pushed the penny bill on the table in front of Meng's mother. Only then did he look at his father and smiled. Dad, you don't have to worry about this. Our boss is very sincere. Not only did he give a penny for settling in, but after asking about my family's situation, he also arranged for me to be given a store and an apartment housing. Mom and Dad, think about it carefully. If I live alone in the big city, and I'm busy with work, I'll inevitably have to hire a cleaning auntie to clean my room, which isn't cheap in the big city. Moreover, I'm thinking of converting the store into a restaurant, and with my father's craftsmanship, I'll have no problem settling down in the city. Mengyu spoke nonsense in a serious manner. There is no such thing as a boss. In fact, he is the owner of the entire apartment building and the entire shopping street. But knowing one's father is not like being a son. If he really said that, I'm afraid that his father would be so excited that he would close his eyes, which would be greatly unfavorable. Actually, a son who was too accomplished like him was also quite troubled, and didn't dare to speak more than the truth. The second old man looked at each other with a hesitant face. What the son said also makes sense. The city's nannies heard to hire a month to big several thousand. This is a not small expenditure, and the son in the city divided into a large house. They moved over to live. Will not add too much expense. In the future have a grandchild, but also help to take care of a little. This penny is too much. Son, you now also have a big ability. Mom is also starting to get old and confused. Easy to be fooled by crooks. These days outside people talk all ghostly. You know a lot. This money is still put in your hands a little more down to earth. Meng's mother pushed the penny bill in front of her, back to Mengyu's body, refused very firmly, and there was another layer of words that she didn't say. It was that Mengyu would follow his boss in the future to work on the project, and there would definitely be all sorts of entertainment consumption, and I heard that some of the wine was very expensive. A bottle would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, so this money she certainly cannot accept. Men outside the project must have money in the card heart to have a bottom, but with Mengyu moved to the city thing, the two old men in the discussion after a while, or agreed. Mengyu also did not force. Anyway, parents as long as close, what he needs to buy directly, or even let Morong Chiyu to the identity of the president, to send is also possible. As for the residential issue, Mengyu intends to let his parents live in the Nanhang apartment building for 1 year before arranging a villa for them. In fact, the living environment of the Nanhang apartment building was very good. After all, even a woman from an imperial family like Bai Muayin was willing to live in the Nanhang apartment building by not letting go of a large villa. Meng's father was so happy tonight that he drank a few more glasses of wine, and his whole body was red-faced. Son, have you heard about the construction of the railroad in our county? Let me tell you, there is a big man in our county who donated $100 to build the railroad. This is really a great benefactor for the folks in Maple County. Isn't that so? My son, I've heard that the townspeople have organized a banquet for all the people, and they're planning to have it at the old square. So why don't our family go there tomorrow? We have to thank this great benefactor. Meng's mother was also elated. With the railroad, it would be convenient for their family to return to their hometown from southern Hang, which was a great thing. Meng Yu's face was a bit odd. Building a railroad? Donating $100? How come these words seem to have been heard somewhere? Wasn't this just a small thing that he casually helped out when he instructed Wan Lingyu to go and benefit the township? Why did he even make a banquet for all the people? A mere $100. It's not that much. Not so much. Meng Yu subconsciously shook his head in his heart, but suddenly remembered that this was a world where prices had depreciated by 1,000,000,000 times, and $100 was equal to 100 billion nano yuan. He felt as if it was very reasonable. After all, 100 billion natty dollars, that was an absolutely huge sum of money, and after donating such a horrible amount of good money to repair the railroad, it was only normal for the townspeople to worship and thank him. Only those who have lived in a small county with closed transportation can understand how important the high-speed rail is to the county residents. Not only is it convenient to travel, but it can revitalize the economy of the whole county, making more jobs, higher average salary, more prosperous economy of the county, and better business and so on. Chapter 75. I heard from a friend in the know. A banquet for all the people? The old folks are too enthusiastic. Meng Yu pondered for a moment, feeling that something was wrong. Mom, didn't you say that you're going to return a wish tomorrow? This kind of thing can be slowed down. Go back in the afternoon. After all, that big shot donated 100 billion nanodollars to build the railroad, and our family has benefited from it. Not only will it be easier to travel, but the price of this house might even go up a bit. When Meng's mother mentioned that big shot, there was a strong sense of awe in her eyes. Indeed, that was a big shot who had donated 100 billion nanodollars for the benefit of the township. It's almost like you can't even see it on TV. I heard that Feng County is still a local, and I don't know that this small place in Feng County, exactly which dynasty's marquee city it used to be, can actually give birth to such a big man. Meng Yu dry cough. Not to mention, by the biological parents a big man called, ashamed of the heart is still secretly happy. However, he couldn't let his parents go to the Manmin banquet. In that case, wouldn't all his well-intentioned lies be in vain? What if Meng's father couldn't get his head around it and fainted from the surprise at the Manmin banquet? How could this be? The old man's heart capacity must still be taken into consideration, although Meng Yu did not intend to let too many folks know the truth about him being Mr. Meng. But fear not 10,000. Fear not. In order to be on the safe side, Meng Yu still wanted to discourage his parents from going to the banquet. Mom and Dad, I reckon that a big shot like him, ahem, surely doesn't want to interfere with the normal life of the townspeople. After all, after the matter is over, the deep hiding of his achievements and his name, nowadays, mysterious big shots don't all like this tone? This wave it's a heifer tied to a rocket, and the cow is forced into the sky. Learning from Lei Feng to do good deeds without leaving a name? It's also true that really big people like to keep a low profile. Meng's father felt that there was some truth to it. After all, the county hadn't made a big deal about that Mr. Meng. Even his name was unknown. Under such circumstances, it was indeed unlikely that Mr. Meng would show up at the Manmin banquet. It's fine. I've heard that the chief governor of the Nanhang Bank has also come along with him this time. It's still a great young beauty with a lot of charm. I guess it's Mr. Meng's redhead. Mr. Meng is really blessed. Meng's mother was somewhat emotional. Meng Yu raised his eyebrows at the words. What if he let his mother go to the Manmin banquet? Wouldn't she instantly recognize the so-called chief banker as his daughter-in-law? Then what the hell would he hide? Could his parents' little hearts stand the excitement? Mom, I heard from a friend who knows about this that Mr. Meng doesn't want the banquet to interfere with the normal work of the residents of the county, so I think the banquet will only allow one person from each household to go. I'll be the one to go in our house, and if I'm lucky enough to meet Mr. Meng, I might even be able to make some friends. Meng Yu directly pulled out the great technique of creating something out of nothing, and then used his cell phone to send a command to Wang Lingyu as his fingers flipped. Originally, there was no such rule, but now there was. Because although the Wanmin banquet was organized by the townspeople on their own initiative, but in all honesty, it was still for the sake of gratitude to Mr. Meng, and no one would dare to go against the rules set by Mr. Meng. But is it okay for one person to play a triangle? You have to be the son, you have to be Mr. Meng, and you have to be the son's friend. Meng Yu was also really worried for his parents' little hearts, feeling much more worried than buying an entire Longjing commercial street. Meng's father naturally believed it. After all, his son now has a big success. Insights and connections are certainly above them. Some inside information is normal. He looked at Meng Yu and said cautiously, Son, it's fine if you go alone. I'll accompany your mom to return the wish. However, you have to collect your temperament. That big man with the eyes of heaven, and we are not in the same world. If you offend him, then I'm afraid that this life will be ruined. There was no doubt. Meng's father's worries were reasonable. After all, the big shot who casually donated $100 billion for the benefit of the township. His connections and influence were simply unimaginable. From Meng's father's perspective alone, it seemed that Meng Yu had only made a penny by a fluke as he had met a nobleman, Boss Morong. But compared to a big shot like Mr. Meng, it was still a far cry. Yeah, son, you have to know that there are people outside of people, and there is a heaven outside of heaven. Although that Mr. Meng is also surnamed Meng, and we are from the same family. But the status and position is a world of difference. You must be more respectful when you see him. Don't be capricious, okay? Meng's mother said bitterly. Meng Yu's head was directly filled with black question marks. Is it okay for me to be more respectful to myself? Left hand to right hand salute? Meng Yu said that under his parents' continuous unintentional compliments, his heart was bursting with joy, and at the same time, he really couldn't stand it. Actually, I think that Mr. Meng is just average. We don't need to be too respectful, Meng Yu muttered in a low voice. The feeling of being revered by one's own parents was really super strange. Meng's father's face flushed at his words. Xiao Yu, you say this at home in private even if, but must not go out to say. You know now the whole county folks for Mr. Meng, that is as a living Buddha respect. You can never make a mistake to cause public anger. This is indeed the current situation in Maple County. After the news of Mr. Meng's donation of $100 to repair the railroad spread, Mr. Meng has now become the idol of the entire county. Any foreigner who dares to say a bad word about Mr. Meng on the street is expected to directly commit public anger and be PK'd by a group of Maple County residents in real life. And even if it goes to the bureau, no one is expected to care. Even if it went to the police station, no one would care. They would be beaten up for nothing, and there would be no place to talk about it. Even if it is sued to the Supreme Court, it will be judged to have hurt the feelings of the local people, belonging to their own. Find a crime, as long as they do not hit the disease. I guess the court is too lazy to care. And Mr. Meng Monument is already under construction. Construction workers do not want a penny, dry but extraordinarily hard, and for the county's plan of 24 hours construction tasks, without a word of complaint. One-man banquet is also organized by the townspeople on their own initiative, but also to express their sincere gratitude, almost to Mr. Meng to build a merit temple. Speaking of the Temple of Merit, Meng Yu had really heard Wang Lingyu mention it, but he refused. He felt that he was just lifting his hand to set up a monument, which was a bit embarrassing, and if he hadn't been outside the fish and rice country eatery at the time, the onlookers would have said the same thing, and he would have wanted to reject it. As for the merits of the temple of this kind of thing, that is not at all. He knew how virtue and ancient sages can be ranked it. Even if he built the railroad, the merit is still not enough. This point of self-knowledge, Meng Yu still have. I see. Now Mr. Meng's prestige is too high, isn't it? Can't you even spit out a random sentence? Meng Yu had some brain pain. I scolded myself and humbled myself a bit, and others are still not happy about it? Is this appropriate? It's not appropriate. Are you really forcing him to brag about himself? Nowadays, the folks are really overzealous and don't speak of virtue. However, Meng Yu's heart is still very happy. After all, this is his hometown. To be collectively loved by the folks in his hometown, could that not be comfortable to the bone? Don't be stubborn, child. Listen to mom's advice. Don't go against public opinion. Is it so hard to say a few more good words about Mr. Meng? Meng mother kindly advised. Meng Yu directly rolled his eyes. This? Since his mother's words had reached this point, he couldn't afford to humble himself any further. Listening to his mother was definitely right. Actually, I also think that Mr. Meng is very bullcup and handsome, a hardcore man who kowtows to himself every day, in front of the mirror. Meng Yu said without blushing or gasping. It's not just boasting, is it? Just this? Really thought he wouldn't. That's right. I've heard that Mr. Meng is indeed super handsome, or else there's no way someone else's little pretty banker would be eyeing to come to this small place with him. Meng's mother agreed. Chapter 76. You saw all this? Son, you shouldn't be discouraged. Although we can't compare with Mr. Meng, and it's hard as hell for you to surpass him, you can still strive to be the second in Maple County, which is actually not bad, Meng's father said in relief. When Meng Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. It's hard as hell to surpass him? It was more than hard as hell. No matter how powerful Meng Yu was, could he still surpass himself? This was like a Hercules trying to grab himself by the collar and lift himself up. It was against the laws of physics, right? Meng Yu is also drunk. After some exchanges, he dared not confess to his father. He felt that his father was a bit in awe of Mr. Meng, for fear that his father could not accept. That was in awe of Mr. Meng, is the shocking truth of his own son. You have to know that his father has a heart condition, and he takes his annual medication. In fact, it's good to let Xiao Yu go. After all, that beauty governor, should be present at the Manmin banquet. When Xiao Yu meets her, he might be able to forget about that child Lingyu. Xiao Yu, you don't have to pretend. Mom grew up watching you. Do you really think I can't see that Lingyu is not actually your girlfriend? Meng's mother suddenly said. This was indeed a shock to Mengyu. Could it be that Mom has always been a deep concealer, playing dumb all these years? Is actually a mother who is as wise as a fool? Without saying anything on her lips, she already understands everything in her heart? However, Meng's mother's next words directly let Mengyu face bitter smile. Really, is he thought too much? Only to see Meng's mother's old face with some small smugness. You children look at other girls with the wrong eyes. Not to mention that if you really want to have such a beautiful girlfriend, wouldn't your tail be up in the sky early? Besides, with your stubbornness, even if you were tired, you wouldn't let your own woman carry things when you go upstairs, right? Not to mention the things that Mom can even lift. For you, even taking them all would be easy. Mengyu was speechless. At one time, he had been devoted to his ex-girlfriend, holding her in the palm of his hand like a piece of treasure, only to have her abandon him. Now Mengyu had long since gotten over it, and he would never give a bit of tenderness to a woman whose favorability progress was lower than 80/100. Anyway, he was now the richest man in the world, and didn't need to worry about not having a wife at all. That is to say, his current whereabouts are uncertain. If he had a fixed residence, the women who wanted to get close to him would probably be able to form a company of beautiful girls. As for the matter of residence, right? Mengyu really didn't care too much about it. With his current wealth, buying a single family house would be a big deal. If he didn't get a palace in the city, he wouldn't feel right. Only in recent days, wasn't he busy taking his parents back to the city to enjoy their happiness? Something as inconsequential as a residence. A little later, not a big problem. Mom, you're just too good. You saw all this? In fact, Wang Lingyu, she is a colleague of my new company. She is a girl from a big family in the city. Where can she see me? Mengyu applauded. He was worried that Meng's mother would mistake Wang Lingyu for her daughter-in-law and affect his private life. Since Meng's mother had already sensed that something was wrong, he could simply go down this slope. Wang Lingyu, thou hearest, do people speak? Just who doesn't see who? She is obviously all flat on the bed. Okay, how can she carry a big pot? Good thing Wang Lingyu is for Mengyu to cope with the county government's dinner, and do not know somehow back on a pot. But even if she was present, I'm afraid that only tears silently back, and also have to back steady. Anyway, it is not the first time to take the pot. Mr. Meng was her most important client, the key to the rise and fall of the South Hang Bank. How could she dare to go against Mr. Meng's will? I'm afraid that even if Mr. Meng wanted her to die, she would have to think about it. Of course Mengyu was unlikely to do so. Wang Lingyu's performance all along still made Mengyu more satisfied. Just like not being able to be a spouse, being a beloved subordinate was definitely more than enough. Xiao Yu, don't think too much about the past. There are also many pretty girls in the county, like that pretty girl from your junior high school, who used to often come to Mom to ask for news. However, her family is relatively poor, or an only child, and you're in college. Mom didn't even dare to tell you before, for fear of delaying you in college. You don't blame Mom for being too poor to love the rich. If you marry a poor wife, the burden of life on your shoulders is very heavy. Mom is a person who has been there, so she doesn't want you to have too much financial pressure. But you've also made a fortune now. You've made a lot of money. It doesn't matter about the woman's family situation. If you have time, go see that kid. Help if you can. After all, the girl used to be infatuated with you. Meng's mother nagged. A middle school girl from a poor family? And also very pretty. In Mengyu's mind, there instantly appeared a delicate figure with a soft and inferiority complex, like a small white flower, growing tenaciously in the gusty wind. It's her. Ha! How is she doing these days? Tang Candy? I haven't seen her for more than 7 years, and it's my fault. Since I had a girlfriend in high school, I haven't had much contact with the opposite sex in order to avoid suspicion. Mengyu was a bit nostalgic. When he was in junior high school, although his academic performance was not good or bad, but he was famous for fighting in the second middle school. And when he saw his female classmates being verbally molested by street gangsters, he raised his fist and beat them up. He followed his father to learn military boxing. A street gangster, just like a joke. That's right. Meng's father was a soldier when he was young, but he left the army and became a chef. Originally he also wanted to become a soldier, but the result was that Meng's mother refused to agree. Plus there were too many boys who wanted to become soldiers, so he didn't go into it. Alas, it's the same old story. However, Tang Candy is really a filial child. In order to take care of Tang, father finished junior high school and then did not read. Tang Candy, her mother, was also really cruel back then. Actually left behind the young Tang Candy and her paralyzed husband and ran away with another man. It's really too much. Can understand but can't agree with it. Meng mother sighed. Everyone aspires for a better life. There's nothing wrong with that in itself. But Tang Sugar was that woman's own flesh and blood. If it wasn't for the townspeople in the county who couldn't see past it, often sending some food to the Tang family, and often going to help, Tang Sugar and his father were estimated to have starved to death 10 years ago. It can be said, Tang Sugar is a girl who grew up eating 100 meals. Meng Yu nodded slightly. Well, I'll take the time to go over and visit. If I can help, I'll definitely help. Although in general, he wouldn't help poor students. After all, the old saying of saving the needy but not the poor, while it certainly sounds cruel, it does have some truth to it. However, Tang Candy's situation was somewhat special, and it did make Meng Yu feel compassion for her. Even if you put aside all this uselessness, Tang Candy was, after all, a girl who had a crush on him, and had secretly stuffed more than one love letter into his school bag, and was still very good looking back then. He could be sure of that. For a woman like that, it wasn't too much for him to take care of her a little, right? Ask the brothers to hit protection on the public screen. After dinner, Meng's mother washed the dishes, and the family huddled on the sofa to watch TV for a while longer before going to bed. There were no words all night. Chapter 77, Long Time No See, Little Guy. Early the next morning, Meng Yu rode his old 2/8-bar bicycle to Tang Candy's house. One-man banquet at noon. The morning is idle. Why not go to see the former junior high school female classmates? And he is this time to return to his hometown. If the old classmates need to pull a hand, read in the friendship of the same classmates, he will consider pulling a hand. Not to mention, Meng Yu these 2 days sat more than millions of beauty luxury car, occasionally changed tastes. In the county town road riding 2/8 big bar, is really a new experience. However, Meng Yu riding, feel the route is a little wrong. The mother with him half a day, but once on the road he was a little unable to find the north. As for the map software, Meng's mother had never used it. She had hardly ever traveled far, and had been in Phone County for decades, so it would be a hell of a thing to have a need for map software. However, Meng Yu was not the least bit flustered and called out to a passing aunt, "Auntie, how to get to Tang Candy's house on Luwashi Road?" The aunt turned her head like a thief, but after seeing Meng Yu in an exquisite Armani, coupled with Meng Yu's mouthful of authentic Maple County dialect, the wariness in her heart slightly went away. Her face eased some. She pointed in a direction. Along this road all the way forward, the third intersection, turn right, and then see a large acacia tree and then turn left. Walk a few steps to see a small house is. Seeing your age you are her former classmate, right? Yeah, thanks for the directions. Meng Yu smiled slightly. The handsome face made the older woman's tone soften. I'm busy helping out at the Manmin banquet today. Otherwise, I would have definitely taken you there. Young man, look at you. You're dressed quite well, and you're quite handsome. How come you're riding a 2/8 bar? Have you graduated? Where do you work? Do you make over $10,000? Are you from Maple County? Got a date? Good guy. Open mouth like a series of cannonballs, directly asked Meng Yu, a face of confusion. Ah, this? He was just passing by to ask for directions. There was no need to check his family register, right? But after all, Auntie had carefully pointed out the way for Meng Yu. So Meng Yu still answered truthfully, because the family only has 2 or 8 kongs. I've already graduated. I've just been fired by the company supervisor. I'm a local from Nanhang, and I don't have an object. What Meng Yu said was indeed the truth. His family really didn't have any other cars. Even Wang Ling used Maserati, Morong Qianyue's Rolls Royce. Strictly speaking, that wasn't his. Of course the money for Meng Yu to buy a car is certainly a piece of cake for Meng Yu, but Meng Yu feels that he has to buy a car with a driver. And it's best to have a female driver with a high face value and a basic, 20 out of 100, good sense. After all, the driver's job, a little too close to him. It's easy to know a lot of information. Not being one of his own, he's not comfortable with it. So it's money he's missing by not buying a car? Of course not. And 100 billion was spent on building the railroad. He can't be short of money. What he lacked was a suitable driver. However, with Wang Lingyu as his special assistant, he could temporarily replace the driver, and it wouldn't hurt to find an opportunity to buy a batch of luxury cars to use. Anyway, to him, it was all irrelevant and trivial. As for work and objects, his ex-girlfriend did break up 3 days ago. As for the company, he remembered that when he arrived at Green Beach, he seemed to have been unilaterally dismissed by the supervisor. But of course, he had given the right amount of lessons to both his girlfriend and the supervisor. What's more, the current Meng Yu has long since all looked away, and then bring up these past events. There is no emotional fluctuations. Auntie shook her head as she listened. This generation of young people is not very good. What's the use of being handsome? They don't even have a stable job. She originally wanted to introduce her daughter to the other party, but now it seems that this young man is not worthy of her daughter at all. Young man, continue to work hard. All are Meng's own family. How is it that Mr. Mang is so powerful that he donated $100 to build a railroad for our Maple County. But when it comes to you, it's pulling down and collapsing? How can you get a wife like this? Auntie pointed and walked away. It looked like Mang Yu didn't get her noble approval. Mang Yu was in tears. Should he thank Big Mom for her praise? Or should he rebut Big Mom's pointing? However, Mang Yu didn't say anything and continued on his way riding the 2-8 bar. In this world, many people for Mang Yu are a flash of fireworks, will only stay in Mang Yu's life for a very short moment. They open words, Mang Yu will not be in the heart. If you don't remember, you can't talk about right and wrong. Following the route pointed out by the Big Mom, Mang Yu found the humble little house. Looking from afar, in the cold wind, a skinny, long-haired girl, wearing a dress so old it was white, was rolling up her sleeves and sitting in front of the rubbing board's big red basin to wash her clothes, looking at Mang Yu's nose slightly sour. There is never a shortage of difficult families in this world. It was just that the harsher truth was that most difficult families, they had very little voice on the internet. Hello, little guy, long time no see, Mang Yu yelled from afar. Tang Candy jolted to her feet, drawn by this somewhat familiar, yet somewhat unfamiliar voice, and couldn't help but turn her head in the direction of the source of the sound, and the moment she saw Mang Yu, her eyes were bright, as if they would glow. Yet again, in a flash, they dimmed. 2 lines of clear tears quietly flowed out of the dull eyes, wetting the lapel of her chest. After years of not seeing her, she still recognized Mang Yu. Only looking at Mang Yu's brand new clothes and handsome face, she felt that she and Mang Yu were people from 2 worlds, a stone's throw away. Mang Yu parked the 2-8 bar casually to one side, then walked over to Tang Candy's side and squatted down. What's wrong, little guy crybaby? Which ungrateful person bullied you? In second middle school, you're under my protection. Hearing the words you're under my protection in second middle school, the beautiful and yellowed old photo albums in Tang Candy's memory were opened, and she couldn't hold back the sadness in her heart any longer, and her tears flowed into a river. Ding! Detected new unit Tang Candy joining the good couple sequence. Ding! Detected that good couple Tang Sugar's favor progress has reached 20 out of 100, randomly rewarding the host with 100 pieces. The system beeps that resounded in the connection in his head caused the corners of Mang Yu's mouth to curl up slightly. 100 pieces? That's 100 billion nano yuan. Tang Candy, this girl is still very meaningful. It's not in vain for Mang Yu to heroically save her back in the day, meeting and sending 100 billion nano yuan. However, originally, Mang Yu just intended to pull an old classmate, help arrange a job, and turn away, wave his hand and not take away a cloud. But now that Tang Sugar had joined the good couple sequence, then the situation was completely different. Even if you put aside the goodwill progress of the woman's visualization in the goodwill sequence, just this matter of having rewards for goodwill progress, Mang Yu felt that it would be too much of a shame to throw her away in Maple County. After all, no one would have a problem with money, and he wouldn't mind having more money in his hands, especially once you've played with an international company. The research and development costs and distribution costs of a big international project are in the hundreds of millions. June not C. Genuity tens of billions of nano-yuan subsidies. The 3 major electricity supplier civil war is 100 billion bullets to start. So money is really the more the better. As for Tang Sugar's family is poor. It doesn't matter for Mang Yu. To know Mang Yu make friends never care about money, because there is no one can be richer than him. Not to mention that from getting the system to now, he has relied on the Morong family behind Morong Chenuet a little? No, not even half a point. Mang Yu looked at Tang Candy with some anticipation in his eyes. Now he can be said to be in a state of flux. Although there are countless amounts of money, but there is no trustworthy team under his hands. It is the time to use people. If Tang Sugar's panel value can satisfy him, of course, he is willing to have an extra helper with a base of trust around him. Chapter 78. I'll leave if you don't welcome me. Mang Yu's mind moved and Tang Candy's system panel appeared in front of him. New name, Tang Candy, Sugar. Favorable sense progress, 20 out of 100. Special, 100. Face value, 95. Body, 70. Ability, 90. Family history, 5. Note, please note, this unit has lower than expected stature values due to chronic malnutrition. Mang Yu was shocked in his heart. A special rating of 100? There was still such a pure and flawless woman in this world? However, Mang Yu was relieved in his heart when he saw the crummy family score of only 5. Because her family was too poor. Basically the boys wouldn't pursue her. Moreover, Tang Candy, this girl has actually been very autistic, basically alone, and has no spare money to participate in various class reunions. Without socializing, it was naturally difficult to come into contact with the opposite sex. Coupled with Mang Yu's heroic rescue, Tang Candy was probably secretly in love with him in junior high school. With the combination of all these factors, it wasn't surprising that there was a full special rating. As for the 95 face value rating of the big beauty, why would no one chase? In fact, we have an old saying in Sia State, called under the sky there is no ugly girl, only will not dress up the girl, and a woman is a woman who pleases herself. Tang Sugar in the sweetheart Mengyu left her world, has not had the heart to dress up, especially after hearing that Mengyu has a girlfriend. If not at home with paralyzed old father in bed, it is estimated that she has the heart to become a nun, because autistic women often have a paranoia in their hearts, and because there are not many people in her world, so every one of them is very important to her, just like her father, just like Mengyu. Tang Sugar raised her sleeves to dry her tears, and with the corner of her eye, she secretly surveyed Mengyu, who, after years of not seeing him, seemed to have become even more heroic and extraordinary, and the clothes on his body looked exquisite and expensive. She, on the other hand, was still just a poor woman, and if there were no accidents, this life would pass by in a muddled way. It wasn't that Tang Sugar had no ambition, on the contrary, her personal abilities were quite good. It was just that she and her father depended on each other for their lives. If she went to the big city to make a name for herself, what would happen to her father, who was paralyzed in bed? And if she wanted to cure her father, she would need a lot of money, and if she wanted to earn money, she would have to travel to the big city, where there were more opportunities for people with their own abilities. After all, what is the concept of an ability rating of 90? Morong Qianyue's mother, Morong Group's chairman's wife, the Iron Lady of South Hangzhou's business world's hefty reputation, only had this rating. Don't think this is unreasonable. You have to realize that there are often 1,000-mile horses. Just bowl is not often. Ability is one thing, whether you can get reused is another. To know, regardless of the era, there was no shortage of talented geniuses, and although Tang Sugar is a junior high school education, but never stopped learning, a few Sun Tzu's Art of War, Tao Te Ching, Ziji Tongjian and other ancient books, has long been her spare time, turning over all the hair, coupled with outstanding talent and a poor and lonely environment. Having an ability score of 90 was considered relatively normal. What's wrong? Feelings faded after years of not seeing each other? Look at me for half a day and don't say anything. I'll leave if you don't welcome me. The corner of Mengyu's mouth lifted up a playful arc, making a gesture to turn around and leave. Tang Sugar subconsciously reached out and grabbed Mengyu's clothes, and the thoughts that had been stored up in her heart for years came out. Brother, I miss you so much. Don't go, okay? Stay with sweetie, even if it's just for a little while. This soft brother called Mengyu's heart a little touched. The name brother was indeed not something Tang Sugar had casually called her, but rather a small incident that had happened when she was in junior high school. Specifically, Mengyu does not remember which year. Middle school too. He seemed to have watched a certain cartoon at that time, suddenly a little dissatisfied with himself being an only child, fantasizing about having a well-behaved and lovable younger sister. Poor helpless Tang Sugar, forced to Mengyu from the street gangsters and the entanglement of the Grace to save her, rightfully became Mengyu's righteous sister. However, the hot blood of a middle-aged teenager is only temporary. At that time, Mengyu quickly threw this matter out of the sky, and even if he thought of it later, he would only smile. After all, hot-blooded words, not many people will take it as true. However, the person who said it had no intention, but the person who heard it had the intention. Tang Sugar remembered that incident deep inside. A remember is 7 years. For the autistic Tang Candy, accepting a title like brother was definitely not a momentary hot-bloodedness, but she really longed for a brother who could shelter her. Of course she could understand that Mengyu might just be a momentary joke, and wouldn't use it to blackmail Mengyu into doing anything. It's just that in the years that Mengyu wasn't around, she would often fantasize that Mengyu would one day step on the 7-colored auspicious clouds, and come to marry her like a gaijin. Yuck! And pick up her and her father out of this dilapidated hut. Just like back then when they first met, he took her out of the hands of a street gangster and rescued her. That's fine, Sugar, just for a little while, but you can let go of your hand. Mengyu turned around, looked down at her small hand pulling on his clothes, and smiled helplessly. Sweets was Tang Candy's nickname. It seemed like he had always called her that during those years in middle school, but now that he called her that, he felt a little less comfortable with it. I'm sorry for dirtying brother's beautiful clothes. Tang Candy was a bit overwhelmed, like a child who had made a mistake. She had just been washing her clothes, and her hands were stained with laundry detergent water, making them a bit slippery. And Mengyu's clothes, at a glance, were the expensive kind. It was estimated that it needed to be sent for dry cleaning. It's fine, this cold day. Why don't you use the washing machine? Mengyu frowned and took out a pack of paper towels. The washing machine is broken. Sent it to Uncle Wang to fix. Tang Sugar saw his actions. Her mouth didn't say anything, but her heart felt like it had been cut by a sharp knife. Was brother disliking her? It was true that both of them had grown up and were no longer in the same school or world. That's right. She should have died a long time ago. Why was she always holding on to fairy tale fantasies and refusing to face the cruel truth? However, Tang Candy didn't have time to ruminate further. She was moved to wet her eyes by Mangyu's next action, only to see Mangyu pull out a paper towel, did not go to wipe the water stains on the clothes, but gently wiped her small hands. Since you still call me a brother, then my sister should not live such a hard life. What a nice looking pair of small hands. Such a cold day, don't wash the clothes and wash them badly. In the future, don't wash by hand on such a cold day. Do you hear me? As for dirtying a million pieces of clothing, Mangyu didn't care at all. Not to mention the fact that with his current worth as the richest man in the world, the money to buy a piece of clothing was a drop in the bucket. The 100 billion nano reward given by the system when Tang Candy's favor progress reached 20/100 alone would be enough to buy many pieces of Armani's top-tier custom men's clothing. Tang Candy bit her lip and looked at Mangyu's gentle and domineering appearance, as if she had instantly returned to once upon a time. He was like a beam of light that could always break through the dark gloom of the world, making her feel warm, and couldn't help but be fond of his domineering and gentleness. However, just as Mangyu wiped Tang Candy's frozen, reddened little hands, just when Tang Candy's small face was slightly red, a Porsche accelerated into the courtyard, and two uninvited guests walked quickly from the car. Good you Tang Candy, refusing our President Lu's adoption 3 times. I said where in this world is there such a stupid woman? Turns out there's a wild man outside. One of the dogged little brother, cursed,